last night. Good morning, everybody out there.
You like to get wet?
Say, let's get wet. I'm not talking Denzel and Trading Day. I'm talking Yastrzemski.
I didn't know you like to get wet.
Inning. 7-4 Giants. They win their 8th in a row.
What?
They're now 12-4. I'll see them this weekend in Tahoe for the bachelor party. Wipe me down, baby. 12-4 in June.
Wow. Have we canceled Boosie?
Yastrzemski, 2 home runs yesterday. All he needed was a sac fly. All he needed was a base hit. But he said, nah, I want to go to the Cove. And he goes to the Cove for a 3-run shot. And I don't know what the hell's happening right now. I don't know where this thing is going, folks. I really don't. But I'm having a time of my life right now.
Is this Ozzy? Crazy Train?
Crazy Train. I don't know what the hell it is right now.
Mama Bonte's coming home.
I'm all in on this team, man.
I'm all over the place. Rap, rock, let's do this.
You are all over the place.
What a game. First off.
You're all over the place.
No, because this team, they're the cardiac kids. The comeback stuff is kind of unbelievable. B, I don't know where this is going to go. I really don't know. But in terms of falling back in love with the team, doesn't it feel like we're all falling back in love with the team?
I am back in love
all
with
together.
Them. I was so giddy last night watching this baseball game. Even, I was talking to Lubman. We talk every night for the show and just make sure we're tying up every loose end. And Sam Lubman's like, man, it was 4-0. It was dead. And I was like, oh, boy. Actually, it was 4-1. Yas just went yard. VR went yard to make it 4-1.
Yes.
And then Yas.
Yes.
Right before Yas hits a home run. Good to see VR back. Yeah. He's trying to grind.
I like VR.
Yas hits a home run. I'm like, oh, there's Yas hitting a home run. He goes, Lubman goes, Giants are going to mess around, come back, and win this game. They're going to win it.
That's why he's the Giants reporter at this station.
And that's why it's the summer of love because he's on the roll right now. The summer of love, man.
We need T-shirts.
We will get the T-shirts. But listen, man, this team, they're fun. Matos, the bat speed. Bailey's playing hell of a catcher. He had a great bunt.
Did you see what happened?
Sable had a great bunt.
Sable had a great bunt, and I love that they're bunting.
Right. First inning, throwing out Tatis.
Did you see? Casey Schmidt got to walk.
He got to walk. So, look, man, they're 12-4 in the month of June. It's still a game they had no business winning whatsoever. You got a great at-bat between – you want to talk – can we stop?
Machado versus Duvall?
We keep talking about Bonds versus Gagne, and I get it was a great at-bat.
It was.
That at-bat yesterday, 11 pitch at-bat with Duvall and Machado. He's throwing 100-mile-an-hour cutters.
I had chills.
And 100-mile-an-hour cutters.
He gets him to chase, and Machado looks so defeated.
Well, Machado looked at him and kind of looked at him and said, respect.
That was badass.
Respect. That's a growing up moment for Camilo Duvall. Those are at-bats he's going to have to see later down the stretch here. This is all good for him. This is all good for Matos. This is all good for Bailey. Look, the pitching... You got to duct tape the bad boy right now. You got to put Band-Aids all over it. I don't know how you're going to get through the week.
They got to get somebody. Let's just call it what it is. They got to figure this out. They got to go get somebody, right? Obviously, you don't want to surrender any of your prospects, but you got to staple something together to go get you something. B, you have to.
You have to get something,
man.
Got to. You got to duct tape this bad boy because they are falling apart by the wayside. And look, Juan Soto's got crazy power. Apo Taco twice. You got nothing but stars on that Padres lineup, but they just kept battling. And no Josh Hader yesterday. He was unavailable.
No.
That was huge because Garcia and Carlton, they couldn't find his own whatsoever.
I think one thing that's becoming evident as we get into June here, like the deep part of June, the Giants bullpen is much better than a lot of the teams that they're going up against over the last couple of months. Here's where I worry. You are depleting the ever-living you-know-what out of your bullpen right now because you don't have starting pitching.
Right.
And so what is a strength, your bullpen, could easily become a weakness if you don't patch up the biggest weakness on the team, which is the starting rotation. Bonte, it's hanging by a thread right now. You got to get another arm.
You got to get an arm at some point, but I want to play this one more time for our audience. If you're just waking up, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody out there. I was at the yard yesterday. It looked like a packed house. Looked like the park was buzzing on a Monday night. Looked like it was buzzing.
It was surprising to me.
Yeah, very surprising on a Monday.
We talk a lot about attendance, and when it's not good, we constantly bring it up. I was shocked to see the amount of people there on a Monday night.
On a Monday night, and they got to see this. And they got to see this live and direct at Oracle Park.
High drive! Right field! It is out of here! And we are going home!
That's an all-time call by Dwayne Kuiper on his birthday. On his birthday, right? He left 2 innings, had some birthday cake with his grandson. It was really cool to see Fleming step in for him. But Kuiper on the call there. And look, 35,000 Lubman just got in my
Wow.
ear. 35,000 last night. And this was a big game and a big tone setter for the series.
Yes, it
Look,
was.
this is a huge week for the Giants. All right, you just swept the Cardinals and the Dodgers. And we talked about June. We highlighted
Yeah,
June
we
for
did.
so long. All right, now you're getting through June. You've won 7 straight. You got the Diamondbacks on the weekend. You got 3 more against the Padres. I'm good with the split in the series, considering where their pitching is at.
Yeah.
Considering that Logan Webb's not going to total rubber in this series against the Padres. But that was a tone setter. And then the Padres, they got to go back home thinking, damn, we just can't get right. We can't win those games. What's up with us? All the things were going right for the Padres. They were hitting the ball. They were getting on base, but they could not cash in. That was a survival type of game for the Giants. You scratched it out, and they absolutely stole one on a Monday night. Unbelievable.
I mean, it really is unbelievable comeback. And I'm looking at this team right now, and I'm saying to myself, they got a little bit of everything. They got pop from the right-hand side, right? You've obviously got J.D. Davis. J.D. Davis could step into one at any at-bat,
Yep.
right? And then you got pop from the left-hand side. Conforto, the batting average isn't great, but if you look at all his advanced numbers, they look really, really good.
And they're professional at-bats.
Exactly. Mike Yastrzemski, I don't think he's all-star level. He's just an above-average outfielder right now, which is a huge step forward because I didn't think he was last year, and he's proving me wrong. I mean, I was really worried about him coming out of spring training, and he's been really good. I also think quietly his recovery from the hamstring injury in Mexico City has gone so much better than I thought, because I thought that would be something that was going to linger for a long time. Whatever they did is working, but moving him to right field and having Matos in center field, I think it's rejuvenated Yastrzemski, and I think it's put him in a spot in the lineup where he's not carrying the load.
Yeah,
remember when he was your 3 and 4 hitter every single day, and he's carrying the load?
Can't do that.
No,
Can't do that
he's not
whatsoever.
that.
He's not that at all. But you know what? In June, he's batting only 240, right? But he's got the 4 jacks.
Yes.
He got the big home run in St. Louis last Wednesday night. He got 2 last
Clutch.
night. By the way, his speed, running on Juan Soto, is one of the better throws I've ever seen Juan Soto make from the outfield.
What a slide.
Hell of a slide.
What a
Because he had to
slide.
run back to third base to make sure he tagged up and not leave
Yes.
early. Yaz tying the game there in the bottom of the 9th inning and just sprinting down to third base. Look, Juan Soto is a lot of things. He has a lot of flaws in that outfield. We know he's not a plus defender. He made a hell of a throw there off the one hop. I was like, wow, he almost got Yaz there. But Yaz, that was the Mike Yastrzemski game there and good for him. Good for him. 4 home runs so far in June, 11 RBIs, picking up the slack, 6 walks. He's having just better at bats, Shasky.
On the Juan Soto thing, I'm going to get triggered here. Just bear with me.
Please don't.
I want you to bear with me.
Don't get triggered.
No, he's a great player. Can you agree?
Yeah.
He's a great player. Everyone would want him. All right. He's been in baseball, let's see here, since 2018. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. 8 years. Okay. He's a multiple-time All-Star. He's awesome. Okay. Awesome. He's batted over 300 twice. All right. People are calling him, and Brian Iglesias, who used to work here at the station, is calling him the modern-day Ted Williams. Why do we do this? Why can't we just appreciate the player and let the career kind of play itself out? What? We did this with Mike Trout. Mike Trout's the next Willie Mays. Can you beat Griffey before you begin? Griffey had 10 of the best years we've all ever seen, and then he got hurt, and it kind of sucked. He's still an all-time talent.
Yeah.
Willie Mays is a 24-time All-Star. Maybe the greatest player to ever play the game. What? It's unfair to Mike Trout. It's unfair to Juan Soto to compare him to Ted Williams.
Well,
career batting average for Ted Williams. What do you think it was?
It was over 350.
344. Almost a 500 career on-base percentage. He missed 3 years because of World War II. Juan Soto's awesome. There are 50 freeway exits from Juan Soto to Ted Williams. Can we pump the brakes a little when we're in the car bandwagoning how great Juan Soto is? I'm not saying he's not awesome. I would love to have him on the Giants. Man, I'd give him a 10-year deal yesterday. Yeah. I love this player.
He's great.
But Ted Williams? Stop it, baseball fans. We're doing it with Shohei Ohtani. What we're seeing with Shohei is unprecedented.
Right.
It's amazing. I love everything about it. And I'm appreciating the moment for now. Stop trying to tell me he's the greatest player of all time. He might have had individual seasons that are great, but he hasn't even played 5 full seasons.
Yeah, no doubt. Look, people are going to do what they got to do. Well, we do this in basketball. We do it in football. We do it. Oh, this guy's the greatest quarterback. We're already doing it with Caleb Williams.
You're right.
We're already doing it with Caleb Williams. And I was
You're
just
right.
like, look,
I'm guilty
let
of this.
the guy play. We've seen a dozen college prospects. And Caleb Williams, I think, is nice. I really believe in the kid. But let's just wait and let the career play out.
That's all I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? Just let it play out. We didn't know who Patrick Mahomes was going to be.
No.
We thought gunslinger,
No.
Brett Favre, and Texas Tech, spread system, Big 12. Well, he turns out to be a damn good quarterback, right? And a great one.
And he's broken records almost every year.
Yep.
And now he's got 2 Super Bowls.
Now he's got 2 Super Bowls.
We can start
it's
having
appropriate.
conversations
Right.
about where he is all time. But, like, again, there's Brady. Brady's out there somewhere, and that's the gold standard for right now.
But you know what? Back to this Giants team.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I get triggered.
No, I don't
And
even.
we do it in baseball, I think, more than any other. Why?
Well,
the history, because the game's history is so important.
I feel like we do it in basketball, too.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, people...
Well,
we
Trae
were just talking
Young's
about
better
it
than
before.
Steph Curry.
Yeah, you know
Remember
what I'm saying? No, I do remember that. I know where it came from, too.
Why?
Steiny. No, the Steiny never said that.
No, but
we do that, and now look, think about that.
Trae Young.
I know. It's not fair.
I mean, come
It's not fair. We do this with Kobe. We do it with Jordan. Like, I lived through Jordan. I lived through Kobe. Every shot they took, I thought was going in.
Exactly.
All right? That's the feeling of greatness. All right? Some of these guys in the NBA today, I don't feel like that with Jimmy Butler. I'm like, oh, man, that's going to be a brick. You know, we say, oh, Jimmy Butler's having the greatest postseason, one of the greatest postseasons ever. And I'm like, wait a minute here. I lived through Jordan 92. I lived through Jordan 91. I've lived through the Kobe days.
Curry?
What about Steph Curry? What about Dirk Nowitzki? What about Dwayne Wade? What about Shaquille O'Neal? What about Tim Duncan? I mean, we got to stop the Hakeem Olajuwon at 94, 95.
Yes.
I mean, come on. We got to stop with this stuff.
And he wasn't even in the Eastern Conference Finals, and we're calling Jimmy Butler the greatest player. I'm like, can we get past the ECF?
No doubt. But listen, man, it's about these Giants right now. We're going to get to Mike Dunleavy Jr., who spoke to the media yesterday.
I missed a lot of it.
Yeah, no.
I was at lunch with my grandpa, and by the way, he had some great things to say about you. He's so excited that you started golf.
Oh, man, great.
So
I got to go
excited.
see Grandpa Shasky soon, man.
So
I need to go see him.
I took him out for Father's Day.
That's good. That's awesome. I'm glad you did that.
So
man.
I missed a lot of the
I'm
presser.
ticked off. Well, you know, when I haven't asked about him in a while.
Yeah.
You know, we all been busy, but I do miss Grandpa Shasky. We need to hear from Papa Shasky after last night. Get the bat signal out right now.
Well,
Papa
I think
Shasky.
he's on his way camping.
Well, he could pick up the phone and dial the number in on the way to Kevin because I need to hear from him.
I got
last
late night texts from him and Dilly Boy.
Listen, I was in the bed and had to sleep, right? And I got the game on the iPad. It was an iPad game with the AirPod.
Oh, you were the AirPod. One AirPod. Yeah, I do that
one
too.
AirPod.
As I'm rolled over on one side.
AirPod, but I was on my back and I'm watching it. And I was like, thank God for the pitch clock because it's 9 o'clock and it's ninth inning, right? There's no way last year we stay up for that game.
Pitch clock is one of the greatest inventions. The game is sped up so much. By the way, the other thing, I was shocked because I haven't watched Michael Wacha in a long time.
He's been dealing this
year. He's a completely different pitcher.
No, he's been dealing.
He's completely different.
He's their best pitcher right now.
Yeah, but he went from a guy, I'm throwing a hundo, and that's all I'm going to throw. And now he's like 91, 87, 91.
He's been solid this year.
He's really
surprisingly.
good. I enjoyed watching him.
So you're going to get a Seth Lugo and Anthony Discofati. We'll fast forward a little later with Dave Fleming on the show today. 8 o'clock, Dave Fleming. Monty Poole, 9:20. You know
they
where
need
Monty
6
Poole
from
is.
him.
Discofati, this is a big start for him.
I agree.
This is a huge start. He's got to just give me 6, limit them to 3 runs, and I'm good with that. Bank it. But I'm going to talk about last night, just the way they're staying in these games.
Yeah.
They look lifeless through the first 5 innings.
Totally.
But there's a confidence in the air, and that's where it goes to Gabe Kapler. You see Gabe Kapler growing as a manager. What ticks me off, you want to say triggered?
What's that?
What triggers me is people go straight to Farhan and get his team credit. Oh, Farhan Zaidi, look what he's doing. Well, I can point at a lot of offseason signings that Farhan has made that has failed with his baseball team. Now, his picks are coming in. Patrick Bailey, Casey Smith, I get all that. He's doing a good job there, but it's wait and see. I'm looking at the guy who's with this team every single day.
I'm glad you're saying
Gabe Kapler deserves a lot of credit for keeping his team in games. They're getting no hit through 5 against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
They're getting no hit through the Rockies. They come back and beat them in Colorado a couple weeks ago. For them to stay in that game yesterday, they had every business. You know, if they would have laid down yesterday coming off that road trip, it would have been accepted. We would say, you know what? They're tired.
Yeah.
They had a big streak.
Yeah.
They were due for a letdown.
They won 7 in a row going into that game.
They kept scrapping.
I know.
And scrapping. And they took advantage of Josh Hader being unavailable for the San Diego Padres, and Bo Bell looked like a wreck in the ninth inning.
Yeah, he did.
Had no clue. Garcia had no clue where the strike zone was. Carlton had no clue.
The lefty was dealing, and then he brings in Slater to pinch hit.
Yeah.
And then the next thing you know, the Padres lose their minds.
Right. I would have kept Hill in the game.
That's what I'm saying. But here's, again, we overdo it with the analytics. And I've said this over and over. Look into the other dugout. I want you to ask yourself, when you make a pitching change, is that dugout happy to get that guy off the mound?
Absolutely.
Stop making moves because the spreadsheet says it.
Dude, Hill looked phenomenal in that 8th inning.
Thank
I was
you.
like, oh, they can't touch this
That's
guy.
what I'm saying.
They can't touch it. This is about to be a 4-2 loss.
The other thing that I think you need to bring, I'm so glad you're bringing it up for Gabe Kapler. I am kind of a nerd, so I follow the Giants YouTube page, okay?
Right.
And during COVID, Kai Correa, who is kind of like their infield guy.
Yeah, he is.
He's like their infield
We need to
trainer.
get him back on the show.
He put all these videos out, these training videos. And I remember I told you I went down, I was like, oh, this guy's not a shortstop, this guy is. And you can like kind of like tell a lot. I don't think we give enough credit to the development of the infielders. We did this with Ron Washington and Marcus Semien, and Joe Spadoni brought this up on the pregame show. Marcus Semien could not catch a cold at short. He led baseball in errors, and then obviously Matt Olson dug out a lot of his wild throws and stuff at first base, and he was awesome at that. We gave him a lot of credit. Ron Washington worked with Marcus Semien, and Ron is known as one of the infield savants. Kai Correa and his development with Thairo Estrada at second base does not get enough press.
No,
someone needs a long-form article about what Kai Correa has done with Estrada. Estrada is either 1 or 2 on all the defensive metrics. Bonte, he was one of the worst defenders I've seen up the middle in a long time.
Now he's solid. Now he looks like your second baseman for the next 3 years at least.
You can make an argument.
Well.
He's the most improved player back-to-back years on this roster.
He's playing really, really good baseball right now. In the infield, at the plate, in the infield, he's showing soft hands. He's showing good range, whether it's to his left or to his right. I'm really impressed with Thairo Estrada, and I'm glad you brought up Kai Correa. Remember when he first came around? It was you and Kate and I on the roster. I was like, who's this guy in the glasses? We got to get him on. Who's this nerd? Who is that guy? Well, we had him on, and he was even more impressive when we had him on the morning roast a couple years ago.
Great guy.
Now, he probably unfollowed us all on Twitter for the way we talked about the Giants in the offseason.
No,
Hopefully
we follow each other still.
I know we do. Him and
I got
Donnie
a couple
Ecker.
likes on some baseball things.
Yeah, a couple him and Donnie Ecker. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Kai Correa is a good dude. He really is.
No, but I mean this.
No, that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up.
Like, I've looked at all their videos, their training videos, and I use some of them for our little leaguers, right? Like, hey, this is how the big leaguers are training. Not everything is transferable because they're so damn good. But, like, I'm thinking to myself, like, literally, if you watch the Giants last year, like, I don't know about Estrada defensively. Like, that was a fair criticism. I look at this year, but he made a backhand play and then flips it glove side to Crawford. I'm saying, there's no way in hell he makes that play last year.
No doubt. You know what I was getting worried about yesterday? Because I know they brought up Sean Jelly. And I was like, is Sean Jelly available? I was in the back of my head. I was like, please, I don't want to see Sean Jelly
I don't
right
either.
now. I don't want now's not the time. Now, I don't know what he did in Sacramento on his rehab assignment. I hope he got right because they're probably going to need him on this homestand
it's all,
at some point.
All aboard.
All hands on. I mean, seriously, this pitching staff is handled. Like Jacob Junis, the fact that he got away with only giving up 2 runs surprised the heck out of me. I mean, give Winn some credit here. He went 5 innings and gave up 3 hits, but he went 5 innings. 5 innings in that baseball game.
Some guy no one knows.
Nobody knows
Let's
him.
just call it what it is.
Nobody knows him.
It's pretty incredible. And then Doval, man.
Keaton
I
Winn.
love Doval so much right now. I just love where this team's at. And to
Doval.
see the fans really like wrap their arms around this team again.
It felt like the Bay Area yesterday. Roses won when Yaz hit that home run. And Tyler Bear asked me, did you wake up Anna? Well, Anna had just woken up again. She had fell asleep. She woke up again. I was like, oh. And I was like, Anna, you got to watch this. And I rewinded it real quick on the Hulu. I was like, look at this. They're going yard. And she was like, babe, you need to go to sleep right now. And I was like, well, I need something to go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't. How am I going to go to sleep after that one?
It was very difficult going to sleep.
It was very hard. I was watching half the post-game show. I was like, all right, let me just close the iPad. Let me knock out. But I'm feeling good going to sleep here. I had a hell of a Monday. And that was a great capper to a Monday.
A great Monday,
A great Monday. You know me. Mondays are my favorite days. You set the tone for the week.
Interesting.
You set the tone for the week, man. I saw a lot of roasters at the Academy of Science.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was all up, man.
Dinosaur exhibit left a lot to be desired.
Baby Chaz loved it. So, California Academy of Science did a great job with that dinosaur exhibit. I mean, it was fascinating.
The penguin thing that they've got going on the right-hand side.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I always want to stare. And I'm glad they have it behind glass because the penguins usually stink.
Yeah, well, Baby Chaz loves the penguins. But for some reason, yesterday, she looked at the penguins for like 30 seconds. Was like, come on, let's go see the tiger.
Oh.
And she never went back to go see the penguins. Yeah. Well, she's getting older. And she's starting to notice new things and experience new things. And she's having a lot of fun, man. She met some friends out there playing.
Me
We
and
had a
Pat
great time.
took the boys out there a couple of weeks ago, and we had a great time.
Shout out to Kevin Monterosa, who we met. He goes, Bonte, I'm a roaster, man. I listen every morning. He was with his lovely wife, Vanessa. She was like, yeah. I was like, you listen to? She's like, yeah, he makes me. I was like, man, I feel sorry for you guys. I feel sorry for you guys.
Hey, Kevin, you're my kind of guy.
All right, we got a break here. We're fired up. Come on. Giants winning. They beat the Padres. Segments brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Give me another clock. Serving the Bay Area for 3
Clock,
generations.
clock.
When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I can talk all damn day with no breaks. Giants win. Giants win. Giants win. And we'll talk more about it. Sponsored by 7-Eleven.
Small cherry Slurpee drinks are only $1.
VR launches one to deep left. Gone up over the wall. That's the David VR swing right there. His 5th home run of the year. It's 4-1. Yastrzemski to deep right field. That one is gone up onto the arcade. Second home run for the Giants. It's 4-2.
Line drive. Yes, has got to go back and tag. He does. Here's the throw. It's on line, and it's not in time. This game is tied.
High drive. Right field. It is out of here. And we are going home.
The job is done. We can go home now.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What a night at Oracle Park. What a day in the Bay Area. The Warriors introduced their new GM, Mike Dunleavy Jr. Giants win in walk-off fashion. Mike Yastrzemski, 2 home runs, including that walk-off in the bottom of the 10th inning. You heard Dave Fleming on the call. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock, as he does every single week on a Tuesday. Of course, Yaz going yard there in the bottom of the 10th. Camilo Duvall. It was a who's who last night at Oracle Park. But we will. I see the YouTube chat. Oh, man, I guess no Warriors talk today. It's only 6:35, my family. Chill. We got a lot to get into when it comes to the Golden State Warriors.
All right. Don't jump down my throat. All of you. But I was listening to Joe Spadoni, and I agreed with him. I was nodding my head coming down Embarcadero. When Yaz hits the walk-off, the immediate reaction of the bat drop
Yep.
and the way it was going and his mannerisms, this feels sacrilegious. Bear with me. I got Bonds vibes. And I'm not saying he's Bonds. No one's saying he's Bonds. I'm saying the swing, the ball, the trajectory, it hitting the water, the way he dropped the bat, it felt very Bondsian.
Yeah.
But I hate saying that because it's so unfair because clearly he's not him.
I didn't get Bonds vibes. I just got walk-off vibes.
I mean, bro, the way he dropped that bat.
The way he dropped the bat,
am I tripping?
He dropped the bat like a gangster.
That's what I'm saying.
He dropped the bat like a gangster, and he looked at it, watched it, the way he rounded the bases, the way he got the Gatorade bat, that home plate, or whatever it was, the water bath, whatever they do at the plate when he celebrates. But the fact that he went to the Cove. He went to the Cove, dog, to walk it off. All you needed was a sac fly. Like Jock in the 9th inning, right? I'm like, Jock, you just need a base hit.
Why does it always feel like he's falling over as he's swinging?
He's trying to swing and hit the damn ball to Alameda. Jock. And he looks like this would have worried me. I sent out a tweet before the bottom of the 10th inning, like the Giants are going to win this game. They got no business winning it. And I was like, oh, wait, Jock Peterson is leading off the bottom of the 10th at second base. He's at second. Oh, God. And you hear Mike Krukow say, well, he's got average speed at best coming for second base. And you look at him, you're like, oh, gosh. How are you going to get this guy in?
He's cartoon character-ish. God bless him.
God bless him. He's making $20 million this year. It must be nice. But Jock was trying to swing for fences. Then he, of course, Yaz walks them all in there. Just a big-time win. But Camilo Duvall again. Top of the 10th inning. You got Tatis Jr. on second base.
Incredible.
They intentionally walked Juan Soto, which was the right move because you don't want to give him a play. Just play for the double play.
No.
And at bat with Manny Machado, it's not going to get talked about enough today.
No.
Everybody's going to talk about Yaz.
I agree with you.
Some people may talk about Blake Sable's great bunt there in the 10th inning. Some people may talk about the bat speed of Luis Matos.
Bailey putting the ball in play with a runner on third.
David VR's home run. But that top of the 10th inning with Camilo Duvall to go through an 11-pitch battle with Manny Machado. He's throwing 100-mile-an-hour cutters, man.
Is he better than you thought?
Camilo Duvall?
Yeah.
Again, I think the guy has a potential to be the best closer in San Francisco Giants history.
Isn't that kind of insane?
It's insane. That's how good I think this guy is. And he's calm, and he's getting calmer on the mound, and he's just chilling, right? He's chilling, and he goes out there and strikes him out on that nasty slider, and Machado looks back at him saying, okay, kid, I see you.
Let's think about where we were opening weekend. So they're facing the Yankees. You're in Yankee Stadium. This is a guy, Duvall, who pitched in the World Baseball Classic, who didn't have the pitch clock for the majority of spring training because he was, working in the WBC. He gets to Yankee Stadium, high leverage. I think it was Saturday. Was that the Saturday game where he came in and he was struggling?
Friday, Sunday.
Okay.
Friday, Sunday.
So the runners are on. He's sweating. And pitch clock violation.
Right.
Here's a ball. Oh, he walks a guy. Pitch clock violation. Oh, he's got to come in. He's got to, think about how far we've come just within this season.
Right.
Now I don't even think about the pitch clock. Do you?
No, absolutely not. And I thought he got a pitch clock violation during the inning with Soto.
I did too.
Remember the home plate up was like, hey, and I was like, what the hell's going on here?
I know.
Is that a pitch clock violation? Oh, no, bases loaded, no outs. Didn't get it.
You don't even notice it now.
No, you don't.
That's the other thing. Everybody who's like losing their minds about the pitch clock thing, like you don't even notice it. The guys are just working quicker. It's refreshing.
No, it is very refreshing. We were able to stay up for that game and still get 6.5 hours of sleep. Although I only got 6 because I couldn't sleep after the game because of guys' walk-off. But Camilo Duvall going through that 10th inning and walking off that mound, smiling.
It was amazing.
The swagger, everything about him. He's headed to Seattle for the All-Star game. He's one of the best closers of all of baseball right now. So I was so impressed with that 11-pitch at-bat. And now what do we do for game 2? What is Anthony Giscofati? He's got to follow this up. He doesn't want to be the guy to stop the streak. You know what I mean? It's a big game for him.
He's got to go 5 at minimum. Like this bullpen's taxed right now, B. They haven't had a day off in quite some time, and it feels like they've been used very thoroughly. Outside of Logan Webb going 7 multiple times.
So now
they've been taxed.
What? Look, I don't even want to get into playoffs, division titles.
I mean, we're 75 games in.
We're 70. Yeah, we're not even close. And that's what Gabe Kapler kind of told some of the media members yesterday. It was like, look, man, I'm not getting into home splits or road splits. It's too damn early in the season. We're 71 games in, now 72 games in. You're 40 and 32. Just let it ride. Let's see where it goes with these kids. Let's see where we're at when we get to the 1st of July. And then you go from there, whether or not Farhan needs to be aggressive at the deadline or whatnot. But right now, just enjoy the moment. This is becoming really, really fun. And after that Warriors season, this has been refreshing because I think we're all exhausted about the Golden State Warriors with the way the regular season and postseason played out.
It just feels like they're at 2 different points in their timeline, right? Like with the Warriors are like hanging on for dear life. We have to do something to change the now, and everything's about now. Whereas the Giants, like house money. We're having fun. I'm loving my team again. Yeah, they're just at different spots.
I think we all love this team again. All of a sudden, people are saying, Bonte, you're going to spend some dimes on the Giants? Well, I'm going to try to get those freebies as much as I can, but Miss Anna and Baby Ches, I'm going to want some
I think that's
sandwiches.
how we'll really know the Giants are back when Bonte Hill announces, I have bought tickets to a Giants game. That'll be the true, okay, now they're back moment.
I'm with you on that. This is when I know the Giants will be back. When they reintroduce this jersey. And this is the batting practice jersey. I like the all-white one. This is the curvy 1980s, 1990s Giants jersey.
I was tripping. Maybe it was my television. But the cream jerseys yesterday were popping like they were white yesterday. It felt
interesting.
They looked really crispy yesterday.
Well, they are using that new HD, whatever, 8K camera on the ground. Doesn't that look like a baseball card?
When Montos was in the box at number 29, sick. I thought he was going to walk
They
it off.
need more of those cameras.
I thought he was going to jack one.
Yeah, I know. He went 0 for 4. But you know what? I really like what I'm seeing from him right now. But I'm saying they need to bring back these jerseys. Bonte, the only way that you can connect more to the fans right now, you bring back the all-white, the cocaine white, 1990s, 80s Giants jerseys with the curvy SF. I'm telling you.
The cocaine white jerseys, they're nice. They'll probably come up with them this next year.
I want them.
When does that crack come into play for you?
That's more of the cream.
The cocaine's happening. What is that?
Cocaine jersey's good. Crack jersey's not as much.
No.
Jerseys are good.
Do you guys, Lubman, this is before your era.
What is wrong
What
with
do you
you
think
guys,
of these jerseys? Now, this is the batting practice jersey,
what's wrong with you guys,
I know.
man?
I really like the logo from early 90s, late 80s, the Giants logo that you guys are rocking. But I like the logo, definitely.
Oh, man.
So you're in on those.
I'll tell you on the other side of this break.
All right. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Honey, did you see that?
was your approach there in that last inning with the Padres relievers falling behind and walking guys?
Just being patient, looking for your pitch, not trying to do too much. You get a chance to take a shot right there, 3-1, hoping to get a pitch, and saw it well. So it's kind of how it worked.
He nutted that thing.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Larry June, man, I could never get over his cameo on NBC Sports Bay Area postgame with Sam Love.
You already know, though?
Yeah. He's just like, beep, 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 beep. I was like, Jordan, man. And Sam Love, hey, Larry June, can you record this rejoin with me? And he does it right on the spot. One take, and he's out. One take, and he's out.
I have a question here for Mar. I call him one of the most sincere, hardworking people on the Giants beat. Okay,
who's that?
Sam Loveman.
Oh yes,
nobody is more emotionally invested in covering this team on a day in, day out basis, and he will tell you when someone sucks.
How about his 10-second clips after a game when he's walking from the stadium?
I love it. It's incredible. I wish the camera angle was better. I mean, it takes one to know one.
But you know what though?
Yeah.
That's what makes the video. Bad camera angles. Bad camera angles is what makes the video. He's on the phone right now taking a call.
I know. Get off the phone.
He's got to take the call. He's got to line up the calls. 888-957-9570. He's multitasking. He's running to YouTube. He's taking calls. He's got his scouts. He's got his notes on the Giants. He's ready to roll.
So here's my question to you, B. And I'll pose it also to Sam Lubman. If I was putting together a template for your fan base falling back in love with you after that offseason,
yeah,
feels like they're hitting on all marks.
Brought up young guys.
Yes.
You're competitive.
The young guys are solid.
Yep. You're getting hot at the right time. And I think the perfect time for a baseball team to get hot, when you have a humming basketball team like the Golden State Warriors, you're in the playoffs, and you got the residue of the offseason and everything. What's going to happen with Draymond Green? Bob Myers leaves. What does Steph Curry want? But then it's the perfect storm. It's a dead zone in quote-unquote sports, right? Everybody calls this the dead zone. The Niners are not coming back until training camp.
Yeah.
The Warriors right now getting ready for the NBA draft in 2 days, and we'll get into that in a couple seconds here. It's the perfect time. It's the perfect storm for them. So young guys, competitive, winning streak at the right time, and you got a fun brand of baseball. You're playing small ball. You're running the base pass.
Yeah.
You're playing solid defense.
Yes.
You're staying in the game, and now
you have an electric closer. Which I think is an electric closer. Feels to me like having a dominant wide receiver.
Yeah, no, the other dugout is like, oh boy, if we're trailing after the 8th inning, this one might be over.
Exactly. Like closers to me are like one of the sexier positions in baseball. Wouldn't you agree?
No doubt.
Right? And so when you have one of those guys and they could pitch 60 to 75 times a year, that's a huge weapon.
Yep, no doubt. And now the fans stink, especially Giants fans right now. It's a 4-0 game in the 6th inning. We're thinking, oh, it's not over yet. How many times, even during the 10, the 12, and 14 era, at times you thought, boy, 4-0 deficit, man, this one might be done.
I know.
Especially during the dark ages.
Yeah.
But now, they're down 4-0. Okay, let's just get something together here. Let's see what happens. VR goes yard. Okay, you got a little life in the crowd. Yaz goes yard. Okay, there's a little more life in the crowd. All of a sudden, you get action on the base pass where Garcia cannot find the strike zone whatsoever for the San Diego Padres in the bottom of the ninth. Now you're thinking, oh, boy, they're going to win this baseball game.
Yeah.
They're going to win this game. Now, I thought they were going to win it in the ninth. That's how I felt.
I did too.
But, okay, all right. You get to the extra innings, and now the Padres have used all their bullets. And the fact is, the Giants only used one Rogers brother. All right? The other Rogers brothers on ice.
And I'm glad that hasn't been more of a story this year because it tells you how many good stories there are on this team.
Yep.
Because I was going to be nauseated if that was the only story we had on this team.
No doubt. Oh, the Rogers twins.
Yeah, just the Roger brothers story.
Taylor Rogers goes yesterday after Walker early in the baseball game. Very early in there. But then you get Camilo Duvall in a high-stress inning. I get it. But it's all good. Now you're still a game. But that's how you get people to fall back in love with the baseball team, by doing things the right way. And Farhan hasn't said much this season. Now, I know he went on with Willard and Dibbs last week, but you know what? He hasn't said much. He's kind of stayed out of the way, which is what we want right now.
I'm with you on that. And I have a question on the venue in a second because I seen people there last night. It got me to thinking, Sam Lubman, you've been following this team. No one's more passionate. In your wildest of dreams, if everything clicked right, did it look like this? Young guys coming in,
he's screening our
contributing.
Call. He's screening our call.
On start over again, Shasky had to talk to AT in Sunnyvale.
In your wildest dreams, you've been the most optimistic when it comes to Farhan, the Giants in general. Like, you're bullish on them. And if you were putting together the flow chart of success, young guys coming in and kind of infiltrating the everyday lineup. Yaz and Crawford and J.D. Davis, still showing that they've got potential. The bullpen clicking and firing on all cylinders. Like, this is what it would look like. And even then, I feel like they're overachieving.
Well, I mean, this was always the plan. I mean, we've always talked about what is Farhan's plan, what is the vision, and this is what it's always been. It's been always, you start with guys like the Yazes, the Estradas, the J.D. Davises, guys who have been around a while. You plug them in. You don't know how long they're really going to be around. It looks like they're going to be around probably a lot longer than I think anyone really anticipated. But it's you start with those guys, and that's when you start introducing the younger guys, and that's what you're really starting to see this year. It's the fact that Patrick Bailey's taken off as well as he has. The fact that Casey Schmidt, bat isn't there lately. The glove still is. Luis Matos is injecting energy. I think Farhan, when he was on with William Dibbs the other day on Friday, talked about how when the young guys come around, like the veterans, it gives them like another thing to be excited about. So last year, it was a grind. I remember talking to Yaz last year. He was saying that when the losses started to pile up, it felt like it started to really kind of grind the season to a halt. There was the expectations of the year before kind of weighing down on them. This year, you're seeing a team that they don't seem like encumbered by those huge expectations anymore. They're just going out and having fun. Well, the reason they're having fun is because they have guys like Schmidt, like Bailey, like Matos, like Ryan Walker, these guys making their debuts, having their first, and it's making this season a lot more fun for them. And when you're having fun, it's a lot easier to win baseball games.
You're 100% right. It's just that I thought they'd be solid. I thought it would be more veteran laden. Like, I thought it was going to be, Mitchie Haniger and Conforto are going to have, above average years, and Yaz is going to have to come back up. And, I didn't think J.D. Davis was good at all. I didn't know if Lamont Wade Jr. could play first base. I've been way wrong on that. Lamont Wade Jr. hasn't only been great at first base defensively, he's been amazing at the top of the order, which I scoffed at. They saw something that I didn't see. Lamont Wade Jr., his great batting eye, he's hitting the ball hard, he's getting on base, he's setting the table for the meat of this order. And then Tyro Estrada, who I really liked last year. Hey, is it a one-year wonder? We saw Donovan Solano in a 60-game season look really, really good, fall back down to earth. No, Estrada's better than what I thought last year.
So thinking about May 1st, when they lost to Houston 7-3. They lost to Houston 7-3 Monday, May 1st. It dropped to 10-17.
It felt pretty low.
It was bad, right? You lost a series down in Miami. Logan Webb couldn't get a win. You lose a series. You actually beat the White Sox, but you lose 2 or 3 to the Yankees. You lose 2 or 3 to the Royals. The Dodgers come up here. You lose 2 or 3 to them. You lose to Detroit in 2 games. Now you got the makeup game. Remember that one got postponed. Then you got under Miami. You lose the first 2 games in the Mets series. I mean, it was just all bad. It was really all bad for the Giants after May 1st. 10-17, and we're thinking, okay, yeah, it's going just about as well as we thought it would go. 10-17. Then they won 2 straight in Houston. All right? And it felt like from that point, although they had a couple 3-game losing streaks here and there, it felt like they were starting to find their footing there. And despite losing the 3 straight home series, when you win games on the road, it shows me that, okay, there's continuity. There's no give up. They're starting to find it.
Yeah.
They will start to win games at home. They will start to win games at Oracle Park. I truly believe that. They'll play to their park. They'll get some pitching here. The hitters, we always thought this team will hit. They will hit. Now, can they get enough pitching? Last night, they got enough pitching. But again, you can't continue to go to this bullpen. So you're going to need a couple arms here moving forward. There's no doubt. That's why I don't want to, Giants are NL West favorites. No.
It's a long
8 games
way
over
to go.
500. We haven't even got to July yet, folks. Then you got the dog days of August, and you got September.
And they're using an opener, it feels like 3 slots out of the rotation now.
So you need
2 slots.
So how are you going to get through this week?
I don't know. And they got Arizona later on this week, and you're going up against an NL MVP candidate. Corbin Carroll hit another home run yesterday. Vontae, he's on pace for a 30-50 season.
Corbin, I've been trying to trade for him for the last month in fantasy baseball.
30-50.
He's legit.
He's so sick.
Dude, they're 15 games over 500, and they ripped the Brewers last night 9-1.
And you got them this weekend. So you got 4 against the Padres right now, and then you get them this weekend. So this is a big test.
So we know Wood is Thursday.
Yes.
Webb is Friday. DeSclafani Sunday. DeSclafani 2 starts this week against the Padres against Arizona.
Big boy starts.
Got to at least go 1-1 in those 2 starts.
I agree with you. Can I ask you about the venue? Seeing all the people there last night and seeing that moment. Okay, on the front end, I acknowledge because of baseball, there is more inventory of games, which will give you more opportunities for moments. Is it sacrilegious to even suggest we might have more moments, sports fan moments at AT&T Park in its 25 years than the 50-plus years at Candlestick for the multi-sports?
For the Giants or just the Niners?
Just in general.
No, the Niners had. Come on.
I'm because you couldn't have a Super Bowl at Candlestick.
Right.
It sounds crazy, but really think about it. Now, Oracle had a lot of moments, nowhere near what Candlestick had because they just weren't in the playoffs enough. There were moments though.
Oracle Arena.
What?
Oracle Arena for the Warriors.
Oracle Arena.
Right.
And then I look at, obviously, Levi Stadium. It's very new, and they've had moments, but not as many, right? And we know there's the NFC catch. That's going to be at the top.
I mean, if you put it like that, you get 81 games at home.
Right.
So it leads
Plus
to more moments. But memorable moments.
All those playoff games, all those World Series games.
You could say the Niners had more memorable moments at Candlestick Park.
It's 24 years in, 25 years in.
Well, it opened in 2000?
Yeah.
So we're 23 years in?
You're looking, I'm just thinking about you and me. I have so many memories at that ballpark. And I'm thinking about the generations of people who are going to have unbelievable memories. The Ishikawa walk-off, Scutero in the
Catching
rain.
A ball in the rain.
Right? Pablo Sandoval, 3 home runs.
All the
in a
Barry
World
Bonds
Series
home
game.
runs.
Barry Bonds home runs.
Boy.
I know it sounds crazy.
But how about all the Jerry Rice? But how about all the Jerry Rice touchdowns? All the T.O. touchdowns.
I mean, the Monday Night Football against the Raiders.
Garrison Hurst, the season opener against the New York Jets, the 96 yards. I mean, Kaepernick.
300 yards and 200 yards running.
Clark, you got the 3 catches.
Alex Smith, Vernon Davis.
I know, you got a lot of that's. The Niners had a slew. I think we've forgotten a lot of moments.
No, I agree.
Steve Young's run against the Minnesota Vikings with Pat Summerall and John Madden on the call.
The fact that we're even having this discussion 25 years in.
Well, I think we're drinking a little Giants Kool-Aid right now. It's okay.
No.
Mike, you know what? Good call. Go to St. Lakota. Mike Moore's home run.
Mike Moore, Matt Cain's perfect game, right?
That was unbelievable.
Which we just celebrated
Tim
recently.
Lincecum 1-0 win over the Braves,
right?
2010.
The day that they won the NL West on the final game of the year.
Right. You've had some great ones, but Deion Sanders' interception return against the Saints.
I know.
But
the fact it's even close.
Patrick Willis with some great hits.
The final play of Candlestick.
Yeah, Navarro Bowman. Had a lot. Boy, the Niners produced.
Well, even the Giants produced a lot of great moments at Candlestick too. Joe Morgan's home run, the '89 earthquake is up there. Their comeback, comeback in '62. Yeah,
well, Brian Johnson 2 home runs. Yeah. But I mean, compared it to the Niners moments, and the Niners moments came in humongous games.
Totally,
you could say a lot of Giants moments comes in games where. All right, it's a regular season game in May. It's a regular season game in June. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like Yaz's walk-off is special.
I agree.
But Jerry Rice breaking the touchdown record on Monday Night Football against the Raiders. First game of the season.
I mean, the Game 5 Giants-Dodgers at AT&T or whatever, Oracle, whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying, I'm watching that last night. I'm watching the crowd go crazy. I'm watching Yastrzemski get mobbed at home plate. And I'm thinking to myself, sneakily, in 25 years,
they've got a lot of great moments.
Holy moly, they've had moments.
They've had a lot of moments.
I mean, I think about the Pirates. The Pirates Stadium and Camden Yards.
Stadium.
These are old stadiums now, right? They're older stadiums.
Oh, PNC Park.
Yeah. The Giants have infinitely more moments than both of those organizations.
Look, the Pirates has stunk. The Orioles had early moments in the 90s when Camden Yards first opened. Remember, they were humming. They were on the brink of going to a couple World Series with Cal Ripken Jr., Albert Bell went over to the Orioles for a second. Yeah. They had Roberto Alomar.
Eddie Murray.
They got hosed by, what's the fan's name?
Oh,
Yankee Stadium.
That was in Yankee Stadium.
Yankee Stadium, though. But that series, they got hosed.
Was that Danny Tartable? Who was the right fielder?
I don't remember the right fielder.
Gosh, it's going to kill me.
Jeffrey Mayer is the kid's name?
Jeffrey Mayer, I think you're right.
Is that the kid's name?
Yeah.
Yankee Stadium? Yep, that's the kid's name, right? Who's the right fielder? He was ticked off. Did Derek Jeter hit that home run?
I think so.
Was it Jeter who hit the home run?
Jeffrey Maher.
Jeter hit the home run. Let me look up who the right fielder was.
12-year-old fan, baseball game, born in 1983, which means he's about our age.
Yeah, he's 39.
Maher deflected a batted ball hit by Derek Jeter, and they ruled it a home run rather than fan interference.
Who's the right fielder?
I'm looking it up.
Tarasco? No.
It might have been Tarasco. That's actually a great call.
Who is that right fielder? Pull up that box score.
I am.
I got it. All right, let's go to AT at Sunnyvale while we look up this box score.
Tony Tarasco.
Tony Tarasco it was,
wow,
huh?
Bonte.
Wow.
I'm impressed.
They say I don't like baseball. AT
I
Sunnyvale,
was going to go Danny Tartable.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Good morning, y'all.
What's up, baby?
I just wanted to give Kapler credit for pushing all the right buttons last night. When you got to make 5-6 pitching changes in a game where you're behind and you don't know if the guys are behind you. You know, they might be down in the dumps. He really did his thing. And I think he's earned the right to go ask some questions at the trade deadline for sure. And maybe that's a Marcus Stroman who's got a little something to him, a little swag. And I think the pitching staff could really use that behind Logan Webb.
Can you bring that guy into this rotation right now? It would feel like a heaven sent.
But see, the problem is the Cubs are 4 out of the NL Central.
I know.
All right? They're 4 out. Pirates 2.5 out. Reds are going to be all of a sudden the Reds. Hunter Green is on the IL now, but they're a half game out of first place.
And that's why I'm targeting teams that I feel like are in the AL Central. To me, it's the White Sox and the Guardians. So Lucas Giolito, what's it going to take to get him out of there? You know, Bieber, what's it going to take to get him out of there?
Another guy to keep an eye on.
Give it to me.
He's hurt right now. Eduardo Rodriguez.
Ooh, I like that one.
He had a great start to the season.
I like that.
He may be cheap, too.
Is he the 30-year-old lefty?
Yeah, he's a lefty, former Red Sox.
Yeah.
Former Red Sox. He got off to a great start this year, right? Now, he's a guy, let me see, I'm going to pull him up right now. Eduardo Rodriguez. So he's on the IL right now, but he threw a successful bullpen session Friday at Target Field. He's traveling with the Tigers now. He's throwing bullpen sessions, so he may be back earlier than anticipated with this finger injury. He had a 2.13 ERA with a 0.98 whip. He may be a cheaper ad.
I like that.
You know what I mean?
That. Sneaky. I like that.
You like that?
I do like that.
So I'm just looking at guys like that. So you talk about the AL Central, that entire division. Who's a guy you can plug and play? Eduardo Rodriguez may be a cheap option from the left side, and you can still have assets to go get a Giolito or a Shane Bieber. Now, Shane Bieber's not striking out a lot of guys.
No.
That does concern me a little bit.
Well, in our ballpark, though, it's a little bigger, so it's different. So you have to, and that's why I looked at like Carlos Rodon. I think he translated to the ballpark, but he strikes out a lot of guys. He's just a different pitcher. But if you're a fly ball, ground ball guy, you can get it. Like Logan Webb's a fly ball, ground ball guy, you know, the sinker. So I think it works in our stadium.
It does work. So you got that. You got that going for you.
Arizona, though.
Yeah, Arizona.
I mean, if you're a fly ball guy and you playing in Arizona, that's tough.
And you know what? You may be able to get Rodriguez. Now the Tigers are 10 games under 500. I don't know what they're doing. They're 5 back at the Central.
I'll tell you what
Everybody believes they got it.
Resetting for the next decade.
Yeah, AJ Hinch will probably be fired soon. Kansas City's 19 and 50.
They're horrific. And they had a walk-off win. They celebrated like they won the World Series the other day.
They're terrible.
Guy's first Major League base
Free
hit.
Bobby Witt Jr. as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. I was on Twitch yesterday, man, seeing what's happening on Twitch. Still a good audience on Twitch, man. They're still humming over there. They're still humming on YouTube. Of course, the Comcast Business Text line. We got a lot going on in the Bay Area right now, so be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. A lot of people feeling good about the Giants. I know Erod's hurt 408, but he's having some bullpen sessions. He's supposed to be out for 2 to 3 months. He's having bullpen sessions right now, so that's why you may be able to get him for cheap, because he is a little banged up there. You don't know what you have. So Rodriguez is a good pitcher, man. He's solid from the left side. He'll strike out guys, too. Interesting. Just a cheap option to think about.
I like that.
Bieber, I don't know how much it's going to cost for Bieber.
It sounds like the Dodgers are in on him. The Padres are in on him.
It's going to drive up the price.
Yeah. So
literally everybody is in on starting pitching this year.
No doubt. Well, to me also bullpen. Like bullpen arms are at a premium right now. Look around who you're facing in baseball. St. Louis. Why are they done right now? Pitching. They don't have any.
You got nobody.
They got nothing. Right?
Nothing.
I'm looking at the Dodgers. Why do you not fear them even close to what you used to?
They don't have the pitching.
No. Losing Walker Buehler for a year is devastating.
Their bullpen has been the worst in baseball in the month of June. Their ERA is over 7.
It's been bad.
Very bad.
Very bad. I look at the San Diego Padres, and I say to myself, like, I don't know what I'm going to get out of them when it comes to their pitching. Like, I don't know. Yu Darvish is a great example. Like, he's so hot and cold. It's one or the other. It's either horrific or he's elite. He's nowhere in between. You know, Blake Snell hasn't been good for them.
No doubt.
You know, at least as good as they expected him to be. Musgrove has been, like, kind of and hurt.
I think Yu Darvish is, 36 now?
He's getting up there.
He's up there.
I know. Well, he came over at a later age.
Yeah, he's up there, but he's never really. He's had some stints. He's had some real. But Game 7 against the Astros.
He looks the part, but he doesn't finish.
Yeah, no, got a little Ricky Fowler to him.
I've always liked him.
Got a little Ricky Fowler to him. Is that fair?
Ooh, I like that.
Is that fair? Look at me golf.
Look at me golf.
Back to golf.
Maybe more Lee Westwood than Ricky Fowler.
Oh, Lee. One of the few Brown boys, the UPS endorsers.
All right.
That's what he called himself back in the day.
I didn't know where you're going with that one, but thank you
for
clarifying.
What can Brown do for you? It was him.
The term Brown boys was, I was like, Lee is white as me.
Yeah, I don't know.
My bad. That was Lee Westwood from, overseas.
Last thing we need a day after Juneteenth.
Apologies.
The last thing we need a day after Juneteenth.
That was not interpreted the right way. I apologize.
Apology not accepted.
Could imagine Shasky's face plastered all over the interwebs the day after Juneteenth.
Yeah,
my gosh.
No.
Please don't do that. Not with me
because
here.
they were partnered with FedEx. Let me just make sure I clear this up. The PGA Tour was partnered with FedEx. He was partnered with UPS, and he would wear the polo, and he was grandfathered in to be able to wear the polo. And so what the broadcast used to do is zoom in, so they would cut off the UPS patch on his golf polo.
FedEx points are so stupid.
It's so dumb.
Yeah, I don't get it.
So dumb.
I don't get it either. By the way, our poll question up on the Morning Roast 957
I apologize
right now.
if anyone was offended.
Which stadium has played host to more memorable moments for you? Oracle Park or Candlestick Park? Oracle Park or Candlestick Park? Right now, Candlestick is leading, but very early vote totals here. Only 33 vote totals.
Deli Boy coming in hot. Bring Harrison up.
He'll be up soon. Don't worry, Deli Boy. He'll be up. Don't worry. Patience, Deli Boy. Patience. Happy Father's Day to Deli Boy, by the way.
Man, I'm a little worried about bringing him up prematurely. I think he's a guy that I'm very delicate with. Unlike some of the hitters, I'm worried about the young pitching probably more. I'm more cautious with young pitching.
I feel like they're going to bring him up in like August, first week of August, which would be a shot in the arm for this baseball team. And we may see like a David Price run when he was a rookie with the Tampa Bay Rays.
I like that. David Price was so sick.
Do you think they maybe bring him up a little bit sooner and then maybe use him as like a bulk role in like opener games like that instead of having him start right away? I mean, they're going to do weird things probably with him when he does come up.
Well, Urias came out of the bullpen when he first came up for the Dodgers, so it feels like that's a template that they're going to try to
I think
ride.
they've said in the past that they would kind of bring him along the similar way that they brought Urias along. So that's why I think like when it's not enough just for like, when's Harrison going to get here? It's when's Harrison going to get here and then like start pitching like we really want him to. Like he's going to get here and it's still I think going to be slow in terms of how they introduce him into the the everyday rotation.
David Price, man, he closed the game out in Game 7 against the Red Sox in the ALCS when the Rays made the World Series, advanced to the World Series against the Phillies.
Lifetime ago.
I think he pitched the last 3 innings of that game.
He was so sick. Was he a Vanderbilt guy? Was he Vandy?
He was. Yep. Him and Sonny Gray.
Yeah, him and Sonny. I was trying to think of it.
Vandy's has some. What happened to the guy from Vandy who was picked by the Mets?
Oh,
and he went
Rocker
back?
Kumar.
Yeah,
he ended
Kumar.
up going back in the draft because they couldn't.
Right.
And then he just recently tore his Tommy John. I believe he's with the Rangers.
He tore his Tommy.
He has Tommy John surgery.
He's Texas.
Yeah. Him and what's his face's son, whose other.
Al Leiter's son.
Yeah, but Leiter's other kid.
Mike Leiter, or no.
One of the Leiter's pitches. He's older. He pitches for somebody
Jack
else.
Leiter, I think.
Yeah, he's a reliever. We just saw recently. Actually, I wouldn't mind acquiring.
Oh, you mean for the Cubs, Mark Leiter Jr. or
Yes,
something like that?
I like him.
Yeah, he's legit.
Got a little belly. Yep. And then the other brother, who's more elite, is in the Rangers system.
Rangers are loaded up, dude. They're playing some good baseball. Josh Young, 3 for 5 yesterday. Home run. We're going to see Texas in August. Bruce Bochy will be back at Oracle Park.
He's a competitor.
By the way, real quick, we're going to transition to the Warriors. 10 seconds on Luis Matos' standing ovation yesterday. A lot of people making a big deal about that.
What are we making a deal about?
It wasn't loud enough for some people.
Stop being triggered by the internet, everyone. Like, enjoy the moment. Relax. Does anyone remember Barry Bonds' standing ovation when he signed as a free agent?
No.
I don't.
Yeah, right. No.
I just remember him hitting a home run off the Charles Schwab sign out in right center field. So I think everyone needs to chill.
All I remember was that bat speed.
Like, everybody just chill. Stop being triggered.
Yeah, no.
Stop trying to make sweeping indictments on fan bases.
It's pretty bad. That was pretty bad. I didn't even bite.
Oracle Park is not as fun as it used to be. Oh, Chase Center is never going to be this. Levi's is never going to be that.
Yeah.
Just enjoy it, man.
No doubt. All right, what's coming up in a game sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein, my family. We're talking some Warriors next. Mike Dunleavy Jr. met the media yesterday for his first introduction as GM of the Golden State Warriors. Draymond Green opted out of his deal yesterday. We got June 29th. So what's going to happen with Draymond? We see pictures on the internet with him, LeBron James chilling. What's it mean for Jordan Poole? What's it mean for Klay Thompson? What's it mean for Jonathan Kuminga? We're going to get into some heavy Warriors. 888-957-9570. What's your thoughts on Mike Dunleavy Jr.? What are your thoughts on him? How did he do? Oh, and by the way, Joe Lacob. I love you, Joe, but I know if those jokes were hitting yesterday, man. I don't know. All right, that's what's coming up in the game. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-88-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
It's Ram season, which means
Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
All right, baby, we're rolling along here on the Roast on a Tuesday. Don't forget, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free in the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite teams, stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Giants win their 8th in a row. They're 12-4 in June. There's some magic in the air with this team right now. I don't know where it's gone, but right now I'm going to enjoy the ride. Ride the wave, folks, with the orange and black. And I already see some people on YouTube apologizing to Farhan Zaidi. We may have to do that after the trade deadline.
Say it. Say, I'm sorry, sir.
We already apologized to Jimmy G. He got hurt 2 weeks later.
So you just shut your yapper.
A lot of apologies on this show. A lot of apologies.
What was the Nirvana song? All apologies.
Well, I wouldn't know that one. Dave Fleming at 8 o'clock. Monty Poole, 9:20. Monty Poole was live yesterday at the presser as Mike Dunleavy Jr. got introduced as general manager of the Golden State Warriors. He talked to Bob Myers about it. He goes, man, I got to replace you. And Bob's like, dude, you're not curing cancer, man. Go take the job. You're ready for it. Now, he's been with the team since 2018 as a scout. He had dinner. They talked about it, him and Joe Lacob, the dinner they had in New York City with Bob Myers, where he introduced Mike Dunleavy Jr. to the owner of the Golden State Warriors. And so Mike Dunleavy Jr., I thought, listen, all the interactions I've had with him, especially the best one I had was after Duke beat Arkansas, the Elite Eight. He was with his family. And hey, told his wife, hey, come here. Meet Bonte, man. He does television. So Mike's a cool dude, and I was not surprised that he handled himself well yesterday. Maybe he came off a little nervous early on, but I get it. You're on the job. This may have been a dream job for him once he retired. I came away very impressed with Mike Dunleavy Jr., and I also came away thinking that, okay, he will get final say in the decision-making.
Interesting. Okay, so I was taking my grandfather to Original Joe's for a nice Father's Day lunch the day after. It's just a lot easier that way, and so I missed all of it. I had Tennessee versus Stanford on the television.
Poor Stanford. Shout out to Laura Wakefield and the Stanford Cardinal. Hell of a run. They lost 2 heartbreakers. Wake Forest on Saturday, and then yesterday against Tennessee. I know. By the way, did you see the throw? Wake Forest third baseman.
Been amazing.
You see the Wake Forest third baseman?
Of course.
Make that play.
It's incredible.
Double pump going to his right. He double pumped and threw a guy out at home. Damn. What's going on in baseball right now, man? These kids are
it's unreal.
I've never seen a play like that.
I know, nor have I. It's been unbelievable. So, okay, point that I'm going at, I missed the whole thing. I didn't see it. I didn't watch it. I didn't hear it. So, Bonte, I would like to know, like, what our other takeaways are, because you're saying that you actually believe that he has, Mike Dunleavy has full autonomy.
Some people may look at the title saying, well, he's not the president of basketball operations. So that's a money thing. If he does well on the job, he'll get that title and he'll get more money. Obviously, he's going to be a little cheaper.
Does every team have that?
No, not every team does have that.
Okay.
Not every team has that.
It feels like we just give titles, and sometimes we don't really know what the duty is.
It's a money play.
Yeah.
It's a money play.
So, okay,
so I came away thinking.
I saw a lot of Lacob hate and stuff. So can we peel this like an onion?
People were hating on Lacob. Well, he's a little odd. Not odd. But
when you're a billionaire, you're eccentric, not odd.
Exactly.
You're not allowed to be odd.
No, you're not allowed to be odd. He was trying to get his jokes off or whatnot, and So here's the big thing.
I would love to be eccentric.
Who's the top decision maker with the Golden State Warriors? Because we keep hearing about groupthink, and we're making decisions as a group. But here's what Joe Lacob had to say about that.
He's the top basketball decision maker. You can call titles whatever you want. He's the top basketball decision maker in the organization. Perhaps a little bit of difference is that when Bob came in, actually, it's hard to remember, all these years ago now, but he came in right as an agent, was an assistant GM, actually, when he started, and we promoted him to GM, and then he got a title change subsequently, with success and more of a compensation thing, I think, more than anything else, because he was really in the same role. And so Mike is in the same role. He's the top decision maker within basketball. So from my standpoint, he's the guy that I'll be calling however many times people think I call him a day. Actually, he called me this morning. I just want you to know, woke me up. Actually, I was up, but I was watching a show on TV, First Take.
He was watching First Take?
He was watching First Take. He loves Stephen A. Smith. Spinotti said it on the pregame show today. Funny, I was listening. He said it on the pregame show where he's like, he always talks about Stephen A. He told us that, remember? He loves watching First Take. His buddy Stephen A. Smith.
As someone who is a venture capitalist who's in Silicon Valley, someone needs to tell him about our YouTube channel.
Yeah.
It's better than ESPN's First Take.
It is better than First Take. I think Joe listens. He wants to hear what the local angle is, but he also loves the national guys. He loves seeing the Warriors splattered all over ESPN. They do get that. When it comes to local interviews and national media, of course, you're a franchise. Let's get the national stuff. Let's get the national stuff so the entire country sees us and not just the Bay Area bubble.
Dunleavy has final say. That's essentially what he was saying there?
Yep. Said he's a top decision maker. Now, will Kirk Lacob have input? Absolutely.
I think a lot of
people
people
Joe Lacob have input?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Larry Harris, who's going to run the draft, will have input. Absolutely. They have a core. They have a group there in that front office. But Dunleavy Jr. gets final say.
Yeah, can we just pause for a second on this? Does anyone really truly think that okay, there's 4 names up on the board? I'm just saying hypothetically. 4 names up on the board and Joe Lacob's pounding the table with 0 input from any of these people. You have to take this guy. Now, if all things are equal, I am absolutely 100% sure he's got an opinion.
Yeah.
You know why? Because he came in here and told us, I only surround myself with people who have strong opinions.
Yep.
And I want to have discourse.
No doubt.
And I want to have conversation.
Yep.
And I love that about him. I'm a big believer in creative tension.
Now, what's going to happen when Dunleavy Jr. or Joe Lacob disagrees, and there's some pushback for the first time for Joe Lacob? How will Mike Dunleavy Jr. respond to that? We'll never know because it's going to be behind closed doors. But Mike Dunleavy Jr. will get the autonomy to call the shots here. That's going to be interesting because there's one shot that needs to be called, and that's Draymond Green, first and foremost. We got some dominoes falling here, right? Bob Myers leaves. By the way, Sean Livingston left the organization. He's going to live in Las Vegas. What's going on with that?
Well,
a little concerned, because he wanted to get in the front office. What's going on with Sean Livingston? He wanted to spend more time with his family, but I believe he's going to be back in basketball at some point.
We need a sounder when I put my tinfoil hat on. When I'm just recklessly speculating.
Right.
Tinfoil hat, boom, I popped it on. He's going to wait out a year and follow Bob Myers wherever he goes.
You like that? You like that, huh? You like that? You like that?
Call me Scully.
Well, I'm Agent Bowler because I, got a text that in the thread.
David Duchovny.
Monte has no idea. Does that make you the cigarette smoking man?
No, I know about the X-Files. Used to come on Sunday nights.
My mom would always watch it. There'd always be a family gathering. The intro always kind of freaked me out.
And it got a little strange. By season 4, season 5, it was going all over the place.
Well, they tried to loop in the movie, and it didn't work.
I don't know.
So okay, Sean Livingston's leaving, but I'm not going to lie.
But he'll probably be back with Bob Myers.
But to me, it did feel like, oh, boy.
Well, Jama left.
Boy, it feels like a mass exodus.
Jama Malalela left. He goes back to Toronto to be a little more comfortable. But there was also uncertainty with the coach staff beyond next season.
But I also
Steve
think
Kerr, what is he going to do after next season? So guys are kind of looking at the tea leaves saying, okay, Sean's looking like, okay, Bob Myers brought me in. Now it's probably a good time to step away because he really didn't have a lot of time off after his playing career. Now he gets his reset, be with his family out in Las Vegas. And if Bob Myers goes somewhere else, that's a guy Bob Myers can pinpoint and say, hey, Sean Livingston, you want to take another crack at this? Let me teach you the game in the front office. So that's a very real possibility.
So you're not inferring, but you're, I guess, intimating that Kerr might not be here long term?
I don't know what's going to happen with Steve Kerr.
Because I get the feeling that Steve Kerr, I think it's up in the air. The fact that he doesn't have a contract extension, to me, raises red flags.
It's very interesting. Now, I want to get to that in just a second because, there are some questions about Poole and Kuminga. Actually, I'll just go there right now because this could determine whether or not Steve Kerr is back long term. How much does he play Kuminga? How much does he play Jordan Poole? Here's what Mike Dunleavy Jr. had to say about Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga.
We love having those guys here. Jordan, especially with his contract extension, plan to have him here for 4 more years at least. And then Jonathan's, he's shown really good progression and growth, I think, in his first couple of years. Unfortunately for him, I think the playing time hasn't been there. And so that's on all of our shoulders to figure out how do we get him in the game more. That's on Jonathan's shoulders to improve and make the right adjustments to his game, as well as, our front office, our coaching staff are figuring out what works. So both those guys, really, really good young players we're pleased with. They have great value around the league. And, I obviously a lot of rumors and stuff come up at this time of the year, but we're happy with those guys.
So you talked about Jordan Poole, first and foremost. Hey, we have him under contract, and we want him here for at least 4 years. 4 years at least. And then Jonathan Kuminga. We all had to figure out a way to get him more playing time. We need to play. And there was rumblings from the front office last season that, hey, what's going on with the youngsters? What's going on with the youngsters? Come on. What's going on with the youngsters? Then he said, if you listen there, about their value around the league. They have tremendous value around the league. So here's what I came away taking away from that clip right there. They have a lot of value around the league. And Woj last night on SportsCenter talked about Draymond Green and that both parties want to make it happen. 3 years, 4 years, 25, 27, 30, 33 per. I mean, we may talk about $30 million a season for Draymond Green. It is what it is. If Lakers wants to do it, he's going to do it. They all talked about Draymond Green and understanding, and we'll play some of that sound in just a second. So if they do sign Draymond Green back, right, Shasky? Follow me here. Where's the minutes for Jonathan Kuminga? Because he wants to play 20 to 25 minutes a game. If Draymond Green is back and Kevon Looney's back, you're probably starting those two guys. And they're probably Looney fluctuates here and there, but then Draymond's playing is 30 to 32. And Steve Kerr mentioned after the season that Jonathan Kuminga, he views him as a power forward, a 4. So that means Draymond Green playing a lot of small ball 5 next to Jonathan Kuminga. If that's the case, I don't know. I don't know where the consistent minutes are for Jonathan Kuminga. You get what I'm saying? If you do resign
I do.
Draymond
I'm
Green.
following. I don't know. I could see it both ways. I know everyone's going to glom onto value around the league. I think that's also a way of kind of reminding your own fan base, like, these guys are still guys that we like. I don't think that necessarily means, that they're going to trade them. Mm-hmm. I could be reading the tea leaves way wrong. I think Draymond's walking. I think both sides are saying a lot of fluff.
Why do you think that?
Because it's just, to me, like, the fact that it's gotten to this point, wouldn't you have ordered? You knew where this was going. Like, how you should have opted out and boom, have an immediate extension. Like, if you really wanted to get this done in silent, you should have been figuring this out. You've had weeks, months. You knew this was on the books. You know if you want someone. They should have been back channeling this. The fact that it's gotten this far down the road, I'm very skeptical that they're going to get a deal done. Well, it feels like both sides, Draymond's and the Warriors, are both bracing for putting it out there PR-wise. Hey, we tried. That's what it feels like to me.
Here's what Dunleavy Jr. had to say about Draymond Green. I think the opposite.
You think the opposite?
I actually would be shocked if Draymond was not a Golden State Warrior. Now, Draymond right now with LeBron James in France, chilling. That's cool. Here's what Dunleavy had to say about the roster and wanting Draymond Green back.
I think first and foremost, like it's been said, to be able to get Draymond back would be huge. From there, we would love to make improvements to the point of, can we add some shooting? Can we add some more versatility? And can we add some connectivity? Whether that's, their ball handling, passing, veteran experience. I think we've talked to the coaching staff. We talked to our players. We have a good sense of kind of what we need to do. And fortunately, it's nothing drastic, but there's some things we can do around the margins and, make a move here or there, then we're going to be open to it.
And then what Draymond Green means to the organization, per Joe Lacob.
He's been a spectacular player for us. We would not have these championships without his involvement. No question. I think everyone understands that in this room. He's meant a lot to this franchise. He's a bit of a controversial player, perhaps in some corners around the league and certain things that have happened over the years. And he knows that. We know that. But the good overwhelms the bad, this is what I would say. He probably needs to improve, just like we all do, and get better at certain things. And we probably need, as Mike said, to improve as an organization in some ways, for sure. But he's meant a lot. And I think if he does come back, that he will be very important to our success, certainly going forward in the next few years.
That's Joe Lacob. So where are we at? 888-957-9570. How does this end? Is Draymond Green back? I have a hard time not seeing Draymond Green back with the Golden State Warriors because I'm going to take them at their word.
Do you think it's this legitimate thing where they're allowing Draymond to see what he can get and then they'll get a final offer to match or go?
Yeah, this is a negotiation tactic, right? We're going to opt out, which you knew he would do. He's opted out 10 days ahead. He's chilling with LeBron in France. Draymond Green and Rich Paul are weighing all options. Again, the most underestimated thing about the NBA right now is that Rich Paul and Clutch Sports have a stranglehold over this league. What they want is what they get. And reporting. And they control the narratives from Shams and Woj. Woj is getting straight-up information from Rich Paul. Straight from Rich Paul. And they're both basically saying, hey, we want to be a Golden State Warrior. The Warriors are telling Woj, hey, we want him back as a Golden State Warrior. And Dunleavy Jr. saying, hey, we want to keep him now. Dunleavy Jr. and Joe Lacob are going to say that. What are they supposed to say? Yeah, we don't want Draymond Green back. We'll see what happens. You don't want to create that uncertainty. You don't want to tip your hand at all.
But at the same time, I just don't view Joe Lacob as someone who's going to budge if he has a price point.
Yeah,
so
no doubt.
Like there are certain things where you almost can't overpay. Like Steph Curry, for example. Doesn't it feel like Draymond Green, Joe Lacob knows exactly how much he's willing to spend on him and what he's not?
You would think so.
Boy, it feels that way.
No.
I don't see him being used like, okay, hypotheticals here, obviously. Draymond wants, and we're just going hypotheticals, Draymond wants $34 million because I'm using teams.
Right.
Orlando, these are all just generics. Orlando offered him $34 million a year. You think that, they offered you 34? I offered you 25. Let's meet in the middle and go to 32. No, I truly believe Joe Lacob's like, 25 is exact, or whatever his number is what I'm going to offer you, and I'm not budging.
So do you see
in this circumstance?
Do you honestly see Draymond Green taking less than the $27.5 million he just opted out of after that season that he just had on the court? I know it's tough to think about him on the court. On the court, he had a damn good season.
Monte, I have no idea what motivates Draymond Green at this point.
Well,
in his
obviously
life.
some money.
Well,
obviously,
money's a part of it.
It's long-term security.
I understand that, but I also think winning and then shoving it up the Warriors if they did kind of lowball him and he felt disrespected. I mean, and I would want to feel that way too. I'm not mad at Draymond, by the way, if that's how he feels. Like, I would want to do that too.
He's not taking less than $27.5 million. I have a hard time seeing that.
Well, what if his justification is, I'm on books for $27.5 million, but if I opt in and then I go into free agency next year, I'm only going to get $10 to $15 million a year. So let me guarantee myself 20-something million a year over 3 or 4 years.
It's possible. It's possible.
Like you're playing the guaranteed rollover money as opposed to that. And it's also the other part that we cannot quantify is if he is negotiating with teams in other tax-friendly states, the money may not be equal.
Not only that, do you see him taking less than Jordan Poole? Does Draymond Green believe he's more valuable on his team than Jordan Poole? What about Andrew Wiggins? Andrew Wiggins making 24-3 next season.
That's the part that's the part that's hard for me to even begin to know. These guys and the money, it's so monopoly money to me that it's hard for me to even put myself in their particular position and understand the hierarchy of the NBA landscape and what you've accomplished versus what he's accomplished. It's unlike any other profession too, Bonte.
Yep.
You get to a certain point and then you start taking, pay decreases. Most people end up making the most money because of inflation toward the ends of their careers in other professions.
No.
You don't take less at the end of your career as a plumber.
Exactly.
Right? But in basketball, Iggy took a $2 million deal at the end. $2 million.
But he also got the Warriors for an extra year and $17 million, $18 million on that last deal. So he definitely cashed in. That's what these players do. They're going to cash in off these billionaire owners and billionaire teams. That's what they do. So I don't see Draymond Green taking less than 25. I don't see him taking less than 27.
Well, what if he's motivated to just stick it to the Warriors and he likes the situation better? This is the first time that he's had a reasonable opportunity to kind of test this and reset himself. And, maybe Draymond's thinking, I got 4. I could be more than Robert Horry. You know what I mean? If I go to this team.
Well, Joe Lacob talk about he needs to improve. Well, where does he need to improve at? Offensively, right? Shot making. Finishing around the rim.
Let me ask you
post-up moves.
You haven't even no one has addressed this. What about the media portion of this? Part of why LeBron went to the Lakers was for his media empire.
Hollywood.
Does that factor into Draymond's decision making at all?
Probably.
I mean, I know he could do podcasting from anywhere, but clearly he wants to do a lot of stuff.
It's possible, but see the whole Laker thing.
No, I'm not saying the Lakers. I'm just saying, is his next destination more amicable to whatever his broadcasting future is?
Well, he could broadcast from here.
Is that even dumb for me to suggest that?
He's done it here. But what I want to see is what type of market he has. Now that he's opting out, what team is willing to give him $28 to $30 million per season? Because again, I still think the Warriors are going to re-sign him. I will believe it until I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would be think about how shocking that would be. Draymond Green walking away from the Golden State Warriors to sign elsewhere. I have a hard time seeing that right now. With everything that I've heard, with everything that I've talked, I just haven't, now is it the right move to let him leave? Time will tell.
Did you ever see Madison Bumgarner going to the Arizona Diamondbacks?
I saw him leaving.
It's so different.
Yeah, I saw him leaving.
You saw him leaving?
I saw him leaving.
To the Diamondbacks?
That was a little odd.
I mean, of all the guys in Giants black and orange who I didn't think would just go to at that time, the D-backs, I don't know. I never know what motivates people, man. I really don't. Lifestyle's another portion. Right. No. We don't talk about his kids getting older. I don't know.
Think about the leverage Draymond Green has right now, though. Steve Kerr, at his season-ending presser, and maybe Joe Lacob was cringing when Steve Kerr was saying this, maybe, because of the leverage Draymond Green has. By Steve Kerr basically saying, hey, we're not a contender without him. Draymond Green.
Well,
we're not a contender without Draymond Green.
But let's also take a step back. If Kerr wants an extension, it behooves him to stick with the three guys because they're going to have his back and he's going to have theirs.
There's no doubt.
It's a very mutually beneficial arrangement that they have.
Right. But Woj did say that the Warriors, and maybe we'll pull that sound in just a second, Spadoni, if we get that Woj sound up. He did say that the Warriors and Draymond Green want to be together. Draymond Green said it over and over, so I just got to take them at their word right now. Let's go to Ken Opener Cal while we pull that sound. Ken Opener Cal out in St. Louis. I know he wants to talk some Dubs. What's up, Cal?
You already know, but let me go ahead and congratulate you guys. Y'all like kids on Christmas Day about that baseball win and then y'all clown my St. Louis Cardinals. But congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
We did clown you. We did clown you guys.
Anyway, I just feel like, man, I don't think Draymond got that much leverage, man, because you got to look at the championship with LeBron that time. You got to look at the fight that he had with Poole. And then you got to consider, come on, dude, you're not even sitting up here playing at the level that you're capable of playing. We've seen at one time, and you don't consistently play that way. I just feel like he ain't got that much leverage with no other team.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I'm kind of with you. I think he's overplaying his hand, and I think that he thinks that he's more valuable in more situations than maybe I think so. And look, I could be way off here. B, how many teams realistically is he a perfect fit for?
Don't know. Bomani Jones joined us yesterday, said Draymond Green is very unique to the Golden State Warriors. He fits that system well. Now, how many other systems does he fit well? I have no idea. I haven't seen him play in another uniform. I don't know.
Here's another aspect that I think you and I haven't dug deep on. It feels to me like Joe Lacob is taking control back of his organization to a degree.
The players have run it a little bit. Look, you want players to have input, but Mike Dunleavy Jr. was asked yesterday about Steph Curry, and he was like, look, Steph doesn't really want to be involved. Wants to play golf, wants to do his thing. I almost feel like that was another way of saying, we run the show.
Yes.
The players will play. We will make the decisions. And they'll have to adjust around. You know what I'm saying? In a way, I don't want to put words in Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s mouth, but in a way, it was kind of like Joe Lacob told us, hey, I want the players to just play. We'll make the decisions.
I know me in certain professions, I have been a handful to deal with. And I can, there's some good that comes along with it, and there's a lot of bad. And I always question, at what point does somebody above me go, yeah, you're not worth the trouble anymore?
Are you a troublemaker?
No, I'm just saying, it's a lot. I can be emotional.
Are you a lot?
I get frustrated, and I want to have control, and I want to have input because I'm an A-type personality, and, and when you're a trendsetter, people look at you the wrong way. Now I'm being joking, but I wanted to just see your face. Spadoni, I just kept going to see where I could go to where Bonte would roll his eyes.
See, that's annoying. That's annoying.
And then I miss a day.
Hey, Matt, can I be on another show?
Then I miss a day, and I get a phone call from Bonte saying that he can't work without me.
Oh, that's a lie.
Does anyone really have a choice?
Nobody has a choice in these situations.
I did not say that. Hey, by the way, shout out to Alice Styles. I'm feeling for you, brother. He tore his Achilles. He's talking all that jazz about the Warriors World Tournament on Friday. Talking about how he was going to get buckets. Oh, he was talking that talk. And I said, Alan, you're going to get humbled in this tournament, man. And I'm just warning you now. You're going to get humbled. What are you talking about, man? I got the job. Dude, and he tore his Achilles, man.
It's like the worst injury.
It does suck.
I feel really bad for him. I sent him a text last night. I felt awful for him.
Well, the reason why I called you Friday, because the streets were telling me, boy, Shasky thought you were having way too much fun with Alan. Why can't he have fun like that with me? We're 5-0 on Friday. Oh, I'm kidding. A-type personality. No. All right. More sound on Dunleavy Jr. on his return to the organization.
You know what's funny is, it's how things can kind of come full circle. Although that circle that I was in when I played, it's a different city. It was almost like a different organization, different city, different team, far less success. So to say it's come full circle probably wouldn't be accurate, but ever since I've gotten back, felt very comfortable. This is a tremendous organization. Go in there and see the banners that are up. Much different than when I was here as a player. But I have learned that in this league, when you leave a situation or trade it or move on, things come back around. My dad played for the Milwaukee Bucks. He coached for the Milwaukee Bucks as assistant. He came back as a head coach, and then I went there as a player. So I've moved to and from Milwaukee 4 times. So I've learned in this business, you don't really cross anything off the books. And so needless to say, coming back here has been great. Love our fan base. The passion's amazing. And you kind of felt that the last 5 years. And I think we all just want to kind of keep this thing going.
Imagine moving back and forth to Milwaukee 4 times. That's some cruelty. That's cruel.
He brought up something there that I found to be quite interesting. Talking about, his dad and being a lifer. How many times do you think his dad, as a GM or as a head coach, was like, gotta have this 33-year-old on a pretty expensive deal for another 3 years?
Ooh.
Because doesn't your resume, things that you go through in your past, doesn't it kind of trigger you and keeps you from, committing the same mistakes that maybe you made in the past?
No doubt. And now you got me.
If you're being unemotional and you're just looking at it like...
No, I'm looking at it from a basketball sense.
So remove the name.
Right now feels like the perfect time to part ways if you're going to do it. Right now it feels like the perfect time because of the offensive inabilities, the offensive limitations that you have within this offense when he's on the floor. There's no doubt Draymond Green is an all-time defender. He made second team all-defense last year. He was really, really good. Again, he was really good last season for the Golden State Warriors. But the redundancy in the offense, especially in the playoffs, reared its ugly head, which is why before the Sacramento series, I was thinking to myself, boy, can you really go to the 2-big lineup in this series? Well, they got played out of the 2-big lineup, and they got bailed out by a 50-burger by Stephen Curry in Game 7 up in Sacramento. And then the Lakers exposed it. The Lakers said, you cannot play 2 bigs at one time or you will get cooked. And they got cooked. So with Draymond Green, if you're going to negotiations and you're Mike Dunleavy Jr., Kurt Lacob, Joe Lacob, and you're negotiating, negotiations gets nasty. The arbitrations, rulings in baseball, right? Corbin Burns was really miffed at the way the Brewers viewed him. Remember that? He was like, they said some really nasty things.
Over $500,000.
Over $500,000. Now, this is big boy money we're talking about. We're talking about $30 million, $27 million, $28 million. And if you're Joe Lacob and you're saying, I got to negotiate this price down, well, you know what? You got to use everything to your ability, right, to get that price lowered. And that's where you bring up some of the off-the-court stuff. That's where you bring up the punch. That's where you bring up some of the controversial things he said on podcasts or sitting down with others. Then you bring up some of the tape and you say, well, Draymond, you didn't finish in the rack. We want you to be a better shooter. By the way, I gave you money last time. I gave you a 4-year contract extension, and you basically mailed it in. My first year of this building at Chase Center, and I know Steph Curry was hurt 4 games within the season. I know Klay Thompson didn't play all year. In the playing year? Not great.
And
Not great.
I think quietly we have forgotten about that year.
Yes.
They needed him big time. There was no Klay.
And we know what happened in the playing game.
It felt like it was Steph, and then Wiggins was emerging, and Oubre had a month.
He had a month. Damian Lee had a good stretch.
Damian Lee did have a good stretch.
Jordan Poole actually played well down the stretch in that season.
Final month of the season, you could say Draymond was one of our top 4 or 5 player on the team.
So if you're Joe Lacob and you're using all this as a negotiation tactic, what if it ticks off Draymond Green? He's like, what, really? What about those banners up there? And if I'm Joe Lacob, I'm saying, well, one of the most important games of the postseason run was Game 2 against the Dallas Mavericks. We cannot go back to Dallas with the split. We've got to be up 2-0. And the best thing that happened in that basketball game was you, Draymond Green, getting in foul trouble. People on the Mavericks sideline said it. They said, damn, when Draymond got in foul trouble, that flipped the game. We enjoyed having Draymond. People from the Mavericks now, they end up getting smoked in that series, but Wiggins was the second best player. The most pivotal game, the Game 4, right? When Steph Curry goes off for 43. The most pivotal stretch in that basketball game. Draymond Green wasn't on the floor. So if I'm negotiating and I'm Joe Lacob, I'm using all these negotiation tactics seriously, right? Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because the 650 is bringing up what you said way back when. Draymond called overtime in that playing game.
No, the
when
internet.
He airballed that layup.
No. What happened was the internet called that.
That was the greatest.
The internet called that.
I remember why I was watching that game with Nash and Lucas, and it was me, and we're sitting there or standing, pacing them on the in my downstairs, watching that, and we're like, Draymond's wide open. The sea splits like Moses, and Draymond goes up for the layup, and he airballed it.
No, he hit it off the left side of the backboard.
It might as well have been an airball.
And you know who was defending the rim at that point? Xavier Tillman. So,
Draymond called OT.
So listen, we sent that to the thread, right, at NBC Sports Bay Area, right? And Willie goes, it took me 3 weeks to figure out what that was, what you were talking about. He called overtime. And then I finally got it.
It's the funniest
and
thing.
he cracked up.
Please find that call for Tim Roy.
He backed it off the board, and then in overtime, a very pivotal moment happened again, just like the 2019 Finals. 2019 NBA Finals, Draymond Green turned the ball over 30 times in 6 games. That's 5 turnovers per game. Per game. That's not good.
Well, we talk a lot about Steph Curry's turnovers, and he handles the ball a lot. But if you call Draymond what he is offensively he plays like a point guard. Right. His assist to turnover ratio isn't as good as it should be for someone who has the ball in his hands that much.
Right. Yeah.
No one wants to have that conversation.
No doubt. So listen.
I do think he has value. Lots
Draymond
of value
Green
to the
in one of those games against Toronto, I think it was game 4 maybe. It's him and Iguodala. Draymond Green's open on the left wing for a 3. He swings over to Iggy. Iggy's wide open. Iggy looks at the basket and is like, nah, dog, this is your shot. I'm like, bro, would somebody just shoot the open 3? And it ends up being a brick, right? So then in that overtime in the playing game, we forget this against Memphis. Jordan Poole. Remember Draymond Green had an open 3. He starts sparking at the Memphis sideline. Then later on, he had that same 3, and he gives it up to Jordan Poole. Didn't want to take the shot. And I get it. Jordan Poole's probably a better shooter than you, Draymond. But all I'm saying is, I'm using all that if I'm Joe Lacob to say, I cannot give you $30 million, and here's why. Here's why.
Can I ask you a question? Iguodala, when he was 34 and 35, 2017, 18, 2018, 2019, was he good for the Warriors? Remember, he wanted that contract, and he tried to squeeze them, and he was winner guy, glue guy.
I will say this about Iggy. It may not look like he was that important. And if you look at the box score, you say, oh, he's not that important.
He goes beyond. But I think him, similar to Draymond, goes beyond
being
the numbers.
At those games, when he would come in, he would calm the waters down.
Agree.
There's no doubt he had a stabilizing impact on that basketball team. So he was good enough. He was good enough to the point where I think they beat the Rockets in 5 games, and that series doesn't go 7 if he does not get hurt.
Okay.
That's just how I feel.
But was that a good deal for the Warriors, that he squeezed them for that extra couple of $1 million?
Wasn't the greatest deal because then you had to give up a protected first-round pick to the Memphis Grizzlies, which kicks in next year.
So now Draymond, at the same age, who's wearing down as well, wants more money than that. I think he's more integral to what they're doing now than what Iggy was back then. I think he is. I think he's more important now, Draymond is. But I do think that the Iggy role, the transition role, is a role he should embrace. And I just don't think he's ready to embrace that until he gets paid.
Yeah.
Which I think makes things complicated.
Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen here. We'll talk to Monty Poole at 9:20. We'll get back into baseball with Dave Fleming coming up at 8 o'clock as your Giants are rolling. I don't know what to do with Draymond Green. Again, as of today, I believe he's going to be a Golden State Warrior. What does the deal look like? I have no idea. In terms of money. He'll get the 3 years. Look, yesterday at around 8:45.
You think he'll get the 3 years?
Hey, look, we were talking about it yesterday on the show. You look at Steph Curry. Draymond Green wants to align himself with Steph Curry. There's no doubt. Steph Curry has 3 years left on this deal. Draymond wants at least a 3-year contract. At least.
Well, does he? I mean, can we just? Does he deserve?
You are so out on Draymond.
No, I'm just asking. Like, we're acting like he is on the same level as Steph Curry.
He's not.
Like, that's all. Like,
he's not.
Buster Posey wanted a lifetime contract. Right. Okay, he's worthy of it. Crawford and Belt, we'll see when you get to the end of it. So, like, I don't know. Like, there's levels to it. That doesn't mean that you're not a legend. You're a legend. You're just a tick or two below.
Look, Draymond Green he's coming off a very good season. A very good season. Second team All-NBA defense. I thought he should have been an All-Star in Salt Lake City, Utah. I thought he played that well in the first half, considering what happened. Draymond's going to get anywhere from 25 to 30 million. And the team is telling you that they need Draymond Green. They believe that they can't contend without Draymond Green. Is that just lip service? I don't know. The Warriors haven't done a lot of lying with this regime. They've been pretty transparent with everything that they've done, right?
Well, they kind of gave Wiseman the old, we back you, and then now actually we're trading you.
Well, it was obvious when you're not playing them. You had to do something.
But they backed them in the offseason.
Right. And they pivoted.
You know.
They pivoted. Once the season started, they saw that, hey, it's not going to be a good fit. We need to pivot.
Well, I think that's a good lesson learned, that selling at the low point isn't necessarily the greatest thing. And now you're locked into GP2 for another 2 years at $9 million. Not the greatest.
Yeah, look, man.
What'd you make of the CP3 thing?
We'll get to that in a second. But look, is it the worst thing if Draymond Green's back? No.
No, it's not the worst thing.
No, not at all. Because if Draymond Green does come back, all of a sudden the spotlight's on Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga or Klay Thompson. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want to paint a negative picture about Draymond Green because he's done a lot of good, especially Andre Iguodala. They've done a lot of good here. But what is it? What is the price point, man? What is the price point? I just don't see him in another uniform, Shasky. It's hard for me to see him in another uniform. Don't see it. Injury report. All right, who is it injured on the red-hot San Francisco Giants right now? Doesn't seem to matter, but John Brebbia, your opener, was diagnosed with a grade 2 lat strain over the weekend after feeling something in his last start while facing Freddie Freeman Friday night at Dodger Stadium. Although the normal timetable for returning from a lat strain can be 1 to 2 months, Brebbia is expected to meet with Giants orthopedist Dr. Ken Akazuki this week, at which point the Giants will have a more clear picture on how long Brebbia will be out. That's another blow for the Giants. Brebbia was pitching well. As of now, the plan is for Brebbia to take the next 2 weeks to rest before any next steps are planned. They're going to need another arm in the bullpen, another starter, maybe 2 starters. Giants are beat up right now, but they're still winning some games here. We'll talk to Flem on the other side about that. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Some Giants talking in. We'll get back into the Golden State Warriors. Dave Fleming coming up next here on The Roast.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family.
Schipey, what is happening on a Tuesday here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 A Game? You're home for Warriors basketball, of course. We will be getting back into Mike Dunleavy Jr. I saw a funny tweet. NBA's X says no one wants Otto Porter Jr. He's always a layup away from being out 6 to 8 weeks, so a lot of people want Otto Porter Jr. out. NBA's X think differently here. That was just funny right there. But the Giants went 8 in a row. They're 12-4 in June. Yaz walks it off yesterday. 2 home runs in the bottom of the 10th inning. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. What's going on with the San Francisco Giants right now is they're 8 games over 500. They are rolling right now, but how are they going to keep this pitching staff intact? They are beat up. How are they going to duct tape this bad boy moving forward? We'll talk to Dave Fleming in just a second here as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is going on? All the kids out of school look like they had a great time at the yard yesterday. 35,000 in Oracle last night.
Packed, absolutely packed, and it just feels like the Giants are humming right now. Feels like the community is wrapping their arms around their team, loving them again, and it's the combination of guys that we kind of have grown to really like over the last couple of years. Yastrzemski, Crawford, Logan Webb, contributing over the weekend. And then now you got all these young guys infused in there. And Camilo Duvall, who's been here for a couple of years, but seeing Casey Schmidt draw a walk late in that game. Seeing Patrick Bailey hit a sac fly as Yastrzemski scores from third. Seeing Yaz go yard late in the game. Patrick Bailey throwing somebody out at third base. Like, all the things are ticking right now, and the bullpen looks spectacular.
Yeah, no doubt. By the way, on this day last year, we were out at Market Street. We're on Market Street broadcasting for the parade.
That was 1 year ago today?
That was 1 year ago today.
Oh, boy.
Today good to celebrate.
What a difference.
Mike Yastrzemski going splash landing. Got wet last night in the 10th inning. That's right. Let's talk to David P. Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 A Game. We do it every single week. Also got to get some golf. Dave, I got to tell you, Flem, I am all in on golf now. I got some clubs. I've been hitting the driving range. We got to talk golf at the end of this interview. I feel so bad for Ricky Fowler, but Wyndham Clark, what a performance down at the L.A. Country Club. I swear, Fleming, I had the Giants on the iPad and the U.S. Open on the big 65-inch big screen, watching the third and fourth rounds. I can't believe what I'm turning into at this age.
Joe, he caught the bug, didn't he? Huh?
He did. Absolutely. He was bit.
Yeah, it's very contagious, and you can't ever cure it, I don't think.
No, I'm all in. My swing is horrible right now, Flip, but I'm working on it, man. It doesn't look like Yaz's either right now. Look, there was so much to take away from last week in St. Louis and the way they took apart the L.A. Dodgers over the weekend. Look, we've been skeptical on this team all season long, Shasky and I. At that all season, we felt like we were just hit the gut, punched in the gut. But I'm back in, man. And that win in St. Louis last Wednesday kind of did it for me with Yaz going yard with 2 strikes and 2 outs down to the last strike, last out. He goes yard. They win that game in extras. And it's carried over until last night as they come back again against the Padres and set the tone in this 4-game series. What a show by the Giants in the month of June.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I mean, and I think you guys said it there. It's contributions from everybody. It's not one guy, which, that's sort of the contrast to this series, right? The Padres are top heavy and their stars carry the load, although last night, they had some balance too, but that's how they're sort of designed, and the Giants are designed a little differently, and everybody was upset about that in the offseason and what a disastrous offseason it was, and this team is no fun, and they don't have any stars, and they don't have anybody I can root for. And I think, when we were talking early in the year, that's what I was cautioning against. Like, okay, you can feel that way, but there are some players who are fun players to watch and who are getting better at the big league level and have a chance to establish themselves as that kind of level player. And then mix in the young guys. It's obviously a fun team to watch right now, and so I'm glad that hopefully everybody had a little patience with this and has let it play out. Is it always going to be as dramatic as it has been the last week? No, but they got a great thing going. They're a confident team, and I think they're a really good team. I do.
Yeah, and I think how they're assembled right now, we looked at someone like Brandon Belt, and I feel like unfairly he got miscast as a middle-of-the-order guy, and so we expected, Willie McCovey kind of numbers from him because he plays that position, and he should be batting 3, 4, and 5. And I look at Yaz in a similar way where it's like he's been asked to carry the team in years past in the 3-hole, in the 4-hole, and it's almost unfair. Now he's in the 5-hole. Sometimes he's in the 6-hole, 7-hole, and you got Wade Jr. and Estrada kind of setting the deck at the top of the lineup. It feels like things are slotting just right, and someone like Yaz, who's flying under the radar right now, is having like a resurgent year. I think the shift also plays into that, but like having guys in the right spot in the order and having Lamont Wade at the top, I feel like it's solidified everyone else's spots.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that's that's kind of the value of Haniger's out right now. But when Haniger was in there and Conforto's in there and J.D. Davis, is kind of a middle of the order type presence. There were games on this last road trip where against a right-handed starter, Mike Yastrzemski was hitting 7th, and he's got a 900 OPS against right-handed pitching. Like 900 means you're really, really good. That is a high level of performance. And that guy was hitting 7th, and it was like, wow, okay. They do have more depth than they've had, and the depth also has popped up here with these injuries. I mean, the Giants have lost 7 guys over the course of this 8-game winning streak have gone down hurt. Now, not every single one of them has gone on the injured list, but Casey Schmidt is compromised. J.D. Davis is definitely compromised. Wilmer's on the IL. Cobb's on the IL. Brebbia, Alexander, Haniger breaks his arm. I mean, another team, that happens all in that's 1 week. The Giants have lost all those guys, and they've kept winning. And that's how you know this roster is pretty full. And it's tantalizing to think, gosh, can't they just get everybody healthy at one time? We had it for about 5 days, it felt like. And maybe towards the end of the year we will get it again. But in the meantime, they're doing a darn good job patching it together.
What would you do with all these injuries and the starting rotation? Because this bullpen is elite. I mean, you just look around. Like they've been beaten up on some bad bullpens right now, and so they have a weapon, right, in an elite bullpen, and I'm worried they will deplete that bullpen with the lack of starting pitching. How do they fix that? Do they call someone up? Do they make a move? What's your gut?
I don't think there's anybody who is, Kyle Harrison is the name everybody wants to see, but Kyle's not ready. Now, Kyle might be ready to impact the big league club in some way. I don't think he's ready to impact the major league club as a real, true starter. You got to prove down there that you can throw strikes and be more efficient before you can be counted on to do that here. So he's made some real strides in that department. But the likelihood that he's going to come up here and knock out 5 or 6 innings for you just isn't real great based on the track record. Could he come up and pitch like 3 really spectacular innings? He probably could, with a lot of pitches and some walks mixed in and some inefficiency, but just the great pure stuff. That may not be exactly what the Giants need right now. I'll say this. For all the worry, and it's justified, of can this bullpen hold it together? Are they asking too much of them? There just aren't very many games, even last night. Like last night was really like a pure bullpen game, but because Keaton Winn did what he did, there just haven't been very many games where they've had to run everybody out there. And so Gabe's really been able to manage the workload of these guys. Nobody is getting overly taxed to where you're leaning on pitchers 2-3 days in a row, throwing a ton of pitches. Pitchers look gassed. That hasn't happened. And, credit Beck, credit Winn, credit Junis to some degree. These guys have done just an awesome job when they've been asked to help take down some workload in the middle of a game. Anaya's done a good job in his role. Now you get Alex Wood back. I think they can keep piecing it together with that sort of approach. I do.
No, that's a good point there. We're talking to Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, the voice of the San Francisco Giants. Catch him on college basketball, football, on ESPN, as well as golf. He knows it all here on the Roast. And if you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, check out Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast with Joe Shasky and Sam Lum. They bring you all you need to know about the Giants this season. All right, DeSclafani, 2 big starts this week, tonight and against the Diamondbacks. He's got to get going here, but I want to discuss Camilo Duvall because I'm in love with this guy. I really believe he has the potential to be one of the best closers, if not the best closer in San Francisco Giants history. And last night's at bat with Manny Machado. Fleming, take us through that. 11 pitches. He's throwing 100-mile-an-hour cutters, and he finally gets that slider. Machado kind of looks at him saying, okay, you got my respect, man. You're the real deal. Take us through Camilo Duvall, getting through these moments here as a young closer, man. I can't get enough of him, Flem.
Yeah, you should be impressed. I mean, last night, that is, you can't dial up a harder spot for a reliever than extra innings with the automatic runner rule. The guy who's the automatic runner is maybe the fastest guy in the big league. So the pressure of the possibility of the steal, of scoring on any hit. Tatis out there, you hate to see Tatis at the plate, but Tatis on the bases is just a menace. So you got that looming. Then you got Soto, Machado, Bogarts, Cronenworth, and you're supposed to hold the line. I mean, really, truly a tall task. And he did it. Pretty impressive. The Machado at bat in particular obviously was the highlight because of how long it went on. It's funny because as soon as Machado came up, and I'd have to look it up, those first months of Camilo's big league career, the Giants in 2021 were down there in San Diego playing important games. And Duvall got asked to come in with the bases loaded and nobody out. It was like the 6th inning or something. And I can't remember if Machado was the first guy or the second guy he faced, but I think Camilo got a strikeout and then got Machado to hit into a double play. And it was like the first moment where we all realized, oh my gosh, this guy, what a weapon this guy could be. And I was thinking of that when Machado came up last night. He's actually had 8 at-bats against Camilo coming into last night, which is a lot for considering how short Camilo's career has been. He's seen him a lot, and I think that contributed to how long that at-bat went on. And Camilo just didn't give in. He made maybe one mistake out over the plate, and Machado fouled that one back too. But it was like Camilo knew, if I keep going out there, if I keep tantalizing him just off the outside, I'm going to get him to swing and miss. And finally he did. And, the 2 parts of that. Number 1, to not give in to a guy that good who was having a great at-bat. Number 2, to not then have a little hangover and let that carry over into the next hitter, who's Xander Bogaerts, who could have put the Padres ahead with one swing. Really, really impressive stuff.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And I've been really impressed with the youngster, Luis Matos. I mean, you're starting to see the shaping of a strong defensive team in general, but up the middle, Bailey, Crawford Schmidt, depending on who's playing, or maybe Estrada. And then now you put him in center, it slides Yaz over to right, Conforto in left. I mean, in terms of tracking the ball, he glides to the ball out there. He seems like he's got a great arm. He hit the cutoff multiple times. And then at the plate, the way he's tracking the ball, his discipline is unbelievable. That 3-2, at bat against the Dodgers where he ripped that ball down the line. I know he went 0 for 4 yesterday. He's young. He's not going to, hit the ground running, batting 400 or anything like that. But I just love what I'm seeing from him, and he seems very wise and mature beyond his years. I think we found a gem here.
Yeah, I do too. He's very confident, that's for sure. Like he feels like he belongs. Some guys come up at that age and it's wide-eyed, and gosh, look at all the players that I grew up looking up to, and I'm competing against them. Matos is looking at Tatis and Machado going, those were his role models probably in a lot of ways, and he's playing against them now, and it doesn't look like he's fazed by that at all. I think that at bat you mentioned in L.A. was one of the great ones of the year for a Giant. Tony Gonsolin's batting average against his splitter is like 100. Like 100. And he fought off a couple tough ones and ripped a splitter down the line for a big double that was the hit of the game in Sunday's game. He hasn't struck out yet, so how many times has he been up now? Like 15, 17 times as a big leaguer? He hasn't struck out yet. Maybe more than that now.
21, I think, plate appearances.
Yeah, okay. 21 plate appearances, 0 strikeouts. That's
incredible.
5 walks. The guy can battle and put the bat on the ball and not chase, and that's an elite combination. And his contribution last night was big.
Yes.
When the Giants tied it up, that's a guy with good stuff on the mound who's kind of effectively wild, and Luis hit a fly ball deep enough to get Yastrzemski over to third. And that set up the tying run. That got him to extra innings. That way. If he didn't do that, if he strikes out in that at-bat, the Giants probably don't tie that game and come back and win it. He's been really, really impressive.
Is he the best raw prospect in terms of tools since Posey?
I mean, I'd have to think about it for a second, but yeah, probably so. Luciano's got different tools, very different kind of prospect, and obviously he hasn't gotten here. So you're talking about guys who have gotten here. But Marco's a very different type of athlete. Matos might be the most well-rounded in terms of tools prospect that the Giants have had since Buster. Yeah.
Wow. And that's Brendan Belch right up there. Brendan Crawford obviously didn't have the bat and the bat handle like Luis Matos, no doubt about that. But Patrick Bailey, I mean, he throws out Mookie Betts Friday night at Dodger Stadium. Yesterday, Tatis gets a double. He's, like you said, Flem, he's so fast on those base paths. And he throws out Tatis on the seed to third base. Patrick Bailey, you feel kind of bad for Joey Bart because it felt like the Giants were trying to give him a job, gave him every opportunity to take the job. Now I don't see how you turn back to Joey Bart at all. Patrick Bailey, this is his job for the foreseeable future. I am blown away by how good he is defensively, Flem. And he had some tough times catching up to that splitter late in the innings with the win there, but Patrick Bailey throwing seeds, man, to some of the fastest players in baseball. What an impressive display for the backstop from Patrick Bailey, Flem.
Yeah, he's probably still going to have some of those moments like he had with Winn. Like he's still learning everybody. He's worked with Winn before, but not a ton. You could say that about almost everybody. Like he's worked with these guys, but not a ton. So there's still some work to do to become familiar with everybody, how everybody's pitches move, and so there might be a few little weird moments of receiving. But yeah, the defensive chops are really, really great. I mean, in the last few days, he's thrown out Mookie Betts and Tatis trying to steal. Like in this division, now you got the Diamondbacks coming in this weekend. The Diamondbacks who, at times against the Giants, have just run wild the last 2 years. They're going to be thinking about it. The Padres have been running wild lately, and after Tatis got caught, you didn't see him do that last night. It's just a major factor if you can be that good at that to help take away something that these teams want to do. And the at bats. I mean, his sac fly last night. That's a 2-strike pressure at bat to get the game tied in the 9th inning in front of a big crowd in a division rivalry game. Like that's not what most 24-year-olds who have 3 weeks in the big leagues do. So the all-around game for him has just been excellent. But the defense, he's way high already on the defensive metrics. And I think the eye test tells you that, but if you just want to go by data, he's way high on those, and he's played way fewer innings than almost everybody else on those lists. Like, but on a rate basis, some of the metrics would say he's been the best defensive catcher in the game this year.
Wow. Flem, we talk a lot about the Warriors, and there's a bit of a disconnect with the youngsters and the veterans, it felt like. Just watching from afar, it's like, boy, they can't mesh together, and the youngsters basically get iced out. They don't play a lot in the playoffs. Now, you look at the Giants and some of their youngsters, and I think it's important, and Shasky and I have been talking about this over the last week. Casey Schmidt, I don't want to see him back in Sacramento. Being around Brendan Crawford, learning how to be a professional on and off the diamond, I think is important for his future. Patrick Bailey already feels like a veteran, but Luis Matos having Wilmer Flores and Tyro Estrada there, I think is going to help him long term. Is there something to that, having the veterans kind of wrap their arms around them and embrace these youngsters, saying, hey, we know they can help us win, but also let's help them for the foreseeable future so they could be better pros down the line?
For sure. The number one on this Giants team, there's no hazing or stupid stuff like that. Like you heard Jock say, I think the other night after a game, somebody asked him a similar question. He said, our goal is to make these guys feel as comfortable as possible when they get here so they can help us. Like, help make them feel at ease, not ill at ease. And I think they've done a great job of that. I talked to Matos the other day about that, and he said it goes back to spring training for him. Like Tyro and Wilmer, especially those two, both from Venezuela like he is, took him under their wing and in spring training. And so when Luis got called up on this road trip, he had familiar faces, guys he had a relationship with. He could come in, look to them. Okay, where's my locker going to be? What am I, what's our routine here? All those, just the little stuff that can cause anxiety. And those guys helped him out. And Luis told me that it's going back to spring training so that it didn't even have to happen here. It is a really important thing. It's a cool dynamic. You shouldn't take that for granted. but it's happening with this Giants team right now.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the community's wrapping their arms around them right now, the Giants. There's 35,000 there last night, and I was just thinking, and maybe I'm, tripping here, but, so much is made of attendance and moments in stadiums and things like that, and I'm watching that Yaz walk-off last night, and everybody's celebrating in the stands, at home plate, and I'm saying, in 25 years, there's been a lot of memories at Oracle, whatever it's called now, AT&T, and I don't know. You're there every single night. We really have gotten a great 25-year run out of that stadium when it comes to memories. World Series games, perfect games, no-nos, walk-offs, home run chases. It's sneaky. It has about as many memories as Candlestick, and that feels sacrilegious to say out loud. But, man, I don't know. What's the vibe like these days over there?
Oh, well, first of all, there have been more memories than it can. I mean, no, that's no disrespect to Candlestick.
For the Giants or for both the Giants and Niners?
Well, okay, if you're going to toss, the catch in there.
Yeah, that's all I'll say. Yeah. Giants for sure.
Like baseball memories, first of all, 3 World Series wins.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
That helps sort of trump a lot of the other stuff. But how cool was it last night that Yaz does that on a night where the pitcher who started for the Padres is the same guy who gave up Travis Ishikawa's pennant-winning home run.
It really was crazy.
That's amazing that all these years. First of all, it's amazing Michael Wacha is still out there and pitching great all these years later, starting a game, and we got to flash back to Travis's moment last night, and then have another walk-off. Yeah, it's been an amazing quarter century, and that's a lot of years now. Like it's been a lot of history at Oracle Park, crammed into those 24 seasons, and great players, but not just great players, great moments with all kinds of different players. And last night is one that people are going to be talking about. And you're right, like the city seems to be really rallying behind this team, whether that's the presence of the young guys or whatever it is. It's just been a fun team to watch. And I think, I was talking to somebody in the Giants front office the other day, and really it's like, post-pandemic, the whole world now, first of all, the idea of like season tickets has, part of that, we could have a long discussion about that with, all the ways to find tickets online. So there's a lot less urgency to have your season tickets. You feel like you can always come to a game. So that tamps down your season ticket number. But there's like this idea that people don't plan ahead anymore. People are just willing to, hey, we can make it happen. Whatever we want to do, we'll just figure it out. And next week we'll decide if we want to go to a game. So there's a lot more spontaneity, which is fine. But when the team starts to play like this and is as fun as they have been, I wonder what the walk-up crowd was last night. I'm sure it was big. Thousands of people on the day of the game deciding, let's go out and watch this team. And you're sitting on your couch watching it last night. How many people do you think were watching that same thing as you and going, maybe tomorrow we should go out there?
Yeah. Well, I know Shasky's boy
there.
Yeah, Shasky's boy Rocco is already saying I may have to go to the Thursday game against the Padres, the day game. I have swim class with baby Chaz Flem, so I won't be able to make that. But we're definitely locked into the Giants. And by the way, the pitch clock is helping us stay up for these games. The fact that it was 9 o'clock in the ninth inning, I was like, thank the heavens.
It's absolutely true. Like more people got to enjoy that walk-off win last night than would have even just last year. That's like a really good thing for the sport. Really good.
No doubt. All right, Flem. We'll talk maybe U.S. Open next week. We'll run out of time here, but we could talk to you all day. The Giants are humming right now. What a June it's been, and now it continues. The Padres for 3 more. Diamondbacks over the weekend, and the Diamondbacks are red hot, ripping the Brewers last night, 9-1. A fun week for you at the Yard, man. Should be fun. DeSclafani with a big start. 2 starts this week. Tonight against the Padres, and of course Sunday against the D-backs. Flem, have another great call. It's a lot of fun there at the Yard these days.
And baby swim class, huh?
Yeah, hey, she's doing great, Flem. She's working on level 2, working on her backstroke right now. So she's working on coming up for air because she just stays underwater like a fish. She doesn't want to you got to come up for air, baby Chaz. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, you do. That's a good lesson to impart. I put in my time at La Petite Baleine back in the day, so I'm good.
So that means you're broke.
Yeah, no, I'm there right now, Flem, and the pockets hurt. So hurry up basketball season. Let's go.
Have a good one, Dave.
All right, Flem.
See you guys.
All right, Dave.
God, our Giants.
They're rolling right now. We're going to get to Adam and Brian. And we got BPA coming up.
BPA?
Oh, boy. We're going to get to Adam first, our boy Adam in the city, and then we'll get to BP on the other side. That'll be sponsored by SC Johnson Raid.
Bonte, you can't die on this hill, man.
This is Protection. Yep, Protection. The everyday skin protection ritual that protects your skin.
Bills. Oh, Levi Stadium's going to get a Super Bowl. Stadiums. You got to build a stadium. And I was just thinking, like, man, AT&T Park has provided Oracle, whatever it's called now, Pac Bell, it's provided so many memories.
Notice Flem, though. He said Giants for sure.
Well, yeah.
When you add in the 49ers, they created memories for 20 straight years at that stadium.
Of course.
And then the Harbaugh years.
Let's also remember, they moved into there in 1972.
Right. They sucked for a long
terrible.
time. They sucked for a long time.
One of the worst playoff games in the history of 49er history to the Dallas Cowboys.
From 81.
No doubt.
Through the 90s.
Well, till the 1990 loss. They lost some big games at home. 1990, 1992
games.
NFC Championship game.
Memorable games.
No doubt.
Memorable.
But so have the Giants.
Memorable. They have. But
they went to the World Series in 02. Right? Went to the World Series in 02. You had all of the record-breaking in 01. 2000, the JT Snow home run, right? Like, there's a lot of things that have happened before they even get to the World Series. Bonds getting 756,
A lot there. But you cannot dismiss what the 49ers.
I'm not.
And like, the NFL is magnified.
Of course.
The games are magnified because the season is so much shorter.
Of course.
But the memories they had at Kettlestick Park.
Yeah, but Bonte, this is the first 25 years.
Yeah, no doubt. It's the first 25 years. It's been great. The fact
that it's even a close conversation is kind of insane.
I don't know if it is close.
Well,
I don't know if it's close. I don't know, man.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I find it interesting. And I don't look, I'm taking a minority opinion because I hold Candlestick in the highest regard, dude. You can see it from my bedroom, all right? It's one of my favorite places in the world.
Could you say
it's like a cathedral to me.
Could you say the last 8 years at Oracle Arena? Rivals?
It's up
there.
The
first 25 years at Oracle Park? The last 8 years of Oracle Arena
were incredible.
Were spectacular.
But you don't, in basketball, you get obviously the 37-point quarter from Klay Thompson was at home, correct?
Yep.
And then you get the 60-something point game. Was that also at home?
At home.
Yeah. Those are amazing. But they're not on the same level as a perfect game. They're just not. And those are incredible things. We just hold the achievements in baseball a little different.
The last 8 years at Oracle
were amazing.
May rival the 25. Forget the 49ers. But I can make an
argument that the best moments of Oracle were 07, right? Like, you can say that.
They were memorable moments, not the best moments.
That Baron Davis dunk, he didn't even win the series, and it's one of the greatest moments
Kevin
ever.
Durant, Game 5 against the Cleveland Cavaliers, alongside Stephen Curry, winning a championship on home soil.
I hear you.
At Oracle Arena, and the tears of joy and the cigar smoke that night at Oracle Arena were spectacular.
No one's saying it's not.
Unbelievable. You had to be in the building for that. Hell, even Game 6, Toronto. One of the most memorable moments in the Bay Area.
Klay
Thompson coming in to make two free throws off a torn ACL and then coming back and jumping up and down on defense. You could say those last 8 years at Oracle Arena has been just as memorable to the 25 years at Oracle Park. There's a lot of memories packed into those last 8 years.
Good. No doubt. It's good.
Lot. There's
a
lot. Coming back in Game 6 against Houston, winning Game 7 against OKC. I don't know. It's a fun conversation. Let's get to the calls, though. It's boy.
The fact that we're even having that conversation about hallowed venues that were there for 50 years, Candlestick and Oracle, whatever it was, the Oakland Coliseum, whatever you want to call its original name. That, to me, that just speaks to the magnitude of what the Giants have done over the last 25 years. Building that stadium has changed their organization.
Has any venue had more memories than the Oakland Coliseum?
It's been a long time, though. The
A's and Raiders together?
Yeah, there's no doubt.
The A's and Raiders together may have produced more moments at the Coliseum than the Niners and Giants did at Candlestick.
I'd have to chew on that.
It's going championships, yes.
Yeah, but
definitely championships.
One of the greatest plays, they didn't even do it. It was Derek Jeter doing it to them. Is one of the things that I think people think about, or Terrence Long colliding in center field.
Well, that's just the A's of that.
Well, those are like iconic moments.
Dave Stewart.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Going up against Roger Clemens, and Roger Clemens getting thrown out, basically getting tagged in 2 innings against the Oakland A's in the ALCS.
They got 50 years, and they have basically 2 teams there for 25 of those approximately together. So, yeah, they're going to have a lot of history.
To cachet them, though. All I'm saying is the Coliseum has an argument to say, hey, as the Raiders and A's.
They're in the hat.
Oh, they're big time in that. They may be number one. You can't. Don't throw shade at the East Bay.
I didn't.
Don't. Come on. Oakland A's, 22 straight. Hatterberg.
No one is putting that up on like one of their.
It's an iconic moment.
It's a great
It's
moment.
a great moment for A's
You're not
fans.
putting that above like an
Josh
Ishikawa
Hamilton,
or
Josh
an
Oscar-nominated moment, actually.
that's a regular
Josh
season.
Hamilton dropping the fly out.
That
pop
was
fly.
big. Absolutely huge.
When the Giants get
Absolutely.
an Oscar-nominated film about them, talk to me later.
All right, you got to give some love to the young
Without
Ohtani.
Royce Clayton,
The
that
Sea of
movie
Hands
doesn't get an Oscar.
The Sea of Hands. What? 3 in a row in the 70s?
But is the Sea of Hands better than The Catch in terms of
The Sea of Hands is up
pretty
there.
amazing?
The Sea of Hands is up there.
But I don't think it's a higher than The Catch. So I'm not hating. I'm just saying, like, I find this is a great conversation. It's something different.
Kind of hating on the Coliseum there.
I don't think I am.
I smell some hate. I smell some hate on the Coliseum. I'm not even I'm not an East
Well,
Bay
I think
guy.
that they have a lot of playoff failures for the A's, in particular, the last decade, and so
So
it
do the
kind of
Giants.
sucks.
So do the Warriors.
No, I know.
mean,
but
so
I'm-
did
I'm
excuse me.
saying,
So
but
did the
they've been-
Niners.
It feels like they've been,
Right.
they've lost some games there that have really been gut punches, and I feel bad for them.
We could all say that about each one of these teams.
Oh, well, duh. Giants lost Game 5 at home against the Dodgers
There you go.
in a 2-1 game.
Let's go to Adam in San Francisco. Adam, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. So I wanted to ask the question at the end of it, but like being at the game last night, the vibes are just like it's kind of feeling like an 2009, 2010 thing. The only difference about 2010, like we don't have like that starting pitching that we had, 13 years ago, but like the vibe around the ballpark, the timely hitting, the team coming together, mix of young and old talent. I'm just curious, like, who would you be willing to trade, I guess, to get that starting pitcher? Because, I mean, having watched these guys now, it's like that's really all they're missing to really, I think, kind of make some noise. But who would you be willing to part with? Because, like, Bonte, I think you made a point last week that it's like, I want to just kind of ride this out and let it play out. And, like, I'm kind of there with you. I like all the young talent I'm seeing and that we're calling up, but if we are one starting pitcher away, what move would you want to make, or would you be willing to part with what guys?
Well, you know me. I'm the hell with the kids type of guy when it comes to prospects. Give me major league proven talent all day long. So
Yeah, but you're not giving up an everyday prospect that you deem to be in the top 10 for a pitcher that pitches once every 5 days.
I'm not saying that, but if it's Shohei Ohtani.
Well,
the
I
outlier.
just don't see him getting dealt.
But Shane Bieber, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I think a lower level deal is on deck. I think
I
they're
like the
gonna do
Eduardo Rodriguez. The
Well,
more
like
and more I think about it.
Joey Bart for somebody who's a fifth starter somewhere else.
Maybe you get rid of Eduardo Rodriguez. I'll love it. Get in here.
I would just say, like, when it comes to who you trade, anyone who has been called up or the Giants intend to call up this year who could help the team the rest of the season, I would say they're untouchable in all trade talks. So the minute you get called up, I'm not giving you up.
What if you bring up Kyle Harrison, say, next week? You bring up Kyle Harrison, right? And I know it's a hypotheticals.
Yeah, I know.
You bring him up over the next 2 weeks, and he scuffles the first 3 weeks.
Hypotheticals.
And you're like, boy, this guy, I don't know. Would you then be willing to give him up after seeing him for 3 weeks?
No.
Really?
No. Yeah, well, like, you don't just like.
I'm not trading Matos, no doubt.
You're not getting rid
trading
of somebody
Schmidt.
that's the top left-handed prospect in all of minor league system just because he has a couple of bad starts.
What does that mean?
He's 21.
What does that really mean?
Well, if he was 24,
What is top prospect?
What does it mean? It means that he's highly
if you're the
regarded
top-
by every other organization.
We've seen top prospects get dealt, and they say they're the number one prospect in all of
Even
baseball.
Bumgarner
and
wasn't
they flame out.
Yeah, but even Bumgarner wasn't the number one left-handed prospect at the time of his.
Now, all I'm
call-up.
saying is that's because you're the number one prospect all of baseball.
Well, that's
doesn't
obvious.
Doesn't mean anything.
Anyone
it means
can flame
diddly
out.
poo.
Yeah,
All
anyone
right?
could.
Doesn't mean
but
anything.
They think very highly of him, and it's about the long-term play. And you've been waiting for a long time for this guy to get to where he's at. He's actually ahead of schedule. He's 21. He's 21. I mean, he's a guy that just got to AAA this year, so I don't see what the big rush is. To me, if there's one area where I will listen to the Giants and I'll shut the hell up, it's probably when it comes to their pitching. In terms of their particular development of pitching, they've done a great job developing pitching. So I'm gonna wait. A week here or a week there isn't gonna ruin 3 years of development for me if I'm thinking highly on someone. Just like a bad start in football doesn't mean that you throw the whole season away for a quarterback.
If the Guardians called right now and they say, give us Kyle Harrison, you could have Shane Bieber.
I'd say
straight
no.
up. Even though you got Shane Bieber under control for another season.
No. Because I'm looking at someone who's 21 years old, and the hardest thing to go get in free agency, because it's the most expensive, is starting pitching.
But if you
developing your own.
But if you believe in Farhan, and he's been able to find pitchers.
Well, look at their top 10.
Could he find another Kyle Harrison?
Are you paying attention to their top 10? They've got 2 pitchers basically in the top 10. It's Carson Whisenhunt, and it's him. So if they had 4 or 5 or 6 guys in the top 10 that were their starting pitchers, then I'd say, they've got a lot of it. Like, they took all pitching in one whole draft because they had no pitching.
Yeah, no doubt.
How they got in the situation of financial hell was paying for Jake Peavy and Tim Hudson when they didn't have pitching.
That was an old regime. I mean,
DeGrom just got $200 million, and he's been hurt for years.
New regime, right?
Because teams overpaying for
But
pitching.
Shane Bieber, right now, and you knew he could help the Giants right now because it's about the right now.
Yeah.
And I got another year of control over him.
I still wouldn't.
And I know I got Whisenhunt in the cut, so I got Shane Bieber, Logan Webb, and Whisenhunt coming. That's 3 guys.
I still wouldn't do it. Because when you trade for guys that have been in the bigs for quite some time, who have the mileage that these guys have, there's a risk. And then it's not just giving up the prospect. It's you will then have to extend player a year and a half from now.
Money's not going to be an issue because all these guys are coming off.
No, but you're double paying is what I'm saying. Like part of the reason.
I don't like this. Zach Wheeler for Carlos Beltran. How did that one work out for us? Zach Wheeler didn't become a bona fide major leaguer till 2018.
Yeah, that deal is different. It's a different deal.
Stop it. They traded for Beltran in 2011. Zach Wheeler didn't come on. I mean, honestly, go look at Zach Wheeler.
I think they're more likely to trade the kid that they took out of Rice a couple of years ago than
what happened to the kid out of Mississippi State?
The closer, and he was like a starter closer hybrid. He has not been developing. Again, that's what I'm saying. They don't have a lot of pitching prospects, so you're not going to give one of the guys that everybody is coveting right now. You're just not going to do that.
I'm not going to be in love with a prospect if I can get a major league established.
Well, aren't you happy they didn't get rid of Matos in any deal prior?
No doubt. No doubt. We're all hyped. We're all hyped about that.
We've waited
but we
so
all wanted
long.
to do
We're
it.
right on the
we
door.
all wanted to do it.
We're right on the doorstep.
I'm just saying, if the Guardians called, I wouldn't hang up the phone. I'd listen.
Bednard is his name, and DG says he thinks he had Tommy John. I think he's right on that.
Okay.
There's rumors that Reggie Crawford could be available for them come September. I don't see how a guy goes from single A after missing a whole year because of Tommy John and is ready to go. But those are I've heard murmurs from different people out there. I find that to be aggressive.
So Zach Wheeler really had his breakout season in 2017. It really wasn't even a breakout. They had 5.21 ERA. His breakout season was 2018. 7 seasons later. Yeah. All right. The Giants won 2 more World Series after the Carlos Beltran.
The other one that people don't bring up is Tim Alderson for Freddie Sanchez. And that was a great deal. Yep. Alderson did nothing, and he was their top right-handed prospect, and they traded him for Freddie Sanchez. Freddie Sanchez was a really good player for the Giants for a couple years.
I find it fascinating how attached, even with the Warriors.
What?
We're so attached to youngsters. We're so attached to guys who we think could be great.
We want a lottery ticket.
Attachment for Jonathan Kuminga, for Jordan Poole, for Moses Moody, for James Wiseman, that I'm guilty of. We attach ourselves to these youngsters that we don't even know what they can do over better presence.
Are you attached to the youngsters, or you're attached to the promise that they could bring in the future?
That's
the reason I get the reason I was super excited for James Wiseman is that's the center the Warriors have always needed. That could be the guy.
Right.
There's so much potential there. That's what I get really attached to.
But see, there's always no guarantee, though.
Well, of course.
There's no guarantee, and I'm looking at guaranteed guys.
But you could sign a Mitch Haniger and you can say the same exact thing. I can say the same thing about free agents.
I didn't like the Haniger thing. And the free agent signings has not worked out at all. It has not worked out at all. But if you got proven major league talent, guys who are bona fide consistent players year in and year out, I tend to lean to the consistent player. To the veteran player.
Yeah, but you're not surrendering the top left-handed prospect with 6 years of team control for a guy who has a little over a year left of team control and who wants to get paid.
For example, everybody was so high on this kid, Matt Laporta, when they traded him for CC Sabathia. Matt Laporta could do this. He's the top prospect in the Brewers organization. Oh, my God, you're going to have to part ways with him. And they parted ways with him for CC Sabathia, and CC Sabathia walked after the season. CC Sabathia was great for the Brewers that year. Pitched his ass off. Laporta didn't do a damn thing for Cleveland and flamed out. There's examples of that all across baseball every single year. So all I'm saying is there's no guarantee Kyle Harrison's going to be a stud with the Giants. Hell, he's struggling right now.
Yeah, but no GM in the league is trading the number 1 overall left-handed prospect.
The Brewers did that years back. There's examples of teams doing that.
I know, but that
year
was 10
in and
years
year
ago.
out. But teams do that all the time, Shasky, in terms of baseball. They'll trade a top prospect. They'll trade a top prospect in a heartbeat for a major league talent.
Part of like Juan Soto got, I think, the 2nd, 5th, and 7th prospects coming out of the San Diego Padres system, and that was Juan Soto with multiple years of arbitration left. So like I think GMs are more savvy now than ever when it comes to these trades, and I don't think it's as lucrative as it was 10, 15 years ago.
No doubt. But what are these prospects doing now? They're still struggling,
It's
right?
just a lottery ticket.
Exactly.
It's a lottery ticket.
Lottery
that I will
tickets.
grant you.
And I'm okay with trading away lottery tickets. That's all I'm saying. I'm okay with that if it's proven major league talent. If Farhan believes this team has a legit shot. If you need pitching in a heartbeat, this staff is falling apart left and right, left and right, left and right. All I'm saying is these prospects, they could be number 1, number 2, number 3. Doesn't guarantee a damn thing at the major league level. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, that's obvious. I mean, but like to me, like someone like Shane Bieber, it'd be significantly less than you're not trading your number 1 overall prospect for that guy.
For a former Cy Young Award winner?
You're not. You're just not. No one's doing that deal.
You sure nobody's doing that deal? You think Brian Cashman wouldn't do that deal? Brian Cashman wouldn't do that deal?
They gave like a 7 and a 15 to get a former MVP a couple years ago. I don't think you
Exactly.
need to give up a number 1 to get
Brian
a former
Cashman
Cy
wouldn't
Young
do that?
winner.
Brian Cashman wouldn't do
They
that?
have no
You're telling me Brian Cashman wouldn't do that?
Yankees don't look so
You're telling me
right
somebody from Philadelphia wouldn't do that right now to win non-move?
That's what Philly does, and that's why they have no young guys.
But they went to the World Series last year.
Yeah, with a bunch of old guys that they signed in free
Don't sit
agency.
here and tell me that no GM's going to not do that when there's GMs all across the league that
What
would
I'm
do that.
saying, though, is there's precedent has been set on what these deals look like, and that would be out of precedent. That would be an overpay.
It may be an overpay, but for some teams that are in win-now mode, it may not be an overpay, especially with the guy.
I don't think
again,
we're in win-now mode either.
But Shane Bieber has a year left on his deal.
Yes.
On his deal. So there's guys who do that all the time. All the time. Dodgers did trade Yordan Alvarez to the Astros for Josh Fields. I mean, we see GMs make these mistakes all the time, whether it's top prospects or not. Top prospects do that. I don't care what ranking you have in Baseball America. Doesn't matter. Teams think differently.
They're not trading the De La Salle kid who's local and a left-hander at 21 years old. If they did, I would be shocked.
I'm not saying they will. This was a hypothetical to begin with. But I'm saying that shouldn't, because he's a local guy and he's a number 1 prospect, you shouldn't be hanging up the phone. If somebody calls and say, hey, I got X pitcher and he's a stud, I'm going to listen.
Well, they think that this guy's going to be a stud for them under team control for 6 years at minimum.
He might.
And they've stayed the course this long. You got to crack the egg and let's see what it tastes like.
He might. I'm just saying, teams do it all the time. Let's go to BPA. BPA, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
I'm good. How have you been? I haven't heard from you in a minute.
I just enjoying summer vacation. I'm trying to get excited about the Giants. I am, and a lot of my friends sort of the same. And we probably will if they keep this up. But normally I was talking to a couple friends about it. Normally we'd be all in right now, right? At whatever 30 and 32, and they're in it. It's possible. And you guys are gonna rip me, by the way, right after I say the next thing I say. But like Farhan's comments in the offseason did a lot of damage, right? And they're giving me and a bunch of other people I know sort of hesitation to go all in on these guys, right? It's an issue. It's not just that it was said, and so again, I was on a literally group chat last night. It's not just that it was said; it's he never ever owned up and walked it back. By the way, San Francisco is a total S show right now. I'm not going to argue that, but you just can't say it.
Yes,
hey, you can't. And there's Fleming is sitting there being like, yeah. I was talking to someone in the front office, and they were like, yeah, people just don't buy season tickets anymore. People don't plan ahead. And it's like, maybe saying that the place that we play is an absolute, piece of love and what, and everybody hates it, including players. Maybe that's why, right? Maybe, yes, San Francisco's got issues, but when you say, yeah, it sucks here, I get it,
What did you think of the crowd last night?
Get to the point, BPA. I'm lost right now.
My point is,
The homeless people are not stopping people from going to the damn baseball game. All right? Like, come on, man. Keep going, BPM. But nobody said, oh, man, I'm not going to go to the game because there's a homeless person on the corner. It said you're going to get a homeless person $1 as you walk into the stadium.
So, I don't think you would disagree. Attendance numbers are down, right?
Yes.
Because the team sucked.
Sure. And I think, like I said, I don't think it would really matter. Giants, if Bob Myers or Joe Lacob or John Lynch came out and said, hey, dude, it sucks here, and everyone hates
Hey, Brian, question. What are you doing this Friday? Final 5 minutes of the show. Maybe Bonte invites you in this week. Would you accept if he offered?
Anytime, guys. Anytime.
What else you got on the Warriors? What else you got, Brian? Come on. Let's go.
For me, I don't have anything else. That's it.
Yeah, I thought you had something on the Warriors. You didn't have nothing on the Warriors?
I'm going to stay off the war. You know what?
Why? Get it in. Right now, you got 30. I give you 30 seconds, BPA. 30 seconds on the Warriors right now.
It doesn't even require 30 seconds. I don't have a lot of confidence in what's happening with the Warriors. It is what it is. And there's something symbolic about having Mike Dunleavy run the show here, right? One of the all-time worst and least popular Warriors. Maybe it doesn't matter, right? But there is something like, man, whew, Jerry West, Bob Myers, Mike Dunleavy. Wow.
BPA, let me ask you something. BPA, do you have any kids?
Yeah.
How many kids do you have?
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
No wife? Are you not married?
I have kids. And I have kids. I'm not saying I'm a Fortune 500 CEO, but, hey, maybe I am. Have a good day, guys.
There is no way he's coming to the studio. There is no way he's coming up here. Oh, my God.
What was he getting at? Normally he comes in with something.
I don't even know where to go.
Bonte, you can't die on the phone.
I don't even know what the hell he was talking about. San Francisco got a problem, and San Francisco's fine. Every freaking big city has a homeless problem. For some reason, it gets highlighted.
Philadelphia?
Yeah, I told you this.
Whoa.
I've been to New York, I've been to Philly, I've been to Baltimore, I've been to New Orleans, I've been all over the damn country. For some reason, San Francisco gets highlighted as this big homeless encampment, and oh my God, homeless people all over the place. It ain't just San Francisco, it's everywhere. Everywhere.
Have you been to Santa Rosa?
No.
And I love Santa Rosa. Go underneath the freeway.
Come on. Nice. Have you been to Oakland, California? Have you been to L.A.? Been to San Diego? There's homeless people everywhere. Things are more expensive. People can't afford rent. Senior citizens, all that stuff. Ain't no damn homeless people. I ain't never heard somebody, hey, man, you know what? I want to go to Oracle Park today, man. It's homeless people on 3rd and King. Oh, my gosh. Homeless people are harmless half the time. They just stink. Probably got a needle in their arm or something. You don't want your kids to see that. Ain't nobody scared of homeless. Ain't nobody ever said, I'm not going to a Giants game because of the homeless people. The hell is he talking about?
There's
what is wrong with him?
The new algorithm coming
seriously,
in.
something's wrong with BPA. I'm actually concerned about him.
Well, 925 says BPA should stand for boring points ahead.
That is a good call. Good Lord.
You know who I want to hear a conversation with?
No point whatsoever. You stay on hold here for 45 minutes, and you come in with no point.
BPA and
like Steiner and Valselia.
A little round table.
You're fraud, blah, blah, blah. You wait on hold that long to say something that idiotic? Come on, man. Get a life. Seriously.
So, to BPA's point, do you think that fan bases feel like Farhan's inability to land free agents in the offseason, like big name free agents, right? Do you think that gives fans of this team more of a, let's say, they don't mind as much parting with a free agent, or not a free agent, one of their own guys, homegrown guys, if they could land as Shane Bieber? Because Farhan has shown that he can't get the big fish in the offseason. So if it's via trade, fine. If that's what it's going to take, we can get rid of maybe a Kyle Harrison, maybe a lower level guy, if you will. Because he can't seem to land the guys in the free agency. You got to get them somehow, right? So maybe fans are more willing to move off some of these young guys.
Well, I think we were so impatient because the development wasn't showcasing itself that the only route of improvement was via trade or free agency. And then they hyped up that we have all this money to spend, and then they were linked to Judge. It didn't happen. And then it felt like they had a deal with Correa, and we were just happy to get anyone because we hadn't seen any young players. And so now I think the tide has turned.
All right.
The fact that we've seen some young players, I do think we're going to be a little more patient come free agency.
No, they probably will be patient, but all right.
I'm talking about the fans.
Here, I'm just looking at deals in the last 5 years. Remember who Manny Machado was traded for in 2018? Dodgers' top prospect. Yusniel Diaz, an outfielder. He was their top prospect. They basically got a rent over Manny Machado.
Well, it was also because what's-his-face got hurt with Tommy John. Seager.
There you go. Diaz has done nothing. He's done nothing.
Uh-huh.
Nobody can ever find him on a poster. Remember Will Myers? Top prospect. Oh, my God. Top
Been
prospect.
in the bigs for a while.
It's been a disappointment.
Okay.
They traded him for big game James Shields.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another
But there's
example.
no guarantees. It's just about percentage points.
Right, exactly. So I don't care. All I'm saying is I don't care if X is top prospect number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Would the Orioles have traded Gunnar Henderson last year for a pitcher?
No, they were not in the hunt. They were not in the hunt. Giants are 8 games over 500 right now. And people are believing that they can maybe do some things.
Yeah, but
that's the perception.
Why I would say the difference
they were
between
farther ahead this year at this point than where the Orioles are at last year at this point.
When you have one starting pitcher that I can rely on, I don't view you as a World Series contender. That's foolish to me. And I don't think that now is the time to strike when the iron's hot. Like, they're just in a different life cycle. They're at the beginning of their life cycle. Yes, they're having a great year. But, like, next year, when these guys are all a year in and you're implementing hopefully Luciano at that point and Harrison's played a little bit, then I'm probably more willing to strike on an all-in deal where I would give up one of my prospects because I have pillars of the franchise. Like right now, I still don't know if Bailey is a pillar. He's a really good young player who looks promising. I don't know if Schmidt's a pillar. Right. I mean, it's a guy that's he got his first walk in what felt like a month last night.
The only point I was making is if the Guardians call, I'm not going to be hell-bent because somebody's a top prospect in this system. That's all I'm saying. Because we've seen numerous examples over and over and over again where a top prospect gets traded, a top prospect doesn't do a damn thing in the major leagues. That's it. That's all. So there's no guarantee Kyle Harrison. We think so. Obvious. And that we think so. But all I'm saying is my philosophy is I love proven major league talent.
But that to me, to me, the analogy would be I've been hanging on to my 401k forever, and I'm only going to use it if we want to buy a home or whatever, right? I'm going to pull it out to buy, and then instead of buying the home, you're like, actually, I'm going to pull it out to buy this, $80,000 car.
Nobody does that.
I'm just saying, like that to me, that's a
terrible analogy.
You're trying to be. What do you mean?
That's a terrible analogy because you got Shane Bieber for another year, and he may re-sign with you and become a great stud pitcher for the next 5 years. It's just an example. I'm not fixated on Shane Bieber at all. All I'm saying is they call is Kyle Harrison. Let me just ask this: is Kyle Harrison untouchable, no matter what player it is?
As of right now, yeah. Until we see him for a little while.
All right.
I think he is. I do. I think he is. I think because if you look at their pitching depth throughout their farm, they don't have a lot of it. He's a lefty, which to me I put a premium on. He's 21, not 23, 24. Like there's layers to this, and it feels like he's starting to trend in the right direction.
Untouchable.
He's untouchable.
Even if the Angels call.
Yeah, because Shohei's going to be a free agent in 3 months.
All right. Tyler in Las Vegas. Tyler, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, baby?
Lifelong Bay Area sports fan out here in Vegas. Just watching my Giants from afar. But I like what I see. We don't have the starting staff that we've had in 2010, 2012, but there's something about them that I look over at short and I see what Crawford's doing with Schmidt. I look at Bailey. It reminds me of flashes of Posey. They still got similar things like the Warriors with Kuminga and Moody, and you got guys that you just don't know what you're going to get. But since we haven't been able to sign any free agents, I think you got to roll with what you have in the farm and try to take it next year in the offseason and try to pick up that big bat or that big starter. I mean, we let Gosman go. We let Rodon go.
It's a smart moves, I believe.
Hindsight, yeah. I mean, the money off the books, Crawford's money off the books. Hopefully, we're able to attract some talent. But I'm with Butcher here. I don't think we're locked and loaded to make the run. We're just one guy away. So I think you stand pat.
Nor do I. And I want to make it clear, nor do I. I want to see where this goes. I wouldn't make a move right now. I wasn't saying that this team is winning the NL West or anything like that. But I wonder 3 weeks down the line if they're still in this hunt and they're still hot and they believe they can make a run in the National League. Because there's one juggernaut team, the Atlanta Braves. Everybody else, I believe, is on the same level.
Yeah.
It's the Braves, and it's everybody else. And the Braves can be beat.
I mean, the Diamondbacks right now, they feel like the cream of the crop in the NL West. They've never done it for 162.
No doubt.
Like that version of that team.
No doubt.
So they could fade.
So the Giants.
But I really like them.
But the Braves, we've seen them flame out in the playoffs. Just last year, they got rattled in Philadelphia. I was watching highlights of Rhys Hoskins throwing the bat after hitting a 3-1 shot on Strider. I mean, they can be beat. Their lineup is very, very dangerous, and you better have some damn good pitching to navigate that lineup. But all I'm saying is 3 weeks, 4 weeks from now, and people are calling, is anybody untouchable in this Giants farm system? Untouchables?
It feels like there are a couple guys that they're not going to move off, and that would be, again, I think it would start with the two pitchers, Whisenhunt and Harrison, because of the lack of depth at the pitching spot. Now, outfield, it feels like they're turning the corner in outfield. They got Vaughn Brown in the outfield. They got McCrary. They've got some guys in the outfield now, which they didn't forever. They've got some guys in the outfield that maybe if you can get Conforto or Haniger, going here, Haniger's got to get healthy. I don't know. But if you can get Conforto signed, maybe you don't need one of those outfield guys that you've had. And maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe it's Joey Bart. Maybe it's one of these shortstops. Like you still have Will Wilson, I believe. You have Averson, Averson. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Like there are other people, and I hate talking about prospects no one's talked about.
Right.
But like there are other guys in your system. I do believe Luciano and Harrison and Whisenhunt, guys like that, of that pedigree, it does feel like they're off limits.
Damn, somebody dropped a Todd Van Poppel. 510 Comcast business text line. Wow, remember him with the A's?
William Van Landingham and Sean Estes came up, and really only Sean Estes was the good one. And even then, it took a couple years.
Ariel Prieto, remember him?
I do remember him.
Wow, let's go to
Todd Stottlemyre.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to East Bay Will. East Bay Will, what's happening out in East Oakland? What's up, East Bay Will?
What's happening, gentlemen? Happy belated Father's Day, but your last slot on Friday was my favorite show, and I'm an everyday listener. That was my favorite show that you guys have ever done. You talk to everybody right, and you guys always talk about the prospects that people don't know about, and I love it because I'm a baseball fanatic. My son will be the hitting instructor or hitting coach at San Diego State next year.
Do you know who is the one of the prominent San Diego State players of all time, Bonte?
Tony Gwynn.
Boy.
Michael Cage. Aaron Gordon's father, Mr. Gordon.
Did he?
He played on the same team. Played on the same basketball team with Michael Cage and Tony Gwynn.
Didn't know that.
San Diego State.
I still don't understand how the Michigan guy got Kawhi to go there.
And Kawhi, Steve Fisher.
There was clearly some baggage.
Steve.
As in money with bags in them being handed over.
What? You know what?
What?
I get so tired of that.
What?
People scoff, oh my God, they had to pay for this guy.
Of course they did.
Who cares?
And I would accept it in a heartbeat.
Who cares? I mean, why would he's trying to win? You don't think Nick Saban's had a couple duffel bags for all the guys he's got to come to Tuscaloosa, Alabama?
Why do you think he's mad that NIL is out in the open now?
Right, exactly.
Because he had a setup already before anyone.
Yeah, no doubt. No, I don't even think it's a raw thing. I mean, he was the creator of the Fab Five, Steve Fisher. He was up there for the Fab Five. We know how he got ran out of Michigan. I mean, you don't think Chris Webber got a bag?
Oh,
it was proven that he got bags.
He lied in federal court and almost went to jail because of it, Bonte.
Exactly. All right. Major bag alerts everywhere. Hey, San Diego's a lovely place.
I love San Diego. If I didn't live in San Francisco, I would be down in San Diego.
I love it.
Dead serious.
See, I wouldn't live in San Diego. I've thought about that. Too slow for me.
Oh.
A little too slow.
Well, now that you're a full-time golfer, you would really have to recalibrate after going down there with a set of sticks.
Yeah, I mean, one professional team.
Hey, it's Tiger.
I need a hoop team. I need a football team. I need major sports in that city.
Yeah.
I've got to have major sports.
It's a driving distance away up to L.A., though.
That's a long drive.
Right now, La Jolla, here I come.
It's a long drive. A long drive.
Shopping. I'd have a pool. I'd have a view of the beach. I could sell off all my stuff right now. Boom! I can picture it now.
Just buy a home in Cabo. Pretty cheap out there. All right, we got to get a good call in here before the break because right now BPA it seems like the show is just Father Time Napa. Get us back on track, Father Time. Let's go.
Hey guys. Excuse me. I don't know what happened with BPA. That was softest softies, and you guys have been talking about all kinds of things. I'm gonna try to hit you with 3 or 4.
All right.
And be less excited than the espresso. Number one, those who want to talk about San Francisco real quick, it is a humanitarian issue. It's not a political issue. These are our friends and neighbors. Nobody chooses to live on the street. Nobody. It's a mental health issue. And if you're going to stay away from the great cities in America, well, in Canada, Vancouver, Portland, Seattle, all the way down the coast, this is real. Heck, it's real in Napa. Just like Shasky said, it's super real in Santa Rosa. And honestly, the neighbors are the ones going to change it.
Yeah, I don't get why. Father time I was in Europe last year on Amalfi Coast in the pool, and a guy from New Jersey is like, you guys got a real big homeless problem in San Francisco. I said, dude, stop watching Fox News. Seriously. Like, it's not just San Francisco. No, it pisses me off. Like homeless been a problem in every major city. With the exception of Toronto. Toronto was very clean.
San Francisco, Monty. San Francisco is a great city on the planet. Right. We'll be back. It's incredible. Oakland's incredible. Berkeley's my daughter's from Cal, man. It was not safe to walk at night. We'll be back. Yep. So, secondly, going back to your other topic, greatest venues. Been in this market for soon to be 53 years, and I guess, I was crying my eyes out as a tiny little baby in 1973 at the Coliseum. I got memories everywhere. I thought about this. I think I've been at pretty much every major venue, and certainly all the little venues like the Fillmore and Slim's and stuff. I gotta say that the greatest is whatever it's called right now, Oracle. And when it opened, I was there 2 years ago. I spent $1,600. Well, my wife thinks I spent $1,600. I spent $32 to see that Game 5. I mean, it's Game 5 against the Dodgers, and I puked my guts out. And I'm not ready to forgive Duvall for throwing 8 sliders to Bellinger before he finally hit one. Throw that 103-mile gas. Anyway, I mean, every venue is incredible. Oracle, here's one, non-sports. Prince, Rogers, Nelson, Surprise Show. Unbelievable.
The Stones.
Like out of
so now we're bringing concerts into play.
Well, no, he's just saying,
Okay, all right,
because the Beatles famously closed out their entire run at Candlestick. Not sure if you're aware of that.
1962.
Yeah, my old man was there.
I think 69.
That's the one of the Warriors. Real quick on the Dubs.
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned about Dunleavy, but I want to say that I've talked to a couple people that know way more than I do. He's a placeholder, and it's weird, but Kirk Lacob is going to be the GM, president of basketball soon. Hopefully it's not like a Jerry Jones situation with his kid. Lastly, I can't wait to talk to you on Thursday. I got a little NBA basketball inside info. I'll hit you up. Thanks, guys. Love your show.
Anytime. All right. Monty Poole coming up. We'll get to the rest of the calls. Monty Poole coming
August
up.
August 29th, 1966.
66. So we're both wrong.
Candlestick.
We're both wrong.
We split the difference.
I love when somebody corrects somebody and they're wrong on the correction.
Oh, I thought it was later. I know 62 because
I thought it was 62.
They didn't come till anyway. The Beatle invasion was like a 2 or 3 year thing.
Boy, what a segment that was.
Can you name one Beatles song?
No, I don't listen to the Beatles, man. I heard the Beatles are overrated. That's what the streets say.
I may agree with you.
Do not.
Spinoni, you agree?
I'm wearing a shirt of a band who is far superior, in my opinion.
The Stones?
I mean, the Beatles were together for like 5 minutes.
That's it?
Yeah. A number one prospect broke them up.
Oh, wow.
Yoko.
Wow.
Too lovey-dovey for me. But I'll explain more on the other side.
I've heard the Beatles were overrated. I've asked people, should I get into the Beatles? They're like, no. Yeah, I'm with Tyler Miller. The Migos is better than Beatles. I'm with that. Offset, Quavo, take off. Let's go.
I love you.
Bad and bougie.
One of the dumbest comments
Don't disrespect the Migos like that.
The
Migos were sick. That's a hell of a trio.
Even if you think the Beatles are overrated, come on.
The trio was sick.
Okay.
Sick. Better put some respect on the Migos. Shout out Quavo. Shout out Offset. R.I.P. Takeoff. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. Monty Poole, and then we'll get to the rest of your calls. Man? We gotta finish strong here. I'm not feeling where I'm at right now mentally after BPA.
Offset, thank you for all you do.
My cheddar biscuit breakfast sandwiches are made with 2 buttermilk biscuits.
playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
E40 in the click. G-Unit. Cash Money Millionaires. No Limit Soldiers.
Offset, thank you for all you do.
TRU, Dog Pound.
I'm not even this giant Beatles fan, but for you to say, like, if you want to say they're overrated, fine, I'll listen to that. But you can't put any of those rap groups on the same level as the Beatles. They're culturally impactful beyond the decades.
I just did. Migos is culturally impactful.
I'm not saying that they aren't.
G-Unit.
Bigger than the Beatles?
Hot Boys. Hot Boys. Boy, what a show. What a show. Let's finish strong. Looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area. We'll get back on the Giants. Trust me, we will. Not prospects. Not bands. It's not my fault, folks. Not my fault. Garlic Fries, the baseball guys. Check out the latest podcast. Giants and Padres today at the Yard. Chill, Shasky, Lutman, and Sam Lutman bring you all you need to know about this Giants season every single week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to the podcast. Monty Poole in moments here. Warriors Insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. He's getting those questions off yesterday at the presser. Yeah, I know. I'm with you, Jason Battle. I'm with you. BPA, hey, Lutman, Spadoni, listen to this. Brian and Palo Alto, penalty box for the rest of the month. Straight up. Rest of the month, he's in Alcatraz. Can't do it. I'm getting too many texts about him, too many tweets about him. He's in Alcatraz for the next month, until July.
He can't die in the cell, man.
Just hear me out real quick on this. I mean, I'll let you. We'll get into other topics, and I don't want to get back into the wars. We'll get into the Giants' great win. The Beatles are like a guy who played in the dead ball era, right? No one is saying that on today's children they have. I'm just saying you cannot talk about the athletes of today without talking about the yesteryear. All right. So if you want to say they're Willie Mays or you want to say they're DiMaggio or whatever, fine. But they deserve their appropriate place in the music lexicon.
See, listen, Austin to San Jose, U2, Boston, Beatles sold 600 million records. So what? Drake has sold all the records in the world, more records than anybody. Is Drake the greatest rapper of all time? Absolutely not. Not even top 5, not even top 10. So stop. I don't care about how many records you stole. We're good.
I mean, if the songs come on, everybody knows them. You know all the songs.
Right. Doesn't mean they're great.
Hey, Jude.
Monty Poole, Warriors Insider. Hey, Monty! I guess I got to step up for Fezzy Phil. It's good to hear from you, Monty Poole. You're at the presser yesterday, which we'll get into in a second. Where are you at on the Beatles? I'm sorry to walk into this conversation, but where are you at on the Beatles? I think they're overrated.
Honestly, I'm more of a Lennon fan than I'm a Beatles fan.
Okay.
I think Lennon's all-time great songwriter. But the Beatles made some good stuff. And, if you look at the list of best-selling albums or best albums of all time, they're always kind of dominating the list. So as a person who is not a musician, a music professor, I suggest that maybe they did some good stuff.
All right, there it is.
I mean, you're from San Francisco. They're part of the hippie movement, B. I would expect you to embrace it just a little more.
I'm not. Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
Just a little.
And so many people get triggered by what I like, what I don't like. I don't tell people what to listen to. I don't tell people what to watch, but they get mad at me and say I'm closed-minded because I like to do the things that I like to do. Anyway, I like to listen. I like to read Monty Poole's work, and I like to listen to his podcast with Dalton Johnson, of course, on NBC Sports Bay Area. And what was your first impression of Mike Dunleavy Jr., the GM? I know you covered him as a player, but as a GM sitting next to Joe Lacob, what's the big takeaway for you, Monty?
Well, he said all the right things, I thought. He didn't have any missteps yesterday. Again, you're sitting next to your boss, so you got to be careful about what you say. He didn't really dodge anything either anything he dodged was something that he could legally not discuss. So I thought he came off pretty well. Now, I know there are a lot of people who are kind of skeptical. I understand why. But they were skeptical about Bob Myers, too. And so I think it's up to Mike to do things that will win them over, which, unfortunately for him, won't be as, I won't say easy, but be more difficult for him than it was for Bob, because Bob walked into Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. And then he drafted Draymond Green. So
I think Mike, it's an opportunity for Mike to build his own thing because, Steph, Dre, Clay are not going to be able to carry Mike for 10 or 11 years. So this is a chance for him to sort of show that, he's not just an assistant GM. He can put things together. But I will say this, and Joe Lacob several times said it yesterday, this is not an I operation. This is a we operation. Bob wasn't a guy who worked alone. He did not. But he was the final voice in many instances, certainly in James Wiseman's case. So I think it's a chance for Mike to come in and prove that he can be a good general manager. I think a lot of fans are waiting to see that because they still have memories of him as a player. Didn't work out. So, and they were, the first time he came back with the Pacers, man, oh man, the boos were just merciless. I mean, every time he touched the ball, they booed him. Every time he stood up off the bench, they booed him. It was like, wow. And so, this is a chance for Mike to sort of redeem himself in the eyes of people who thought this guy came here as the number 3 overall pick and did not perform at that level.
I keep going back to Joe Lacob, who was by his side. Do you think fans are worried about Joe Lacob? Because I sure get that impression.
Yes. And more than fans. It's not just fans. There are a lot of basketball people around the league that are like looking at the Warriors like, okay, let's see how this plays out. And that's why, there was discussion about whether Joe would promote Kirk Lacob, his son. And I consistently said, I don't think it's going to happen because of the optics. You don't want that over your head. Is that okay? It starts to look like a mom and pop family run operation. And not to saying that isn't a part of what's going on, but if somebody put to me, are the Warriors going to become the NBA's Dallas Cowboys? Where you got Jerry Jones and his son Steven running things, and once Jimmy Johnson took them to the promised land a bunch of times, they thought we don't need him anymore. So we got this, Jimmy. See ya. And they haven't done a whole lot since then. So that was, I think, the people looking outside in thinking, is this where the Warriors are going to go? And Kirk is still going to have a voice. Joe's going to have a voice. Mike's going to have a voice. Steve Kerr, as long as he's there, will have a voice. I think there is a sense that, let's see what Joe does with this because, the guy wants to win. Brandon Schneider, his business side president, said yesterday that, hey, one of the misconceptions about Joe is that he's hard to work for. He said he wants to win. He wants to win. And I will tell you this, guys. People who say that even some people who are worried about Joe being, a megalomaniac, say the same thing. That you can talk about Joe, his opinions about what he wants to do with the team, but you can't question his desire to win. You can't question that. This isn't a situation where he's choosing power over the chance to win. And I think an example of that is that last trade deadline when the Warriors traded James Wiseman.
Mm-hmm.
And Joe, Joe really was reluctant to do that. He didn't really want to do that. And I think even now, he still second guesses that move. But he let it happen because that was the overriding sense in the room that they should do it because it was about now rather than what can happen 3 or 4 years from now. So I think this summer is going to be a big deal for the Warriors to see where they go, how they take it, the direction they take. But I'm optimistic at least that they will have a pretty good shot to do something good.
Monty Poole, Warriors Insider here for NBC Sports Bay Area, of course, here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. My partner in crime and Monty. The Draymond Green thing, that's the big news right now. He opted out of his deal yesterday with a lot of people anticipated, but $27.5 million. Now he's looking for a new deal. The Warriors said all the right things, but for somebody who's skeptical of podiums and, some of the things that an owner regime could say about a player, how realistic is it that Draymond Green will not be playing for the Golden State Warriors? Because I would be shocked if he's in another uniform not sporting the logo of the Golden State Warriors.
Same here. Obviously, Mike Dunleavy was emphatic about they need Draymond yesterday. Joe was a little less emphatic, saying that, Draymond's done great things and we want him here. I think Steve Kerr wants him here. The question is, how far will Draymond push the financial package.
What are you thinking there, Monty?
Paul.
What are you thinking? $30 million to start a year?
Well, I think with Draymond, it's more about the length of the contract. You know, I mean, the reason it's not that he's saying, $27.5 million isn't enough. It's saying that he's saying he wants to have a longer term deal. And, you know, it makes sense that he'd want a 3-year deal to line up with Steph Curry. And so, yeah, I think if you're Draymond, you're probably looking at 3 and 100, somewhere in that range.
Dang.
Where does that leave Kuminga and Jordan Poole? Because it feels like all three can't coexist because of positional fit, relationship. I don't know. Like that's just my interpretation.
Well, if you're the Warriors, you're to me, the Warriors are committed to trying to win right now, trying to maximize the Curry era. And if that means that JK or JP will be sacrificed along the way, that's conceivable. And they sacrifice Wiseman, you know, and so if that means
but on the Wiseman one, real quick, Monty, on the Wiseman, was it even worth it? I mean, I know GP2 had moments in the playoffs, but like, really, was it worth it? They lost.
Yeah, I think it's debatable. I mean, they knew when they acquired GP2, they didn't even know if he'd be able to play last season, and they made the move anyway. They made the move anyway, not knowing if they'd have him at all during the season. They thought it's better. It's a chance we will have him, and if you have him, he can help us. And you know, yeah, he wasn't as good as he was the year before. I talked to him yesterday before the Dunleavy press conference, and I asked him. I said, "Gee, did you ever really feel totally right during the season?" And he said, "I got better. I was able to play, but I mean, I think I improved. That'll be better next year because this is summer without rehab for the first time in a while." Mm-hmm. And he said, "I feel good now. I think I'll feel better later, and we'll be better." He said, "Yeah, but I was able to play, and I think I did some good stuff. But you know, was I totally 100% by the end of the year?" He goes, "No, but I was good enough to play. I was good enough to play and without pain. But in terms of conditioning and stuff, I was good, but I know I can be better." So was it worth it? I think it was a gamble they took, and I understand why they took it. And now this summer will dictate whether or not they are still committed to the now timeline versus the 3 years now timeline. And that's where you could lose Jordan or JK. Either one of those guys or both could possibly be moved if it gets them someone who can step in right now and be an impact player. Because they're going to ride Steph and Clay this year.
Well, do you think
when I say ride Steph and Clay,
wow,
that means if Jordan, you know, last year's Jordan was not very good, and they believe internally that Draymond and Jordan can fix their situation. I'm not so sure, but they say they are. That's what they're saying publicly. And we think we can do this. We think it'll happen. They'll work it out. We'll work it out. We'll do whatever we have to do to make it work. I don't know. I'm skeptical about that.
Wow.
So, but if they reach a point where they're wondering if it'll work as well as they need to, because keep in mind, man, the Warriors at their best weren't just about playing basketball. They were about a brotherhood, a fraternity, guys that were tight on the road. They enjoyed going on the road because they were all together and they would wallop teams on the road. Last season, they did the opposite. Why? Because the brotherhood was not what it used to be. And it traces back to Draymond and Jordan.
Yep.
So that's why I say the decisions they make this summer will tell us whether they truly believe they can fix that or not. And that's why I think there's a possibility that Jordan could be moved.
What about Klay Thompson? Before we get you out of here, Monty, and we appreciate the time, what about Klay Thompson? 1 year, $43 million. And say if Draymond Green does get 3 years for $100 million, how would Klay feel going into the last year of his deal? He's probably going to want similar money to what Draymond Green would make if that deal came to fruition. Would they be open to trading Klay Thompson this offseason?
I think possibly, but I don't think they want to do that. Keep in mind that Stephen Curry is not the general manager, but he has a voice, you know. And I think we all know how loyal Steph is. And that, to me, spells Draymond and Klay forever. And so I think the Steph Curry, Klay Thompson backcourt has been the NBA's best for a long time. Last year, Steph was really good. Clay was good. He just didn't do well in the postseason against the Lakers, and he snuck it up in L.A. But when you look at what Clay is able to do alongside Steph, you don't want to break that up. And Clay himself admitted that when he got the last big contract, max deal, he said, I'm not even going to play, And he kind of marveled at the fact that the Warriors gave him a max deal under such uncertainty there about his physical health. So I think Clay certainly would be open to a hometown discount. He's not expecting a max deal this time around. He can't be. So, yeah, I think he would be willing to take less money than he took last time. Keep in mind, though, if you're Draymond, the contract that Jordan Poole got exceeds anything Dre has ever gotten.
Yeah.
And so that's also a factor here that could be influencing where that contract talks go.
All right, here it is. Monty Poole, Warriors insider. He doesn't take any days off. How's your summer been so far? You miss us yet, man? You miss Mully, Fezzi? You miss us, KB?
I miss all y'all, man.
All right.
Let's go back to work tomorrow. Let's hit the studio.
Oh, might catch Shasky there. Not me. Shasky's waiting on the call. Call him up.
I'm always ready.
He's always ready. Line's always busy. All right, anyway. Monty, have a good one.
I'll have D right on the podcast, so we'll be going at it.
All right, there it is.
Nice.
There it is. I got to get on that podcast one day. You guys forget about me in the offseason. All right, Monty. Talk to you soon, man. Monty Poole, Warriors insider here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Will you be sad to see Kuminga go? Because, boy, it feels like that if Draymond rolls back.
3 years, $100 million. Oh, my God. Heads would explode.
It's interesting that everyone keeps saying that Steph Curry, because we always put words in his mouth. Steph wants Dre and Clay to be with him for a long time. And I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't.
Well, they're playing in a match together June 29th.
No, I know. They could be
Las
buddies.
Vegas.
I think one thing that I learned through the LeBron James relationship with Dwayne Wade, I mean, he basically was like, yo, I love you, D-Wade. You can't help me in Cleveland. And you got to go.
Traded.
Right?
Ron's cutthroat.
He really is cutthroat.
$33 million a year for Draymond Green.
You think Curry will ever be quote unquote cutthroat like that? Because it's pretty transparent. LeBron can be.
Well, a lot of people look at Steph Curry and they say, well, he's the reason why Wiseman's finally out of here. Even though Joe Lacob was reluctant to get rid of James Wiseman. I'm not going to put that on him, but I would say a lot of those veterans on that team basically were like, we can't play with Wiseman. He's not helping us. We like the kid, but he can't help us right now. And the biggest thing was he needed to play. He wasn't going to play here. So they did him a solid to send him to Detroit, where he's going to play a lot. But Lacob, you heard Monty Poole. Boy. Lacob didn't want to give up James Wiseman. But I keep going back to 3 years, $100 million. Draymond really going to get $30 million a year from the Golden State Warriors? Is that good business?
It'd be $33 million.
3 for 100, 3 for 90 would be 30.
It's a lot of money. And when you're hitting the luxury tax, if they don't move anybody out without getting anything back, you're hitting that apron. So it's 3 times 3.
Oh, my Lord.
It's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. Damn, that's a lot of money. Let's go to Sophomore Pacifica. Wow, 3. Oh, my gosh. Makes my head hurt.
Hey,
Sophomore, what's happening?
Hey, I'm sorry. We got a dead spot. I got to bail.
He bailed on us. It's not you. It's me.
What an unbelievable last hour. Clark the Shark in South Carolina. Clark the Shark. South Carolina.
I saw a
What's
shark
happening?
eat someone in Egypt, so be careful.
Well,
with
there's
sharks.
a submarine missing in the Atlantic
There's a
Ocean.
submarine missing?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Clark? Oh, you called us yesterday. Oh, yeah, South Carolina. What's happening?
What up?
Are you a Gamecock or a Clemson Tiger?
I'm neither. I guess in college ball, I just like a lot of teams.
Appalachian State.
They're North Carolina.
Hey,
the
listen.
Citadel.
Well, I want to just say you guys have a great show. I never call into shows, but this is the second time I called in yesterday, and this is the second time because I just got to talk to you guys. But anyway, Anyway, to finish our conversation yesterday, I think Kurt needs to shoulder a little bit more of the blame of what happened this year, along with Draymond. And, I'm with you. This is bad business. There's only two ways they ought to do it. Is either, okay, run it back for 1 year and then because I know Lacob does not want to spend 500 and however million on payroll. So this is crazy. If you'd run it back one more year and then let them come off and then reset the team, that's the one way. But I say rip off the bandage, let Draymond trade Clay and get on with it. Eddie DeBartolo would never do this. I mean, he traded Joe Montana. That would be like trading Steph Curry. But anyway, also on the Giants, don't get a big free agent unless, the Giants won 3 championships with a core of, don't you love these young players? Come on, I love watching the Giants.
I do.
Anyway, go ahead.
Who's your favorite Giant?
My favorite Giant now, or Willie Mays, obviously.
Yeah, but now, like this century.
My favorite Giant. Wow, that's a tough one because I like a lot of them. I'm really liking the catcher,
Patrick Bailey. Bailey.
Yeah, man, I'm really liking that guy. Of course, I love Crawford, for everything he's done, but he's on his way out now.
Great call.
I like so many of them. Schmidt, Matos. Hey, just think when Harrison and Luciano come up, and I mean they got a makings of, and don't be in L.A. or Boston or these teams that just hire these hired gun mercenaries that just play for money. Come on,
do me a favor.
That doesn't win championships.
The YouTube chat is saying that you're calling from an 1849 gold mine.
No, don't do that to Clark the Shark, man. He's out there in Carolina representing. Clark the Shark, call us back. That's a passionate sports fan. He's got that's a crystal clear cell phone right there. I'm not going to let the YouTube chat hate on Clark the Shark in South Carolina. He said he never calls into shows, but it just feels like he needs to talk to us.
We're
feel therapeutic
like
for him.
He invented the rivet pocket for Levi's.
Oh, gosh.
Gold panning in the Sierra foothills.
Clark the Shark is nice, man. Leave him alone. That's not cool. You want to get on BPA, that's fine. That's one thing. He deserves it. Clark the Shark doesn't deserve that slander, folks. Come on, man. You heard what he said. He doesn't call sports talk radio shows, but he felt the need that he needs to call us. He just wants to talk to us. I'm feeling Clark the Shark.
I'm feeling it.
Damn, I need to make a trip to South Carolina. Said I'm not a Gamecock. I'm not a Clemson Tiger. I like all these teams. He's enjoyed his life out there in South Carolina. You guys want to rip on him. Come on, let's do better. More love. Less hate.
South Carolina, great golf.
They had the PJ Open there a couple years ago.
Well, there's the PJ Championship, and there's the U.S. Open.
It was the PJ Championship.
Okay. Is that Kiowa?
No, Phil Mickelson won that one. Yeah. Remember that?
I might not even
had that course on the PGA Tour video game. PS5.
I believe Dustin Johnson's a South Carolina guy.
Yeah. I didn't rip the Beavs. I said they're a little overrated, Drew Down. That's all. And people agree with me. Even at Spinotti. He's Italian. He got a Rolling Stones shirt on. He even agree with me.
Well, no,
I like how we'd go to the Italian part for
Time out. If you like the Rolling Stones over the Beatles, if you like the Grateful Dead, fine. But all I'm saying is that you have to at least respect their impact on society.
I respect what they've done.
Music wouldn't be what music is today without what they had.
I respect them.
They were part of I believe, the second wave of pop invasion.
True blue forever. I did not make you guys like this. Come on, man. I did not make you guys like this. Let's stop. Clark the Shark bringing in the heat. Let's go to Jacob up at Sacktown.
What's up, Jacob?
916. Let's go. Let's go, Jacob.
I love Bonte and Myrtle Beach.
I heard great things about Myrtle Beach. Great things. You know what I mean? If I was single, I'd go to Myrtle Beach. Jacob, Sacramento.
You in a Lane Kiffin visor driving your
I'm telling you. For all you single guys out there, go to Myrtle Beach. Jacob, Sacramento, what's happening?
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up, Jacob?
I wanted to talk about a little bit what that guy was saying, that why San Francisco is a bit of he thought it was a dump. I don't think it's a dub. Because I've actually been to a few other stadiums in MLB. Because I actually went to the East Coast 2 years ago to visit a bunch of those stadiums.
All right. And what you think?
I always find it funny when I always hear Yankee fans or Dodger fans talk crap about the Giants Stadium and stuff, especially around neighborhoods with homeless people. Yet I've been to Yankee Stadium, and people seem to forget that McDonald's across the street is very, very dirty.
Yeah, I would not eat a cheeseburger there at the McDonald's in the Bronx. I would not eat a cheeseburger there. That's for sure. All right.
We are off the rails.
10 minutes left, folks.
I would have made the argument that the hate streak McDonald's was one of the grimiest in America.
No, you got to see the one in the Bronx.
Oh, is it?
I got out the subway. Oh, it's terrible. And I was starving, too. Trust me.
The one at Kezar on hate?
It's done now.
Well, no, but it was. In its heyday?
Well,
was that the worst one?
Do not let your kids play in that play area.
Oh, my God. Why would you do that?
That was... They did have good ice cream sundaes at that one, though. The fries used to be fresh there. I give them that one. I give them that. That's fine. Woo-wee.
Coastal Carolina University. We were sleeping on that one. Also South Carolina.
Is that South Carolina? I thought that was North Carolina.
Nope, South Carolina.
That's a team that exposed Zach Wilson.
I was just going to say that.
December 5th.
What about East Carolina? Chris Johnson Jr.? No?
Who?
Well, weren't they like the Pirates or something?
Oh, East Carolina?
Is it
David Garrard, the school David Garrard went to.
What was the running back from the Tennessee Titans?
Oh, Chris Johnson.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wasn't he
Tourette's? Yeah, East Carolina Pirate. Yeah, ECU.
Beautiful hair.
Yeah, beautiful hair, too.
God, East Carolina's in North Carolina.
East Carolina's in North Carolina?
Greenville.
Yeah, Greenville, North Carolina. Lauren, Carolina. Dude, Chris Johnson had him on fantasy team his rookie year. It was fun. It was so fun. He was such a fun player. I miss Chris Johnson. Seen him on a podcast not too long ago. Leroy in Oakland. Leroy, what's happening?
Leroy?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Bonta Shasky, man? It's a pleasure to be on. I'm off today. I'm normally not off, man, but I'll be listening to y'all. But you know what's up, Shasky. Y'all know what's up. Yep. I love y'all, man.
We love you too, Leroy. We love you too, Leroy.
Man, y'all off the rails today, and it's awesome. Look, I just want to say real quick, y'all know I'm a big Warriors fan, and I think, with the money Draymond might get from the Warriors, I'm like, man, it's too much. But then I think about the championships. I think about the championships. I think about the good times. I think about what Draymond has done. I think about all the assists that he's thrown to Curry and Clay. And I go, all right, go ahead and give him the money. I'm like, let's run this back one more time.
Full squad.
And take your draft pick. Take your draft pick. Make a good draft pick. And you don't have to take the best player available. Look where you got Draymond. Some of the best second-round players in NBA history.
Yeah.
Alex English, Tony Kukoc, Paul Millsap, Dennis Rodman. I mentioned Draymond Green. You can find.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Nikola Jokic, two-time MVP.
Guys.
Yeah.
You can find guys, and I'm saying I'm always looking for those guys. So real quick, I've been looking early for who we should pick. Check this kid out, Kobe Brown out of Missouri. He's a senior, small forward, 6'8", 250 pounds. Man, this fool is a Paul Millsap mixed with Julius Randle with a left and right hand with handles like Carmelo.
Oh.
Check this kid.
Why is he waiting till the second?
Let me ask you this. And he was a four-year player at Missouri. And Steve Kerr likes the veterans. What about Chris Murray? What about Chris Murray?
Hey.
Keegan's brother.
Hey, you guys. He's got numbers like the number 1 and 2 projected player with a 7-point wingspan. Man, he shot 55% from the floor last year, 15.8 a game.
I like it.
0.4 rebounds a game. This boy can play. Check him out.
All right. I'm with you, Leroy. Look at that. Leroy with the draft scouting.
I just don't see a scenario where the Warriors are going to have Ryan Rawlings, Patrick Baldwin Jr., Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, and the 19th overall pick together. That's, 5?
Leroy
5 youngsters? Am I missing somebody?
But he's a 4-year player, so maybe he's a little more mature than some of the guys they drafted.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you're going to have a 14-man roster, 13-man roster, and 6 are going to be young? Really young? I just have a hard time believing
Leroy
that.
in Oakland wants to run it back. How many people want to run it back? I don't know.
6 youngsters? So now we've got the real veterans, the mid-vets,
and the super youngsters.
And then the super youngsters. So now we'll have 3 teams this year.
Kind of like the Giants.
Forget 2 teams. We'll have 3 teams.
Giants kind of got that going on,
And they'll
right?
all hate each other.
Monty Poole did bring up how that cohesion on the road was not there. There's no doubt. You won 11 games on the road. I know you won 2 in Sacramento, but there was something there to that. I agree with Monty Poole on that one. The cohesion with the team on the roster, it was obvious on the 0-5 road trip that they started off the year with, which, by the way, the veterans are on the floor at the end of the game. They lost. Well, the Giants lose tonight. Anthony DeSclafani on the mound.
Are they bringing back Anthony Lamb? I didn't even think about that.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Can't tell you.
I just got a lot of I don't knows when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. I'm going to sit here and I don't know, land.
Is Jasenia Jessup ever going to come out?
What happened to Nico Mannion?
No, who was the guy?
Guy Santos.
Santos, thank you.
Guy Santos.
Is he coming?
Might be.
Nico Mannion.
Lester Quinones.
Yeah, Lester Quinones.
I thought they should have kept Quindary Witherspoon on the roster.
I did like Quindary. Nobody picked him up, huh?
Yeah, I thought that was a mistake.
I liked Witherspoon a lot. I like Quindary. Giants, Giants, Padres. Anthony DeSclafani gets Seth Lugo.
To this point, it's the biggest start of the year for him. He needs to go 6.
I agree with that.
At least get me into the 6.
This is the biggest week of the season for him.
It feels like it to this point.
Diamondbacks on Sunday. Tonight, Today against the Padres. He got smoked in St. Louis.
After what you did to the Dodgers, you cannot drop 2 series in a row. The 4 against the Padres, you're obviously up 1 right now. Get the split against them.
And then win 2 or 3 over the weekend.
Yeah. That would be good. Or take 3 out of 4 from the Padres and go 1-2 against the Diamondbacks. To me, you got to come out 500 or better out of this week.
Wow, the chat's all over the place.
I'm so excited.
I'll let you in on a little secret. The Warriors will draft Trace Jackson Davis. That's from the 561 Comcast Business text line. I wonder why the cohesion wasn't there, 707. Well, we know why. I think we know why. The Burger King on Market Street is what nightmares are made of.
No, that was the Carl's Jr. Carl's Jr. was the one.
They also have a Burger King,
It was.
When you think of Carl's Jr. right there by Civic Center.
It was.
We're talking about the Burger King right there by the cable car.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. They're talking about the turn. I'm talking about up the street one.
Yeah.
United
Well, he's
Nations
saying
Plaza.
right there.
That one was grimy.
That was just super grimy. I've gotten a cheeseburger, too, out of there, though. Late night. With that said, it's time for Fast Five.
Mm-hmm.
What a show.
You hit up Oxford's? You know what? Since we're going to go there, my final thoughts are, shout out to my boy Eddie McHugh. Now that we're talking about Market Street and late nights, me and my boy Ed used to walk up and down Market Street wearing giant sweatsuit fits from Oxford's and what were some of
Midtown
Rags, places
City
like
Limits.
that. And we would drink 40s on Market Street and we just blend in.
Wow.
That was back in the day.
Boy, those times are gone now. The Virgin Records I used to love on Market Street.
I miss
you
you,
can
Eddie.
go in there and just listen to all kind of music and stuff. I used to spend hours in there and not buy a damn thing.
What was the chain spot right there at the cable car turn?
The
gold.
The wholesale.
The wholesale jewelry. They had no limit chains.
Come here, brother. Who's the lady? Come here, brother.
God.
I got what you need. I bought a $40 chain out of there. I thought I was the man.
And then they had a Rasputin's up the street.
They had a Rasputin's up the street.
Oh, man.
Blondie's
Those were the
Pizza next
days.
door. Well, my last thoughts is you never know where the show can go. We started off high on the Giants. We got low with the Warriors. The calls just got crazy. And then we all got crazy. And that's what makes a morning roast to roast. You just never know where it's going. That's why, Sam, we can never stick to the script. Spinoni, what you got?
You know, at first I was out on Draymond Green and LeBron James friendship, but you know what? It's kind of growing on me. It really is. The bucket hats, the matching, traveling to France together. You know what? These two guys could have a reality TV show. I think it would do numbers. Quite frankly, it would do ridiculous numbers.
Crazy numbers.
Unbelievable.
Is Draymond going to podcast for France with LeBron James on the podcast?
I'm with the king.
He's him.
Oh, boy.
He's him.
Oh, my gosh.
Goated.
You imagine if the Warriors gave him 3 years for $100
You know what I
million?
would say about that podcast? Hello and goodbye. It's from the Beatles.
Love it. You got anything?
Yeah, I'm going to do a little shameless self-promotion here. So this past Saturday, I was hanging out in the right field bleachers with some pretty chill A's fans. So quick shout-out to Nina, Carlos, Dave, Mike, Andy, and right field Will. Oh. And wrote a little story about hanging out with them. And so that's posted up on the station's website and posted on the station's Twitter page. Basically all about how, hang out with them. And, of course, last Tuesday night really drives home the fact that A's fans are absolutely not the problem when it comes to why they're moving to Las Vegas. So, yeah, go check it out if you get a chance and want to read about it today.
That's cool.
That's Sam Lubman,
really cool.
Folks. The Summer of Love, the official Giants insider for 95.7 The Game.
Mm-hmm.
He gets down and dirty. He writes articles at 957thegame.com. And finally, from Admin Honor on YouTube, the Warriors should trade the number 19 pick for cash and let Draymond Green walk. Interesting. We're so split on Draymond Green. That was
but
Fast
they lose
Five.
a slot on that.
Yeah, that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now. We'll try to do better tomorrow.
Draymond's podcast with LeBron, the King and I.
Oh my God, that's
a
sounds
12.
It sounds like our show.
My cheddar biscuit breakfast sandwiches are made.
and it's with the San Francisco Giants. How about that?
We also got something brewing in the power chair today, Evan.
We do.
Evan Gidding's going to host today.
Yes, I'm in the power chair.
I'm in the fat chair.
Steiny, take a seat. Take a playoff. No, but what we decided we want to talk about today, Steiny, we got obviously we got some updates on Draymond Green. Got a little more movement in the front office, so to speak. It's also the 1-year anniversary of the 2022 Warriors Championship Parade, and it got us thinking. There was so much great that was going on last year, but there still is good that is happening here in the Bay Area right now. There are 3 teams that, no matter how you slice it, are in contention. And the one that is on the forefront of everyone's mind after last night's 7-4 walk-off win at Oracle Park are the San Francisco Giants. And you brought up something I thought was really interesting, which is, if we just rewind this thing 6 months ago in the offseason, coming off of missing out on Carlos Correa with that whole debacle, missing out on Aaron Judge. Now, the San Francisco Giants have won 8 in a row. They got 40 wins in 72 games. They're 3.5 back of first place in the NL West. Could you ask for anything more?
No. In fact, if you go back to the offseason and what was going on with the Giants, they miss out on Aaron Judge. They miss out on Carlos Correa. Everybody's talking about how there's not a lot to look forward to. I heard Dave Fleming on with the Morning Roast. He was saying how people are complaining about no stars the past few years with the San Francisco Giants. This is better. Mm-hmm. This is better. This is better than having signed Carlos Correa and being 40-32. It's better because you have guys from your own farm system. And I'm ready to say, dare I say, it's better than having Aaron Judge and being 40-32. There's a subtle difference between players who play for a professional organization that come up through the ranks or that they start their career there. There's a little bit of a difference with free agents who come. Now, beggars can't be choosers. Don't get me wrong. If you can get a great free agent, you take a great free agent. But the reality of the situation is, right now the Giants have Patrick Bailey, they got Matos, Casey Schmidt, they got Harrison and Luciano in the minor leagues. They've got veterans. They've got exactly what you want, don't you? It's a mix. It's a mix, and one by one, younger players are coming up. And I'm sorry, that is how you generate interest. You don't generate interest in a short period of time. We didn't get attached to Posey, Crawford, Lincecum, Bumgarner, Belt in a season. We got attached to them over the course of 3 to 5 seasons. Same with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. So to me, this is the start of something that is better than had it started with Carlos Correa in the summer.
And, of course, the common denominator in all of that is success. And that's what we're starting to see right now with the Giants. We're starting to see that beautiful blend of young and old come together and win you ball games. And not just win you games, but come back from down 4-2 in the ninth against the Padres. Come back from down to your final strike against the Cardinals. Obviously, they're playing some amazing baseball. But to put it in perspective of, kind of the feeling that I think the Giants are evoking right now, it's the longest win streak since 2021, since that magical season. And if I understand 107 may not mean much to people after the year that they put together last season, but right now, I would say that this season does feel even different than the 107 year because of what you're talking about, because of the homegrown, up-and-coming type of talent, mixed with the old veterans. A guy like Brandon Crawford has bought in. A guy like Jock Peterson, I know he's not from the Giants farm system, but he's a veteran. He's bought in. Guys on the pitching staff have bought into their roles. And when you get buy-in mixed with victory, then you start to find, it does become in a way more fun because it's something that's unexpected. This last offseason, all the expectations for this team were completely reset. And a lot of it was because of their own doing. They swung and they missed on a lot of big-name free agents. And even if you want to talk about the amount of money they spent on the guys they got, well, a couple of those guys haven't even helped you. It's been about the internal growth that we've seen both from the farm system as well as some resurgent seasons from guys that have been with the team that we've now had time to watch grow, a la Lamont Wade, Mike Yastrzemski, who's the hero last night, 3 for 5 with a couple of big hits, 4 RBI, none bigger than the last 3 of the night. And so I'm 100% with you. I feel like this Giants team is one that is easier to get on board with, almost not having the big boys, not having the Correa or the Judge. I might push back a little bit on Aaron Judge because I think he's an all-time talent. But Carlos Correa right now is middling. A guy like Carlos Rodon, who people thought about bringing back, is right now just sitting on the IL. He's standing pat. He can't get on the mound. And you're looking at up and down the roster, players stepping up, putting themselves in position to succeed, and the front office being okay with all of the noise that they heard this offseason, even the beginning of the season, and saying, we're going to stick to our process, we're going to stick to our spreadsheets. And lo and behold, Steiny, this is a team that is not only watchable, but the San Francisco Giants are good.
And they're starting to be more fun, and that'll happen when you win more games. The thing that I always come back to, and I said it years ago, was when you saw what the Dodgers were doing and you saw what the Padres were doing and you saw what the Giants are trying to do, I would always say, well, how are they ever going to finish in first or second place with those two juggernauts who load up every single year?
Stay hot.
So, of course, I lost my train of thought because my daughter calls me during my show.
Not in the power chair.
But it's my daughter from London. So, but last year we saw the Phillies get to the World Series as a wild card team. All you have to do in baseball is get to the postseason. It doesn't matter how you get there. It really doesn't. Once you get there, you can make hay. So to me now, it doesn't matter if they win the National League West or are the first wild card. Just get in. And this season especially, because you come into this season with no expectations, and now you're 40-32. This year's absolute gravy, I think, at this point, as long as you can continue to stay interesting. And as of now, you look at the standings, they have every right to think that they may make the postseason. So I'm interested to know from Giants fans at 888-957-9570, how much do you believe in this team? How much fun are you having? Do you think this team has staying power? Because to me, it looks like it does. They got to get over the hump of the starting pitching right now and figure out how they're going to kind of piecemeal that together. But the Giants have something going, if for no other reason than it almost feels, and I said this to you a little bit earlier, it almost feels like they have a system, kind of like the Warriors. You know how the Warriors play an open passing game style, and it's a little bit different, and not everybody fits. I almost feel like the Giants have a system. And it's obviously a lot of versatility at different positions. It's lefties who hit righties. It's righties who hit lefties. They love to turn around. They love to pinch hit early in a game to turn around a pitcher, or they love to change their pitchers early in a game to favorable matchups mid game. So I think in a way they have a system too that the players are buying into, if for no other reason than they have to.
Well, we're going to talk to someone who's been responsible for grooming some of that young talent, being a part of the system both as a player and now as a member of the San Jose Giants. Travis Ishikawa is going to come on with us at 11 o'clock, and then we're going to speak to former general manager Bobby Evans of the San Francisco Giants at 1 o'clock. So we're going to get a perspective from a player as well as someone who's in the system and, of course, someone who helped create a system. I think it applies to the Warriors. I think it also applies to the San Francisco 49ers. Kyle Shanahan has his system. And I'm curious what, in addition to fans feel about the Giants right now, if we're taking the temperature of the winning streak, it could all come to a skidding halt tonight, but that's not the point. The point is that they have over 72 games demonstrated that this system under Farhan Zaidi and, of course, the extension of him on the field, Gabe Kapler, is creating positive results over an elongated period of time, over a sample size. And so how do you feel about that? How do you feel about the system for the Giants? Like, what do you think it is? Is it completely dependent on homegrown talent? Because right now, they're reaping the benefits of that. Sure, a guy like Luis Matos comes up to fill in for an injured Mitch Haniger, but he comes up with a big fly out late in that game last night that moves an important runner over.
Yep.
Patrick Bailey obviously has been incredible behind the plate. He comes up with the sacrifice fly to bring in Yaz to push the game to extra innings. Casey Schmidt, who we thought might not have been available, comes up, pinch hits late, gets a big walk. A guy like Devin Winn, just a random reliever out of nowhere, throws you 5 innings after giving up a bomb to begin his outing. Like, these are young, not necessarily no-name players, but players that, like you're talking about, Steiny, have developed. So what is the Giants system? Do you believe it's working this season? Do you see it working down the stretch of this season, potentially into the playoffs? Where are you at with the San Francisco Giants? 888-957-9570. Because right now, I would identify the system, Steiny, as one that is not necessarily looking for the big name. They don't need the big name, but they're about creating the big name. And sure, they don't have maybe at this point a big first-round pick and a prodigy such as a Buster Posey, but what they do have is still a connection to the past success in Brandon Crawford, the last piece of it, and then you have younger players on the front end of their careers, and the Matoses, the Baileys, the Schmidts, but then you have those guys in the middle that have been here for some time that maybe haven't been given the accolades of an all-world type talent, an all-MLB type player. But you have the Estradas, you have the Lamont Wades, you have even a guy like J.D. Davis, you have Jock Peterson, you have David VR, you have Austin Slater coming off the bench. There are so many pieces on this team, Steiny, that I think aren't necessarily ones that make you get up and cheer, but apparently could draw 35,000 people to the ballpark last night.
Yeah, look, Farhan's been here 5 years, Kapler 4. And I think, or this is the 4th and 5th, respectively. I think we've got to acknowledge that Farhan Zaidi can build a team. He can build a team that's competitive. The first year was Bochy's last year. Let's throw that one out. They go 29-31 in the COVID year. They had a shot the last game of the season to make the postseason. They come back next year. They win 107 games. Last year, of course, they were 81-81. That's still a 500 year. I know they weren't in it, and they made some hay late to get to 500, but here we are the following year, and now you're 8 games over 500. The reality of the situation is Farhan Zaidi can always put together a team that can compete. The question is, how often do you go from just a team that can compete to a team that has a legitimate chance to make a postseason run? And 2 years ago, that was the team. The Giants were that team. They won 107 games. I know they didn't win. They didn't beat the Dodgers, but they got to the postseason. It looks like this team at 40-32 is figuring out how they need to play. They're figuring out their roles. And I don't know if everybody's bought in completely, but there's no problems. There's not a problem on that roster that I see.
No, and in fact, yeah, I feel like you're getting guys that are more willing to acclimate to their new roles. And it's not something like, I'm curious, like Gabe Kapler right now is in a position where I think when it's working, when it's going well, he's the genius and he's the mastermind, or Farhan, depending on how you want to put it. And when they're losing, everything just doesn't seem to be clicking. But if the Giants put together another quality season signing, they make the playoffs, maybe they fizzle out, maybe they win a round, maybe they go all the way, who knows? Then we're looking at 2 of the last 3 seasons being successes for the Giants.
Yep.
Because the definition of our success is going to be just making the playoffs. Just get in, give yourself a chance, Of course, those 3 World Series teams were maybe not the best team of all of the MLB teams. And this is the other part of it, too. Right now, look around the majors. Like, who else in the NL is scaring you right now? Who else in the division is scaring you right now? I know the Giants don't have 6 All-Stars on this roster, but they don't need to win games. And right now, in the month of June, they've shown you across the last 8, but not only that, going back to the beginning of the month, that they can come from behind in games. 5 of their wins this month have been from down in the 7th inning or later. So they also kind of have a flair for the dramatic, and that's another trait of a good team.
Atlanta doesn't scare you?
The Atlanta Braves are a really good team. And yes, I mean, sure, okay, they scare you. But I would tell you that the San Francisco Giants have just as good of a record against 500 or better teams in baseball.
Fair enough. I was just throwing some teams out there that I wondered if you were worried about as a Giant fan. You look at the NL West. I mean, what are your feelings right now on the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Diamondbacks? If you look at the Giants as one of 4 teams, I mean, handicap it for me.
Yeah, I mean, and to go back, yes, the Braves are a better team. They're the best team in the NL right now. As far as the NL West is concerned, I think every team is flawed, including the Giants. Like they have things that they can get better at. We kind of touched on the starting pitching, but look, you go down the list. Arizona has played great baseball thus far. They do not have at this point a whole lot of, we'll call it pedigree. I mean, Evan Longoria might be the most veteran established member of that group, and he doesn't play a whole lot for that team. I think the Dodgers have a very top-heavy roster similar to the Padres, but the Dodgers also right now have one of the worst bullpens in baseball, and that was their downfall in much of the Giants series. The Padres, meanwhile, also have a top-heavy roster. They're not very deep, and there's just something about San Diego. As much as I do love the city, my family lives down there. They are some Padres fans. Even they are kind of a wait and see when it comes to the dads because of nights like last night. Like,
by the way, nobody calls him that.
What do you mean?
Nobody calls him that. I had no idea what you were talking about last night when I got that text about the dad. For the first text about dad, I didn't know if you forgot to put an apostrophe in it. They're the Padres. When did they? Where did you hear that from? I know I'm a little older than you, but we didn't do that in the 80s and 90s.
Did you ever take Spanish in school?
Sure.
What is padre?
Father.
What is another word for father? Dad, father. No, I'm glad you finally picked it up. I'm glad you picked it up. Yeah, no, that's right. Use words properly.
No, I'm messing with you. It's all right.
The word you use for the Padres is underwhelming. Like that's what I saw from them last night. And even when a Bob Melvin's trying to play chess, not checkers, in the 9th inning, and he has Tim Hillen tries to go and basically force Kapler to show his hand. Austin Slater comes to the plate. Melvin goes to the bullpen, brings in Garcia. Automatically, Kapler goes right to a lefty. Sable earns a walk. It's like every move that the Padres made in that game last night was for naught. And every move that the Giants made in that game last night worked to perfection. And if you want to say that's coincidence, that's luck, maybe I'll hear you. But about 5 or 6 different small things throughout that game in the final 2 or 3 innings caught my eye that made me feel like it's not even a magical feeling. It's just they know what they're doing and they trust their system. And that's really the hallmark of a good club throughout any sport.
I was doing a little math.
Okay.
While you were talking, but I was also listening.
I gave you some time. Apologies.
So, Kapler's first year, the COVID season, they started 8-16. Remember?
Yes.
Then they finished 21-15 and almost made the playoffs. Then they won 107. Then they won 81. My point is this. You know what Gabe Kapler's record is as a manager of the Giants after his terrible start?
What?
249 and 183. So essentially 25-18 is the average.
That's good.
That is good. That is good. And that Kapler's another guy who now I'm starting to think about everything that was said about him 3 or 4 years ago. First of all, I don't think many people thought he'd still be here 4 years from now. Remember, it got off to a rocky start before he ever got hired. They got off to a bad start that first year, and there were just a lot of questions about Kapler. I'm actually starting to think that even though Gabe Kapler is a little bit, would you say he's a little bit polarizing?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Even though he's a little bit polarizing and even though he's not everybody's cup of tea, I think the whole organization, the players most particularly, they know that Farhan Zaidi plays baseball a certain way and that Gabe Kapler wants to play baseball a certain way, and Gabe Kapler is there for one reason and one reason only, and that's to execute Farhan's plan. And so I actually don't think the Giants ever really begrudge Kapler or take out their disappointed feelings on him. Like, I think they've depersonalized Kapler in a way. And that's one of the reasons that his relationships with the players, to me, are hanging in there, because deep down the player knows, A, it's got nothing to do with Kapler. This is just Farhan and the way he runs a team. So I have to assume it's not personal. And Kapler goes out of his way to always maintain it's never personal. He goes out of his way to always try to encourage his players through the media. So I think in a way, if Kapler managed the same way for a different GM, I don't think he'd be as respected in a way, or I don't think he'd be as tolerated almost from a baseball team. But the reality is, everybody knows this is Farhan. It's not Gabe Kapler.
Well, and that's why I think Kapler is a great example of the modern manager and how it's changed. Like, I mean, you see success that Bruce Bochy's having in Texas. I don't think he goes there without an understanding that the general manager there, Chris Young, who is also a former player of his, isn't going to give him the control over both the roster as well as those kind of in-game managing situations that he wants. But Gabe Kapler he doesn't have that pedigree yet. He doesn't have that experience yet. And so he works hand-in-hand with Farhan Zaidi. And I do wonder if people, through the success, but not just recently, but over the course of 72 games and being in a position that they're a game up on the Dodgers for second place in the wild card, 3.5 games back at first place of the Arizona Diamondbacks in the NL West, like, how do you feel about Gabe Kapler right now? Because I feel like a lot of people are willing to toss him to the side at the end of last season, and like you said, may not have expected him to get to this point in his fourth year. Also, Farhan Zaidi, a lot of talk was made about him being on the hot seat, that this was an important year. Is that necessarily cured? There's a lot of the season that's left to go, but it feels like they've calmed some of the storm that was surrounding them at the beginning of this year. And I want to know what fans think about it. 888-957-9570. I see EJ will get to you on the other side. Evan Giddings sitting in the power chair today. For Matt Steinmetz with him. Daryl the Guru Johnson's going to be back on Thursday. He's still down in Dallas with the family. We love you, Goo. Appreciate you. He'll be back in just a couple of days. How do you feel about the Giants right now? 8 wins in a row. They're rolling. They are feeling good. They're feeling, dare I say, a little bit magical. We're going to keep talking about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Glenn Kuiper on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. That was Mike Yastrzemski getting wet.
Okay. By the way, happy birthday to Dwayne Kuiper. It was his birthday last night. He was years old. And
Dwayne Kuiper.
What did I say?
I think I said his brother.
Oh, boy.
Dwayne Kuiper, former Cleveland Indian. Congrats to him on his birthday.
He still got it, man.
He's great.
That was a great call last night.
Man. He's the man. Yeah, that was a great call last night. There's another call last night that shocked me.
Last night?
Absolutely shocked me.
So, as we're going,
are we going to get that sound at some point?
Yeah, we can try and find. It's going to be difficult, but if you want, we could just set it up. Basically, Evan Giddings in with Matt Steinmetz. Gerald the Guru Johnson is going to be back on Thursday. We got Travis Ishikawa coming up at 11 o'clock. Bobby Evans later on in the show, 1 o'clock. But so that was the final call of the game, Steiny. The first call of the bottom of the first inning involved a harmless fastball from Michael Wacha just below the knees, called a strike on Lamont Wade Jr. And what did you hear after that?
Well, you need to be very careful when you're in our line of work because there are icons in this business.
There are,
and you don't take on icons
unless
you don't mess with Steph Curry, for example. You ain't gonna win. It's gonna be a long night. You want to go up against Steph Curry. It's gonna be a long night. You want to go up against Christian McCaffrey.
Curry's been the best thing to happen to my career.
We all know Kruk and Kuiper are just fantastic. Mike Krukow.
Yeah?
Wacha threw one pitch.
He did.
One pitch.
The first pitch.
He threw the first pitch of the game last night. Let me say this one more time. One pitch. And Mike Krukow said, all you want as a player is some consistency behind the plate with the umpire. If it's going to be a strike for one team, it should be a strike for the other. One pitch. That's got to be a new record. That's all. That's all. And I'm not even. You know what? We should get all the announcers because I think Fitz's earliest complaint with the officials was even 2 minutes into a game. That was his earliest. So, Krukow was. It's the first pitch. I actually rewinded it because I was thinking, there's no way he just complained after the first pitch of the game. But he's the former pitcher, not me.
Oh, he is. And one of the best. Krukow is awesome, but the first pitch of the game, and I'm trying to find the home plate umpire, but maybe he's familiar with his strike zone, and so he's had some run-ins with him in the past.
Probably.
I don't know. But how can you say call it both ways when you don't know what the strike zone is? The first one, okay, home plate umpire, sorry, Adrian Johnson.
Right.
First pitch of the game, I actually didn't even think it was that far out of the zone. thought it was a borderline strike. Got to call it both ways. Got to have it. And apparently, the Giants were able to make some adjustments.
Yeah, apparently so.
I mean,
no, I'll tell you what. The thing about Krukow that's amazing is he's got 7-page scouting reports on every umpire.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he knows every umpire's strike zone. If it's high, if it's low, if he's generous, if he's not generous. So,
and it's twice as long for the players too. And actually, this is what they do so well. And Krukow, the way that the Giants broadcast speaks, it kind of is. It takes you into a time machine back to I think the way that I grew up hearing a lot of people talk about baseball, which is not necessarily about the analytics or what a guy's OPS is. And as much as the nerd in me loves that, and that's what I tried to study for a lot of my education, it's really about the situation, what's happening during the game, what a pitcher's trying to do, and those guys break it down better than just about anybody. Like there was I think it was Doval on that final inning. So there's that 10-pitch at-bat between him and Manny Machado, right?
Right.
So obviously a huge at-bat. You bring in Doval with 2 runners on after you put on Soto with 1 out. We can talk about if you agree with that or not. But you bring him in specifically for the strikeout because he's got put-away stuff. And he's pitching right now like the best closer in baseball. I think he's number 2, but that's fine. So he goes 10 pitches, strike, fastball, cutter, sinker, in and out. Machado's on his fastball. He can't put barrel to it, but he's just fighting it off. And I think Caruco goes, now would be a real good time for a slider. 10th pitch of the at-bat. I think he even says, you could throw this pitch in the other batter's box 2 feet out of the zone, and he's swinging at it. Lo and behold, 90-mile-per-hour sweeping pitch out of the zone. Machado goes fishing, strikeout, gets the out you need. He goes, and basically just sets down the side, picks up the win.
Well, not only that, Duvall's a guy who we don't really lump in with the young players, but we should. He's one of the best relievers in the game right now, and he's
25.
Exactly. He's a young player, too. So all I'm saying is if I were to talk to you or any Giants fan a week after they called off the press conference to announce the signing of Carlos Correa, and I would have said, look, they're going to be 40 and 32. A bunch of the young guys are going to be up, so you're going to like that. The veteran guys are going to be producing, and we're going to be the hottest team in baseball. Nobody would have believed it. But and that's the other thing that I was thinking about is there was a lot of concern among Giants fans about starting the season with no excitement. Oh, this is going to be a long year. I mean, I hate to be corny, and I don't like to speak romantically of sports, but that is where baseball's a little bit different. Is you might think you know what you have coming into a season, but you really don't know until the first couple months have been played. And I just think that you come into this season and there's very little enthusiasm for the Giants, and now they're 40 and 32, and it almost can create a bigger buzz than had there been some anticipation, and the Giants are just kind of winning at a 520 clip or something like that.
Well, and make no mistake, that kind of cautiousness that I think fans had around the Giants was completely warranted. So they spent $193 million on Mitch Haniger, Michael Conforto, Taylor Rogers, Sean Manaea, Ross Stripling, bring back Jock Peterson, and acquire Luke Jackson. How many of those guys have actually impacted winning? I would say Conforto. I would say Rogers. Manaea's had some moments. Peterson's had some moments, although he was on the team last year. It isn't as if they went from Correa and Judge to picking up these game-changing talents. It's been kind of an accumulation and a puzzle piece putting this thing together. And that's why I think Farhan, whether this was his plan, whether it kind of came together or not, deserves credit. And I think Gabe Kapler deserves credit. Because to your point in our last segment, I wonder what fans think about where the Giants are at, where the front office is at, where the team is as far as the timeline of getting these young guys up and effectively affecting winning at 888-957-9570. If I told you they spent all that money on a bunch of kind of mid-level guys and they missed on the big boys and they're here, isn't that exactly what you want? And like you said it, Steiny, this is more fun. This is more fun than the alternative, right?
I think so. I absolutely think so. Look, you look at the last two teams that have won championships, the Giants and the Golden State Warriors, and look at the cores. Look at both of their cores. Steph, Draymond, Klay Thompson. They were all drafted by the Warriors. You look at the Giants, Bumgarner, Lincecum, Kane, Belt, Posey, Crawford, all those guys, homegrown players. There's something about a homegrown player that's better than a free agent. And I know I said that in the first segment, and I know this is a little bit of not the greatest analogy, but it's the difference between Steph Curry and Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
There's a different level of love for a player who you've seen start his career with your team. There just is. And it's the best way, I think, to do it because you can see how a team's getting better, how players are getting better over time. You know how I'm a stickler for being right. A couple mistakes I made. I guess I said rewinded.
Yeah.
It's, of course, rewound. And then we do have to be more specific about the pitch that Kruko was complaining about, it was actually the bottom of the first. It was Waka's first pitch.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was. First pitch from the opposing team.
Yes.
And I want to stay there with that kind of comparison between Steph and KD, because KD got the red carpet rolled out for him. I mean, July 4th, 2016, I remember where I was. I think everyone was excited about that free agent acquisition. I'm sure the same thing would have been the case with Aaron Judge if he was a San Francisco Giant this year. But how long would that have lasted? And especially if the Giants weren't good, or even if they are right now in second place. There are probably some people out there saying, well, you went on and got the guy who just broke the AL home run record. You should be in first place. Like, anything less than that, the expectations that come with acquiring an Aaron Judge, or in this next offseason, if you go after a guy like Shohei Ohtani, those expectations automatically catapult into a completely different stratosphere than the ones they have right now.
But you know what I remember hearing when the Giants were going after Aaron Judge? They need more than Aaron Judge. When the Giants were in the mix for Aaron Judge, the thought process among fans was not, if we get Aaron Judge, we're the best team in the National League. It wasn't that at all, because there were many people talking about the alternative, which is maybe instead of one Aaron Judge, you fill a few spots with players not as good as Aaron Judge, but you get more depth. That's the one thing I do remember about the whole Judge and Correa thing. Even though Giants fans wanted them and wanted them badly, I do not remember Giants fans saying, we get Judge, we're set. They weren't. They just wanted Judge to be a centerpiece of something. So in that respect, this year I think is even more of a surprise for those kind of fans, because, like I said, they didn't think getting Judge was going to automatically make the Giants one of the top 3 teams in the National League. Not yet, anyway.
Well, I think it was also about being seen in the same light as, let's face it, the Dodgers, because the Dodgers have made just about every right move you can when it comes to acquiring talent, developing talent, going out trading, getting big names on the free agent market. They've kind of checked every single box that I think a lot of baseball fans want, and fans want to root for a perennial winner. But that's the denominator in all of this. If you win, I don't give a damn how you do it. The Los Angeles Dodgers have won one World Series, and some people tried to take that away from them, of course, because it was in the pandemic-shortened season. But they're always in it. And to me, that is the goal, to 100% be all in on being a player, on being a contender. And I differ from you in that I think that the playoffs are maybe easier in baseball than other sports to walk away as champion. But if you're in the playoffs, if you're in the mix in June, and I like to take the baseball season a month at a time, so you're in the mix in June. Okay, that's great. You're playing great baseball right now. Let's be in the mix in July. Let's be in the mix in August, in September. If you continue to play quality baseball, well, then I have to look at you like a good team. And I also have to look at the last couple of years. If the Giants make the playoffs this year, even if they don't win 100 games, if they get in as a wild card team or happen to run the gamut and win the division, then I do think we might look at last season maybe as being more of the fluke than 2021. Is that fair, or is that going too far?
Say that one more time.
So if the Giants get into the playoffs this year with the same system that helped them to a 107 season 2 years ago, do we look at last year as the aberration as opposed to 2021? Because that's, everyone has defined 2021 as, an outlying season, something that you're never going to see again. Shouldn't have happened. It was a magical season. You can't recreate that. Well, I'm not saying you're going to win 107 games this year, but in a different way with more of an infusion of youth, you are recreating a little similar kind of feeling.
Here's the way I look at it. Excuse me. Remember when Kyle Shanahan... Okay, so Kyle Shanahan comes in. I should have the numbers right. But he came in, and 2 years they didn't make the playoffs, then they made the playoffs, then they didn't make the playoffs. And then in his 5th year, they got off to a shaky start. And at that point, I think it was fair to say, what's Shanahan all about? Is he really good enough? Well, what happened? In 3 of the last 4 years, the 49ers have gone to at least the NFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
So Shanahan's done in a good way. In other words, he weathered the early storm of the 49ers transitioning off Tom Sula and Kelly. And now he's set for a while. To me, Farhan, and maybe to a lesser degree Kapler, they finish with 90 wins this year. Mm-hmm. Then I think they turn the corner into a lot of job security. I really do, because at that point, you won't be able to argue with the results, which are 2 postseasons in the last 3 years. And the year you missed, we were 500. And we acknowledge we probably don't have as much talent outright as the Padres and the Dodgers. So, I think the way we've talked, it was a big year for Farhan coming into the year. Big year for Farhan and Kapler. Okay, well, they're 40 and 32. They make the postseason, they get a reset. That tells me they're going to be here for at least another 2 years.
Yeah, and I think they will have earned that. I do wonder if people are still in the mindset, like if you don't believe that this season is for real, I can't look. We are still in June, but right now the Giants, I think compared to what we believe them to be in the offseason, have far exceeded expectations. And I think the crowd last night was also an indication of that. It was a holiday. People had some time off. It probably won't be 35,500 like it was last night tonight on a Tuesday night. But people are taking an interest in the Giants, and the Giants are demanding your attention. That, to me, is worth something. And for those of you on the text line, the YouTube chat, we see you talking about how wake me up in September. All in, but close but no cigar seasons don't really count. You got to be all in on winning it all. That's not the way this works, and that's not the way sports in general work. I think the Warriors have skewed our view on how dominant and just how great you have to be to win. That's not always the case. We saw it this year. People are already making excuses for the Denver Nuggets. People are making excuses for the Heat making the finals. The Milwaukee Bucks, people are starting to look at differently. They've fired their head coach. Is Giannis really the champion that he was in that finals? In baseball, the Houston Astros were a great team last season. They've regressed. There is an opportunity this season for the Giants, in the position they are, in the league they are, in the division they are, to make some noise. And that deserves our attention. And I think it deserves fans' attention.
All right, so exactly, and let's talk about the fans real quick. I'm reading Andy Baggerly yesterday in the Athletic, and he was talking about attendance, Giants attendance. And before last night's game, in terms of average attendance, the Giants were down approximately 2,000 fans a game at the same point last year. Well, I'll tell you what, anybody want to take a bet? I bet you the Giants outdraw what they did last year. Even though they're down right now, they're down 2,000. Well, that's probably 1,500 now after last night.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, I'll bet anybody that the Giants will draw more people this year than last year, even though they're behind right now. Why? Because they're building excitement for the second half of the season. They did not do that last year. In fact, they had to kind of make a big late run to even get to 500. The fact that they're 40 and 32, the fact that there's an extra wild card, it's probably going to keep them in the mix, and we're going to find out that this team can draw like it has in the past. Let me tell you something about Giants fans, and I do believe this. Do we want a star? Sure. We want Bonds. We want Judge. Giants win, they'll draw. If the Giants win, they will draw, especially now with the construct of this team. It's what real Giants fans, I won't say hardcore, but people who really like this team and have liked them for a long period of time and want to see certain things out of the Giants, they're getting it this year. They're getting exactly what they hoped for. 70 games into the season, young players are contributing. You look like you're pretty good. And also, you look like you might be good next year and the year after. That's all you. That's all a lot of Giants fans wanted is, can we start building something? And I think you have to say, it looks like they're starting to build something.
And we're going to talk to someone who's responsible for helping build that system. Travis Ishikawa, both, of course, as a player with the Giants now in the minor league system, is going to join us at 11 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. Bobby Evans, former general manager of the Giants, is going to join us at 1 o'clock. And this is what we're discussing at this point. Are the Giants deserved of your attention? I believe so. Now, I'm not telling anybody how to spend their money, but I'm telling you that if they continue to win, that ballpark will be full. Not to the point where they're going to start rewriting sellout crowd records or anything of that matter, but this is a good baseball team. And how do, like, I am curious, how do fans define fun, what is watchable, what they're interested in? Because to me, late game dramatics, the flair, the entertainment that we saw last night, that we've seen over the last now 2 months, not just in the last 8 games in which they have put together their longest win streak since 2021. This is a team that has piled up consecutive big moments, fun moments, exciting moments. And to your point about the why, it has to do with, in my opinion, not a black or a white, not a all in on being young, not all in on being old and experienced, but a blend of both. That's the perfect concoction, because if you got guys from a younger side that can kind of push, that can push the older guys, not saying you're on your way out, that I'm here to take your spot, but we need more juice in that clubhouse. We need more energy. And you got the old guys, kind of pushing the young guys down a little bit, saying, you're bright-eyed, you're bushy-tailed, you're excited about that walk-off win. We're going to put you in the clubhouse. We're going to put you in the club and play all the music, but know that you got to show up tomorrow at 6:45 because we got a ball game. That kind of mixture is one that breeds success. And even if they lose tonight, the Giants have so far shown through 72 games, approaching the midway mark of this year, that the second half is something that we got to pay attention to. And I wonder what people want to see more of. Is it more of the young guys, Steiny? Is it more of, is it Haniger? Is it some of those free agent acquisitions coming back? Is it Alex Cobb who's on the IL? I don't know who people are vying for, who they're fiending for right now.
Well, for me, it's, every once in a while, you don't have to do anything. Yes, they may have to address their starting pitching because they've been hit by the injury bug. But let's just see what happens. Nobody thought they'd be 40-32. Let's take it a series at a time and see where this team is. By the way, our favorite P1, or one of our favorite P1s, Ernie Chavez, wants to make that bet with me for $20. You're on, Ernie.
Better attendance.
Giants will have better attendance this year than last year, even though they're down this year. Thanks for the $20, Ernie. I appreciate it, because this team keeps winning.
Well, he's already got this. He just marked the tape right here. Ernie Chavez is our 95.7 The Game encyclopedic.
Exactly.
This guy, he was the one that pulled Guru's Laker bet with you from October.
That's right.
He just had it in the vault.
Yeah. Ernie Chavez is better than Memorex. He's that good. Memorex was a tape.
Excuse me?
Tape recorder, cassette tapes. Is it live or is it Memorex? You have no idea what I'm talking about?
What is that from?
Yeah, it's a commercial.
The 80s?
Back in the day.
The
Probably.
70s?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Is it live or is it Memorex? They would have Pavarotti singing. And then they would have a recording of Pavarotti. They would play them both.
Who's Pavarotti?
He's an opera singer. And
Okay.
they may not have even had him. I'm using him as an example. Stay out of my ear until I'm finished the story. And then they said, is it live? Is it Pavarotti? Or is it Memorex? And the thing was, you couldn't tell. Yes, John.
Well, it's not John Spadoni, but thank you, Steiny. Memorex Corporation began as a computer tape producer and expanded to become both a consumer media supplier and a major IBM plug-compatible peripheral supplier.
You know it.
So, the more you know.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let's see if Travis Ishikawa knows about Memorex on the other side. Coming up on the other side of the break, involved in the minor league system with the San Jose Giants, of course, also a memorable and very well-respected member of the San Francisco Giants. Travis Ishikawa is going to join us on the other side. Evan Giddings with Matt Steinmetz in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. He's back on Thursday. We appreciate you tuning in. Stick around, because Ishikawa is coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
This can't keep your loved ones protected from pests, but Raid can. For 60
on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in with Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson is going to be back on Thursday. Steiny and Goo take you up until 2 o'clock here as always. And pleased to be joined by a very special guest, Travis Ishikawa, former, of course, San Francisco Giant, was on television last night, witnessed the game. Also does great work with the minor league system for the Giants. And Travis, we appreciate you joining us here today. What's going on, man? How are you?
Not a whole lot. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Well, the first place I want to start, Travis, is you were obviously a part of 2 World Series teams, had a lot of historic moments throughout those postseason runs and regular season runs. But I'm curious, in that clubhouse, when do you really know you got something cooking? Like, when do you kind of have a feeling that you're a part of a club that can make some noise? Because we're in June, Giants have won 8 in a row, people are feeling good. But when do you really know that this is a team that could make some noise?
Honestly, for us, it started in 2009. I think we had that late playoff run. Obviously, got eliminated in September, but it was the first time in a while that we'd be able to be in it that late. And I think right there, we kind of knew it was going to be a special group, that we were just missing a couple pieces. And obviously, the Giants did a great job of bringing, Aubrey and Pat and Cody Ross, and then, getting Javi and them at the break. And I think we went into spring training in 10 with the intention of making a postseason run, and actually because of the success the year before, actually believe in it. I think when you get kind of, in the halfway part, you kind of see where you're at, and you kind of see the vibe that the team's bringing, and the way you're playing games and the way you're winning baseball games. Like, are you just getting lucky more times than not, or are you legitimately winning? And, those early 2010 teams with the pitching that we had, all we had to do was just play defense and try to scratch a couple runs, and we knew we had a chance to win every night.
Travis, the Giants obviously didn't get Aaron Judge. They didn't get Carlos Correa. And there was a lot of disappointment this offseason. And quite frankly, heading into spring training, there wasn't a lot of optimism. But now we're 70-ish games into the year. We're seeing some young players, Patrick Bailey, Matos, Casey Schmidt. We're hearing about Harrison and Luciano still in the minor leagues. Is this better in a way than signing a free agent, having your own guys come up and contribute to success?
I mean, as a guy that was able to be a part of that, yeah, I think the biased opinion would be yes. I think from a fan standpoint and from a front office standpoint, you want to win. It doesn't matter how. Obviously, you like being able to you have that pride of saying, we drafted these guys, we developed these guys, and they're a big integral part of help coming up, which I do think is very beneficial and very helpful. As disappointing as that was, I think that the other, 26, 27 guys that are on that team right now, they don't see it like that. They're not looking back on, man, what if we had either of these 2 guys? They're looking at the 25 guys next to them going, what do we need to do to win each and every night? I think that's what we're seeing right now in these last, basically 2 months now, month and a half since May. The best record in baseball. So I think these guys believe. I think they're hungry, and I think the chemistry between them all right now is incredible, because you can just see it being executed on the field.
Well, and a lot of it, Travis Ishikawa is with us here on 95.7 The Game, is because of that infusion and a nice blend of young and old. And I'm curious, as someone that has both, of course, been a part of a growing core, you mentioned 2009 and then the win in 2010, but also as a part of the 2014 team, seeing some younger guys come up. How much does it help when you get that infusion of youth? And how much, as a young guy, did you try to push some of those older players to maybe get the best out of them?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you get the younger guys coming up, it gives you a sense of energy. And I think, Yaz was on our post-game show after hitting that walk-off, and he's giving credit to those guys, too. He even said, that the young guys coming up bring just a different type of energy and kind of pushing the older guys, into like a youthful spirit that they had when they first came up. But, the point, too, is it works both ways. You see, Crawford kind of, you saw Schmidt sitting with Crawford in Arizona just trying to pick his brain, and Bailey and Matos coming up, and even the guy, Winn and Ryan Walker and the young guys on the mounds, you can just see that they have a calm to them. They have a presence to them like they've been in the big leagues for a couple of years. It seems like the game's slowing down for them in the box or on the mound. It looks like, big situations don't get to them. And you got to credit the veterans of the club, the Crawfords and the Hanegers and Yazes and Slaters, and then, Logan Webb and all the bullpen guys that have been around the league, I think are definitely making a huge impact on our young rookies as well.
Travis, let me ask you a little bit about the pitch clock. I mean, I grew up in the 70s and 80s, and I loved baseball, then fell out of love with it a little bit, but I've been watching games this year, and I got to tell you, I almost feel guilty because I guess I can't call myself an old school guy anymore, but I think this pitch clock is absolutely incredible, and it has made the game just go by quicker. It's made it more exciting. It's made it more enjoyable. Is that okay that I like it this much?
I feel I was right there with you. I questioned whether or not I wanted to be considered an old school type of player too. But with anything, right? Like life adapts, and the game, and just like the game, it adapts, and you got to figure stuff out to find the new cool things. And I was against the pitch clock as well. We kind of messed around with that my last couple of years in AAA. We had a pitch clock, and I got caught for a violation, and I thought the reason behind it was really stupid. But as a coach now, and as you see the game, and you kind of see, before the pitch clock stuff, there just seemed to be a lot more time in between pitches than there ever was. I'm sure, like you said, growing up in the 70s, I'm pretty sure there wasn't 45 seconds to a minute in between pitches back when you played. I'm pretty sure even if they had a pitch clock, their pace was probably about the same. And I just think the game started to slow down, with pitchers and with hitters, both just kind of taking their time and milking the clock in the box or on the mound. So I'm a fan of it now too. We've been dealing with it in the minor leagues here for the last couple of years, and I wasn't a fan with it at first just because it was new, because guys hadn't really adapted to it. And to be fair, at times I didn't think it was being officiated correctly. I thought it was more of a gray area than it was a black and white. And I think that here in the minor leagues down here in San Jose, and I think even in the big leagues, I think they've turned it into more of a black and white rule. There's no gray area. And so I'm fine with that. If that's going to be the rule, as long as it's being officiated correctly and evenly, I'm a fan of it too, because there's been some times where I'm like, man, this would have been a 4.5 hour game, and it ended up being like 2.5 hours. So, definitely a fan of more action in a shorter period of time.
Two-time World Series champion Travis Ishikawa is with us here on 95.7 The Game, also doing pre and post for NBC Sports Bay Area. And like you mentioned, Travis also involved with the San Jose Giants. And I'm curious because we've heard, the last couple of years about getting these guys up, and fans want to see the young guys, and they finally are. I generally contend that if a player rises through the ranks and eventually makes it to the show and gets here and is contributing, isn't that an indication that the system is working? I'm wondering, as someone who has both been through it and, of course, now is also in part responsible for that talent, how do you view that timeline that fans have been clamoring for and now reaping the benefits of with the Baileys, the Schmitz, and the Matoses and the young guys that have helped this team?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the one thing to really kind of put in perspective too, right? You got Bailey, you got Schmidt, and you got Matos, and I think even Winner and even Walker, the five guys that have really made an impact for the Giants this year, those guys were all like 19 or 20 draft picks. And so, we forget that even though we had a kind of a half a season in the big leagues in 2020, our minor league season was completely canceled that year. And so those are guys in their first full season or in their draft season that lost a year of baseball. And so that's a year of development that they missed out on. And so I think the big part is 2021 was almost like their first kind of full taste in professional baseball, whether it was coming up from the Dominican and had the rigors of playing every day away from home, or if it's, fresh out of a college season, they're used to, practicing 3 or 4 days a week and then playing on the weekends. Now they're playing 5-6 games a week. And so I think just the physical rigors, the mental rigors of what that was kind of an adjustment period for these guys. So I think, in a fair way, right, from the front office and the fans' perspective, right, it probably took a little bit longer to see these guys up here, but also reminding them that they missed a year of development, and now that they're here, maybe a little bit later than we would have liked to see them, but we're seeing the impact they're making at the big league level.
Well, and are you surprised at all by the immediate and positive impact that you've seen from those five guys that you mentioned?
I'm not surprised because I knew the talent was there. I think my biggest surprise is the mentality side and just the way that they're going about their business. Like I said earlier, these guys look like they're not affected by the big league stage, and they look like they've been in the league for a couple of years, and they're we mentioned it yesterday, right? We had both Matos, Bailey, and Schmidt all come up in that ninth inning and all contribute with quality at bats. And, they didn't look overmatched. They didn't look like the game sped up on them. They were able to slow the game down, get the pitch they wanted. And if they didn't, they took the walk and gave the guy on deck a chance to win the game. And then, even looking at, Walker and Keaton, I mean, let's not overlook Keaton. He got ambushed by one of the best hitters in baseball on a first pitch heater and then proceeded to go 5 innings and give up 2 hits, right? Struck out 3 with no walks, or struck out 4 with no walks. I mean, that's quite an accomplishment. The reason we were in the chance to win that game was because Keaton Winn's, 5 through 9th inning pitching performance as well.
Travis, how important is veteran leadership, especially if you have to incorporate some young players?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. If you get a group of just young guys, they don't know what to do or what routines are supposed to look like, how to be professional, how to work on a daily basis. They're going to just kind of be lost and trying to figure things out for themselves. And I think the learning curve will take a little bit longer. But, when you got those seasoned vets, there's just the Giants are full of them with the Floreses and like I said, Craw and Slay, guys that have been in the league for so long. I think these guys, whether they're vocal or not, they just lead by example. And I think these young guys are coming in, they're seeing how they act in the clubhouse. I think they see how they work pregame, what they do during the game to make adjustments. And the matter of the fact too, right? These young kids, they were already really good, hard workers, good character guys. And now they're just getting that much more of an edge by seeing how guys have done it for so long.
Well, we hope it continues to reap benefits for the San Francisco Giants. Travis Ishikawa with us on 95.7 The Game. And Travis, thank you so much for your time. I know you got a game later on out there in Stockton. Hope that's another top prospect, Reggie Crawford, also some other guys on that team. You continue to develop in him, and hopefully we'll see him in the show soon. But thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate it.
No, thank you guys so much for having me on. It was a blast. Appreciate you.
That's Travis Ishikawa, 2-time World Series champ.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
He also
give it to me.
Was a little wary of the pitch clock at first, but now he's all in. I'm kind of in the same boat. I was a little more of a traditionalist. I didn't know if it would work as much. But Steiny, like for example, that game last night, he talked about, you hate how games are going 4 hours. Like that would have been a 4-hour game last night.
Go ahead and give everybody the stats because you had them.
So last night was wrapped up in 3 hours and 5 minutes. Not necessarily a short game, but you got 11 runs, you got 10 pitchers, so 9 different pitching changes, and you also have an extra inning. That, to me, if you put all of that into 3 hours, you send fans home happy at 10 o'clock. I'm in bed by 10:15. Oh, maybe a little bit later. That, to me, is the perfect baseball game. You got action, you got come from behind, you got late game drama, and even with all the different changes, like that was a bullpen game. Those were the games last year that would drag on to 3.5, 4 hours, and I'd be looking up at the clock like, well, I want to watch the end of this game, but damn, I got to get to bed.
I may say it. I may go ahead and say it. The pitch clock may have saved baseball. Wow. The pitch clock may have saved baseball. It's been that good this year. It really has. These games are not lingering anymore. You know what I'm talking about. You're sitting on the couch, messing around on the computer, maybe with your iPhone. You look up, it's the bottom of the 3rd inning. You go back, mess around a little. You're listening. Then you go in and get a sandwich, and you come back out, and you look at your phone. You realize it's about 25 minutes have been gone, and it's the top of the next inning.
A sandwich?
Interminable. Yeah, ham sandwich, ham and cheese with a little bit of butter.
You're eating that at 8 p.m.?
It was more of an example.
Okay. A panini.
Hey, you know what? Let me tell you.
That's not soda approved.
No, it is not. Guru would be in this chair telling you, what the hell are you doing?
What I'm doing is I didn't eat after 6 last night, so I'm taking some pointers from. I just used the sandwich. It could have been anything. In fact, I don't make sandwiches that late at night. I'm gonna try not to eat after 6.
Wheat bread at least, Steiny?
Some pasta.
I didn't make a sandwich. I just used that as an example. Okay, let me ask you this. You know what this means from the 408?
Yeah.
Linger. Mm-hmm. Shout out Cranberries.
Is that a brand of cranberries?
No. It's a group. It's a musical group.
They're called the Cranberries, or
Correct.
They're called Linger?
Dolores O'Riordan was their lead singer.
R.I.P.
Really? When did she pass?
A few years ago, I believe.
Oh my
Lead
God,
singer
she
of the
was
Cranberries.
young.
Do you have to let it linger? Zombie.
Yeah.
Oh, so Linger's the name of the song.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you,
I
guys.
didn't know she passed. My gosh. Okay. You sure?
Yes.
Anyway.
So, Steiny, what we were talking.
Yeah, 2018. God, she was 28 years old.
Wait, what?
She was
46.
Oh, it says years active. That's not. You guys really are
Sorry.
laughing at that?
It was a funny mistake.
Nah, it really wasn't.
Well, you
It's
just
too soon.
You just said you make like 2 mistakes a show, so I only get 2 opportunities to laugh at you.
What is that for?
Well, we used to have a bit on the old show, Are They or Aren't They Dead? And R.I.P. Dolores O'Riordan. There you go.
R.I.P.
It's 5 years, Steiny. I think the
That's
statute
what-
of
okay.
limitations has passed a
Well,
little
let
bit.
me check when
Great
she
songs,
passed
great
in
group, the
18.
Cranberries. We love them.
You know who's
I
alive
actually
and
do
well?
love the Cranberries. I got them all. Time is ticking out. Okay, there you go.
There's your singing for the day.
Yes.
There's the one mistake for the day. And you know who's live and well, Steiny? The San Francisco Giants.
Yo, that's a pro segue.
Are alive
you should
and well.
be proud of yourself. By the way, people might be wondering, or not. Yeah, we switched up a little bit today. Evan Giddings hosting. Evan in the power chair today. I'm in the number 2 fat chair, the chair that makes you look, I would say, 18 pounds heavier than you really are.
Conservatively.
Yeah, and it's a bad camera. It's absolutely a bad camera. And I'll give you a 2 for that, Aloha Milton. This segment is lingering. Just like baseball used to linger. How about that?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
But no, seriously, I do have to let people know. This is a situation where we are a
You
team.
begged me. I'm sorry.
I begged you.
I didn't hear you.
We are a team.
Yeah.
We've done this once before, and this is where you are the point guard of the show because you don't mind stepping into the 2 chair. Not just because it maybe you have to do a little less of the carrying, but also because you can check your ego at that door over there.
I suppose, the part that's really fun about this is I get to just blurt anything out when I want to, whether you're talking or not. I get to change the subject whenever I want to, whether you want to or not.
Are you just talking about what Guru does?
And I pretty much get to just try to, throw you off your game.
Anytime you want. And no, honestly,
Love you, Goo.
I think you've done a pretty good job.
I feel like I'm better than you.
I do miss that guy. We were talking about so Guru right now is in Dallas for a family reunion. Everyone's got different kinds of family reunion, setups,
Yes.
different activities. It seems like Goo over these last 4 days has done just about everything in the city, the entire metroplex of the DFW. And he's got 2 days left.
A few things. And we'll obviously hit these when Guru gets back.
Of course.
But as you pointed out, he was at the Cowboys practice facility.
Yes. He was outside of the practice facility.
Jerry Jones's actual building.
No.
So it would be like if, he went to the Warriors' old practice facility in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
But he was happy about it.
Took a picture at midcourt, or at midfield in this case.
There you go.
And talked about being in heaven on Father's Day. So it's not quite heaven. It's more like purgatory because you're at the practice facility.
Right.
You're not inside of Jerry Ward. You're not where Terrell Owens slammed the football down.
No. Have you ever been to that stadium?
The new one? No. No, I have not.
Cowboy Stadium?
The only football stadiums that I've been to Gillette in New England.
Oh.
I've obviously been to the Coliseum, and I've been to Candlestick and Levi's. Outside of that, Lumen Field is probably the other place. Seattle, the CenturyLink back in the day. Yeah, that's the only ones that I've been to.
Yeah, I went to the NBA All-Star game at Jerry Jones's stadium.
You went to the 2010 one?
Is that when it was?
Yeah, that set the record for most people inside of for a sporting event or American
Maybe
sporting.
it might have been it was. There were like 100,000 people there. It's the most immense structure I've ever seen in my entire life.
They put you up in the rafters?
We were actually down near the court. The problem was the court was one of those elevated courts. So you look up even though you're sitting on the floor. You know what I'm saying? You ever see the floor at Vanderbilt?
Or like in the Final Four where the teams are below the actual basketball court,
yes.
Elevated hardwood?
Yes. I'm not crazy about watching a game that way because you're actually below court level.
It looks weird on television side, too.
It
looks weird. Everyone's sitting down below. It looks like a wrestling match almost.
Although some of the camera angles, if they're kind of panning as someone is, like taking a three-pointer from the corner, like a fadeaway from the short elbow, like I think actually those shots look pretty interesting. Much in the way they got the camera work perfectly last night for Yastrzemski's walk-off.
Yes.
Because they had that's just the walking side by side. Yaz is strutting. I think it was actually which All-Star game was the one where Stephon Marbury and Allen Iverson were going back and forth? It was in the early 2000s. Vince Carter hit a big three.
Is there such a thing as a big three in an All-Star game?
Well, if you're actually trying to win the game, unlike now, then yes.
Come on.
Or, sorry, it's Kobe. Kobe Bryant, like over Mutombo.
2001.
2001. My man Spadone.
I absolutely knew he would get that. Well done, Spadone.
But that camera angle is kind of similar to the one I think you're talking about in 2010, where it's it's looking up.
So when I say the Vanderbilt basketball court,
I know the Commodores.
Right.
Yeah, I've never been.
But when you watch a game there on TV, Spadone, are you envisioning what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about, Steiny, yes.
They not only have...
Vanderbilt's not very good, so most of the time, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
There's actually two things about the Vanderbilt situation, basketball-wise, which is fascinating. One is they play on a raised court.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the other one was, at least for a while? They had the benches on the baseline.
Wait, what?
They had the team... Do they? Yeah. Team benches.
So like where first row
on
40
the baseline. Yes, so they would... So the Warriors would sit where E40 sits to the stanchion. That's what they do.
Like that.
I don't mind it either. That way you can have more fans, taking up those courtside seats that are better than the baseline.
Well, and I've never sat courtside.
Oh, well.
I have to imagine
it's like
that
flying first class. You won't know what you're missing.
But that's got to be better than first class because you can hear everything. I mean, I've been down there on the floor when the game's going, but I've never actually got to sit and watch and you hear the squeak of the sneakers.
Yeah, it's great.
Or if you're
it's great.
Daryl the Guru Johnson, get a pass from Mo Bamba.
In fact, I saw a game from courtside this year for the first time in about 10 years. I forgot how great it was. It's really fun. I mean, you can really, really chirp at players. And,
who were you letting have it?
Dort got an earful from me for no reason. No reason. I just wanted to badger him, and I did.
You put him in his own torture chamber?
You got nothing, Lou. Something like that.
Yeah.
He can't. He was trying to back down Curry. It's like, Lou, you can't do that. He ain't a rookie anymore.
Some G-rated trash talk.
Yeah, oh, God. I don't.
1, 2, 2.
I don't. Yes, I don't curse.
I don't have a strong trash talking opinion. Coming up next, we were going to get back to the San Francisco Giants. Where are you at with them after winning 8 in a row, 3.5 back of first place in the NL West? They take down the Padres in extra innings last night on a walk-off home run. If you want to talk about, I don't know, what you would say if you were courtside for a game, I'm kind of interested on that too. 888-957-9570, best trash talking. Also, again, is there a better scenario right now for the San Francisco Giants based on where they were at the beginning of the season? Based on your expectations, have they reset? Where are you at with them? We got all that coming up and more. Bobby Evans at 1 o'clock, former general manager of the San Francisco Giants. We're going to be digging deep into the 8-game win streak, along with where exactly they are in their season right now. All that coming up next. Evan Giddings with Matt Steinmetz in for Daryl the Guru Johnson on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, bro. I hear you.
Ever since...
on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on? Evan Giddings with Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson will be back on Thursday. Spadoni, are these the Cranberries?
Certainly are. Linger.
Steiny.
Well, it used to be the Major League Baseball theme song.
Really?
Before the pitch clock. Because that's what baseball was made up of. A lot of lingering.
Before Christ?
A lot of lingering. Mm-hmm.
That's a 4. I'll
Thank
give
you.
that.
Thank you very much. Zuki Main, one of our great listeners, also says the University of Minnesota with the raised court and with the benches on the baseline. Now, I wonder this, Zuki Main, can you answer me this? Are the benches on opposite sides of the baseline? And I wonder if it's because of the big brawl they had there in the late 60s involving Eric Musselman's father, Flip Saunders, R.I.P., and Dave Winfield. Dave Winfield.
That's right, because he was a multi-sport athlete, right?
Yes. There was a very big, I want to say Ron Behagen was also involved, and there was a racial component to it. Ugly, one of the ugliest brawls in college sports.
Never been to the basketball gym, but I have seen the Golden Gophers football
I have
stadium.
too. It's funny.
It is nice.
Yeah. I love...
especially in the, well, it's a little cold in the winter, but...
I just love going to another place and walking around a gym.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's... like UC Davis has a great gym. You ever been there?
UC Davis? Yes. Well, I've done
gym.
a couple of volleyball broadcasts, so I haven't seen the setup when it's the basketball court, but I've been inside.
Cool structure.
It is nice.
Also partial to the Thunderdome down at Santa Barbara.
Haven't been down there.
Yeah.
Big fan of course, McKeon Pavilion, University Credit Union Pavilion out in Moraga.
That may be the best. If you made Mount Jim Moore of the end of the Bay Area, Kezar has to be there.
Yep.
I would say
They got their summer tournaments coming up soon, actually. Those are fun. You can go and drop by, watch a free game.
See, I'd put the Civic Center in San Jose in there.
I haven't been there.
Yeah. Little old school.
Well, I mean, so speaking of old school, actually, I do have to give a shout out
to
Olaf Pollard, who sang the national anthem last night at the Giants game on Juneteenth, was asked to by the San Francisco Giants. I went to high school with this kid, Justin, who was on the basketball team. So he went to St. Mary's College High School, and his father used to sing the national anthem at a lot of sporting events at St. Mary's College High School, basketball, football, all the rest. That has an amazing voice. That was really cool to see last night.
And just taking it one step further, Gary Payton II.
That's right.
Throwing out the first pitch.
Little bit outside. Got to work on that.
Now, okay, you know what? I took a little shot at Kruko earlier today for complaining on the first Padres pitch of the game.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give him credit. He called Payton II a pie thrower. He said, "Man, there's a pie thrower." That's what he called his first pitch.
My fault. That's pretty good.
A little lob in there, but
not as bad as a 50 cent.
No, it was. It might have been a strike. It was just really an off-speed pitch. Put it that way.
I actually didn't have a chance to see it. Did he throw left-handed?
Yes.
It wasn't off the mound, though. Listen, now that we're getting into this, you should, if you're a professional athlete, you need to throw off the mound. Come on. I don't care if it's basketball or football. Throw off the mound, for God's sakes.
I'm actually with you.
Have you ever thrown out a first pitch, Sonny?
Oh, yes, I have.
Where?
Where do you think?
The Coliseum?
Yes.
How'd it go?
It was good. I threw high to... what was his name?
Oteri?
Ohtani?
Dan Otero.
6'8", right?
Refused to sign my ball one day. Dead to me.
I got his autograph.
I don't want it. His career tanked after he refused to sign it, so I'm good. I'm glad.
I actually have a...
No, I'm good.
I'll give it to you.
Oh, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, he signed it for me after I threw high.
Also a former Giant, Dan Otero.
No, I threw from the rubber.
Yeah?
Sure, yes. And I got introduced by the late Dick Callahan.
R.I.P.
Yes. Another fellow Pennsylvania
Voice
product.
of God?
I think that's Henry Steele.
I just know they had these two,
or Royce.
Thunderous public address announcing. The one time I did have a chance to throw out the first pitch, I was right there in the zone, Stoney. Of course, I would have got belted like the majority of my pitches from my college career, but right down the pipe from the pitcher's mound.
Austin, San Jose said it must have been a slow day at the Coliseum.
Every day.
All
typically.
all the hosts had a shot.
Oh, so what? You throw the same day that Guru threw?
No, it was a different
So you
day.
guys were always attached by the hip.
I mean, like Guru, I think, did it once. Dibley did it once. I did it once. I can't think of who else, but, I'm sure somebody else did it.
Well,
so there you go.
And of course, Gary Payton II throwing out first pitch for last night's Giants game. They win their 8th game in a row, 7-4 victory in extra innings. Yaz hits the walk-off. Yaz quietly is becoming one of the more, expected heroes for the Giants. I mean, he had the walk-off grand slam last year. Of course, he had plenty of moments in 2021. He's a great defender, timely hitter, a lot of pop. Maybe not doesn't hit for average. But Steiny, if we're talking about, kind of star power, the Giants, Yaz doesn't fit the mold. But for the system that we've been talking about, and if you want to get in on the conversation, 888-957-9570, is there a better scenario right now for the San Francisco Giants from where they started this season at than 40 and 32, 3.5 games out of first place? Is Yaz kind of the poster boy for that, do you think, Steiny, of the system of the Giants?
I feel like in a way, well, yes. And I feel like the reason that the Giants are better this year, and it's kind of a chicken and the egg thing, was Yaz isn't as important as he's been on this team before. He's been moving, he's down in the order compared with where he used to be. And, I would compare it to a basketball team where you have a guy who starts on one team, but on a better team, he might be a seventh man. And to me, that's where I see Yaz. Is he a big league player? Of course he's a big league player. But he's got to be in the right role. You've got to have some guys better than him. And I feel like that's what's happening this year. Just look at the Giants lineup and where he's hitting right now.
Well, and I think there's less of those, you're talking about the situations, especially ones where guys can come in and succeed. There's less of the situations like in the bottom of the 9th inning, San Francisco comes back, ties the game, pinch hit Sable, walks, Yaz the single, scores on a wild pitch, Matos the flyout, Davis walk, Bailey sack fly, brings on the tying run. But then you still have a chance to win the game there. And there have been less of these situations this season, definitely than last. And that's where you find Jock Peterson hitting against a lefty. Because as much as I think Jock Peterson is a quality piece, he's a platoon guy. Against right-handed pitchers, especially hard fastball throwers, I would love to see him in any of those situations. Against any lefty, no matter what caliber they are, it's like he's swinging a broomstick. But there are less of those spots now than we saw last year because of the roster construction, the influx of young talent, and Travis Ishikawa was talking about it a little bit at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock. It's upon the young guys to push the old, but also a Brandon Crawford being okay in that spot to be pinch hit for later in the game, to being all right with not necessarily having to be the guy, even though to his credit this season, Steiny, he hasn't hit well, but he's had a lot of those clutch hits. Cardinals, Rockies are a couple that come to mind.
All right, fight me on this. You ready?
Where are my gloves?
Verbally.
Okay.
There's a real, what's the word? There's a real comparison here to be made, perhaps, between the Giants veterans and the Warriors veterans and how they're functioning and relating to the young players. This would be the equivalent, if the Giants were the Warriors, right about now is when we would be talking about a disconnect between the young players and the older players. Brandon Crawford not happy that some of his at-bats have been taken from him. Yaz, ditto. But the reality is these guys are up and they're contributing. Is it a cheap shot? Is that a cheap shot to compare Steph, Dre, and Clay for being less inclusive than the Giants veterans per se? Crawford, I'm going to throw Webb in there because he's a team leader, if for no other reason. And those guys.
I don't think that's
even
unfair.
Even the Hanigers and Confortos.
Leading in baseball it's not that it's harder, but I think that in basketball, just because you only have a 15-man roster and the top 8 guys primarily play. So if you have, in the Warriors situation, your older guys and they're not seeing that kind of buy-in, and maybe that's where the Giants' young guys are different because they're not coming into a situation where they're expected to immediately succeed. If Matos and Bailey and Schmidt and, to Ishikawa's point, Walker along with Winn came up and didn't succeed, I don't know if we'd be shocked. We'd be disappointed, but it isn't as if there was a grand expectation for the Giants at the beginning of this season, and so they're kind of allowed to fail. Now, to their credit, they haven't really failed yet, although we're starting to see some regression from Schmidt at the plate. But with the Warriors, I mean, those guys, it's not a lose-lose, but you're not going to get much of the credit if you win because, of course, that's going to the big boys. That's going to the big 3, and even Wiggins and Looney. But if you fail, then all eyes are on you, and we're coming in here 4 hours a day saying what the hell is going on with the bottom of the bench, what's going on with the young guys, because they don't have that winning mentality.
There's no doubt that's a big difference. And that is that Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody came onto a championship team, or essentially it's extremely young on a championship team. And the Giants don't quite have those aspirations or those expectations. So yes, that's absolutely a factor. It's also, though, we're just talking about Chris Paul the other day. Well, Chris Paul, he's not ready to take a backup role. Do we know that? Do we know Chris Paul's not okay with playing less minutes? And the reason I'm bringing that up is because, Brandon Crawford's probably not happy about playing less, but he's playing less and he's still contributing, and he's not a problem. And he's helping Casey Schmidt and the people and the young guys who are coming up. So there is something to it, and I actually think it is more important in baseball because you're in the clubhouse with these guys 162 times a year for a big portion of the day. I don't know. It's just something that I thought about because the theme of the Golden State Warriors season was that they were disconnected. The old and the young players were disconnected, and to me, the blame for that falls on Joe Lacob, the front office, the veterans, and the young players. And Steve Kerr. It falls on everybody.
Well, let's take a look at Brandon Crawford, for example. Isn't he also maybe a reason that you wouldn't want to move on from your older guys as quickly as you thought? Now, this might be Brandon Crawford's last year in the major leagues. I mean, he's hitting .227. OBP is not very good. He's defensively has regressed, but he still is a valuable piece to the Giants. Now, maybe not in an everyday starting role, and so he's kind of had to, just by process of age and lack of production, take a back seat. But doesn't he still give you a reason to want veterans on your team? And maybe that's a reason why someone like Draymond Green is so highly sought after. Of course, because he can help you on the floor. Maybe not at the previous level he once was. But Mike Dunleavy Jr. yesterday said that we have to have Draymond Green. A part of that is that veteran leadership. And Brandon Crawford, I think, is a shining example of that right now.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about it. But I also think that we knew this was going to happen with Brandon Crawford, didn't we? And
there were signs, last year.
But what I more than that is, the one thing that I do give the Giants credit for, and I do believe in, is that when they were in the middle of their run, they had a clubhouse that was just very mature, and it was veteran laden, and it wasn't rah-rah. They had so many guys who were just kind of businesslike. Not that they weren't fun, but they were very businesslike. And I just kind of feel like when we see that out of Brandon Crawford in his prime, that he's a pro and that he's not a volatile type player or volatile type personality. Watching Brandon Crawford play for 8 years, I think I could safely say at the end of those 8 years, you know what, he's going to be fine when he gets older if he's playing less. He's not going to be the type of player who's a problem. Well, with at-bats, for example.
Well, that's what David Hernandez is pointing out on YouTube. Crawford, lucky to still be in the league. Sure, he's a good teammate. The Warriors vets won't put team first. They want to start or leave. I don't know if that's a sport divide in general, because baseball, you generally have a longer shelf life than in basketball. But right now, Brandon Crawford's 36, Stephen Curry's 35. They're at very different points in their respective careers. Stephen Curry is in a different world than Brandon Crawford in terms of talent. But the symbol of Crawford, I think, is one to kind of dig into in that. And we were having this conversation, I think it was a month or two ago. When do you move on from a guy? When do you move on from Brandon Crawford? Well, he's showing you that even if he's not going to be a top 4 MVP candidate like he was in 2021, that he can still help. And maybe it's in the clubhouse, maybe it's off the field, but it's also to me, it's an understanding of where you're at. And if you want to tell me the Warriors don't have that understanding, that to me is more of the conversation. It's being self-aware enough to know that as Brandon Crawford, I'm not the hitter I used to be. I'm not the defender I used to be, but I can still find a way to come up in the clutch because I've been here before. I've played in way bigger games in these regular season matchups in St. Louis. I've played in World Series. I've been there. I've been to the mountaintop. I've won it. Having those guys on your roster is a necessity, I think, to grooming young guys like the Giants have now.
Absolutely. I mean, if you want to ease that transition, I think that's the way you have to do it. If you want to compare the teams, ideally, I mean, in an ideal world, the Warriors could let Draymond Green walk because Kuminga would be that good. That's the way the greatest iteration of the dream happens. By the way, as for Crawford, let me tell you what would get me more upset than getting pinch hit for late in the game, and that's that error they called on me in the first inning. That was not an error.
Up to the official score.
That you know what? That's not an error. And I'm usually on the other side. I usually think they give too many hits when it should be an error. Come on. He's going to his left. I don't even think the ball hit his glove. If it did, it glanced off. Would have been a heck of a play. Well, and here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. Let's say, what is he, 36?
He's 36 years old.
Let's say a guy hits a ball up the middle. And when Brandon Crawford was 26 years old, he could reach out and make that play, throw a guy out at first. But at 36 years old, the ball comes to the same spot, and he reaches out, and it hits the end of his glove because he's just not as quick as he used to be anymore. Is that an error?
If I have watched Brandon Crawford make that play for 10 years and he doesn't make it, then yeah.
Then no.
Well, this is interesting, Steiny, because you are the king of judging a player based off of their prior level, of where they were. Someone who's regressed, someone who's dipped, someone that I can't necessarily expect to make the same type of plays that they used to make or shoot the same type of percentage they used to shoot. So I feel like you should be harder on Brandon Crawford.
Well, the one thing that's always bothered me in baseball is someone will hit a fly ball to right field, and the right fielder will proceed to lose it in the lights or in the sun. Why does he not get an error for that? When the ball bounces 10 yards beyond him because he lost the ball in the sun on a routine fly. Why is that an error? Because it never hit his glove. Okay. Well,
because there are natural conditions that also cause that. For example,
make the play.
If there's a tornado on the field and the ball gets swung from left to right field, is that still the outfielder's fault because they couldn't read a 40-mile-an-hour wind burst?
If you're playing in a tornado, you've got to adjust. And that's where Kapler comes in. That's where he's really got to adjust where his fielders are if it's a tornado.
Got rid of the shift, Steiny. Can't do that anymore.
Was that an error on Crawford?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes. Only because, again, I have seen Crawford make that play so many times, and if he's a hair late,
but he's starting to show he can't make that play. So when do we then reward him, or why do we penalize him?
Give him the benefit of the
doubt.
doubt.
Why do we penalize him for a play he can't make anymore?
Well, you know who that does hurt? Because you got to think about the team, damn it. You got to think about your pitcher. And what that error does is if that run comes around to score, that does not go on his ERA. So I'm sorry that you're coddling the 36-year-old past his prime, Brandon Crawford, because he can't make a play to his left.
Spoken like a true pitcher.
You're damn right.
Yeah.
Because that's going to hurt my ERA. That's why I'm looking at a 15 ERA for my career, Steiny. The amount of errors that should have been called.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You lose
John
a ball.
Lewis Field, I gave up so many more hits there than I should have.
Now, where's that's in Willamette?
Salem, Oregon, yeah.
Oh, Willamette's in Salem, Oregon?
Willamette University, yes. Yes.
You sure? When did they go from college to university? That's been recent.
First university of the West, Steiny.
Oh, please.
You want to fight me on this?
Dude, there's about
1832.
You have about 800 enrollment. That's a college.
2,500.
That's a college.
No, we're a university because we have a grad school. Something Franklin and Marshall does.
When did you
not?
When did you?
Huh?
When did they implement the grad school there?
Probably 1876. Yeah. I don't know. Post Civil War, but the university was around prior to the divide. Well, we don't have to dig into history.
Eric Chong wants to know, why did Evan and Matt switch places today?
Because you were kind enough to put me in the power chair today. I do have to admit that.
Mm-hmm. No, I
appreciate it.
Evan's a play-by-play man. He knows how to host, and we switch it up. It doesn't have to be formal.
Well, and speaking of the play-by-play, and especially the Giants, I'm going to have a chance for the next few days to go out and see the San Jose Giants. I'm filling in for the Stockton Ports. So 7:05 pitch tonight through Friday, 2:05 Saturday, 2:05 Sunday.
So it's a 4-game series.
So in the minors now with the reformed...
Sure.
They play 6-game series.
Oh.
So 3 threes, all in one place. You get a Monday off. It's actually way better than it used to be. We can, of course, dig into the dynamics of the minor league schedule on the other side.
By the way, was it you and I when we were talking about college pitchers?
Yes.
And the uproar about the guy who threw 150 from Stanford? Please. It wasn't a big deal. I can explain it on the other side.
I'm interested.
Yeah, because I've been doing some homework on college baseball this time of year. So.
We got the World Series going.
Oh, you know it.
And that, along with more about the San Francisco Giants, is coming up next. We also got former general manager Bobby Evans from the Giants. An hour from now, we're going to talk about the inner workings. I'm curious to see how he has evaluated the job that both Gabe Kapler is doing, along with, of course, Farhan Zaidi. We're going to talk to him about that. We're going to dig into, is there a better scenario for the Giants right now based on where they were this offseason after being potentially the laughingstock of baseball? Could you ask for a better first 72 games moving forward? 8-game win streak, 3.5 back out of first. I want to hear your thoughts. 888-957-9570. All of that is coming up next on the other side. Evan Giddings with Matt Steinmetz in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
We're BMO, the bank coming to California.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings with Matt Steinmetz. Sterling Guru Johnson's
this is
back on
Cranberries.
Thursday. This is tugging at the heartstrings, huh, Steiny?
A little bit. I tell you what, their best song is, the Cranberries? It's called Ridiculous Thoughts. Whew, great song.
When were they at their peak, like their height?
I would say probably, 2000, 2005?
No, mid 90s probably.
Okay, mid 90s.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Time goes so fast the older you get.
They had their time in the sun.
That's the one thing I need to tell you guys.
I like the Warriors.
Anybody out there around 30 years old, you realize that the older you get, the faster time goes. You think...
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I am sure about that. That's why when I say, it was only 10 years ago, it was always 20 years ago.
The seconds move faster.
It feels like that, especially raising kids now. It's scary how fast it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, you're in a little trouble, Spadone.
My ACL's been going. No, Spadone is ahead of the curve, Steiny, because he's going to be feeling spry and done. Kids are going to be out of the house in his 50s. Meanwhile,
first of all, he's just starting. He's got 10. He's one of 9.
Big family man.
I don't know. He's got 9 siblings. He's one of 10 children.
Spadone.
He's just getting started, baby.
Oh boy, no, thank you. I don't think we can do that in today's economy.
Spadone, let me throw some. Come on,
He's going to have an entire starting 9.
Do you and Jade have a number in mind?
No, I think we're good with 2. I think we've discussed potentially a third, but nah, I'm probably sticking to 2 right now.
Gotcha.
In this economy, Steiny, come on.
I know.
In the Bay Area.
No, I'm with you.
Children's Corner.
Hey, remember you and I'm pretty sure had a conversation on college baseball and the pitching.
Me and you, yes. Sorry.
Was that on air or was that at the ship?
I was probably at the ship.
Okay.
Which is where we come up with a lot of our ideas
Okay,
for on air.
So I met this guy named AJ who played college baseball. He told me something that I just did not know. So, remember the Stanford guy who threw 156 pitches and everybody said, it's too many?
Yeah.
Okay. Couple things. That was cleared with his agent and his family.
Okay. Is AJ his agent?
But here's the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs.
They don't pitch every 5 days in college.
No, it's great.
If you throw on a Friday, guess when the next time you throw is? The next Friday. So they have 2 more days off. So 150 pitches, 140, it's not a big deal.
Well, and that's why if you do get to 100 innings, like the Stanford pitcher throughout a season, that's a lot of innings. Like I know the threshold in the major leagues, like the crowning achievement is usually 200. So if you get to 200 innings, you have probably pitched just about every single start. You've gone deep. You've been effective. That is a hallmark, and it's a place to get to. In college, you'll be at 100 innings. Like, for example, this guy, this is the first time he's ever been to 100 innings in a college season. Tim Lincecum did it 3 times at the University of Washington. And that's why I think a lot of people felt A-okay with him buzzing through the minor league system. He might have made 2 starts in single A for 2 innings at a time. Immediately is on to double A, moves to triple A, and of course, he gets to the show very, very quickly after being drafted in the first round. Meanwhile, the issue that I think a lot of people had with the current Giants prospects was that not only were they not rushed through the system, but it felt like they were held back a little bit. And even a guy like Luis Matos, I was kind of hesitant to see him this year because this has been his first full season in AA and AAA, and I think he'd played a combined 50 or 55 games. But Steiny, I've been shocked at how well he is acclimated at the big league level as a 21-year-old being thrust into center field, being able to not only throw guys out, make plays in the outfield, but also more of an experienced approach at the plate. Like he's taking pitches, he's finding a lot of barrel. And so right now, whereas last year I was I was more down on the Giants farm system, now I feel like they are in the position they wanted to be probably during or shortly after the pandemic. It just took an extra year.
Well, yes, and would you agree with this, at least with Bailey and Casey Schmidt? You know how when Steph Curry came into the league and Klay Thompson came into the league, and a lot of it was because of their pedigree, they felt like they were already pros.
Yeah.
They knew how to handle the NBA. They knew how to handle the media. They'd already gotten a sense of what the routine was like. I feel like Bailey and Schmidt are kind of born giants that way. They both seem way more mature than their age. They seem to really take it very seriously. They seem to fit into that the Giants clubhouse and the way they like to have their clubhouse if everything's kind of sitting pretty. So I not only think that it's the young guys who are coming up and helping, but they seem to actually fit in terms of on the field and in the clubhouse.
Well, and I wonder how much of that, like I'll just throw this at you. The 510s chiming in. Baseball rookies and young guys don't get paid nearly as much as a young guy in basketball. Jordan Poole's 24 years old as of yesterday. He's about to earn $27.5 million. And then on the baseball side, baseball guys, that's why they fit in easier and keep their mouth shut, according to the 510. I don't know if I agree with that last part as much, but it is kind of easier to sell the whole old helping young providing boost to the old when you're making the league minimum, even if you got that. Like, for example, Patrick Bailey's, he got $1 million signing bonus or much more than that as a first-round pick. But someone like Luis Matos, Casey Schmidt, those guys are making league minimum. So in a way, it is easier for them to kind of just fall in line.
Yes and no. I mean, there's a rookie scale in the NBA. And I would say, although here would be the argument in favor of it. Yeah, Jordan Poole didn't get punched till Draymond knew he was getting paid.
True.
Then he got punched. So you could argue something like that. But no, I just think it comes down to the individuals involved and what kind of leader the veterans are and what kind of students the young players are. You got good veteran leadership. That's a good thing. You got selfish veterans, then that's going to be an issue for sure.
But that also kind of got me thinking, because if the Giants were to go out and sign Aaron Judge or Carlos Correa or both, those guys are making $40 million. Right now, the Giants, not that I don't know how much you read into it, but the Giants right now have 5 players making about $20 million, maybe a little bit less, somewhere between 20 and 15. Those guys aren't seen as holier than thou. They're more like Jock Peterson's making 19.6. I think he's the highest paid player on the team right now. Brandon Crawford is making little north of $15 million, in between there and 20. So if you're Casey Schmidt, you're coming up, you are seeing a guy like Crawford who's accomplished. You're seeing Jock Peterson, who maybe hasn't won in San Francisco, but has 2 World Series rings. And you're saying those guys are not in the, they're not asking for the dollar bills, nor do they deserve, of an Aaron Judge. If those guys were on this team, if you had a guy on the San Francisco Giants making $40 million, you might have more star power, but I think there might be more of that internal, I don't know, worry or concern about who's making what and who's producing. Now, everyone's about the same at the top of the payroll, and so it's just about what's going on in the field.
Yeah, I think if you have the only problem with a guy who's paid a boatload of money is if he's not coming through. Then that's when, if Aaron Judge would be making $40 million for the Giants, but he's got 24 homers at this point and 60 RBIs, there's not going to be a player in that clubhouse who's going to look at Judge and begrudge him anything. The issue is when you have a couple players who think they're contributing more than a guy like Judge, and they're not making as much money, and that's when you start to see perhaps a little bit of selfishness creep in. The one thing I want to bring up with you, and we've kind of talked about this, and I think we all have talked about this with a wry smile on our face, but maybe this is the reason that this year's so important for the San Francisco Giants. Do you think it's going to matter? Because I asked you about Ohtani, and you said, hey, he's going to go to the Dodgers. Well, okay, that's what you think. You don't think it would matter if the Giants can win 92 games this year, and then they go into the offseason? Wouldn't they be better off? Wouldn't they have a better shot at Ohtani if they're a postseason team this year, if they make the playoffs somehow?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, and you also can sell him on the future. So, the 90 wins by itself is not just important, but 90 wins with steady contributions from Bailey, from Schmidt, from Matos, from later in the year, potentially Harrison. Down the line, you're looking at Luciano, a guy that is supposed to be an all-world bat up the middle, maybe at the corner. Who knows? But you got a future that if you're going to sign, Shohei Ohtani's coming up on 30 years old. In fact, he might be 30 actually right now. If you're looking at a contract that's going to take you for the end of your career, that's the question that I think a lot of players have to answer. So pardon me. Shohei Ohtani's about to be 29 years old. So he's looking for the last deal, maybe, of his career. I mean, maybe you might throw an opt-out in there and so he can re-up and try and get some more money a la Manny Machado. But he's looking for a 10 or 12-year deal with the team that he wants to retire with and a team that's going to pay him an exorbitant amount of money to be the face of their franchise for the next 10 years. What about the Giants right now is sellable? To me, it's more about the future that's sellable to a guy like Ohtani than a 90-win season that gets you in the wild card.
And you know what? We always talk about stars. We need stars. I wonder if Ohtani has a different perspective of that. And here's what I'm getting at. If the Giants, there's a wisdom or not, there's a belief, I think some share, that Ohtani might be looking up here at the Giants saying, who are these guys? Let's say the Giants win 90 games.
Yes.
Well, okay. How will they have won 90 games? Well, Logan Webb probably had a good year, and everybody who's having a good year continues to have a great year. But like you said, they have no big-name firepower. And we're going to need that to get Ohtani. Are you? He just played with Mike Trout. And now they're winning this year a little bit, but they've had very, very little success. He's had very little success on a team with another superstar player. So maybe his mindset is not that hung up on it. Maybe it's just, I want to go to a good team where I feel at home and know I can pitch and DH.
Yeah. And that's why, if you're a Giants fan, you also got to hope that right now the Angels, who are playing pretty good baseball, kind of stumble or fall off a cliff the last half of the season, because there might even be a chance that Ohtani, who is admittedly not a huge fan of the limelight, might be more willing to re-sign with the team that he signed with originally. And to me, that is another angle of the pitch from the Giants, is that, in a way, the fact that you haven't signed a big boy, or you haven't had the entire gaze of Major League Baseball on you, might make it more interesting or more, a location for a guy like Shohei Ohtani, who's not the guy who's going to be walking down Hollywood Boulevard, or doesn't want to be.
Well, I wonder about that. How about that? And the reason I wonder about that is because, the thing about L.A. is you can get lost in L.A. There's so many stars. Maybe that's the place for another star to simply be, if you know what I mean. If Shohei Ohtani is a San Francisco Giant, to me, right off the bat, he becomes the number 2 personality or sports story in the Bay next to Steph Curry. Right off the bat, he's going to be bigger than
the quarterback of the Niners?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because the 49ers don't have Tom Brady.
That's true.
They don't have Josh Allen. They don't have Burrow. So that's, if the San Francisco Giants get Shohei Ohtani, he's going to be in the limelight.
I agree. And I think also, again, back to what is most important to a guy like him. Ohtani is the end-all, be-all. That's who you want. But for a star like him, I think it is about winning. And that's where the wild card berth could come into play, along with the future you can pitch, the players that have been present on this team, that have been here for the 2021 season, that have stuck around. You got continuity in the front office. Kapler solidifies himself as maybe not a top flight manager in baseball, but a guy who obviously knows what he's doing. Farhan Zaidi is trustworthy and has shown that he can put together a quality roster and one for the future. And then I'm thinking, well, Shohei Ohtani is all about what he got before the season in the World Baseball Classic, a win. He's all about the big moment. That's where that guy, that's what I saw. And the stage that everyone has been waiting to see him on, that's where he thrived. That last at-bat against Mike Trout of the World Baseball Classic and the championship was A-plus material, was box office. And that's what he can bring to the Giants, not only, of course, being able to pack that place at Oracle Park, much like we saw last night, but also he's a game-changing talent that I feel confident in saying the Giants are contenders for the World Series with him on the squad.
What do you think of this? I didn't think it through. I just figured it was a logical. I said Ohtani be biggest thing here other than Steph Curry, and getting some pushback on the YouTube text line. Ohtani would be bigger than Steph Curry.
Wow.
They said he would, Ohtani, because he's such an anomaly, that Ohtani would be a bigger personality here, a more interest in Ohtani than Steph Curry? That I
can't say.
I mean, it's hard to say because we've watched Curry now for 13 years and we love him and he's the greatest and all that. But Ohtani would make more of a splash than any other player who's come into the Bay, including Durant. I think including when Bonds came back, right?
It would be like if the Warriors signed LeBron James in the prime of his career. I mean, that's the kind of player he is. I know that might sound weird to some people, but Shohei Ohtani is, I think you said it last week. I mean, he's the best hitter in baseball. He's the best pitcher in baseball. So I guess that would be the argument, is that Stephen Curry would be in the twilight of his career and Shohei Ohtani would be still in the thick of his prime. So, I don't know, maybe the YouTube chat isn't completely crazy. I just don't think anyone would, and actually this would be the conversation, is how beloved could Shohei Ohtani be? Because he's not a homegrown Giant. Like I don't even know if there's some people that would say Buster Posey move over, Shohei Ohtani's in first place.
We'd have to win titles.
Yeah.
You'd absolutely have to win at least one. But, and I get it, a guy like Posey will always have three. But if Ohtani comes here and wins a title with the Giants, he will be every bit as up there as Bumgarner and Lincecum and Posey, even though he will have only won one, because what will end up happening is I think he will be the singular reason why they were able to win a title, whereas those Giants teams in the past were very team-oriented. They had a lot of different players contribute. Now, obviously, if Ohtani were to come here, they win it next year, there's going to be other guys besides Ohtani who are having great years, but Ohtani's going to be the reason. If the Giants sign Ohtani and they end up winning a title during his tenure, he will be the reason why. The biggest reason why.
Yes.
So that'll count for something.
No, he's a game changer. But of course, we're getting ahead of ourselves, because what have the Giants front office shown you? Like, what have they demonstrated that would give you confidence that they would not even be the runner-up? Like, why would they even come in third for Shohei Ohtani at this point? Like, what is the sell about San Francisco right now? Because they're in the midst of an 8-game winning streak. They are playing their best baseball of the season in Game 72. They got another one against the Padres tonight at 6:45. We're all going to be locked in. But what about this team? Even if all falls into place, they make the playoffs, maybe they win a series, the young guys help. What is more sellable about the Giants than another primetime destination in Major League Baseball?
Well, to me, the only reason, not the only reason, but a significant reason why he wouldn't come to the Giants, and I don't know the guy, but would be if he just feels completely at home in Southern California. If he feels completely at home in Southern California, then I do think he'll probably go to the Padres or the Dodgers. But I don't know how he thinks of the Giants in relation to those two other teams.
Well, the Padres, to me, are the team that unfortunately is stuck, and they're the poster boys for underachievement at this point, because they have done everything that Giants fans have asked their team to do, which is go out and buy stars, go out and buy big players, and go out and get a primetime manager, or get an experienced manager, one that hasn't won yet. There's a lot of players on that team. I think Xander Bogaerts is the first one they actually got as a free agent that has any form of postseason success. Everyone else, you're still waiting to see. I mean, Yu Darvish has been to the World Series. Obviously, they made a run to the NLCS last year, but the Padres still are in prove-it mode. The Giants, I don't know if it's because of the 3 World Series in the 2010s or maybe the 107 year. Like it does feel like, and we're here in the Bay, so this is our prerogative, but we give them more the benefit of the doubt. If I told you which team has to prove more this season, the Padres or the Giants, which one would you say?
The Giants.
How so?
Because the Padres, even though
they made a run, or they went deep last year.
No, it would be more just because of the star power on the roster. Ohtani. Here's what I think: if the Giants, let's say the Giants win 90, and the Padres win 87. We're going to consider the Giants overachievers and the Padres underachievers, even though the total baseball teams may be equal. So maybe I'm just thinking Ohtani looks at the Padres and says, oh, my God, drop me into that lineup, forget it. And I'll also, pitch 25, 30 times a year, and we're going to win 80% of those games. I mean, that lineup with Ohtani would be unbelievable.
Well, it already is unbelievable.
Right.
You're looking at Tatis and Soto and Machado and Bogaerts and Cronenworth, and then after that, it kind of falls off a cliff. Like, that's where the Giants, I think, do have a major advantage over a team like San Diego and even Los Angeles to some point. If you go through their lineup, like, they have a more consistent set of bats, and they've demonstrated it. I mean, I don't want to dig too deep into the metrics, but they barrel the baseball about as good as any team in the league right now.
I think you're reaching.
How so?
I think
foul.
If I'm Ohtani, I'm not saying, okay, I'm thinking of the Padres and the Dodgers and the Giants. Boy, the Giants, they're solid all the way. I don't think he would view the Giants as closer than the Dodgers or Padres, because he's envisioning himself on this team, the team that he eventually goes to. And whatever team he's going to, would you agree with this? Whatever team he goes to, if it's the Padres, Dodgers, or Giants, that team's going to be the best team in the NL West. Come on.
Any team he goes to,
okay,
you could argue, like, that's the type of talent I think he is. And, like, where do you envision the Giants from beginning this season? Where did you have them? What did you expect from them? Where are they now? Where do they need to be a month from now? Where do they need to be in September? Where do they need to be this offseason to even be in the ballpark for a guy like Shohei Ohtani? I want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. We got Bobby Evans, former general manager of the San Francisco Giants, coming up in a half hour. I do want to get to some news from the Warriors as it pertains to Draymond Green and a potential reuniting, as of course he is right now an unrestricted free agent, but he's kicking it with LeBron. He's out in France. I don't know what he's doing. Mike.
The one thing I do want to talk about on the other side is there was another kind of a troubling sign for the Warriors yesterday.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
It's also the 1-year anniversary of the parade, so maybe something to be happy about. But we'll dig into all of that on the other side coming up, and that's all sponsored by Fremont Bank's full-service banking, no compromises. Evan Giddings in with Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson's going to be back on Thursday. We appreciate you tuning in. Take you up until 2 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this.
Jesus.
Are you scared to put money?
account. We still have to find out about Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah, he's going to make $36 million if he opts in.
And then, let me throw this out there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you're a diehard Warrior fan. You follow everything.
I know you are.
You look for the tea leaves. You look for as much information as possible. Would these two pieces of information bother you? One, Sean Livingston is leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Livingston is leaving the Warriors front office. NBA champion, class act, another Warrior player that went into the front office and seemingly was doing a great job. He's leaving to spend more time with his family in Las Vegas.
He is.
So that makes Bob Myers, Jama Mahalela,
yes,
and Sean Livingston leaving. Just all leaving. They're gone.
No longer going to be a part of the Warriors.
So I'm going to ask you two questions. One, is that a red flag for you? But before you answer, are you feeling any kind of way about LeBron James and Draymond Green vacationing together in France?
Day-Day!
Seriously. Does it mean nothing?
Well, we're going to find out because, well, Greeny, Woj was reporting yesterday. No. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like any of it, to be honest with you. Draymond Green vacationing with LeBron James in France, that, I don't know if it's a red flag, but it just rubs me the wrong way. Also, the fact that Draymond quote tweeted yesterday the announcement of his opt-out and said something along the lines of, hey, LeBron, I'm sure he was referencing his trip in France. Yo, LeBron, what's going on? I'll see you on Taco Tuesday. Bring the Lobos. Bring the tequila. Like, what? I don't know if it's tone deaf. I don't know if it's just him messing with people. Whatever it is, it just seems unnecessary and childish. But then again, all of those things Draymond Green has been in addition to his 4-time championship status.
Austin and San Jose, why does Steiny care about rich NBA players vacationing together? It's their personal business. Leave the brothers alone, Steiny.
They're not brothers.
Well, and I also didn't really have a judgment about it. I said, are you feeling any kind of way about it?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Oh, well, geez.
Sorry.
Austin, maybe you should direct that at Evan Giddings. Everybody's new flavor of the month.
No.
Oh, yeah, Evan. Everybody loves the guy who's only had 2 shifts. Everybody loves the backup quarterback. Okay. All right. I didn't even say that I liked it or didn't like it, Austin. I was just posing the question.
You call me Brandon Allen?
You better be careful.
You calling me the guy?
I'll
might have a little bit of talent.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
If I'm not crazy about it, but if he ends up coming back to the Warriors, he's going to be like goofing on people who thought it meant something. But if he ends up leaving the Warriors and going to the Lakers, for example, then there's going to be fans who are like, the guy was playing with us all the whole time, right? That's all I'm saying.
In a way, I feel like it'd be more forgivable. Like, you're going vacationing with the guy you're going to be playing with. I can understand that. What I don't get is you go and vacation with the guy that just beats you in the playoffs that you've been rumored to potentially be joining, and then you're using that essentially as leverage, which Mike Dunleavy Jr. gave you yesterday, what Steve Kerr has given you this entire offseason. I don't get that from Draymond Green if he's coming back. Hey, look, their friends are going to hang out, but no, man, I'm sorry. Like miss me with that. Maybe this is me. And this is my inner guru here talking, but I don't get it, Steiny. Help me understand.
Well, a couple things. Some people are saying it's got nothing. It's like a UPS driver being friends with a FedEx driver. Nobody would care. However, I'm looking at the Comcast Business text line, and I'm hearing, isn't this is a clutch negotiating tactic? The France trip is a way of Draymond trying to get more money out of the Warriors. So, listen, I don't know what to make of it. I don't pretend to know what to make of it. I just know that some people are rubbed the wrong way by it. I mean, 2 days ago, yesterday I log on to Twitter, and the boss, the great boss, Matt Nahigian, tweeted out, and I didn't really even know why, but I then learned that he was tweeting it out because Draymond had announced his opt-out. He said, what if this is the last vision we ever see of Draymond Green in a Warrior uniform? And he tweeted out the lengthy hug between Draymond Green and LeBron James, where LeBron had just eliminated the Warriors and Draymond Green, and they hugged for a long time, and they whispered stuff in each other's ears, et cetera, et cetera. And honestly, my feeling is I don't even remember they did that. So I'm usually one that's just let's see where he ends up first before we, delve into that kind of conjecture.
Well, and look, I'm willing to admit maybe I'm overreacting on the YouTube. Boo-hoo, get over it, Evan. Don't worry. Lacob can handle it. Shout out, Austin. Love you too. But I'm sorry. I can only feel the way that I feel. And Draymond Green, after the season that he had, after admitting that he and Jordan Poole's altercation was the reason why the Warriors were not going deeper into the playoffs, then hugging LeBron James, then saying that I'm going to vacation in France, I'm bringing the bottle. All that stuff to me is independent of you spending time with your friend. You publicizing it and pushing it in our faces is much different than just saying, yeah, I'm going to go have a vacation with a friend in France. The friend just so happens to be LeBron James. Maybe that's just too much for me, but I do know that what we've heard from the official reports is that Draymond Green and the Warriors are quote-unquote destined to reunite, that there's no posturing from Rich Paul and Clutch. So what is this posturing that Draymond Green is doing with LeBron James? Is it independent of Rich Paul? Is he what is he trying to say? Or is he just trying to have a good summer and then he's just going to be on social media about it?
All I'm saying to some of the people who are scoffing at this or saying, why are we talking about this? The reason we're talking about it is because there's a large segment of the Warriors fan base that I don't know if the words has a problem, but is a little uncomfortable with how friendly LeBron James is with Draymond Green and vice versa. You might not, even if I were to come out and say, I don't think that's a big deal at all. Okay, let's say that's my point of view. Players are friends from different teams. Who cares? No, that's just the way it is. That doesn't mean that other people don't think it's an issue. That doesn't mean that other people don't have a problem with it. So what I'm getting at is there's no denying that there's a segment of Warrior fans that aren't crazy about Draymond's relationship with LeBron James to the point where there are jokes, essentially, or snide remarks about how Draymond likes LeBron more than Steph, that he wants to be LeBron's teammate and not Steph's. That's out there.
What's up, John?
Just a clarification, too. That Taco Tuesday at your place tweet.
Oh, is that fake? That
you got. It's at Money23 Greem with an N.
Thanks for the forward for pointing that out.
Yep. The bottom line is,
doesn't change the way
are
I see
they
it at all.
in France together?
They are vacationing.
Okay, that to me is the bigger issue. But,
and perhaps someone wants to weigh in on this. Mike in San Jose has been hanging on, wants to talk about Draymond Green. Mike, do you have any issue with Draymond and LeBron James vacationing in France and making it public that they're two lovebirds in the city of love?
So as the little older guy that calls all the time, loves your show, listens every day, I have zero problem with it, and I'm a pretty big season ticket holder. My reason is the NBA and all sports have changed. Used to be you hated everybody. Now they're all friends. Draymond has said for years LeBron is a kind of, someone he follows business-wise and all. Draymond got a CNN show coming. He's got the TNT thing coming. And when else would he be able to see his friend while the kids are still young? When he's 45? I got a lot of things to worry about. We used to follow Barry Bonds all the time and go crazy. He'd be in the Bahamas the day after they lost the World Series. What they do on that, no worry. I do think Sean Livingston, by the way, took a look around the room and said, Mike Dunleavy's going to be here 10 years. I have no path. Time to go spend time with the family. And if I may ask one question heading into Thursday, I've had one long-term question that always nags me, and both of your opinions are greatly respected. Why would Jordan Poole want to be here? He does not want to come off the bench for 7 years. He got his money, and he's won a ring. I have no idea why he would want to be here. So I could see 3 years of misery while we wait to the next step. Just my point on Draymond. I think the world's changed. That's all. Thanks. Listen every day. Best show on the radio.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Oh, man.
Hey, a couple things. Mike, we got to start calling him Money Mike because he's got some great insight. LeBron being friends with Draymond Green doesn't bother me. Like it doesn't really register to me. Now, it registers that it bothers other people, and I'll acknowledge that. But it doesn't. Listen, you know what? You know when all this changed kind of for me? It changed during the Last Dance documentary, believe it or not. When, I forget the series, but when Michael Jordan was talking about being in the finals maybe against Phoenix.
Okay.
Oh, and Michael hates it. And he golfed with Danny Ainge on a day off. Do you remember that from The Last Dance? Michael Jordan golfed with Danny Ainge in the middle of the NBA Finals on an off day. And I remember when I heard that on The Last Dance thinking, you know what? It's not any different today. They're not. It's not as big of a deal as anybody thinks. Michael Jordan, is anybody going to say, boy, Michael Jordan was friends with Danny Ainge. He didn't really compete hard. No. You know what I mean? So, to me, the whole friend thing has been around forever. And I don't think it's that big a deal.
I agree. And I also think that it might be different. I mean, who knows? Michael Jordan might have been into social media if he grew up nowadays, and he might be publicizing that he's playing golf during the finals with an opposing player. But what do we also know, and what did The Last Dance tell us about Michael Jordan, is that the moment he steps into an arena, he's a freaking killer. He wouldn't be hugging Danny Ainge if Danny Ainge beat him in an NBA Finals or a playoff series at the end, and that's where I do think the boss's final picture of Draymond Green potentially weighs into this, because you're just following these, and Mike's saying it's a different time, it's a different era, and maybe I'm in my feelings about this. I'm more than willing to admit that. But I just feel like with the amount of throwing it in our face, letting us know that, it's almost like they're telling us, even if we're still here, LeBron's in LA, Draymond Green, comes back to the Warriors, whether you want him or not. Let's say that happens. We're still buds, we're still friends, and in fact, we're still business partners, we're still coworkers in a sense, because they got their business with Uninterrupted, they got their business with Lobos. It just, I don't know. Maybe it's something that I'm just going to have to get used to. But it feels strange. And the part about Sean Livingston, to me, I don't read too much into it, but it does seem, I don't know, like a trend that Sean Livingston references family as being the reason why he's leaving. Of course, nothing wrong with that. Go do your thing. Bob Myers, one of the biggest reasons he's leaving is because he wants to be with his family. He wants to spend more time with his kids. Okay, that's your decision. Jama Mahalela goes back to Toronto, a place he's been before, but has roots there, is going back to be in a more, familial setting with a team that he has connections to. All three of those guys that have left the Warriors, either coaching staff or front office, have referenced family. Now, I thought that the Warriors, and what we heard in the press conference, heard at the end of season presser with Bob Myers, is that it's we over me. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into that too much, Steiny, but there seems to be even a disconnect there between what, I don't know, the Warriors represent and what the people that have left are prioritizing?
Honestly, I hadn't thought that John Livingston might want to be the GM of the Warriors. Why didn't I think that? Only because I just never thought he was on that track. Maybe that's an assumption I should not have made. Maybe John Livingston was interested in moving up that ladder, and it wasn't happening for him.
He was the director of
that's what
player
I'm trying
engagement?
To look. I'm trying to look at his exact title, and I can't find it. But yes, I believe you're knocking on the door to it. But nevertheless, he's just to respect. Look, they've lost Bob Myers, and I don't know much about Jama, but I know Myers and Livingston, and they just lost 2 class acts. They lost 2 professionals, and they lost two people who embodied the Warriors culture. Mm-hmm. Plain and simple. And so we'll see. I think we'll be able to find out without finding out whether there's something to this or not, or it's just a coincidence.
Well, I think it's one of those things to where it doesn't matter until it matters. And if things don't go great next season, then we'll start to look back at all of the kind of the breadcrumbs that have been leading towards maybe a decline or whatever. But if things go well, and if the Warriors win, which I believe they're very capable of doing, then I don't think we'll look at them as necessarily big indicators of, the next iteration, the next phase. Bob Myers is in a different class, of course, than Livingston, as much as I loved him as a player, and I'm sure he had a big impact in his role with the front office. Same for Mahalela. They still have their top 2 coaches intact. I'm sure most of the coaching staff is going to return. Steve Kerr, Kenny Atkinson, everyone else on that staff. So, they're going to miss someone. But also, if Jama was brought in to help Wiseman, and that's what the kind of the sell was, is that he worked with
Jokic.
Or, sorry, that was actually, I apologize, that was Milojevic who worked with Jokic. But if Jama Mahalela was brought in because of his help in development with those Toronto players that, of course, beat the Warriors, well, then we haven't seen a whole lot of that with Golden State, and how would he be helping?
I just think does it mean anything that Myers, Mahalela, and Livingston are leaving? Does it mean anything, or Well, just 3 guys, and Myers had his reason, Livingston had his, and Jama wants to get back to Toronto, where he's from. Could be something as simple as that. When Otto Porter signed in Toronto, I didn't think it was personal. I just think he wanted to be in Toronto because I think his wife was from there or something like that. So, again, I don't know if there's something to it or not. We might not figure that out for a while, but maybe there is.
The 510 is saying the Warriors' mass exodus means they don't see a clear positive future for the team. That's not the way I read it, but it could look that way if things spiral out of control next year. Let's say Draymond Green and the Warriors don't reunite, and they choose to keep Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga. Those guys have expanded roles next year. Things don't go well. Then we're looking at, what the hell is all going on here? But if they win, that kind of solves everything, which is what the Giants have been doing recently. We're going to talk to Bobby Evans, former general manager of the San Francisco Giants, in just about 8 to 10 minutes on the other side at 1 o'clock. And I'm curious to ask him too, Steiny, because he's seen not reformations, but he's seen people come and go in the front office. I'm curious what he thinks, maybe not at a micro level of the Warriors specifically, but a macro level in front office and sports. Does that mean anything? Does that mean that there's less confidence in his case, the San Francisco Giants? Does that mean that people are looking for greener pastures, that they're looking to get out? I wonder what he feels about that, in addition to, of course, how well the team's playing right now.
Well, the one thing Joe Lacob has said when he compares basketball or the NBA to his business is, if you hire great people, then other organizations are going to want to take them from you. And I know there's more than this, but Michael Malone was here and he left. Jaron Collins was here and he left. Mike Brown was here and he left. There's always a reason for people leaving. So I'm not there yet with a mass exodus or with something more to read into this than, well, it's just 3 guys who are leaving, and that's just par for the course for an organization like us that's been successful.
Well, it's hard to deal with change, not just at the front office level, but if Draymond Green's not a part of the team next year, that's what we discussed yesterday. How does that look? How does that make you feel? Some people are ready to move on. Some people can't imagine the Golden State Warriors without Draymond Green. Maybe there were some people out there that couldn't imagine the Golden State Warriors with Stephen Curry, but without Bob Myers, with the big 3 without Bob Myers, without Steve Kerr maybe beyond next year, Klay Thompson, who knows? There is rapid change coming in Golden State, and it might not be for the worse. I mean, we saw the Giants, of course, lose Buster Posey after 2021. Brandon Belt's no longer on the team. He was at his end with the Giants. And now this season, even with 36-year-old Brandon Crawford, they're still finding ways to win games because they've got the next phase in line. They've got the young guys coming up contributing. They've also identified players, the Lamont Wades, the Slaters, the Estradas, the Floreses, that have helped this team both in years past as well as now. They've kind of found a nice combination to sort of meld this and piece this thing together, which has resulted in the best winning streak since the 2021 year. So coming up next, we're going to talk to Bobby Evans, who was in the front office for the Giants during those World Series of the early 2010s. Evan Giddings with Matt Steinmetz in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. He's going to be back on Thursday. We appreciate you tuning in, taking you up until 2 o'clock. But up next, Bobby Evans to discuss the San Francisco Giants and the inner workings of the front office all around sports. And that's all sponsored by the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in with Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson will be back on Thursday. We've been tossing around a lot of things today, Steiny. Of course, the San Francisco Giants have won 8 in a row, capped by a walk-off win last night against the Padres, talking about where they're at, how good of a job the front office has done. And I feel like there's not a better man to talk to than a former general manager himself. Bobby Evans joins us here on 95.7 The Game. Bobby, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us.
No, good to be with you guys. How's it going?
It's going great. Yeah, it is wonderful at Oracle Park. It is wonderful with the San Francisco Giants because they are right now in prime position, Bobby. And one thing that we've been discussing is from the beginning of this season with the swing and misses of the Judges, the Correas, to now being at 40-32, essentially in a driver's seat position for wild card contention. Could you have kind of picked out a better scenario for the Giants from where they started to where they are now?
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun just because you're seeing the lifeblood of an organization, which is your young players, come up from the system and start to produce in significant ways. And a lot of that is creating a culture where those players are given the opportunity, but also a culture that when they hit that clubhouse, they have the support of Major League veteran players that are going to surround them, and it's an environment where they can excel. And Kapler's given them an opportunity to play. There's been some that have been sent down. I mean, Bart has had injuries and is down, and other guys, Schmidt has hit some tough luck lately, but being patient with these young kids, is part of it, and we're seeing some of that patience pay off right now.
Bobby, let me ask you about the type of player that the Giants look for in their organization. I'm looking at just Buster Posey, Crawford, Belt, Matt Cain. They're all kind of understated. They were all very mature at a young age, professional kind of as soon as they played in the big leagues. Is there a secret to finding players like that? Because I'm looking at Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt, and they seem to kind of fit that type of personality. Is that something the Giants look for?
Well, you're always looking at the player on the field, but you're always paying attention to the player off the field because this is a game of failure. There's so much failure. You got to figure out how well guys can handle it and how. What kind of teammate they are. I mean, it's never talked about the kind of teammates that guys are, on a public stage, but in a private, you're always interested in that because you spend 162 games together in a clubhouse. You want to be sure you have the kind of people that are going to build a championship type program or a culture that gives you the opportunity to succeed. It's amazing to me, talent doesn't always end up on top in a given season or a playoff. Sometimes it's talent and character, and really the team culture that helps build the success. And so, yeah, I mean, you have to pay attention to that. I think our scouts do an exceptional job because they get to know the players off the field, either through conversations or through talking to the parents or through meeting and talking with the coaches, but that personal contact gives you a lot of inside information as to who you're getting and how much upside they have, not only on talent, but also on character.
Bobby Evans joining us here on 95.7 The Game, former general manager of the San Francisco Giants, longtime baseball executive. Off of that, Bobby, I'm curious because obviously as a member of the front office, you don't get the chance every single day to be involved down on the field with all those players. Of course, that's what coaches are for. But even further along into the minor league system, you're not seeing those guys play every day. You have to rely on the people you have in place for a lot of that information as it relates to their character. How do you kind of, I guess, is it a conversation with minor league coaches? Is it a discussion with the managers? How do you get that pulse from the front office on not only the talent, but that character that you're talking about?
Well, I think as a general manager, you really do have to have a very strong connection to your farm system, through your managers and your coaches and your medical staff. All of those things give you insight as to what's going on behind the scenes at a given club, and it's daily. I mean, you're living and breathing, not only with your major league club, but you're living and breathing with your minor league clubs as well. And and part of that is good leadership. I think you look back at what the leadership that Brian Sabian put in place when I was there. He empowered us to do our best work, but he also put experience in the right positions so that we could have a confidence in the information that we were getting back. And Dick Tidrow, nobody led our farm system better over the years than Dick Tidrow. And ultimately, it's empowering your coaches and your managers to have a voice. That they're not just there as puppets. They're there to make a difference. They're there to share their opinion. And if they don't speak up, then they're not doing their job. We need their input. And clearly, we're seeing a front office that values the input of its farm system.
Bobby, let me ask you a little bit about Brian Sabian. I've always been very intrigued by him and what he was able to get done. Some evaluators, let's say in basketball, they don't like small guards, for example, or maybe a project. Did Brian have any kind of truisms or things that give me something that he really liked when he saw in a player, or maybe something that just he was never a big fan of?
Yeah, he came from a system with the Yankees where size mattered. I mean, they really cared a lot about the overall strength and height and presence of the player in a lineup or on the mound. And so sometimes we would be off of a guy quicker because he was 5'8" or 5'9",
right,
or 5'10" even. And so but Brian had those truisms, but he didn't lose sight of looking at talent too. Otherwise, you don't draft a 5'11" Tim Lincecum. I mean, right. He knew when there was a difference maker. But his first thought is, I want guys that have a presence in that lineup, have a presence on the field, and so size of the player really did have an impact. But athleticism. He always told me, and in fact, he gave me examples, during our career together, just of how don't give up on the athlete. It's easy to give up on the athlete, because maybe they're slow out of the gate or their career starts slow, but don't give up on the athlete. And, we're seeing, some of the best athletes in the game, today, because athletes, really are the name of the game. They have a lot to offer, not only on the offensive side of the ball, but the defensive side of the ball too.
Beloved General Manager Bobby Evans joining us here on 95.7 The Game with Steiny and Guru. And, Bobby, I'm curious. Obviously, you worked with, Bruce Bochy, who is as great of a manager as there is and still is very successful in Texas. But we were talking about Gabe Kapler, and I kind of view him as a great example of a modern manager, someone that still obviously has a complete understanding of the situation at hand, but is also being asked to implement things from people in your position in the front office. How do you feel like he has, I guess, done this season, but also does that kind of manager, what kind of, I guess, positive and negatives are there to someone in that position that has to be a bridge from the front office to the diamond?
Well, one of the things that really has helped Kapler, but I think it's helped a lot of managers in the game today who have not only been a part of a farm system, but who have run a farm system. And, Gabe Kapler, ran the farm system at one point in the Dodgers. David Bell, Cincinnati Reds manager, at one point ran the farm system even for us. I think there's a lot to be said for that, because it's a great preparation for what it takes to be a big league manager. When you're looking at talent, you're believing the best in the talent, you're elevating your communication, you're trying to help set expectations for players that maybe don't have as bright a future to those that have, a chance to be the face of the franchise. And so in player development, you get to work with it all. And so I think that, I think the one thing that's also true is you learn about, more of the value of the information that's available today, early on. And I think Gabe, coming out of his playing days, learned very quickly how valuable the information was and valued it. I think one of the reasons that he's in the position he is right now is because he's almost an extension of the front office as a manager. He believes very much in the kind of information that they're able to garner on each guy, whether it's from the technology or from the analytics. And and he participates in it, but also helps lead part of it. I think that makes it very easy for a front office to be on the same page in what they're doing.
Bobby, do you know of anybody, and maybe you're one? I know everybody thinks purist and old school are compliments, and I think they are too. But you know anybody that doesn't like the pitch clock?
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I didn't finish the article, but I was kind of surprised to see that players may want some modification to that pitch clock in the postseason. But I don't know. I mean, I think it's so interesting to see the impact it's had on the pace of game, but also the overall enjoyment of watching a game. And I was joking around with Buster about the clock, and he mentioned how if he's watching a game on TV and looks down for just a minute at his phone, he might miss a pitch. And here's a catcher who, of course, you would never miss a pitch, but just because the pace is different, and he's had to get used to it. Would you call it just an unmitigated success? Is that too much of a stretch? Well, I mean, I hope it is. I mean, I think that we are all under the assumption and impression that this is not negatively impacting anything physical in the game. I mean, we all know that the pitchers, having to go more quickly and deliver the baseball, may have had more mental adjustments to make than physical, but we're assuming that the physical adjustments were minimal, and I think that's what we're hoping for. But so, yeah, early signs would say that this is an unmitigated success, but we'll wait and see how it plays out in the long haul. But it certainly gives us hope for, a real pace of game improvement that, for 20 plus years, they've been trying to find a way to reduce the game time, and they in one move they did.
Former Giants GM Bobby Evans with us on 95.7 The Game. I just got one last thing I'm kind of curious about. I was hoping you could help with on a macro sports level, working in the front office. Right now, the Warriors are not having a complete restructuring, but obviously their president of basketball operations is gone. There's some reshuffling internally in the front office. I know that maybe you guys didn't have those wholesale type of changes in San Francisco when you're there, but there's some movement. Guys are coming and going. People are getting opportunities in other markets. What are the challenges of a front office, gaining or losing a certain talent? And as someone who's responsible for that, honestly, how do you kind of view when there are changes in a front office?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a dynamic process. I think change, if you're afraid of it, you're going to run into it. And it's no point in being afraid of it. I think you have to look at change as opportunity. I mean, one, if guys are getting a chance to move up in other organizations, then hats off to you that they had an experience with you that makes them valued elsewhere. I think that in general, sometimes you can stay in one place so long that you keep your staff together so long that you become insular, and you miss out on some of the advancements in the industry. And so, that happened to us to a certain extent. And so we, in 2016, 17, and 18, we really worked hard to add people from a lot of different organizations to get a lot of different perspectives. I think we, in one offseason, we added, 12 or 15 representations of 12 or 15 different organizations to just try to help make sure that we were not missing some of the industry movement that was happening at other places, and that we, for whatever reason, had been able to keep our people in one place for so long.
Gotcha. No, Bobby, thank you so much for shedding some light on that subject as well as a myriad of others. We really appreciate the work you've done, and we appreciate you jumping on with us today. Thank you so much.
All right. Good luck, guys. Thank you. Anytime.
That's Bobby Evans, former general manager of the San Francisco Giants, World Series champ.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff from Bobby Evans.
Change is opportunity. That's one thing I heard from Bobby.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Why is everybody so scared of it then, you think?
Because change is also a place that is complex and questioning and hazy.
The
like
older,
the fog on
the
Ocean
older
Beach.
you get, the more you embrace it. I get it. You're a young kid. You just want
I don't
things
like
to
it.
stay. Well, you don't know that. Have you ever had a friend who then wasn't a friend, and you said, you know what, I'm better off without this so-called friend?
Yeah, no, I take it back. I mean, I'm not completely against change. I've had to change a lot in my life, Steiny. You know this about me. I lived in 7 states. I had to move around.
Oh.
Change. And in fact, found myself over on your way at one point in my travels.
Philly?
Pennsylvania. Actually, Reading, specifically.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, well, it worked for a team that played the Red and Fightin' Phils. So we got a chance to check it out.
Hold on. Waterbury? Don't tell Albany? Harrisburg, the Senators?
Oh, yeah. I've been to Harrisburg. Binghamton was the southern.
That was your team?
The southern tier. No, the team I worked for was the Erie Seawolves.
Oh.
In western PA. Of course, you guys don't really acknowledge them, but that's fine.
Never been to Erie, ever.
I've heard it's the beach destination for Pittsburgh and Buffalo.
Now, if you ever look at a map of Pennsylvania, it's unbelievably fascinating. You'll notice it's mostly a rectangle. But up in that upper left-hand corner, there's a spot that juts out and cuts in to Lake Erie. And it's specifically to be a port in Pennsylvania. If it were a regular rectangle, the city of Erie would not be both in Pennsylvania and in and adjacent to Lake Erie.
You talking about Presque Isle? I mean that's the port, or I should say what creates the cove and the port in the city of Erie. This kind of like mile-long extension of land.
So if you'll look at the map of Pennsylvania, in the far left, it goes diagonal.
Yes.
Right coinciding with Lake Erie's coastline. They changed the shape to accommodate something there.
The port?
That has something to do with Erie and
Back
the
when
port.
Steel was a
There's a story behind there.
commonality.
There's a story behind there. Now, Detroit, Toledo, Cleveland, Erie, Buffalo, they're all on Lake Erie. But if Pennsylvania were shaped like it should be, Erie doesn't make it to Lake Erie in the state of Pennsylvania.
No, but as a city, if you've been there, it doesn't really fit into either the Ohio or New York. It belongs in Pennsylvania.
You worked in Erie?
I did, yes.
For how long?
For about 6 or 7 months.
Did you like it?
I did, actually. I was there in the summer, so I didn't catch the winter of Erie, which is very similar to Buffalo.
So
a lot of snow.
They have beaches?
They have a beach. Presque Isle. That's the beach. Of course, you're not really supposed to get in the water because Lake Erie is a particularly toxic area. But people are always out there enjoying the sunshine. It is a great summer destination for those in that part of the country, I will say.
Interesting. It's also the right up near where Rolling Rock beers. Actually, I don't think that's true. Latrobe, it's outside Pittsburgh. Never mind. Steiner, have you ever had Scrapple? I have. I don't like Scrapple, actually.
Scrapple?
Scrapple. It's like pig intestines, essentially.
Oh,
it tastes really good.
Haven't had that, but I did have some just immaculate chicharrones from Las Palmas on 24th Street and down to the Mission.
Well,
shout out to them.
We're probably talking about foods, generic to Pennsylvania. So I thought you were going to say you had a great funnel cake once, or you had a great unique pretzel, or a Good's potato chip.
But what does come to mind is what you brought up yesterday, and shout out to Orlando, our P1 listener out there, who dropped some Yingling off with Steiny at, I'm forgetting the name of the Irish bar. There's only one, of course, in Erie, but they have a 25-cent pint night. Well, not pint, but beer night on Thursdays. And so you can get, I would say like a 4 to 6 ounce cup of Yingling for $0.25.
I believe it.
And you can run that bill up quick.
I mean, I don't even want to get into it. Back when I was 21, you could get beer really cheap. That's
Talent and character in Erie. Also, like the same, that was a terrible transition. But no, like I think your question to Bobby Evans about what the Giants look for, the character part in a way almost matters more, or it seems like it matters more than the talent, even though that of course shouldn't be the case. What you do on the field matters, but you got to be able to coexist. You got to be able to glue yourself with the rest of your roster, and that's something that his team's never had a problem with. And that seems to be something that these Giants in 2023 are starting to find.
Yeah, and I remember different organizations have different philosophies about this, and I remember when Larry Riley was the GM of the Warriors, the GM who drafted Steph Curry. Before that, he drafted a player. I think it was after. I don't know. He drafted a player named Ekpe Udoh, and who went to Baylor.
I thought he was going to be so good.
He was okay for a couple of years.
Player. Yeah.
But Larry Riley made reference to the fact that Ekpe Udoh was like a grown-up, and he was mature, and he mentioned that he wore a suit to their dinner. I guess most players would wear a sweatsuit or something casual, but Ekpe Udoh
suit to dinner.
Yes, it's like they bring a guy in for a workout.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll go have dinner somewhere. Well, he wore a suit and tie, and Larry Riley made a reference to that, and it was the word he said. This guy's an impress. He wore a suit and tie. Most guys usually, and it became a butt of a joke because the inference was, we'd rather have nice guys than good players because Udoh didn't end up being a star or anything like that. But I always thought it was kind of unfair to say, we want character over talent. No, you want both. You hope you get both, but I always thought that was. I always thought certain GMs had a reputation for wanting class acts more than great players, and I'm just not sure it was as simple as that.
Yeah, I'm sure every front office is looking for a bit of both, but I mean, you're onto something. Like, I do think there are, kinds of players or molds of players that get affiliated with certain teams or franchises just because of the trends and who they draft. Like, for example, the Golden State Warriors drafted James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, 3 picks in a row. All of those guys have something in common. They're young and they have little experience. So to say that during those, last couple of years of Bob Myers' reign that they were interested and that front office valued youth and athleticism is not a stretch. And I don't think that the character aspect, Jonathan Kuminga has great character. James Wiseman, for everything we've heard, has great character. Moses Moody's wise beyond his years. Those all matter too, but the youthful injection was what we're all going to remember. Is what we're going to remember.
Well, all I'm getting at is, let's say Steph Curry had a nice career. He was just okay. Mm-hmm. He wasn't an iconic player. I think people would say, "See, you drafted a nice guy. You drafted a nice guy. This guy's not a kid." You know what I'm saying?
Not a killer.
Like, for example, the Warriors had 2 choices. The year Curry was drafted, Steph Curry or Jordan Hill, the big man from Arizona, and they picked Curry, and it worked out, but they didn't draft Curry just because he was a model citizen. He happened to be both, and that's a big part of why he ended up being one of the greatest players of all time.
Oh, and we can continue this on the other side with any of your calls. Bob and SFIC, you've been hanging on. I want to get to you on the other side. We're talking about the San Francisco Giants, the reformation of front offices. Bobby Evans was kind enough to join us to shed some light on both. We'll continue that conversation up until 1:45. Then we'll head to the crossover. Mark Willard is back in with Dan Dibley. And that is all coming up next on 95.7 The Game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Evan Giddings with Matt Steinmetz. Gerald the Guru Johnson is back on a Thursday. We're back after this. Don't go anywhere on 95.7 The Game.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Shibby, shibby, y'all, shibby, yeah, shibby, yay. Come on, Steiny. Evan Giddings in with Matt Steinmetz. Guru will be back on Thursday. This is the song that we've been talking about.
What song?
By ODB. The old dirty, can't say it on the radio.
I actually know who that is. I didn't know.
Give me the mic so I can take it away.
How you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great.
Big
and you know
day
why?
for you?
Yeah. Well, not because of what we got going on later or tomorrow. Guru's back Thursday. Looking forward to that. He's catching up with the fan down in Big D. But I'm happy because it's my time. We got 10 minutes between now and the crossover, and I get to take a victory lap.
Okay. By the way, here's what's you get in the chair you're in. Xavier W. saying, "What the hell was that, Evan?"
I was. Mm-hmm. I like ODB. I know on YouTube you can't hear the beat, so you can't exactly get what I'm saying. But they're, our producer John. Usually, I'll be playing the song that comes in. That was playing "Shimmy Shimmy Ya" by ODB of the Wu-Tang Clan.
Okay. All right. Is that your victory lap?
No, absolutely not. I'm not done yet. So, Luis Arias has been a player that has been much maligned on this show, Steiny, quite frankly. He's a second baseman for the Miami Marlins.
I know who he is.
Well, I'm setting this up for people who might not know,
right.
and this is the whole point. He is hitting 400 right now, Steiny.
Okay.
Just put together his second 5-hit game in the last 3 days. And you're trying to tell me it doesn't matter that after 70 games, he's somewhere that about, I'd say 99.9% of MLB hitters have been, and that's hitting 400.
There's a surprise.
You can say I'm sorry.
No, I won't. I won't do that. Wake me in July. Actually, wake me in August, for goodness sakes. I'm old enough to remember George Brett hitting 390. Old enough to remember Rod Carew flirting with 400.
Flirting.
Old enough to remember being told that Ted Williams hit 406.
Yeah. His head's somewhere.
There you go. Look, 3 5-hit games in the last week. I'll give him credit for that. That's nice.
Well, thank you, Uncle Looney.
But I would like to see defenses adjust to him a little bit more. I don't think he'd be getting 5 hits a game against the Kapler managed team the way Kapler likes to move his players around because they have advanced scouting in San Francisco. Apparently they don't. Whoever the Marlins are playing.
Well, so what you're saying is that the elimination of the shift, not being able to put 3 guys on either side of the second base bag, is worth 84 average points, because that's the difference between Arias right now and what he had last year.
Well, he's also
led the MLB.
He's also a young player who's improving. So, how old is he?
He's 26.
Yeah, he's right.
Spry.
He's right in that area that guys, they're not quite older. They know the league. It's the 4th year, something like that.
Number 5.
Yeah, 5. Exactly. This is, in fact, I told you I saw this coming. I had a feeling it was going to be a breakout year for Arias.
That's why you got him on the fantasy team, right?
I don't, unfortunately. But my fantasy team hanging in there.
Well, you might want to go pick up a giant at this point. One of the young guys.
I have.
Which one?
Duvall.
You got the second best closer in baseball?
Correct. And you know what? And nights like last night are wonderful because he gets that cheapy win. That's worth 7 in our league.
He earned that win.
He did.
Came in, slammed the door, set the stage for the hero of the evening, Mike Yastrzemski, who went skinny dipping. You know?
Oh,
you like that?
Not really.
Walk-off home run into the drink?
No, he got wet.
He got wet.
There wasn't many people out in the Cove late last night. I know that.
No, but there were 35,500 people at Oracle last night. We'll see how many show up.
I'll tell you how many are going to show up tonight. They'll get 25 tonight. I'll tell you who.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. You know why, Goo? Because you know who's a sneaky good draw on the road? The Padres.
The dads.
The Padres are a sneaky good road fan squad. You know why? It's just because of their uniforms.
I think also because a lot of people want to show up to boo Fernando Tatis Jr. That's just me.
What kind of? I was going to start in on him, but I don't have enough time.
Well, let's fit Bob from SFN. He's been waiting on patiently. Appreciate you, Bob.
Skinny Bob?
He wants to talk about somebody who could be a good fit for the Giants. What's up, Bob? How are you? You're on with Steiny and Evan.
Yeah, if you saw me, I wouldn't be skinny. That's for sure. I just wanted to say that I think Ohtani makes great sense. There's a large Japanese community here in the Bay Area, so I think the ballpark would be sold out consistently. He's a Bonds-like player. He's a big-name draw. You could build a team around him. And I also believe that they were flirting with those picks the last few years, and I think this is the pick. This is the guy they're going to try to sign. They're going to go all in on this guy. I just feel it. So I could be wrong, but, I just feel this was the guy all along. And can you imagine what the Giants would have been like if they had got him the first time? If he had not picked the Angels? Oh, man, that would have been something else.
What would you pay him,
anyway,
Bob?
That's what I got. Also,
Bob, what would you pay Ohtani?
See, I would leave the finances up to the professionals. I can't, I couldn't say.
Respect.
But I know he'd be one of the highest paid, right? He'd be one of the highest paid guys.
Probably the highest paid, I would think.
Highest.
But yeah, what was the other thing?
Well, about Draymond, it's like, okay, so you want to go to check free agency? There's no problem with that. You want to hang out with LeBron? There's no problem with that. I kind of see your point about him putting it in everybody's face a little bit, but come on, the punch kind of ruined it. It ruined his reputation as far as I'm concerned. It just kind of proved who he was. And I like the guy. It's just, come on.
I'm kind of with him. I like Draymond too, but come on. That's all.
Well, according to Woj, it's not a matter of if. It's just going to be when and for how long. The sides are destined to reunite. Is it 3 years? Is it 4 years?
I'm not...
Greeny?
I'm not convinced yet that he's definitely coming back. If I had a bet, I would say, yeah, I'd have to bet on Draymond coming back. But I'm not as convinced as others that it's a fait accompli.
Foregone conclusion.
Exactly.
From the 415, Draymond is toxic. Shout out Britney Spears. But he might also...
He's got 4 rings.
He does.
He's absolutely got 4 rings.
Responsible for all of them. And right now he's responsible for those vacation flights in France with LeBron James, who he is... Le fait accompli is a French phrase, right? It's appropriate.
Probably. Why is it appropriate? Oh, because he is in...
Because he's in France.
He is... where in France, do you know?
Honestly, I
Doesn't
don't know.
matter.
He strikes me as just a big city guy, like Paris. Just
Have you ever been to Paris? I swear I ask this to everybody.
I have.
Oh, all right. Well, never mind.
Well, I mean, I haven't spent a lot of time there. It was a quick layover, so I didn't get much of the lay of the...
So you just were at an airport?
I didn't much... No. I've been to... No. I've been to the Lou, so I've got a Lou of the land, as they say.
You mean the museum?
Yeah.
Timestamp says who's in Paris. Draymond Green is vacationing with LeBron James right now.
In France.
In
I take
France.
him as a French Riviera guy.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, maybe we can ask the boys where they think. Where in the world is Draymond Green? What's the Carmen Sandiego? Where's Carmen Sandiego?
Well, where's Waldo?
Where's Waldo? Mm-hmm. We'll find out on the other side. Willard is back. Mark Willard is back, along with Dan Dibley. That's what's coming up next on 95.7 The Game. The crossover. Evan Giddings in with Matt Steinmetz. Gerald the Guru Johnson is back on Thursday. Appreciate y'all tuning in. We'll be back with our final segment of the show after this on 95.7 The Game.
We're BMO, the bank coming to California. Now, you might be thinking, why should I trust a bank I don't even know? Fair question. For one, we've been around for over 200 years, through the best and worst of times. And because Global Finance Magazine ranked us in the top 5 safest banks in North America.
relative of both. VR launches one to deep left. Gone up over the wall. That's the David VR swing right there. His 5th home run of the year. It's 4-1.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Dave Fleming on the call there. As the crossover is brought to you by the California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.com. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz, Mark Willard back. Good to have you back. And, of course, Dan Dibley. What's going on, boys?
Well, hello, gentlemen.
Hey-o.
Steiny, this is very big of you. It's very big of you what you've done today, and I mean that literally.
You're saying that because the camera shot.
Yeah. I can't believe you went and sat in the fat chair. That's amazing. That's really nice of you. It
Selfless.
is. Yeah.
Absolutely selfless.
Point guard.
Yeah. I dream about having a partner that would be that selfless. But as we discussed out in the green room, he said there's not a chance.
No days off.
You could lead the show, but I'm not sitting in the fat chair.
Gotcha.
It's about the chair, not the role.
Are you sure I could lead the show?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you can.
I mean, I do when you're going and actually ratings skyrocket. But it'd be tough for you to talk block me in the B chair.
I don't know if it is.
You'd find a way.
No, why? Why? There's something like you're not allowed to talk first if you're sitting over there. The microphone works
Guru
just as
does.
well. I know.
Oh, all the time.
Guru has no problem with
so
talking first.
why'd you have to switch
But it pisses
seats?
you off.
Why'd you have to sit over there, I guess?
Because
I'm a snob.
Evan asked me.
Okay. No, great.
What I thought of. Evan's a
Good
play-by-play guy. He's used to it. I don't
necessarily think of it
really
as the
think too
power
much of
chair, but I will say it is much easier to talk block people when
Yes.
you're the one bringing us in and out of breaks.
Well, and when you're over there, you can actually bring the callers in. You can't overhear. You can actually play sound.
See, I didn't
you
even know
can't
that.
overhear.
I didn't know
you
that.
can actually key the break, which you don't do, but you can do it there, but you can't do it over here.
Right.
So there are many things you can do over there that you can't do in the B chair.
I wouldn't know. I've never sat over there.
I know.
Wow. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just learned like three things I could do in this chair.
It's like you're essentially Carmelo Anthony. Is you just refuse to take a lesser role.
I got him more as an Allen Iverson. It's
ouch.
Yeah, he's a great scorer.
Hall of Famer, though.
He's elite. Yeah, he's Hall of Famer.
Listen, I know my worth.
No doubt.
I know my worth, and I'm not afraid of that. So
I was
I'm
your
talking
weekend?
about the A chair.
Yeah, exactly. It was great, except for I was bummed to hear that summer arrived here as I was searching for it in Tahoe.
So the weather stunk in Tahoe?
It was like mediocre is kind.
Mediocre.
Saturday was fine. Sunday was like a windstorm. Yesterday was downright cold. Being out on the water, we got Saturday morning, and other than that, that was about it. So it was a little bit more of a forest trip than a water trip.
Blindsided.
But I'm not going to complain. We got to go to Tahoe. It was incredible.
Exactly.
It's incredible. It was up there with the kids. They brought Father's Day gifts that were wrapped.
Nice.
I mean, come on.
You had
That's
a favorite,
awesome.
didn't you?
I mean, well,
you know what?
Shout out to the lovely Christy who actually coordinated that. It's not like the kids thought of it themselves and took them to Target. But anyway,
That's cool.
You wouldn't believe.
I mean, it was touching. It was very touching. Happy Father's Day to you,
Yeah, of
gentlemen.
course.
as
Hey,
well.
thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Can I just say
That was
this?
the first one to offer that to you. Happy Father's Day, Steiny.
How about this?
Okay, how about it?
It was a great Father's Day.
Good.
2 out of my 3 daughters wished me a happy Father's Day.
Remembered.
Both by text, but nevertheless.
What time did the text come?
It was early.
Oh, that's
early.
that's
Because
meaningful.
one's in London, one's in
That's
D.C.
meaningful. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, maybe
That's
because
why.
of the time
Yeah,
difference.
totally.
I've gotten them before at 10:45 at night, and I'm like, you little, you
Buzzer
forgot.
beater.
You
Count it.
forgot.
Yeah.
The red light was not on.
Damn.
And I got, you're not even going to believe this.
So
What?
the in-house daughter.
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Not even a text from inside the house.
Well, she knew she had 24
Nothing.
hours, so you might as well just
Not
push
even
her.
like a punch in the leg. Like,
Nope.
hey, bro.
Nope.
And then
Not a
nothing.
thing.
She knew.
And then nothing yesterday.
Dude.
Like, whoops,
No.
I forgot.
No.
Not even a, can I use the car?
All right.
No. Susan, it's me a pair of toenail clippers.
Oh, God.
And she made me
amazing.
subtle.
Now, in fairness,
That's amazing.
she did make me gumbo on Sunday, which I
Okay.
love. But
Okay.
that's about it.
Only after
Hey.
you clipped your toenails.
That was about it.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
listen. Food
right.
is a win. I think any Father's Day gift that is not asking you to go to work is amazing. Somehow, if you look at the way Mother's Day and Father's Day are marketed, it's unbelievable. Here comes Mother's Day. We celebrate it for about 4 weeks.
At least.
Everybody flips over sideways. People are going to spas. People are gathering. They're eating. They're champagning. They're losing their minds.
Rosé.
Here comes Father's Day, and it's like, let's get him a weed whacker. Or how about a tie? And I'm like, my goal in life is to never wear a collared shirt. If I got a collar on and I'm not at a golf course, I'm mad.
Yeah.
I'm ticked. So the marketing of this whole thing is so off. So I'm excited.
It's a joke.
I'm excited by this. My kids and Christy got me a new bathing suit for summer travel.
Big.
And they also surprised me with their coming down after the show tonight. And we're going.
Well, they plan on
going to Giants
using
game
it
tonight.
this
Nice.
weekend.
Going to Giants.
Yeah, it's
game
big.
tonight.
It's
Yeah,
big.
no
Cool.
collared shirts, no tools that I wouldn't even know how to use. We're not doing that
I
stuff.
got a baby, 9 months old, as you know,
and
Steiny.
a bunch of problems.
Well, the baby's got to pass, and
I
I told my boys, all I want from my boys is words. I've told them this
This is a
all
great
in the past.
point.
All I
It's a
want
great
from my
point.
boys, words. Make me a card and write down some words. Tell me how you feel about me, us, you, life, all that. And the card I got from my two sons, unbelievable.
Oh.
I got about 120 words from the 22-year-old. I got about 67 words from the 20-year-old.
That's
and they
a lot.
They
That's a
both.
lot.
I'm going to borrow from Guru and say they hit me in the cardiac.
Yep.
Because I don't want, you're going to get me a sleeve of balls,
No.
whatever. You don't know that I play Shrikshan.
How many words you got? A lot. That was really good.
Yeah,
I'm proud of you.
I want words, bro.
Yeah.
And so Quest actually.
I want words.
My son Quest, who's 22, gave us a brief reflection of the arc of our relationship and where it's come and where it's going and how happy he is and this and that. And little man, gave me a couple of thanks and a shout out to his baby sister. All I want is words.
Yeah,
I don't
awesome.
want crap. I don't want to be ignored. A text message would be fine, but I told the boys, all I want is words. Take 5 minutes out of your day and think about me, think about us, and use your pen.
Put together a tweet to dad.
Not a tweet. I want a card.
120.
I want to keep it.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
want a tweet. I don't want an IG like one of those screen caps where you
just tag you in it?
No, exactly. Give me a card.
No, but see,
spend
the only
$4
cards
and
I
write
want
down words.
But I want that without having to ask for it, because then it robs it a little bit.
No, I didn't ask for it, but
Okay.
they know that's what I want.
Okay, they know.
They
They
know.
know. Yeah.
And traditionally, when they were younger, they would hand do cards.
Yes.
For mom and for me.
That's nice.
Yeah, I got.
But now that
three-
he's 22, he's like not pulling out the crayons
I
anymore.
got
that.
3 cards. One of them was handwritten, and
He's 9.
Except for it was actually the oldest. But anyway, it was the best. It was the best words that I've gotten. Out of all 16 Father's Days in which I have participated.
Well, good.
Yeah.
No chore coupons from the kids at all?
No, they did not. They did not give me the opportunity.
I was big on that when I was younger.
Right.
It's funny. I was cleaning out a
They're like,
drawer
we
yesterday.
got you the opportunity to spend more money on us.
I was cleaning out a drawer yesterday, and I saw this little stack of colored construction paper tied together by a piece of yarn, and I was flipping over it, and I realized it was, "We'll wash your car. We'll vacuum your room. We'll make your bed.
How many years
We'll
ago?
do laundry."
How many years ago?
9 years ago.
Can't do it.
A lot of empty boxes next to the
Exactly.
words.
They even put the box so I could check off when they did
Yeah.
it. Not a one.
Well, that
Not a
sounds like a
single
you
check.
problem. You never turned in your coupons.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Any expiration date on that?
No.
You fly your daughter home from London and have her wash your car.
You should wait until they're like, their 40th birthday. Be like, all right, we're turning
Exactly.
it in. Come on
Seriously.
over. Make my bed.
Seriously.
There you go.
You know, I've been making my bed the last month or two.
As opposed to
What
Not
does that,
making it.
What does
Oh.
that mean, though?
Well, I'll tell you what it means.
Are we doing a hospital corner? Are we
No,
tucking
no.
sheets in?
No.
Or are you just kind of straightening it?
Are you pulling? You're pulling the comforter.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
But there's
that's
something.
mature.
And I'm sure that
that's being an
people,
adult.
I'm sure people in the listening audience know what I'm talking about. I was going through the social media, and there's this general out there who
Call the general.
The general said,
Thank you.
Oh.
make your bed to start every day.
Oh, I saw this.
Yeah.
I saw this.
It'll give you right off the bat a
Yeah.
feeling of accomplishment that you did something.
Yeah.
And then if the day
And I
goes
started
sideways,
doing it.
and if the day goes sideways, you come home and at least your bed was made.
That's right.
And so
presence.
you had that.
It's great. My brother Mikey 2.0, not Mikey 1.0, the famous Mikey 2.0, who he's 2.0 now, 5 years sober. Really proud of him. He actually coaches baseball. He coached. Look. He coached his son when he was in the under 12s, and one of his big things is to his kids, make your bed. Tell your mom and dad you love them and make your bed. That's his big message. And so maybe he got that from the general, call the general.
Yeah.
But it's big. Make your bed every day if you can.
I need to
I'm
show
still
that.
working on
I
that
need to show
part.
that to my boys because they're terrible at it and I'm horrible at enforcing it.
Well, and-
because I remember the conversations I had with my mom. I'm like, this is completely illogical. Like when I get back to it, I'm going to unmake it and get back into
Immediately
it. Why
unmake
am I
it.
adding
I was
steps
one
to the
of
process?
those guys.
Yeah, like I'm going to get back
My life
in.
has now changed. But here's the other thing. With a comfort, when I was a kid, when I was coming up, we had, the sheet, we had the undersheet, then the sheet, then the blanket. Then, like a comforter's easy. Yeah. It's one piece of linen. Pull it up.
It's pronounced Schmidt now, by the way, not sheet. It's Schmidt.
Okay.
Yeah, Schmidt
Also, here's the other thing.
Casey sheet.
If you put the pillow, you can go either way. Put the pillows on top or put the comforter over the pillows. Just as long as you make it nice, it can look nice either way.
Yeah.
My excuse is generally there's a dog on top of the comforter. He sleeps in the bed. And
That's
so
the thing.
when I come
Okay.
back, I'm not going to kick him off. And I really don't want to make my
No,
bed. So
my bed is the dog's favorite spot, and so I can make the bed.
Penny.
And all she's got to do is make one jump, and the bed is completely unmade again. So I'm like, again, we're stuck in this logic process, and I'm losing. I'm just losing. So anyway.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM
yes, you are.
and HT1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station.
I tried to transition to Schmidt, and Steiny took it right back
Didn't
to
take the
making
bait.
beds again. So, yeah, I tried.
What about
I tried.
Casey? Big walk yesterday. Number 2 in his major league career?
Yeah, that was.
He's allergic to those.
That was actually the most stunning moment of the entire night. But
3 of those pitches that he couldn't have swung out with a 17-foot long 2x4.
Seriously.
That Padre pitcher was struggling.
Garcia?
Which one?
Yeah, so was the next
The
one.
one before the lefty at least came in and got Jock out.
Oh,
but-
Kerr's kid? Yeah.
Thank you.
Garcia. And actually, I don't know about you guys. I felt like the 35,000 had something to do with it because Garcia was absolutely rattled.
And that's your team, right?
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. The guy who came
Not last night.
who came in to get Jock was the third pitcher of the inning.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
So you had 2 guys who couldn't throw a strike.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. That was fun.
Timestamp, Chasey Schmidt.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right,
that's
because the
not bad.
second guy was Drew Carlton.
That's
He
not
was
bad.
actually
Yeah,
on the,
Carlton.
on
Is
the
that
double A
three
team I worked
for
for. back in the day.
timestamp?
It's a 2.
Okay. Yeah,
It's a 2.
I like more timestamp.
I thought it
It
was
would have been a
three.
3
But
had he
I'm-
not drawn a walk
No,
last night.
but I'll give it a 3. I'm well rested though. I'm in a great mood.
Number 3.
Yeah, I haven't worked in 3 days, and the Giants have won every game since the last week and a half. So
That's right.
yeah. No, last night felt like an arrival. I thought. I'm going tonight. I did not go last night, but I've thought that watching on TV, you could tell right away. We got the vibe has come home from the road trip.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's a 7-game win streak, Matos' home debut, the fact that it was against the Dodgers, but 35K, and there was an energy to it. You could hear it even through the TV. It was loud. I know it was a holiday, but I also know that a holiday still means that it's a work night.
It's a Monday.
And
Not really.
in theory, there would be fewer people working in the city. Like, I'm going tonight, and I'm curious to see if they can back that thing up.
29.
29 tonight?
You had 25 earlier.
I'll take the over.
Coming up.
Really?
I'll take the over.
I think the Padres are a sneaky little road team draw.
No doubt. And you could hear some Padre fans. Like, they
you could.
travel a little bit. But no, this team last night, I thought for the first time it was like you felt the energy of Giants fans in a way that we probably haven't in a year and a half.
True.
And then I watched what they did and the way they played, and it came to me, Steiny. It popped into my head. Everything that everyone's been saying for the last 3 years, I go, I got it. Okay, last year was the fluke.
Yeah.
Last year was the fluke.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the year before.
Not the 107 wins.
Last year was the fluke.
Not the 107.
No.
I threw
Last
away
year was
my
the fluke,
notes.
which means this year they're going to win 106. Last year was the
Not
fluke.
an aberration.
In the Gabe Kapler,
I got 4
Farhan
hours of
Zaidi
this.
era.
Thank you.
In the Gabe Kapler, Farhan Zaidi era, I would contend that based on our thoughts going into a season, last year was the only one in which they did not overachieve.
They did exactly what we thought they would do.
When?
81-81.
I didn't
last
think they'd
year.
do that. They're coming off a $1.07. People thought
Which
they were
was
gonna
a
do
fluke.
No, last year was the fluke.
Well, last year, did you think that they would go 98 and 64?
Yeah, I thought they would be a winning team. I thought they
were winning-ish.
But no, they weren't.
They were winning adjacent.
They finished 81-81.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah,
that's not winning. That's not more wins than losses. It's the same number.
Right.
And they had to crawl and claw to get there at the end of the year.
If you take out Kapler's 8-16 start, the COVID year, look at his record. Look at his record.
So, is it his record
You love to
or
play
is it
both sides of this.
Farhan's record?
you know
and you
it.
did it with Shanahan, and now you're doing it with Kapler.
No.
That's his guy.
No, because you tried to
they're
bury
very
Shanahan for a long time.
They get haircuts at the
These are
same
facts.
place. He's just,
Do I look like Guru?
No, but you're in a seat.
No.
And you tried to
Exact
bury
opposite.
Shanahan, and then he got hot, and then you flipped the script on it.
It's very
fired
simple.
him.
Shanahan came here 2 years, they didn't win. Then they won. Then the next year they had injuries. Then the 5th year, they got off to a bad start. At that point, you're saying, what do we got here? You telling me he's only going to make the playoffs 1 out of his first 5 years? That's a big difference. Now he makes it his second year. I think they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Then the next year they do it again. Well, now it's over.
Yep.
Now it's over. If the Giants go to the postseason this year, I think Farhan and Kapler are kind of golden for another couple years.
I think they already are.
See?
Unless something goes totally sideways, because now here are the actual differences from 2021 to now. 2021 they were playing way better. But no, think about this now. I thought Baggerly had a line that crushed it on this. 2021, it felt like the Giants had figured out some sort of a formula, and they were playing that formula really well, the analytics, and it led to a bunch of wins. This year, they actually feel like they have a good team.
Exactly.
And they are now injecting farm system players who are showing up and succeeding. So if you do that, I'll ask you guys, what is this organization not doing well right now?
Well, who's having a bad year?
Big name free
Okay,
agents.
and that's absolutely.
Who's having a bad year this year?
However,
in terms of what you're talking about,
the argument could be made that that's not even
the
a good
guys they
thing to
paid
do.
money to.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
My point is
Who's not having a good year?
Mania, Stripling, Conforto, and Haniger.
Mania is actually now fine. He's been very good since a bumpy start. Haniger, that's a wash. He might miss the rest of the year.
Sure.
So
my point is
Stripling.
The guys that they brought in.
Exactly.
I don't want to say a real Giants fan, because that's not what I mean, but like just somebody who loves the Giants. This is better. The way they're 40-32 now is better than had they gotten Correa and been 40-32.
Well,
for sure,
it's a lot more connected.
No doubt.
I asked this the second Schmidt was going on his little 2-week thing where everybody was excited about it. Would you like your left side of the infield to be Schmidt and Davis or Correa and Crawford? Because that's what it was going to be.
Exactly.
And Davis, don't leave out Davis.
Correa's
Davis
on the
has
shelf.
been fantastic.
Why did the Warriors and the first Giants team resonate? It's because they all were homegrown for the most part. The 3 Warriors and then all the Giants, Lincecum, Kane, Baumgartner, all the names. Well, you got to give this a chance for these guys to be them, because that's what creates the phenomenon that was the Giants from 2010 to 2014, and it's what creates, I know it's simple, but it's kind of the difference between Durant and Curry. Like, Durant was never going to be Curry.
Yeah.
Because Curry's here. If these guys can produce, they're going to be...
You also have to allow for them to fail. And that's going to be the next step of this.
Right. Well, Schmidt is kind of doing that right now, and
he is.
They're not reacting to that, and that's good.
Well, because they're winning.
Yeah,
so
and
it's
the
hard
rest
to
of the
react
guys
to it
around
when you're
him
winning.
are playing
And
well.
it's easier to do what you're saying, Steiny, when you've won 7 in a row and now you're 8 games above 500, and it feels like forever ago where we were wondering if they could even be back to 500 at all, and now they're 8 above and they're threatening Arizona, and Arizona's coming in next, and it feels like when we circle back to this point next week, They might be in first place.
They might be. They might also lose 6 in a row, and they could be right back at 500. But I look at this, and when people go, "Oh, this is all easy to say because they've won 8 in a row." Well, hold on a second. They've actually won 23 of their last 32, and
34-19 since 6 and 13.
Over the last 6 weeks, this has been essentially the best team in baseball.
Right.
So this is not a good week. It's not a good week and a half. It's been a good 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And because injury has come and they look deep, they look like they're able to handle it. It is a mix of, because it's funny. You look at the young guys who come up. People go, okay, Bailey, Schmidt, Matos. Who are the 3 guys? And I was teasing Krug about this because before the year and even 2 weeks ago, he's like, enough with these mediocre vets. All right, well, who are the 3 guys that he was essentially ticked off about before the year? Yaz, Slates,
Lamont,
and Wade.
3.
And they've all in their own way been on some level of good to fantastic.
For sure.
And that's probably what the spreadsheet says, is that this is more of the player they are than the ones that they were last year.
That's what's big, because those guys are controllable. They may not be as young, but they're cheap, they're controllable, they're producing. And yeah, this is a year where it's like, okay, was 21 you? Or was 22 you?
Well, honestly, the answer to me lies probably somewhere in the middle. Like, I don't look at the 107 team as a 107 win team, but that doesn't mean that a 95 or 100 win team is not a good team.
Exactly.
And they can absolutely be that this year. And the biggest reason to me why that is, who in the NL is scaring you? Steiny's team, the Braves right now, are
Steiny's
world
team?
beaters.
Wait, what?
Oh, he brought him up earlier. Sorry.
You did the same thing Guru does.
What?
You say
Put words in
something
your mouth?
incendiary that I never said.
He's got
He's
no
a
team.
big mouth.
Oh, he's
a big mouth.
He's got like 6
He
teams.
says, "Who in the National League are you afraid of? Nobody's afraid of anybody in the National League." And I go, "What about the Braves?" "Oh yeah, well the Braves. They're not my team."
Well, they became your team immediately.
He's got no team until September. Then he'll have a team.
Thank you.
Don't be disrespectful.
By the way,
the
speaking of
Diamondbacks,
teams,
the Dodgers,
the
Dads.
Because if you thought, and I got to try to get the name, Jama Mahalalela's absence,
Jama
Mahalalela's departure was important. What about Sean Livingston's?
Well, I don't know.
For family.
I don't know that. Well, that was the one I'm like,
What are you shaking your head about?
What did he do?
He left.
No, but what did he do when he was here?
What did he do before he
What
left?
did Sean do when he was here?
He epitomized this culture.
I don't want epitome. I want actual duties.
They lost 2 guys who were at the front of the line when it came to culture.
Player
Myers
engagement.
and Livingston.
What did they call it? Player engagement?
Director of player engagement.
Player engagement.
Yeah.
I didn't know
That just
somebody
means he
needed to tell
texts
the players to engage.
He texts the guys when they're
Steph,
late to practice.
We're going to need you to play tonight. There's a
Right.
game. Oh, there's a game? Okay, thanks,
Draymond,
Sean.
I need you to be engaged tonight.
How about
think of
Draymond
it
on the
this way.
south of France with LeBron?
No problem.
Okay.
He
pisses
was
me
wearing
off.
purple and gold
Did it really?
underpants.
Kinda.
Did
He's
it?
going to LA.
The way he
I'm so
flaunted
sad.
it.
He's not going anywhere.
Exactly.
wanna
So why
bet?
are you
Who wants to bet?
If they want to
Who
pay
wants to
him
bet?
$90 million, then Joe Lacob is a fool, and I'll
wants-
put my name
Who
on it right
wants to
now.
bet? Who wants to bet on Draymond's
Jeez.
next team? You can have the field. I'll take the Warriors.
I'll take the odds if you want to give odds, because the odds are that he'll return to the Warriors. So Captain
So
Chalkenstein
why'd
over
you
here.
just say he's a Laker then?
Because I like to live outside the margins.
see.
I don't do pom-pom chalk radio. I try to keep it edgy.
I don't think
I
it's
keep it real.
I don't think it's a done deal, but that's just a hunch.
I don't think it's what that he stays.
No, I think he's going to stay.
Yeah, so do
but
I.
I just don't think it's a done deal.
No, of course it's not, or else it would be. But I always think of when people have press conferences, we know that they're guarded. We know that they're not saying all of the truth, right? We know this. Okay, so what do they have to say that can move the press conference toward being finished, and what can we take from it? Why would the Warriors put themselves in the position of stating, we are unequivocally dead in the water, we are not a title contender if he leaves? Why would they say that if they thought they were going to lose him?
Because the only reason I could think of is maybe that was Kerr's way of saying to Joe Lacob, we got to have this guy back, so we can't be wavering one way or the other.
But Mike said it too, with Joe sitting right next to him.
I know.
So, I mean,
Well, Draymond says he wants to be a Warriors,
Yeah.
and then he opts out. So,
well, but he was always going to opt out.
Right. So that
opting out doesn't have anything.
3 years and $90 million.
There was the point is it was never going to be an opt-in. No matter what you're going to do, it was never ever. This is actually, when I saw this yesterday, it's interesting that it didn't get announced. I guess this is what people wanted, for it to be announced at the same time. Draymond is opting out and has agreed to a new 3-year, $70 million deal with the Warriors. And it didn't go that way. Outside of that, this is a non-story. It got reported last week. Then it gets reported again. And Woj, even in reporting it, said it is fully expected that the Warriors and Draymond will come to an agreement, and that part gets buried, and we all run with, oh my God, he's opting out. He's in France with LeBron. Like, of course he opted out.
Of course he's in France with LeBron.
He's destined to reunite
who doesn't
with the
travel
Golden
with
State
their
Warriors?
friends when summer comes?
Right.
The one thing I'll say is usually when you sign it's a no-brainer. No-brainer. Right. There is a little, they're at a very different juncture than they've ever been. He's older than he's ever been. And maybe there's a separation in numbers there that he's not good with.
Or maybe it's about something else.
Maybe
it's about the roster.
Maybe.
Is he going to make less than Jordan Poole this year?
Let
me ask you, just answer that question. Is he going to make less than Jordan Poole?
He might.
Will he be okay with that?
He'll have to be.
Yeah,
he
man.
might. I wouldn't be
to
if
me,
I were him. But you know
Jordan Poole walks into training camp.
But you know what?
Hey, Draymond, you want to hold a little bit? I can spot you a little bit if you need it.
But here's the thing.
Oh my God, no
chance. The smile you have right now is the same smile you had when you said there's no chance Draymond would come off the bench in the Kings series. Zero
different
chance.
Smile.
Much
different smile. No, this smile is much bigger and much more hilarious to me.
I think you guys put thoughts in Draymond's head because of who he is as a player that don't
coming off the bench does not affect his pockets. Making less than Jordan Poole affects a lot.
Well, I mean,
I think,
but your worth is your market is what your market is.
Sure.
So maybe he'll get 28. What's Jordan getting? 28 point what?
27.5.
27
this year.
Yeah,
I agree.
He's
got to make at least $1 more than Jordan next year.
Unless they get rid of Jordan before they.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Exactly.
All right,
well,
Evan, this is when you wrap it up.
All right.
Yeah. Ask me a question. Ask me a question.
How's your weekend?
No.
No, he wants you to ask him what's on the show today. Don't do it.
What do you got coming up on the show today?
Keaton Winn is going to join us this hour.
Sweet.
Keaton Winn.
5 innings.
Yeah.
Dominant baseball yesterday.
And then we're going to do our show.
Do you like this? Yeah. Hey, ask him.
What?
Now, when Patrick Bailey came out and calmed him down.
Yeah.
Just calmed him down.
It's his second career outing.
Yeah.
Patrick is a big vet compared to Keaton Winn.
Patrick's been around forever.
Patrick's been around
since
what, Tuesday.
I may come out and say it. Buster who?
Oh, stop it.
Wow. That's coming up. Rolling Dids. 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I've been waiting for this moment for my entire life, Dan Dibley. I've been waiting for this moment because
Hold on.
It has been my least favorite word in all of Bay Area sports in the last 5 to 6 years.
It's a fluke.
Gosh, if you want to get, I know you joke about this often. It's not easy to get under my skin. You want to get under my skin? Tell me about how the 49ers, when they go to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo, that's a fluke. And when the Giants,
I didn't do that.
When the Giants won 107 games, it was a fluke.
I did do that.
It was just a big,
that was super fluky.
Well, were they, what you would call 107 win worthy? Of course not. Like, that wasn't the best team in the history of the Giants, even though they had the best record. The larger point to me was when you say 107 wins was a fluke, you're saying that they weren't a good team. And they were, and they are, and last year was the fluke.
Well, we'll see. We will see about that.
Yeah, we will.
If they wind up this year at 82-80, then last year was not the fluke.
Last year was still a fluke. That's an improvement.
Well, okay,
I'm
fine.
Kidding.
No, and it's right now they're what, 40-32?
Yeah, they're only 8 games over 500.
So you got 90 games left to go, and if they wind up the rest of the year going 50-40, and they're 92-70. That's probably closer to where they were when they won 107 games, as opposed to last year when they went all the way down to 81 games. The reason why 107 to me was a fluke, because you had multiple guys have career years, and that's what made that feel a little bit flukish, because Brandon Belt had a career year. Brandon Crawford had a career year.
Sure.
Lamont Wade Jr. became an actual thing.
He's having a better year this year.
Well, he's on pace to.
Yeah.
Long way to go.
No, I know.
For him to match what he
did. Having a better year this year.
No doubt. And Mike Yastrzemski in that year had a year that no one would have possibly have foretold. Baltimore gave him away for a bag of balls, as you like to say. So if Yaz does that again this year, then that becomes less flukish 2 years ago.
Yeah, no,
I'll give you that.
I understand that, and the reason I say it is this, because I actually don't think there's very much similar from 2 years ago to now.
I
at
agree
all.
with that. Yeah.
I don't think there's a completely different vibe. It's a completely different team that does it in a completely different way. You're right. They had 3 veterans go off 2 years ago in the Brandons and Buster. This year they don't have that, and I find that to be even more exciting. You made this point this morning when we were talking about it.
Yeah.
Why are the Giants winning? Well, because they're getting contributions from all over the damn place. They actually look like a good baseball team where, this is needed. We need some defense. Okay, your defense is better. We need some offense. Look at how this team comes from behind. This 8-game win streak, how many of them are comebacks? Half of them?
Probably.
I
yeah.
mean, they
I don't think they came back when they won 15-0. I'd have to look that one up.
That one, you're right.
like
You're
it
right.
goes
Yes, yeah. No, I just remember what the box score looked like. And
but
yes,
to your
you are correct.
point, I mean, they're doing it in different ways with different people at different times, and that's why when we were all sharing our thoughts on the group thread this morning, the thing that struck me today was it's 1 through 25. It's come from behind. It's blow you out. It's nip and tuck. It's win with the bullpen. It's have a good start. They're doing it in every possible way.
But you remember 2 years ago how many games you were like I'll give you an example. Do you remember they were in Milwaukee and it was like maybe a 1-run game? It was a 9th inning. They had the bases were juiced. It was ready to go, but there were a couple of outs. And Tommy La Stella lofts a deep fly ball to right.
Stretch.
It's way back,
Get it out of here.
up against the wall, and the outfielder's like, nope, he's got it, he's underneath it, and clanks off of his wrist. And we're rounding third, again, and the Giants would win. And my Dodger fan friends and family are like, what the hell's in the water? Why is every team the Giants play suddenly come out and play like it's Little League? So I think that's why people thought it was fluky, and I do think that's why they ended up with a $107. They were a good team. But, did they have a handful of breaks go their way? Did they remain relatively injury-free? All of those things are true. This year, what do you have? You're actually riddled with injuries. But it appears you've got, let me borrow it from the Warriors, strength in numbers.
You can have it.
Okay, because here they come. They've got depth. They got young guys. They got old guys. They got everything in between. And they've got a bullpen. They got the best closer in the game. And that's the kind of stuff that when you throw all of the marbles out on the table and look at a team from top to bottom, that's what wins. That's what wins. And sure, it would be great to have somebody whose jersey you want. I know. It would be great if they had a superstar. Maybe one of these guys will become it. Maybe Matos is going to be that guy. I have no idea. But I know their philosophy all along has been, if you build it, they will come. Like, what's exciting? Winning. Winning is exciting. And I thought last night was exciting. I thought it looked exciting. I know a bunch of people who were there. Lucas was there. And everybody's like, it was legit loud.
Yeah.
On a Monday night in this place.
It's summer's here, so you will get more people to show up. But I think that what the Giants are doing and the way they're doing it is getting even more people to show up now in early summer than ever before. I know you're going tonight, and you're excited to go tonight, and your kids are excited, and lovely Christy, and it's going to be a live atmosphere. You may not get 38,000, and you've got restaurant quality.
Yeah, we've
on
changed.
The bump.
We should go. Well, DiVincenzo, let's be honest, is going to leave. So what are we going to do? Warriors are going to play. We're not going to be able to DiVincenzo anymore. So I'm going to give it tonight to Disclafani.
He's going to have to earn it.
I'm giving it to him a little bit. It's a little pay it forward thing. It's like, dude,
right.
I don't want to have the end of the win streak on my watch. So let's get it together.
Sclafani. And I'm looking at his 2021 in terms of what we talked about. Is it fluky or is it not? He was 13-7 with a 3.17.
He's good.
In 2021. He was very good.
Do you know what he was when he didn't play the Dodgers?
He was probably 13-0.
Like the best pitcher in baseball.
Seriously.
It was incredible.
I would check his game log, but I don't have to because I know he gave up a 9 spot in one game. And he gave up a bunch of crooked numbers from DeSclafani.
Muncy must have had 5 home runs just against DeSclafani that
so
year.
The restaurant quality will have to be earned, but right now, winners of 7 in a row. This team is humming. The crowd is into it.
Let's make it 8.
Well, Lucas made it 8 earlier in our show thread.
No, it is 8. It is 8.
I thought it was 7.
He made it 9.
Oh, he made it 9.
And it came back down to 8, and now you're making it 7. And by the end of the show, it's going to be a 2-game win streak. Let's keep it together here.
First buzzer of the week.
It's an 8. It's an 8. They're on an 8-game win streak.
Oh, yeah, because they won 7, and then they had the
Cubs
1.
at the end of the homestand, then they swept the 6-0 homestand, and then they opened up last night with the Padres.
Jeez.
6 + 1 + 1 is 8. Dad's a math teacher.
And I think about, and I'm glad that your dad's a math teacher, and shout out Tom Willard. I hope I can meet him at some point. Your Father's Day post with you and your dad, it was adorable, and I was like, oh my God, that's Mark in 28 years.
Yeah, a little shorter than I'll be.
But the same face, he's got the same eyes, the same schnazu. Dude, you are your father.
Well, his has got, I take that as a compliment. He's got a very famous, as we call it in our families, there's like a Rudolph nose on the end of the Willard men that I did not get, and it's the only thing that you can use. Yeah. It's the only thing you can use to tell us apart.
Yeah.
Is I don't have the big ball on my nose. And I'm a little bit younger.
Yeah, and you might get it because my father father got his
the schnoz comes late.
He got the same red bulb late, and it's it's an organ thing where sometimes when you get older, your organs don't process the toxins as readily, and so it manifests in that way. But I thought about that. Your dad's a math teacher, and I look at where they are right now, and we talked about it on this very show, Mark, and I said to you, hey, what if they go into the All-Star break 2 games above 500? Would you take it? And you were like, yeah, I would take it. I mean, they got the Padres, and they got the Dodgers, and they got Arizona, and they got this road trip to Toronto and more, and now here we are, 8 games above. Now you start to think about getting greedy.
Absolutely. I'm thinking about it.
You're not thinking about 2 games above anymore.
No, I mean, and the conversations we were having actually at the beginning of your departure late last week, we're sitting there having this conversation about whether or not the Giants should be all in on this year, and 4 games later, it's a laughable conversation. Like, again, Larry was sitting in the fat chair where you are.
Thank you.
He was sitting in the fat chair 5 days ago going, look, I get it. Sure, you got to play hard, play well. If something happens, great. But if somebody comes along at the deadline and they want Alex Cobb, and they'll give you one of their best prospects well, man, you got to do it. You got to do it because this year's all about the youngsters. Get that take and shove it in the trash because the Giants are 40-32 and absolutely everything chips middle of the table. Let's go. Let's go. This is a playoff team. There is a long way to go, but you can do then and now.
Yeah.
Now.
I would still trade Cobb. Bring me Chase Wisenhunt. We were talking Chase Wisenhunt yesterday.
Name's Carson, but
whatever.
8-game win
I call him
streak.
Chase. He's on a rapid. He's so tough when you're here. Yesterday, not a buster to be found.
Well,
and I was making mistakes all over the board.
You were?
Mark is back, and now Grandy's feeling himself
We
again.
share a name. There's a kismet.
I can't look at him because his back is to me.
I know, 'cause
used
you're
to
in the
hate
fat
Mark
chair.
Grandy, but now I admire him. I don't know when I said that.
No.
That sounded a lot like me.
No, by the way, if Harrison and Wisenhunt are up by September, sweet.
Chris Wisenhunt can flat out throw
yes,
it.
he can.
Thank you.
But that doesn't
Just trade Cobb.
Why?
He's no good.
Why?
He's
no
35.
good.
Get what you can get now. And trade Haniger, too.
Well, yeah.
And Conforto. You don't need these old guys.
He might come up in discussion. Is Doc today? Doc is today,
Doc
right?
Feely.
Doc Feely today.
Yeah.
Keaton Winn is expected here probably within the next 30 to 40 minutes. He's going to be on the show. And the question out to you as we welcome your phone calls at 888-957-9570. For those of you that have an excitement for the Giants right now, why? What is it? Is it about winning this year? Is it about the new guys? Is it about one player in particular? Is it about noise back in the building? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. We got the Comcast Business text line. And hey, what's up, Twitch and YouTube? We're brought to you by Chilton Auto Body, and it's Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Something big is visiting the Bay. Something heavier than 11 cable cars. 1,000,000 times older than the Golden Gate Bridge. Something that ate the daily equivalent of 500 Mission-style veggie burritos. See the world's largest dinosaurs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences with life-size models and more. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-946-3783. That's 844-946-3783 and start to enjoy life again.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Welcome back to Total Wine. What brings you in today?
Hey, Ruthie. I need help filling the ultimate beach cooler.
Well, we have the most hard seltzers and amazing canned cocktails anywhere, like High Noon, Cutwater, White Claw, Truly, Topo Chico, Jack Daniels and Coke, Neutral Vodka Seltzer, and Cayman Jack Zero Sugar Margarita in cans.
Wow. I'm going to be the king of the cooler.
And we have them at the lowest prices in town. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, be 21.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke.
Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is Protection. Yep, Protection. The everyday skin protection ritual that protects your skin from mosquitoes. Prevention is the best protection. Off, the #1 dermatologist recommended repellent brand, SC Johnson.
In Milpitas, sunny skies today, highs near 77.
Weather brought to you by Indeed. Breaking a sweat over summer staffing needs? Indeed's powerful hiring platform helps you easily attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we always welcome in all of our platforms. Odyssey app, traditional radio.
Yep.
YouTube, Twitch.
Sure.
And then the text line as well, Comcast Business text line. But
love them.
Streaming live on YouTube and super easy. All you got to do is go to YouTube. That's it. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. And check it out. You can look at the fat chair. If anybody swears, you get to hear that when the rest of the audience doesn't, because Grandy's on the wheels of steel, and he'll block that thing, but not you.
Schmidt, yeah, he will.
Not you YouTube people. You YouTube people, it's like having a backstage pass. So all the rules don't apply to you. So like and subscribe for all of the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. I'm trying to think, like, if I had to answer, if you will, my own question, like, what is it? What is
I'm here, and unless you want to go solo,
well,
you can answer your own question. And that was Dwayne Kuiper, by the way, with the call on the way in.
NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yeah, on his birthday, 73. Dwayne, with what a great call on your birthday. He had a cupcake or cookies with his daughter during the game. It was all so good, yeah.
Yeah, the camera folks caught that, and he's just like, he even said it on the air. He's like, all right, I'm going to go celebrate my birthday for a few innings.
Pretty cool.
See you guys later.
Exactly.
And he comes back for a walk-off splash.
That's so great.
Nails it right as the ball hits the water.
Nailed
Out of here. There's no better. I mean, the walk-off calls, Dwayne Kuiper. We are going home. It's just... It's the best.
That call was one where you could kind of launch into it as soon as Yaz made contact, because Yaz knew and everybody knew. And so if you're Dwayne... and being behind home plate, you have a great view of that as it soared toward McCovey Cove. He could immediately launch into his signature call.
Well, what do you think it is that's captured? Because clearly, look, 35K show up. It was loud. It feels like an arrival. There is a difference even between, like, okay, they got back to 500. Ooh, Casey Schmidt, that's fun. All right, Bailey, Matos. And now all of a sudden it's like, hold on a second. Those are all these side stories that are in there to sort of make you feel better about the fact that you're not where you want to be in the standings. Well, now you're where you want to be in the standings. And the crowd showed up and it thumped. So what is it? What's the thing that has you excited about where the Giants are? Young guys?
Yeah.
The standings?
Yeah.
What?
The old guys? Yeah. The pitching staff, sure. The Twins doing their little twinny things.
And twins.
You love that. The closer throwing 102.
Oh, brother.
The perfectly chiseled manager with a 3.7. Actually, I'm down to 3.6% body fat with the hand tats. So I'm at Father's Day at the Phil's house, not the Fulfill, the future, current, the Kufil.
Yeah, it's
he's the current father-in-law. Hopefully, he's the Pufil, the permanent father-in-law. And I overhear my sister-in-law mentioning for the first time in her life, ooh, Gabe Kapler, the Giants manager, he's a pretty good-looking guy. And my wife looks at her sister like, hello, Johnny come lately. But
even your wife was like, obviously.
Totally.
Yeah.
I've been a fan since his days as a player. But that sort of notion, and, my wife and my father-in-law more invested in Giants baseball now than they were 2 weeks ago. And they're fans.
Sure.
They're fans of the product. But going into the year and going back to April, the sentiment was Farhan has done nothing, and Kapler is a spreadsheet nincompoop, and this team's got no stars. They've got no talent. They're third place at best. Why do I care about the Giants? And I'm paraphrasing, and none of them had said this, but this is the feeling that I got from the family. And now we skip ahead to Father's Day, and it's, boy, that manager is handsome. And these guys are pretty exciting. And Yaz and Lamont Wade Jr. and Casey Schmidt. And who's that catcher?
Right.
He seems to like to hit from both sides of that oblong object. And I'm paraphrasing, and I don't want to make my in-laws sound like they're not locked in, because they are. But that's the answer, Mark, because you've got, if you look down the roster, and I asked you this during the changeover, who's having a bad year?
Who's having a bad year?
Like, who's having the worst year on the Giants?
Well, the answer in terms of expectations was Haniger. And I don't even know if we're going to see him the rest of the year, to be honest with you.
Right, back in August.
Yeah.
In theory.
But this one sounds a little complex. We'll talk to Dr. Feely about it.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance that we don't even see him again. Plus, he could become, you could get to the point where he's like, I'm ready. And the Giants are like, well, we're in first place, and we've got Luis Matos. So
you're not ready
about that arm injury. That's possible.
But in terms of like anybody on the roster,
Crawford would have been. He's been good though for this win streak.
That's my point. But he's having a bad year,
not a great year,
but he's assimilated to his new role beautifully.
Totally. No, the people that, and this is what you want. The people who were having bad years, they kind of worked their way away from it. Joey Bart, bad year, send him to the minors. David VR, bad year, is not working. Okay, we'll put him in the minors, and we'll use one of our other 27 third basemen, it feels like they have. From J.D. Davis to Casey Schmidt to Wilmer Flores. Nobody. Nobody who's in there or supposed to be in there on the daily is having a bad year, and that includes some brand new guys, and that's why it's almost like, if you ask me why I'm so excited about this, there's a phrase that, by the way, I'd love to, this is just me, I'd love to replace nothing like it with something else. Giants baseball, it's working. That's why I'm so excited.
You can go ahead and send that down.
It's working, okay? Because this is coming at us from multiple directions. This is our plucky little Farhan finds.
Oh, boy.
Are playing well. And our draft picks are working. And then the standard bearers that were already in play, Logan Webb, Camilo Doval, those guys, sustainable. They're proving themselves to be sustainable. Whatever the process is, it now has new legs that it didn't even have 2 years ago, and it's working.
Didn't have legs 2 months ago.
Not yet.
Even.
You're right. It didn't.
And I played a bunch of the cuts because you and Larry did such a great job with Farhan on Friday. And I was playing, as I'm playing the cuts yesterday, because I was in the power chair, and so I was able to take the calls and play the sound and the drops and the whole deal. And I'm listening to his sound, and there were unmistakable chuckles in there. And I was like, I hope Mark in real time on Friday was appreciating.
Oh, every single one of them.
Right.
Every single one of them. If you were watching on YouTube, you could see us react to them. I even took a whirl after the interview was over at a Farhan chuckle impersonation sensation.
That's a buck.
I didn't feel good about it.
That's a buckle.
It didn't work. But, I've watched, who's our guy? The guy that does Madden. Frank Caliendo.
Sure.
I've watched him talk about, I think some impressions, they just, like Kapler, I can just do that.
Yeah, you're gifted with that.
But Frank is like, no, this is how you practice, because he's like, you can impersonate anyone.
If you practice,
you practice.
Yeah.
So I got a lot of practice to do with Farhan.
Okay.
And you've been doing it already for a little while.
Just a chuckle.
Yeah.
I was playing the cuts yesterday and listening to, obviously the content was good, but thinking about Farhan in terms of where he is right now, and I can imagine him sitting in his office and just basking in this, because this is what he envisioned. Everything except for the big free agent, which, you know what? You may not need it right now because all these other guys are just dominating.
You don't need it. I'm not here to say that you don't want it, right? I'm not going to have that. I would call it a disingenuous take after I was sitting here walking my dog, screaming into my phone when Correa went the other way. I was mad. We were all mad. I'm not going to say that. If Shohei Ohtani wants to join this team next year, yeah, you're welcome. Yes, we've got the money. Yes, we've got the lineup spot. All of that. The answer is yes. But no, in this moment, when you go to the ballpark, are you okay, 40 and 32, and there's 35K here, and everyone's yelling, but I'm not really into it because they don't have anybody who has a jersey that I want.
Exactly.
No, it doesn't feel like that at all.
They've got like 5 guys you want a jersey of right now.
Or 5 guys that make you stop and go, okay, like Matos, that was his first home game. I'm not going to the bathroom when Matos comes up. I want to see this, right? I'm going tonight, and it's like, what if this guy is a 12-year Giant and a perennial all-star, and I'm there for his first ever home run? What if that happens tonight? What if? Okay? What if is a great question, right? We got 2 sons who are coming with me and Christy to this game tonight, and it's a what if. When you're a kid, what if they score 15 again?
Right.
What if they hit 4 home runs? What if there's a walk-off? What if there's a splash? That's the way it works for a kid. And I think even for us adults, it feels that way a little bit right now for the Giants. I'm told that we have Farhan still up on the board and a potential Farhan chuckle in his response to anyone who would like them to trade Alex Cobb.
I hear some of the rumblings about selling, and both as an executive and as a fan of sports, I don't understand that at all. I mean, when your team has a chance to get in the playoffs, and we know anything can happen in the playoffs, you'd like your team to fight for that, and that's sort of my mindset. That's our collective mindset. We think we have a good team to play with. Anybody, this is going to be a big test for us, not just this weekend, but next week when we're back at home playing the Padres and the Diamondbacks. Got a lot of competition in our division, and this time of year, the trade deadline is a month and a half away, and a lot of times the team and the team's performance dictates your strategy. But I hope we're in it, and I hope we're in a position where, look, the perfect scenario is you've got a really well-balanced team. You don't have any weaknesses. You don't have to go out there and plug holes and, compromise the great farm system development that we've had. But if we're in a position where there are pieces we need to fill or guys we think can help us, we want to be in a position where we're pursuing those guys.
All right, so you actually got a chuckle. You got a chuckle and a half.
Oh, it's so good.
And first of all, I love people who crack themselves up. I have been known to be one of those people. I think you are too.
Yeah.
I like people who crack themselves up. Farhan works himself into this laughter when no one said anything.
Right.
Nobody said anything funny. In fact, I think my question was, hey, this Kruger weirdo who's sitting next to me, he thinks you should trade somebody at the deadline. In other words, shout out Rocky, you can't win. And what do you think of that, Farhan? It's not a funny question. But off he went and cracked himself up, and that was a belly chuckle.
That was a good one. Yeah, talking about trading Alex Wood at the deadline, and I don't think it's as laughable of a notion as he was making it seem like, because if Kyle Harrison comes up and he is suddenly going to supplant Alex Cobb in the rotation.
You need both. Why would you you don't need 2 starters to go in the playoffs. You need 4.
We've got Keaton Winn now, Mark. And Keaton Winn is a guy
who still never started a game in the bigs.
Right, but he right now is more reliable than Manaea or Stripling.
Well, I'm not worried about those guys at all.
Right.
If you what you would love, you want a perfect scenario for the Giants to make the playoffs. Okay, Logan Webb starts a playoff game.
Yeah.
Kyle Harrison is up. He's ready to start playoff games. Alex Cobb is pitching well. Maybe Disclafani figures it out, or maybe you acquire more at the deadline,
right.
Or maybe Keaton Winn is a part of that picture too. But you need more, not less.
Yeah, I mean, you need 4 at the most in the postseason. You don't need 5. You need 4.
You might.
I mean, no one goes to a 5-man rotation in the postseason.
Not a rotation, but an injury could happen.
Sure.
Or you need someone to back up guys if you go out and have 2 bad innings and you got to yank them early because it's the playoffs. Like, I guess it's just funny to me because if you were said, hey, there are some teams out there who would really like Alex Cobb at the deadline. I was like, I know one of them, the San Francisco Giants. That would be a great place for Alex Cobb to be for the stretch run.
I mean, it'd be all right. He'd be your number 3 starter.
Why would you?
If you had Harrison up, he'd be your number 4. And at that point, he becomes more superfluous than you think.
I mean, why would you look around at other teams? They're sitting here right now. They get the 4th best record in the National League. They get the 2nd best run differential in the National League. Why would you be looking to deal to somebody else to contend? You are the definition of contending.
Right. I just don't know if Alex Cobb is that good when you get into a short series and you get into a playoff series. I think that if you had Kyle Harrison, more electric stuff, you would be more apt to use him than you would Alex Cobb.
Oh, I'll agree with that. But Alex can have game 3.
Or game 4.
Or game 4.
Yeah, I guess. But in a short series, in a wild card series where it's best of 3, all on the road or all at home.
Right. We're also, are we making quite an assumption on Kyle Harrison's going to be part of a playoff rotation? The guy hasn't even made a major league debut yet.
Right. He feels like he's going to be here before the end of June or maybe before mid-July, I would imagine.
I agree. I mean, there was the, I don't want to call it a rumor, but I think the thought crossed everyone's mind when Cobb hit the IL, Harrison might be the one. Turns out he's not.
Who's going to start Wednesday?
Opener time again. It's going to be opener time again.
That would be on turn for Harrison if they wanted to call him up.
If they wanted to call him up, yeah.
That would be his turn.
That's the TBD.
Right.
Right, but Wood is back. You got Webb. You've, you had Walker do the opener. You got DeSclafani. But yeah, there's no off days in there. So it could happen that fast. It absolutely could.
Yeah.
But I'm not giving him game 2 yet.
No, of course not.
Come up and have control of the strike zone and be good.
Yeah, and I think the question you guys asked, which was a good one, was about like the add versus subtract. And, I think Farhan basically said you don't have to look at things in terms of buy or sell because, I mean, they could buy and sell in the same trade. It doesn't have to be one thing or the other.
Well, and the best example of that was that Darren Ruff trade from last year.
Right.
Ruff was technically a quote-unquote sell, and they got 3 prospects for him. But then they also got a major leaguer named J.D. Davis, who's like playing at an all-star level.
Right.
It's one of the greatest trades ever, by the way. My gosh, what a fleecing of the Mets that was.
So that was a buy and a sell.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be more of a buy
trade.
than a sell because you ended up getting Ruff back for a while. And then
I know we like labels on things, but I think Farhan's tried to say that all along. He's like, we want to make good trades. So if that you want to call it a buy or a sell or whatever, if it's good for the organization in that moment, then the answer is yes. And gosh, one thing we don't do much is like look at his trades. Look at how would you grade him as a trader?
Oh, amazing. Amazing.
I mean
it's hard to really grade him unless you look at all 75 trades that he's made.
Right.
And, look at in terms of wins and losses, but I would imagine his wins are far, far better than his losses.
Yeah, well, and I can't think of anyone that he shipped out where you're like, oh, damn it, I wish we had him back. But Lamont Wade, that was a trade. Mike Yastrzemski, that was a trade. The Chris Bryant thing was fine. It didn't burn you by any stretch. The Ruff one that we just mentioned, and then, as you said, 1,000 other tiny ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's been way, way better on the thumbs up than thumbs down. Let's go to Charles in South City. What is it that we're watching? What is it that is connecting you now suddenly to this Giants team? Charles, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
I'm over here listening to you guys. I'm going to the game tonight. And
see you there.
For taking my call.
Yeah.
What was that?
I said, see you there.
Oh, where you sitting at, Willard?
Well, let's just take it easy now. In the ballpark. No, text, DM me, Charles, and I'll, then I'll let you know where I'm at.
Anyway, I want to talk about how this team's doing. From Bailey throwing out guys at second and third, that guy is. I'm loving him behind the plate. The fan base. That was loud just watching on TV last night. I heard it, and I thought to myself, like, wow. To think Bonte almost gave up on his team. I know he had a look on his face like, wow, I've never heard this crowd in a long time. And just watching Schmidt take a walk, watching everyone click on all cylinders, it's money. I'm loving it. And I just can't say anything else about this team. I'm loving what we're seeing, and this could possibly be a playoff contender. Who knows? But that's all I got to say. Thanks for taking my call. And who knows? See you there, Willard.
Oh, let's see you there, Charles. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. Yeah, that's the thing. You could point to a bunch of different things. And look, it's when he says, "Hey, I can't believe Bonte almost gave up on this team." None of us felt good about this team like 7 weeks ago. How could you?
Right.
They're coming off a 500 year. They were losing more games than they won. There wasn't anything that was terribly, terribly exciting about it. And but now here we are. But let's not act like this means it's a done deal either. You want to know something that grabbed my attention? Do you want to know what last year's team was after 72 games?
Yeah, I actually looked at it. They were 46-26, I believe.
No. Last year's team.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Last year's team.
Oh, yeah. No, 2 years ago they were 46-26. The 107 win fluke team. Last year they must have been, probably below 500, right?
No, they have the exact same record that they do right now.
40-32.
No joke.
Last year,
so it can go a different way. And I see you, Draymond Green, on YouTube, who just said it is so funny that Willard thinks this team is any different from last year. I think it's hilarious that you don't. I think it's crazy. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to go win 90 games. But how on earth can you look at this team and tell me this feels in any way like last year? Even when they won last year, you're like, what do we have here? I'm sitting there watching with people who, don't work in sports radio, and they're like, who are these people?
Right.
Who's Austin Wins? What is this? What am I watching? And now you've got Patrick Bailey, the first draft pick of the Farhan era, who just shows up and he's hitting from both sides. He's getting clutch ninth inning ABs down by a run. He is playing insane defense behind the dish, and you're going to tell me that this feels and looks like last year? Come on. Don't be disingenuous. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's a ridiculous take to think that this year and last year have anything to do with one another.
This year looks a little bit more closely resembling 2021 to me in terms of the inexplicable nature of how they've done.
Yeah. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Guess what? Keaton Winn joins us next. 5 innings last night. Gave up a Soto, Oppo, Taco. Other than that, held the Padres right where they were so the Giants could come back. And then we'll continue to take your calls. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
So yes, it was after midnight, and the glue on...
free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it, and I won't. Look at these San Francisco Giants. Look at their 40-32 record. Look at their 8-game win streak. Look at their old guys. Actually, look at their mid-range guys, and look at their young guys. Look at it. It feels like right now they just got a pipeline.
Look.
And it's spitting out talent. And one of them has a really appropriate last name. Can you imagine, Keaton, if your last name was Loss? That would stink, wouldn't it?
That would suck.
Yeah, Keaton Loss. That doesn't. I don't like it.
I think it's Keaton Save is the real name, right?
Exactly.
Thank you.
We'll ask regular questions too. Don't worry about it. Keaton Winn, one of the newest Giants, joins us here live. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Keaton, thank you for doing it, and congratulations on this start, man.
Hey, thank you. No problem.
Yeah, take us through the feelings. Start with St. Louis, your major league debut. The story comes out you've never even been inside a major league ballpark in your entire life. Your whole family ends up there. You get a 4-inning save. Tell us what the whole thing felt like.
I mean, there really aren't words to describe what it felt like. It was super special to me. I'll never forget it. Just having my family there was huge too, being so close to home. So it was really cool to have everyone that wanted to come to the game, be able to go to the game. It was just, I can feel my legs now, so that's a good thing. But I couldn't for a while there.
That must be crazy, though, growing up in Iowa and playing baseball your whole life and never having been to a major league park. What team did you grow up rooting for, and what led you to never having made the trek to go watch your favorite team?
So growing up, I kind of had a split family. Half my family cheered for the Cubs and half cheered for the Cardinals. So, I mean, it was bitter rivalry, but I don't know. We just never ended up making it out.
That's amazing. Both of those ballparks would have been great to visit, and it's just sort of, especially with the way, and I know you couldn't see it, I'm sure maybe you've looked at video, but it really fun for the fans to watch the way your entire section was reacting in St. Louis. If you had you've got such baseball fans there. How did nobody ever go, hey, we're going to Wrigley Field for a trip or something like that?
I don't know. My parents, they worked year round to put food on the table and to raise me and my siblings. So we just never really had the opportunity to go.
So you get out there for your first appearance, your first presence in a major league ballpark, and you mentioned to us a couple of minutes ago that you're just now feeling your legs. How did you find the ability to control your adrenaline and not let your head go up and look around at the spacious nature of being in a major league park?
It was hard. Actually, I was told not to look up, but that was actually one of the first things I did, and I'm kind of glad I did because I got to take all that in. But I'm a guy who tries not to show a lot of emotion and tries to stay even-headed as I can, not get too up, too high, not get too low. So I just tried to, be like that on the mound.
One of the newest Giants, Keaton Winn, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. All right, then take us to last night, your first ever Oracle Park game, and your first ever trip inside of a home clubhouse. What'd you think? Because some of us are thinking you might stay a while.
Yeah, it was great. It was so much fun, and I was a Monday crowd too, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to see this place on the weekends. It was an awesome experience.
So you get up there and, you get the ball and you start looking at the lineup you're going to face, and it's, future Hall of Famers and All-Stars here and there. Do you approach it when you get out on the bump in terms of just throwing your pitch, or do you have a chance to actually look at who you're facing, whether it's Soto or Machado or Tatis or the rest of them?
I looked pretty vaguely. Honestly, I just stuck to my plan and listened to Bailey. Whatever that guy says, I'm going to throw because we have that kind of relationship.
Keaton, can you take us through the whole journey of the week? Because people may not know, in between your two outings, you got sent back to AAA, and we know that that's part of it. How do those conversations go with the organization?
When they optioned me down, it was pretty much just because they needed the roster spot, and I had just thrown. So I understand that side of everything. And then once I got down there, I got the phone call that I was coming back up at like 2:30 in the morning. Didn't have my phone on, so I had to call my hotel phone. And so I got woken up to that. And hey, you're getting on a flight at 9:30 to go back up to the show. So it was a huge whirlwind of emotions.
I'm sure it's a lot for a kid from Ollie, Iowa, and I'm just looking at your hometown right now. Population 210. Is it now down to 209 with you being in the big club?
Yeah.
What was life like in Ollie, Iowa growing up? And I'm trying to do as much research as I can, and your baseball field was a cornfield until you hit 8th grade. And what was it like going from such a small town to now being in the show in a big city like San Francisco?
It's crazy. Like, I've never got to experience a huge city like this, or like St. Louis, or really anywhere else. So I'm learning as much as I can and just trying to ride with it, have some fun.
So, Keaton, here we go. After 4 innings last night, the Padres are up 3-0, and they're like, all right, kid, your ball, and see if you can just keep us in the game. You walk in, and you face Juan Soto, and bang. See you later. Oppo Taco. Right? Take us through that moment and how you settled in to then throw 5 full innings without giving up another run.
Yeah. So one of the scouting reports things that I read going in was that he would most likely take first pitch, and having not seen me ever, I was like, all right, I'll throw a fastball. And then sure enough, he ambushes a fastball. Other than that, I just stayed with Patty and just tried to stick to my game plan.
Oh, those scouting reports. I mean, of all the things to get beaten on, he's going to go ahead and take this first one, so I'm just going to, 96. Not that it's a cupcake, but let me just get one in here as I get comfortable. Bang, Oppo Taco. Do you change your approach when you come out of the pen versus when you know you're going to start? And what's that like for a young pitcher?
When I'm starting in AAA, yeah, I do a lot more research. But up here, like coming out of the pen, you never know if they're going to make a substitution or anything. So I don't really do as much research. I just try and stick with my plan best I can.
Keaton Winn with us here on Willard and Dibs. 5 innings, allowing just that one Soto home run last night. Kept the Giants in the game, and they have a dramatic 7-4 walk-off win with the Yaz splash bomb. Keaton, you said Patty, which, some of the Giants fans are still getting to know who's behind the plate right now, and that's Patrick Bailey. How helpful is it to all of you young guys that when you get here, some of your minor league teammates are here right here with you?
Yeah, I've thrown with Patty for 2 years, so he knows my game plan probably better than I do. So just being able to have him behind the plate, and he's always been such a calming guy, has that calming demeanor about him that I can fully go in and trust whatever he's calling is what I'm going to throw.
So you come out last night and you pitch great, and then you go to the bullpen after you're done throwing, and Camilo comes in, and you ultimately get the win on a walk-off. Where were you when Yaz had the hit leave the bat, and what was your personal celebration like after you saw that ball go in the water?
I mean, I was standing there on the rail with strip, wood, and disco, and I was just, oh my gosh, it was so cool to see. And then, just the whole atmosphere. It was just unreal.
I mean, here you are, a week and a half ago, you've never played in the majors, and now you're with a strip and disco. You've got all the nicknames down already. Yeah, exactly. Are you pinching yourself right now still?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, that's what it sounds like. And you know what else I was thinking? Hey, was last night the first time you've ever even been to San Francisco?
So no, I came here for a strength camp where we did like a Golden Gate Bridge run and like a boardwalk run and a couple other things around the facilities.
So is this culture shock? A kid from Iowa?
I haven't been out too much, but I mean, I love the fan. Like just last night, like I said, a Monday game. Like fans are all standing in their seats, you know, paying attention to everything going on in the game. It was just really cool to see.
So you have a good sense now for this fan base, and I know you grew up in a Cub Cardinal split household, but now you're a Giant, and you see last night in 35,000 and Strip Wooden Disco and you all go out there and you shower Yastrzemski with water. What's this morning like with the adrenaline in terms of, like, what do you and the Giants do for an encore after what you've gone through in the last week or so?
I don't know, man. I guess just keep on chugging along, keep on winning.
Keaton, I saw that you said after having, and people may not know that you had Tommy John surgery years ago, that your fastball went from like 92, 93 up to touching 100. How the heck did that happen?
That's just from the Giants strength and training coaches and all, like Andy Lyon. He's here. Yeah, I think he's up here. Yeah, with the Major League Club doing some strength and training stuff. Just working with him every day, and then having access to like the medical side. And yeah, without them, I don't know where I would be.
That's an unbelievable story, and it helps, I think, explain to people why guys like you are a little bit less afraid of TJ surgery now than what it was like 10, 20 years ago. But Keaton, man, this has been awesome to have you. Before you go, we'd like to have some fun on the big finish if you're up for it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, rock and roll, big finish, Keaton Winn. All right, here's how it works, Keaton. We have two categories. You pick one, and then we'll have a couple of questions from the category you pick. Our two categories are Tales of Iowa or All I Do Is Win, 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 no matter what.
Tales of Iowa.
Yeah.
Let me hear those.
Okay. well, you don't need to hear them. You're going to be the one telling us.
Come on now.
We're Tale of Iowa. Please tell us what it was like to watch Brock Purdy in college.
Oh, man. My wife went to Iowa State, so Brocktober is real. Loved watching him play in college.
Okay. You need to explain that. Brocktober.
Is it a fest?
Yeah. What?
Brocktober. The guy just would turn it on every October and just go unconscious.
Is there any chance he might do it in September this year just for fun?
Oh, I hope so.
Okay. Like, yeah, is there anything that 49er fans, like, can you tell those of us who've only watched him play 8 games something that we might not know?
I mean, the guy's a dog. He just goes out there and knows how to win.
I love it. Iowa pride right there from Brock Purdy. Question number 2, Tales of Iowa. I've never been to Iowa. Mark's never been to Iowa. What is it about Iowa that those of us who've never been there need to see and need to know about?
Oh, man. It's just a different life, I guess. It's the slow life. That's the way I'll put it. You know, youth back. That's the best way I can describe it. You get out of the city and it's just nothing, just peaceful.
Is there a stoplight in Ollie?
No, there's not.
No, there's not.
Maybe 6 stop signs.
Maybe 6 stop signs?
Optional stop signs, I'm sure, too, right?
Yeah, do you pay attention to them?
Yeah, I do.
All right. What's the best restaurant there?
We don't have a restaurant. No.
Okay. All right, there it is.
Probably the Wynn House.
Yeah. I hope you have a grocery store. Do you eat?
No, there's no grocery store in Ollie.
Okay. All right.
There's a town. There's a all right sized town. Probably 30 minutes from Ollie.
Okay, so you got to drive.
Des Moines, like what, an hour away, and Iowa City about the same?
Des Moines about 2 hours away. Iowa City's about an hour away. Yeah.
Okay, so you're driving a half hour to go grocery shop, and I imagine what did mom and dad maybe do that like once a week and just stock up?
Yep, exactly.
Oh my gosh, that's wild. All right, last one for you, Keaton.
I mean, last one. I got about 12 more.
Well,
he's
got a ball game tonight.
Okay,
so,
that's fine.
Although you're probably scratched tonight, right? You're not pitching tonight, are you?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good.
All right, we got time.
Have you have you ever been to Field of Dreams?
No, I don't believe I have been there.
That was quite a hesitation. You feel like maybe you were?
I've been by the area, but I've never stopped in there.
Okay, all right, and who knows now with that big league game, playing out there, maybe you'll play there someday. What would that be like?
That would be awesome. I don't know how it would go getting tickets for, my friends and family, but it'd be awesome.
The whole city, exactly. Well, Keaton, gosh, welcome to town, and congratulations, and thank you so much for doing this. It's great fun to get to know you a little bit.
No problem. Thanks for having me on, man.
All right.
Thank you, Keaton.
Keaton Winn.
It's my favorite.
Who has found his calling as a pitcher for the Giants because the Iowa Tourism Authority is not going to hire him. He's like, so, what about Iowa? He's like, yeah, I don't know. I got nothing.
I probably should have stuck to the script and asked the George Kittle question, but
oh gosh,
that
was
it's
great.
the slow life.
He's like, there's
the slow life.
There's stuff, and then there's a couple people, and no restaurants and no grocery stores. I would die if the closest food was 30 minutes away, other than the stuff that you got to go pick in your backyard.
Mark, I'm looking at the map.
Oh, my goodness.
Ollie is near Richland, not to be mistaken with Rubio. Pekin's nearby. He must be talking about going up to Sigourney to go to the grocery store, which you got to take 78 west, and then you got to head north for about 20 minutes. I mean, seriously.
I mean, is there a Starbucks? Like, what do people do? How do you get your... Don't tell me you're making coffee in your kitchen.
It is 2 hours to Des Moines and an easy hour to Iowa City. And that's not exactly metropolis.
I love it. Well, Iowa City's an hour away. Yeah, and what's happening in Iowa City?
A ton.
What's going on there? You got a couple offices or something?
And then Cedar Rapids. And I mean, I understand why he's never been to a major league ballpark, because if you look at it.
Yeah, how far? What would it be to drive to Chicago?
Chicago has got to be a good 6 hours.
Okay.
East.
But I mean, come on.
St. Louis is about equidistant south. And then you want to go to Milwaukee, that's another 6 to the north and to the east. I mean, Kansas City is probably 5 hours southwest.
Okay.
He is in, I mean, I could show you, but you wouldn't. You see that red pin?
Did he go north? Can you go to, what's north?
You got Cedar Rapids. If you go north.
No, what state is it?
Minneapolis.
Right. Can you go see a Twins game?
This is southeastern Iowa.
Okay.
So, and Chicago is northeastern Illinois.
Right.
Milwaukee is southeastern Wisconsin. You want to talk about
he just
a man with no home.
That's like 5 hours from everything.
And I can see where it's Cardinals and Cubs in a split household.
I mean,
this family does not like each other.
12 teams, and they're all 5 hours away, 6 hours away.
At least.
Well, and I liked his answer. He's kind of like, I don't think he wanted to really expand on it, but he's like, my parents worked,
every single day,
365 days a year.
Right.
And that's how you keep them afloat. They probably didn't have the money to be like, we're going to Chicago because you like baseball. Like that, right? That's not easy for everybody.
Well, that would be like living in, let's just say, Eureka, and you're going to drive down for a Giants game.
Well, if your kid was throwing 95, I probably would.
Yeah, maybe.
I've driven to Oregon. We've done that.
But if you were living up in Eureka with your 3 kids and your 4 jobs, you would, hey, we're going down to Oracle Park, kids.
Pack your Lucy app and let's go.
Totally.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
No, but I'm crazy that way. You know that. Dude, when I was working up in Boise for the Hawks, when the season ended, I'm one of these people. I packed the car. Yeah, right, exactly. In the middle of nowhere, Idaho. I packed the car up the night before and then just get up at 5:30 in the morning and get in the car. I drove from Boise. I was home for dinner.
Boise, in the Bay?
To Foster City.
Damn.
Boise to the Bay. No problem. Left at 6 in the morning, got there at 6 at night.
Yeah.
A couple of bathroom stops, a little gas. Mom, what's for dinner? That's how I'm wired, though. That's how I'm wired.
You want to talk about the middle of this country? Go to Ollie, Iowa. Maybe we'll do a show in Ollie, Iowa.
Is it like Linden? Is there a Lions Club there?
Dude, Linden is like New York City compared to Ollie.
Well, we don't have to go to Ollie because we already got Keaton Winn.
Good point.
We don't. He's
and
not
he's
a free agent.
Free or whatever he is.
He'll be a free agent in 2048.
Maybe his parents will talk to us.
Exactly.
I did look it up. Starbucks, the nearest Starbucks to Ollie, Iowa, 30-minute drive.
Well, I would do that. I would do that every day. They would know me. they would. Oh, and Mark. Hey, good morning, Mark. Yeah, how you doing? Here you go.
Where is
Come
that?
on.
Is
Come
that
on
in?
We got your
in
ice
Fairfield?
latte all
Yeah, I
wet.
got to get to Fairfield.
Fairfield. Yeah, look at me. Look at me using the map.
How many Starbucks are there in the entire state of Iowa?
Not 5,
Lucas,
not
will you
6.
look that up? I mean, we'll probably get messed up. Des Moines probably got something crazy, like 3 of them or something like that. You know?
Yeah, there are a lot.
There's a lot.
I just ruined the bet.
Yeah,
Thanks.
way to go, Lucas.
You got to head east and then take one south past Maharishi Vedic City.
Dibs have been over here making up stuff about the Giants all day.
Oh, wait. I was looking at the map wrong. There are only 2 in the entire state of Iowa. Isn't that incredible?
Wrong.
Wow, no way.
There's got to be one in Ottumwa.
Thanks, Lucas. Thanks for that info.
Yeah.
Oh, man. No, that's it. Look. This is fun.
That was super fun.
This is fun for a lot of different reasons, okay? And
his
yes.
answers were a little too long, but 27 questions.
Yeah, no, I prepped him. I said, listen, you want to come on this show? I do the talking, okay?
Exactly.
You say a couple things and then kick it back to me. It'll be my turn again. And I'll talk for 5 minutes, then you can say a word or two. It'll be great. That's how we do it.
Iowa.
He
makes me want to go there. It's the slow life, Mark.
Can we get his answer again? I want his answer, and don't edit it. Like, leave the pauses in there. Remember the time I was like, man, you're sitting there with strip and wood and disco? And
that
he's
was
like,
so cool.
Huh? Just made a noise. That's all he did. I am so much bigger of a Keaton Winn fan now.
I'm a huge fan.
And I was already a fan.
He's been on the team for a week.
7 minutes.
And he's chilling with strip, wood, and disco. And I'm like, Ross Stripling, Alex Wood.
That's the best
Disco
law firm in the history of the industry.
Seriously.
Stripwood and Disco.
Handling only dance floor related injuries. Hi.
What?
You hurt your ankle doing the rumba? Call Stripwood and Disco. We've got you covered. Oh, good God.
Oh,
I'm talking
gosh.
the middle of nowhere.
Oh, man. No. It really is.
It's
listen.
That's one of my favorite parts about doing what we do is interviewing these young athletes.
Somebody who just showed up.
Sure, even whatever. Moses Moody's been here a minute, but the Moses Moody interviews and a lot of these Giants, especially where it's like, you've been a Giant for about an hour and a half. What's going on, bro?
Gosh. You just made me think of Moody and Looney doing yoga.
Sure.
And I'm like, oh, man, yeah.
Moody and Looney go to
do yoga.
Iowa.
That's right.
Where the hell are we?
Moody and Looney go to Starbucks. Yeah, these guys, it's become the perfect blend. And every one of us, I know in sports radio, it's all like, oh, you got served, right? You were wrong.
Oh, yeah.
When you need to sit on the grenade in Bonte, you were wrong about this team. No, we all were. Can we all just say what this is? We were super ticked because the Giants were boring as all get out last year, and we drove to Linden. We demanded a free agent, and then even worse than not getting one, we got one, and then it got taken from us, and we opened this year angry. There was an angry streak amongst Giants fans. And now, without a big name, without a high-priced free agent, we have achieved what I think is what a baseball team, or any team, quite frankly, is what you're really going for, which is 2 things happening at the same time. And that is current success combined with optimism for the future. When you can do both of those at once, because usually as a sports team, you have to sell one or the other. Look at what the Warriors are doing right now. No. Dunleavy even said it yesterday. We're trying to hang on to this as long as possible. They're trying to hang on to current success because the Warriors can't sell optimism for the future. You literally can't sell it. The 49ers, I think, have achieved a little bit of that. We're winning now, and we got optimism for the future. The Giants have been running around doing neither for a year and a half. And all of the sudden, in a period of 6 to 7 weeks, it feels, Dibs, like they got both. And that, Giants baseball, it's working.
Giants baseball, we got both. And that's, I think, what Farhan was looking for. And that's what he's been telling us for 2 years. But until you actually see it, you can't possibly believe it. And now we're getting guys like Keaton Winn, who we never thought that we would be expecting to show up and do what he's doing. And Carson Wisenhunt, I called him Chase earlier, and that was my mistake. I got buzzed, and I should have
got the Wisenhunt. That's the fun part.
But we didn't even know that he was a guy who we could really look at as being a guy, and now he's in AA, and he'll be in AAA in a month, and the guy's got an unbelievable changeup, and he's going to be in the major leagues before long. And so all these guys we didn't even know that we were expecting are all coming. And Farhan Zaidi is thrilled about it.
What's his name? Our farm director, why am I blanking on who we had last week? Thank you. Kyle Haynes, director of player personnel for the Giants.
Don't help him. Buzz him when he gets it wrong.
I didn't say anything. I just said, what's his name?
They wait for me to guess, and then
Kyle Haynes said that Carson Wisenhunt has a Bugs Bunny changeup.
Oh, yeah.
He called it a Bugs Bunny changeup. You know those cartoons where you throw it and it's like,
sure,
you swing at it 3 times and you're out all on one pitch.
What's that, Mark?
We're sponsored by Cars.com, and we got time for your phone calls on where your excitement is coming from. What has caught your attention? What are we looking at? 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to car.
making it safe for use as directed around people and pets. STEM, rooted in nature, optimized by science, and embarrassment-free.
What is it about Iowa that those of us who've never been there need to see and need to know about?
Oh, man. It's just a different life, I guess. It's the slow life. That's the way I'll put it. You know, youth back. That's the best way I can describe it. You get out of the city and it's just nothing, just peaceful.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
The governor is like, call Keaton. Call Keaton right now. We can't have this. And have him going on the air in California. It's just nothing. What's going on in Iowa? It's just nothing. He's back. Nothing.
He's not wrong.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Well,
I guess
I'm looking at the map.
Perception.
I'm looking at the map and where he's from, and he's from a place called Ollie, Iowa. Population 210. 210.
Jeez. I thought you were almost exaggerating.
I'm sorry, 201.
Well, yeah, because he left. And he probably brought,
Yeah, he liked that when I said it's down to 209.
I mean,
I got 4 chuckles out of that one. Which is like 10 chuckles.
If it were Farhan, he'd still be laughing. So, I thought you were exaggerating with your line of questioning when you're like, is there a stoplight? And I'm like, well, I'm sure there's a stoplight. He's like, no. And we only have 6 stop signs.
Right.
And then we're like, what's the best restaurant? And he's like, oh, we don't have one of those. And I said, okay, well, so I guess you just cook a lot. You go to the grocery store? He goes, oh, we don't have one of those either.
No.
Well, what? How does this even qualify as a town? What is it? It's just a couple, like 4 houses? That's it? Oh, man, you want to talk about a different life. I cannot relate, and I don't think. I mean, I know I grew up here, but I don't feel like I could do it.
They've got.
I could not do it.
Just looking at my my Ollie demographics, they've got the Ollie Cemetery just west of town.
Well, that ups the population.
They've got the Ollie Brethren Cemetery just northeast of town.
What is this, like the Colma of Iowa? Like they just got nothing.
That's a damn 5.
There's nothing but cemeteries?
They've got a place called RollingRightCustoms.com, which is what Brock Purdy does. He likes to roll right.
Yes, he does. Very good.
Which is auto repair, custom wheels, and a tire dealer.
Well, of course. No grocery store, but we got an auto store. I bet we got a little hardware store,
Hi,
too.
I'm Keaton Winn. Whenever I get a flat, I go to Rolling Right Customs.
Oh, my God.
They got a Facebook page.
Oh, gosh.
I love
crazy.
the internet.
It's crazy.
They do have a post office, and then Gentry Insurance is about 10 minutes out of town.
Oh, yeah, Gentry Insurance. The Gentrys are great.
Jenkins Towing and Recovery.
Oh, Bob Jenkins. He's a nice man. Yeah, I knew his granddad.
And there's another cemetery just out of town.
I'm telling you, this place has got more dead people than alive.
Well,
for sure. For sure. Next time we talk to Keaton, I'm going to ask him, you more dead people or living people in Ollie, Iowa? It's not even close. It's a blowout. It's an Ottoman game.
Maybe it's my own internet search that they know that I'm a little bit older, so whenever I search for a town, all the cemeteries.
Dude, you better be careful. Your freaking Instagram is going to be all about like Iowa vacations and what to do when you die.
I love the young
Seriously,
people.
you're going to get like a crematorium is going to come over here.
Dude, I've got nothing on my Google search but cemeteries and churches. What are you telling me, algorithm? Mr. Go Rhythm.
Go Rhythm.
There's the Rock Creek Cemetery. There's the Altman Cemetery, and a couple of churches for your boy.
They're
telling me to repent
sounds like fun.
fast.
Sounds like a ton of fun.
Oh, my God, dude.
Oh, man. Okay, here's Gabe on Keaton Winn last night.
He learned some valuable lessons in St. Louis, and Keaton, I think, was fortunate that he had a good outcome without his best performance in St. Louis. But he was accountable, and after the game, he said he didn't think he pitched very well. And in this game, I don't think there's any disputing that he pitched an excellent game. I mean, obviously, a ton of strikes, and took us through the majority of the game and kept us in a position where we could strike at the end. Ton of strikes. The split looked great. Fastball had good life and velocity on it. Got some challenge swings from some very good hitters. And it kind of gives you the belief that he can be a durable starting pitcher in this league for a long time. Obviously, there's a ways to go to get there, but he's got all the talent in the world to be able to do that.
Oh my gosh, I get lost in his sound clips. I can't even focus on what he's saying. Did you see the Instagram thing when he was talking about him and his son searching for the best burger in San Francisco?
I did. And you, I'm sure, were just trying to. Not only were you enamored by it, but you were trying to imitate it at the same time.
Kapler talking about burgers. I've never heard anything more entertaining in my life. Did we end up cutting that, Grandy? Do we have Kapler on burgers? His Instagram story? That's too bad because those things disappear. So that's it. It's gone forever.
Yeah. In 24 hours in the IG story.
Yeah.
You're big in the IG story.
Oh, well, you got the stuff that you want to stay there.
Yeah.
And then you want to get stuff that's just like, let's put it up there and then let's get it the hell out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Anyway, Frankie in San Diego, who apparently is coming to the game, except for the game starts in 3 hours, so you can't still be in San Diego. Can you, Frankie?
3 hours. You can't still be in San Diego. Yeah, hello?
Yeah, Frankie. Hi, I'm Mark. That's Dan, and you're on the air. Hey, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up? Nice to meet you guys.
What's up? You're not still in San Diego, are you?
No, I'm in Sunnyvale.
Got it. Okay, now you're all set. So what's going on, man? What's up?
I just wanted to see what you guys think about the games tonight. What are the predictions?
Predictions for a baseball game?
It's a win. It's all they do is Keaton win, no matter what, Frankie.
Frankie, are you a Padres fan?
No.
Okay. We were calling from San Diego, so I wasn't sure. But anyway, point being is, DeSclafani, he's been struggling. And win streaks don't last forever. So I'm going in with an under-promise, over-deliver sort of a vibe. I'm not expecting a victory. I'll be very pleased if they get it. But, I think tonight there are going to be some runs on the board. I'm predicting a bet the over, and I'll go I'll take the Giants 6-5. How about that?
Yeah. Well, my boys agree here, too.
All right, Frankie.
Enjoy the game, Frankie.
I've always said we don't do enough prediction radio.
Hey, Frankie. Frankie, have you ever been to Iowa?
No, I have.
Yeah, I think you'd fit in great, man. You should check it out. Yeah. Thanks, Frankie. Good to talk to you.
Oh, yeah? That was actually in queue. You didn't get to catch that on the air.
No, because Grant was like, I better turn this guy off.
Yeah.
You heard that?
I heard it through the open door.
Yeah. The door's open.
Yeah.
Because we don't have any heat here.
So Mark says, you'd fit in great. Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And see if you can get you a Keaton Winn jersey. I wonder if they still sell Randy Winn jerseys. Same spelling.
Exact same spelling.
He wasn't W-Y-N-N.
No, W-I-N-N.
Yeah, shout out to San Ramon High School. He was a former Wolf, Randy Winn.
I've told you my Randy Winn story, right?
No, but I mean, if I say yes, you'll tell it anyway. So let me say no for the audience.
No, but I have, right?
No, Mark, tell me your Randy Winn story.
I have, right?
I don't.
Do you remember when I told you the Randy Winn story?
If you start the story, I'll be able to let you know yay or nay.
It has to do with basketball. Do you remember my Randy Winn story?
No, I don't remember it.
Okay.
You didn't play against him.
I did not do the disgrace at Chase LA version against Randy Winn.
Randy's not quite your age. He's a little younger than you.
Oh, that's probably true. Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought it might be a San Mateo High versus San Ramon story where Randy Winn crossed you over and then you flagrant fouled him.
By the way,
Randy's 43.
Randy is 49.
Good Lord.
He is older than me.
Older than Willard.
Third inaccurate statement of the day.
Grandy's not paying attention.
Grandy's asleep. But that's okay.
Just buzz in.
Yeah,
When in doubt,
when
buzz
he talks, just hit the buzzer.
What's going on?
I thought we had a rule.
One was good, Grandy.
Anyway, so this
Mark Grandy.
I'm working in LA, and they got one of these deals at the halftime of the basketball game where somebody comes out and tries to shoot for a prize. And this person shot it was like longer than half court. And so they put them all the way back at like at least 2/3 of the court. Why? Because they rolled out a new car They're like, you make this shot, you win a new car.
I've heard this story.
Not like, Warriors prize pack. No. You win a new car. So this dude, and you know how people are milling around. It was at a Clippers game.
Yeah.
People are milling around sort of half paying attention. Next thing you know, this ball is flying through the air. Splash. I mean, all net.
From way downtown?
From 2/3 court.
Oh.
Place starts going crazy. This guy's running around. Comes out the next day. Randy Winn. Randy freaking Winn, who was in the major leagues when this happened.
Oh, man.
Which I immediately go, well, then that's illegal, isn't it? No, it's not.
Count it?
Next time we have Randy on, we got to find out what he did with the car.
And the basket counts?
And it counts.
Man.
Yeah. Randy Winn won a car shooting a ball at halftime of a Clipper game.
Probably didn't need it. He
I don't
made
think he did.
42.3 for his career. So I don't know if Randy needed.
That's such a Dan Dibley way of looking at this. You don't have to be jealous about it. It's all good.
I'm not jealous. I just pointed out that of all the people out there who probably needed to win a car, he's not one of them.
Just saying, there were some Iguodala vibes to your statement. That's all I'm saying.
I got nothing against Randy Winn. I love Randy Winn.
It felt a little Iguodala-ish.
Did I ever tell you about the time that I did TV with Randy Winn?
No, you haven't.
Nobody gives a crap.
Did you do TV with
Of
Randy
course,
Winn?
the old Chronicle Live.
Oh, sure.
Down the street at Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. That's now NBC Sports Bay Area.
Who won the debate?
I did, of course.
You
I was
did?
undefeated.
You ripped through Randy Winn in a sports debate?
You know what happened?
What?
He got served.
He lost.
He got served.
Win loss.
Yeah.
Okay.
Randy's a good dude.
He is.
Very good
Very
dude.
good dude. All right, 888.
Stealing cars from innocent people. Come on, Randy.
Seriously.
42.2.
It took me a week to, I literally went on a little bit of an investigative deal. I'm like, that's got to be against the rules. You can't come out here and be a professional athlete and start taking cars from people. Turns out, yeah, you can. If he had played in the NBA, it would have been a problem. But he played in the major leagues. I think this was with Tampa at the time. And he was home.
Man, that was in the late 90s then, early aughts.
Yeah. Exactly
Randy
right.
Winn with an ultimate career bad beat. He was a giant in 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, and then gone. Wait, so it must have not been when he was with Tampa because I wasn't there yet in the 90s. Who did he play? 05 to 09,
but
he was a giant.
Before that, where was he?
Seattle.
Okay.
And then Tampa for 5, Seattle for 3.
I bet it was when he was with Seattle.
Giants for 5,
it
then
it must have been when he was with the Mariners.
A taste of the Yankees, and then a cup of coffee with the Cardinals.
Glad to hear that our caller's going to be there tonight. I'm going to be searching for him for sure. I want to shake his hand. That was an amazing experience.
Yeah.
But truly, I am. This is I don't know, 4th or 5th game that I've gotten to go to this year. But this one, of course, it feels completely different.
It's an anticipation sensation.
Yeah, and I've gotten it. No, I've been to a Schmidt and Bailey game. This will not be the first time this will be the first time I've gotten to see Matos.
Okay.
But just different. And you heard Keaton Winn, and for those of you who missed it, Keaton Winn joined us a short time ago. Go to the Odyssey app or YouTube if you want to back that thing up and check it out. But Keaton talked about the engagement of the crowd last night. Part of that is it's a kid from Iowa who's never been to a Major League Baseball game before. But to hear him say, incredible to be at a game where there's 35,000 and everybody is really sitting on every pitch and into it and making a lot of noise. And I'm thinking, Keaton, that's not just because you've never been to a Major League ball game before. That's because you guys are on an 8-game win streak. You've got some really new, exciting young players showing up. And I would venture to say that this city and fan base are as activated as they have been since, what, the Dodgers playoff series?
Probably, yeah. 2021 where you won 107 games. And it took, though, until late in that year for people to really believe in it and buy in. And part of it was a post-pandemic malaise where we weren't ready to come back to sports. I went to the game earlier that year where Yaz hit the splash slam, and they came back from, I think, 7-0 to go on and win that game. I was on a date with my then girlfriend, my now wife, and it was a weird game because it was just the two of us in our row, and then 8 seats away, 3 people, and then 8 seats away, 2 more people.
So weird.
It was a limited capacity deal.
Right.
So even though the crowd was as full as it could be, there was only probably 14,000 people in the house. But now, and that was 2021.
Were they down 7-0 or 8-0 in that game?
Jeez, I can't remember.
I remember the game. I remember where I was sitting. I was watching it on my phone when he hit the darn thing.
Yeah.
I was down visiting family. And, they won.
I'll check on my Facebook
it was
because
either 8-7 or 9-8. I can't remember.
Right.
But
it was one of those rare posts on Facebook, and I had never posted about my then girlfriend, now wife, because she's really anti-social media.
Yeah.
But I said, babe, I took a picture of us, and I was like, this is a great picture of both of us. Can I post it? And she said, go ahead. And so my caption was, the Giants lose, but I win because I'm here with my lovely supper, and it's a fantastic night at the ballpark. And then come to find out, the Giants won and I won.
Okay, wait, was this the one against the Brewers, the walk-off grand slam? Or was it the one against the Diamondbacks where they were down like 8-0?
It was the Diamondbacks.
It was the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
So that wasn't the walk-off slam, was it? That was a slam that put them ahead late.
It was a splash slam.
It was a
that gave
splash
them the
slam,
late,
not the walk-off slam.
No.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I remember that game. And I think they were down 8-0 and won 9-8, if I can remember correctly. But truly, I wonder, and if you were there last night, love to hear from you. Lucas, you can weigh in on this too. And it's not like everybody's been to every game, so I don't know necessarily how you could definitively answer this question. But was last night the most activated crowd the Giants have had since the playoff series against the Dodgers 2 years ago? Was that the loudest, most active crowd? Or was there something, early last year, there was a lot of anticipation for this team, but it's early in the season. This feels like you're getting close to the All-Star break. Things are starting to settle into where you're like, I can tell who's good and who's not. And the Giants are going on a perfectly timed win streak. And it's not just that they're winning, it's who they beat. Let's be honest. They came home after sweeping the Dodgers in L.A. by scoring 29 runs. Okay? So all of there's the big obvious stuff, Schmidt, Matos, Bailey, and then there's 8-game win streak, move ahead of the Dodgers, but then there's little things. There's little idiosyncrasies to it. The summer is starting. The weather's getting better. You just swept the Dodgers, right? I know a lot of people who are like, okay, that's nice. They've normalized this. They're playing well, but let's see what happens when they play L.A. and San Diego.
Right.
Well, now what do you think? Now what do you think, Giants fans?
Well, one down against San Diego and looks pretty good. And coming off of what they did to the Dodgers, and I know it's easy to look at the Dodgers and say, well, they've got all these injuries and Muncie's out and the Dodgers are depleted. But you took the Dodgers apart and you did it in fantastic fashion. You had a come from behind win. You had an absolute historic beatdown. The Dodgers have never been shut out like that in their history
Ever
in
that
LA.
stadium, right.
15-0, and then to beat the Dodgers on that wild madcap Keystone Cops kind of a play. And I know you have that cut on your board too. I should have played it yesterday. I think it's top right for those of you scoring at home. But
that was yesterday's page. We got a new page today.
Okay, it's a fresh page. I haven't been over there.
I'd have
but
to go backwards.
That game was crazy. And then you come home and it's like, okay. And I think we all kind of had the same feeling watching last night. You go down 4-0, and the feeling was, okay, I could see him losing this game. It's okay. 7 in a row. The Padres are good, and it's a bullpen game, and the Giants don't do well at home. It's okay, Giants. You can go ahead and lose this one. I won't be mad at you.
Raise your hand if at some point you or somebody you were with last night said something along the lines of, well, you can't win them all.
Dude,
right?
Of course.
They're not going to win every game.
No, especially that game.
Those, yeah.
That game, it's a bullpen game. You're down 4-0. The Padres are really good. You're not actually very good at home, which is kind of the quiet shame of this great season the Giants are having. You're going to lose this one, and it's okay, Giants. And then Keaton Winn comes in, serves up a bomb ski, and I love his comment. Yeah, the scouting report says, new pitcher, Soto's not going to swing at the first one, so I grooved one, and he gets touched up for an Oppo Taco. And it's like, damn you, scouting report.
Yeah, exactly. Rip that thing in half
and
when you get back to the
so
club.
You're going to lose to the Padres. That's fine. You'll get them tomorrow.
Yeah. But that's what it felt like a couple years ago. It's what it felt like at times in 2010, 12, 14. One of the great things, I think, in baseball, if you're a fan, one of the great characteristics of a baseball team, and they had it in 21, the World Series teams have it, and they are developing this year, And that is, when you fall down by 3 or 4 runs, do you feel like the game is over? Because I don't need to tell Giants fans how many years in the last 6 or 7 years, when the other team gets a 3-run lead, when Kim hit that right center field base hit last night to make it a 3-0 game, there are a lot of years where you're like, honey, what do you want to go do?
Sure.
Because this puppy is over. And what is beautiful about this team is it doesn't feel like that. If it's 3-0 in the 4th, if it's 4-0 in the 5th, you're like, okay, hang out here for just a sec. VR hits that home run, that's all you need to see. And you're like, okay.
Even 4-2 in the 9th. It felt like,
absolutely,
it did not feel like that thing was over. And you scratch out a couple here, couple of base runners, nifty little sac fly, wild pitch, and you got action all of a sudden.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls absolutely welcome on the Giants' excitement, 888-957-9570. And also the good doc, Doc Feely, is going to hop on. We'll find out about Brebbia and Haniger and Schmidt.
And Styles.
And Alan Styles. Damn.
Colleague.
Damn. That's all coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Attention business owners.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, the latest injuries in the Bay means something a little bit different today, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I mean, that Warriors World Tournament, is the whole team just, are we quitting? Is everybody out? I don't know. We
got to ask Bonte if he's jumping ship to NBC Sports Bay Area now that he's lost his best backcourt presence.
Maybe he'll opt out.
And apparently we're winless as a station in this tournament. Lay off.
I don't know. But yeah, Alan Stiles with a torn Achilles, and then
ruptured.
We'll get to a bunch of the Giants injuries as well. It's time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Dr. Brian Feely. Hello, Doc. Is there that Achilles tendon? There's nothing worse, right?
It depends. I think as you enter middle age, there's nothing worse if you're a pickup basketball player, tennis player, than a ruptured Achilles.
If we need Alan Stiles, and we need Alan Stiles, can we tape him up, Doc? Can we stitch him back together with a ruptured Achilles?
I think if he can go half the end of the court to the other, you don't really need that to shoot off the other leg.
I mean,
I like your positivity, Doc.
Poor Alan is tweeting from the hospital over the weekend. And because he's a teammate here at 95.7 The Game, he's getting tweets from listeners that are like, don't you listen to Willard? He talks all the time about orthopedic surgeons who just say guys in their, go by mid-30s. By the time you're 35, 40 years old, playing basketball is just a flat no-no. Do you concur, Doc?
Ooh, as somebody who has 2 ACL tears from playing basketball, I'm going to go hard no. It's the best way to really injure yourself and then brag about it for years after.
There you go.
I had the same, Doc, torn ACL and a torn labrum in my shoulder. Doc, what else should we avoid doing, like such things as just exercise in general?
It's a good question. Realistically, the benefits of exercise far outweigh the harmful effects of sitting on our butts. And one of the things that always comes up is, well, my knees hurt. Can I run? Because so-and-so or the doctor told me don't run anymore. There's actually really good evidence that even if your knees hurt a little bit, running isn't breaking down your knees at all. In fact, it's probably keeping you at a better body weight. It's keeping you healthy. And we need some of that load to keep the nutrition in our bones and our joints healthy. So unless it's really dangerous, I tell my patients, just keep doing what you want to do, and we'll worry about the consequences years and years down the line.
Wow. Well, and those are coming. There's no question about that. Yeah. Dr. Brian Feely. All right, let's get to some of these Giants injuries because they're piling up a little bit. Alex Cobb has an oblique strain. Now, he says it's going to be a short stint on the IL. Do you agree with what he's saying here, and what are the different levels of oblique?
Yeah, so the oblique muscles are the ones that you kind of feel right below your ribs on the side, and they're critically important, especially for pitchers and hitters in baseball. So it's much more of an important injury in baseball than it is, for instance, in basketball. So when we look at pitchers, the average amount of time missed for a mid-grade, like grade 2 strain, is about 25 to 35 days. It's a little bit less for hitters. But if this is a more minor injury, he can be back as soon as 15 to 20 days. Now, with the number of pitchers that the Giants have, I would imagine that the medical staff will be a little bit conservative and make sure he's all the way better, because the second stint, like so many of these injuries, can be up to 50 to 70 days if he re-injures it before he's fully healed.
Mitch Haniger with a fractured ulna after being hit by a pitch. He underwent surgery, had a plate and screws inserted, likely out for 10 weeks or more. What's his return to play look like?
So when you look at fractures, you think about it takes about 6 weeks for the bone to heal. So he's going to be protected, can't really do anything, and especially for hitting and throwing, can't grip anything in that hand for 6 weeks. Then where the ulna is on your forearm, a lot of the muscles that help you grip the bat, help you catch and throw, go right across that. So that's why they're saying another 4 weeks to regain that grip strength, regain that ability to throw hard. And I think 10 weeks is probably pretty accurate, at least to be assigned to start throwing and start playing maybe in the AA or AAA and then move up. The good thing is everybody behind him is playing so well, so it may be a luxury to have him back in 10 weeks.
Well, that's the thing is, Matos does not look like someone they want to send back out, so there may be a logjam anyway. But, Doc, so are you saying 10 weeks before he starts the process of getting back up to speed? Because if that's the case, that wipes out the rest of June, July, August. Like, is there the chance, you think, that Mitch Haniger misses the rest of the year?
No, I don't think so. I think when we talk about being back in 10 weeks, I think that's when he can be on assignment, playing AA, AAA. And for guys his level, that can be 1 or 2 weeks down there while they figure out the roster switches.
You got John Brebbia with a grade 2 lat strain. What are the differences when it comes to these injuries in the lats for a pitcher?
Yeah, I think when you think about your lat, we don't pull it that often unless we're a pitcher. And the reason why the lat's so important is because that's the muscle that helps decelerate your arm at the end of your throwing motion. So if you strain that, you lose control of the ball. When we look at severity, grade 2 means on average you're going to be out 3 to 4 weeks. But these grading systems are a little bit subjective. So it's a little bit of a guess to say it's not grade 3, meaning the tendon is pulled off the bone. Those are usually surgical, and thankfully that's not what he has. But a grade 1 to grade 2 are a little bit more based on symptoms, a little bit on imaging. But I think it's conservative to say he's on the 15-day list now. Maybe he comes back in 2 to 3 weeks, maybe another week or 2 more.
Doc, great stuff. We always appreciate the insight. Thank you.
All right. Take care, guys.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, exactly. There's Dr. Brian Feely. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. You know me. No one in this world could ever call me a negative Nelly. But I'm sorry. I say uncle. Uncle.
On Mitch Haniger returning this year?
No.
On you still being an athlete?
At age 48, playing sports where other people are trying to get in my way. No. Well, I'm sorry.
And I'll say this.
I'll compete at all kinds of stuff.
Yes.
But if there's defense, I'm out. Sorry.
For me, it goes even beyond that. If there's cutting involved, I'm out. Because I played adult softball last year, and I was trying to go from second to third. Shout out St. Mo's. We had a doubleheader last night. I'm sure we won. I told him this year, the great Paul Fruin, our manager, sends out the email, and he goes, hey, it's $150 or whatever for the year. What's your status? And I said, I'm on the deep, deep bench. Call me D, not for Dibley, but for desperation. If you are desperate for a guy, meaning either you show up or we forfeit, I'll show up. Because last year I was trying to go from second to third on a simple ground ball. The force play was on. I was going to be out at third anyway, but I tried to do a little quick burst, and there goes the hammy. Yep. I'm out 2 weeks, and it's pathetic, Mark. I'm in my 50s, and you mentioned this about Alan Stiles. He's in his early 30s, 31, 32. I don't know the exact number, but he's at that age where I was when I tore my ACL playing basketball, and I realized, okay, that's it.
Well,
career over.
Feely said something that I couldn't quite follow there, where I was like, do you concur? My question was basically, once you turn 35, are we out on pickup basketball? And then he goes, hard no. Take it from somebody who's torn both ACLs playing baskell. He almost made it sound like they were war scars, like he was proud of them or something.
I thought he said hard no in terms of continuing to play.
That's what I didn't know. Did he mean?
I thought that's what he was saying.
Hard no, don't play, or hard no, I do not concur, because it's cool to tear your ACL when you're 39.
My brother Mikey 1.0 at the time, tore his ACL, I think left knee twice, right knee once. He had 3 ACL tears before he realized that basketball wasn't for him. And I'm not sure what his answer was, because I was too busy basking in the glow of my "that's a good question" crown of superiority.
Yeah, but apparently the officials have waved that off.
They can try if they want.
Yeah.
We have a guest.
They did.
He crowned me, and if they're going to crown me, then you're going to crown him, and I got crowned.
If you want to crown him, then you can crown him.
No, much like you, I took it, and I scored it. So the crown rests with the dibber right now.
I'm not the ref.
Nor is he.
I've been trying. I explain this at Little League all the time to the kids. Like, listen, umps and refs make bad calls, and you've got to live with them. So you got to live with it.
There's
dude.
an expression that Rasheed Wallace gets credit for. I don't think that he coined it, but ball don't lie. And in this case, I got crowned, and I'm wearing it.
Ball do lie. Remember that time Paul Pierce won a game by hitting it off the backboard?
Yeah.
That ball lied. Anyway, we're brought to you by Cars.com. Coming up next, we continue to take your calls on this San Francisco Giants team. And as a fan, where are you now versus where you were even just 2 months ago? 888-957-9570. Also still ahead, there is much, much more to say about things going on with the Golden State Warriors after listening to Mike Dunleavy Jr. talk for the first time as the general manager. So that's all around the corner. This is Willard and Dibs.
Oh, that's...
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, we got guys like, how old's Casey Schmidt? What is he, 24,
24, I'm guessing. Yeah, I could Google it.
Yeah, Casey Schmidt. How old is Casey Schmidt? Like, you've got to be.
Take me back home here.
Casey's 24. You're absolutely right.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Look at me. No,
Casey's so young.
Yeah, there we go. Is that so hard, Grandy?
Casey's so young. His Wikipedia doesn't even have a picture up yet. But he's 24.
So hard for you to give me credit.
It doesn't even have his birthday. It's just like born 1999. That's it. Casey. Just at some point in the year 1999.
Maybe he was born in Ollie, Iowa, where we don't keep track of such things.
Oh, of course. He was born in San Diego.
That means a whale's angina.
Thank you.
Grandy's eating.
Stay classy, Dibs.
I tried.
24 years old. And so Casey is young enough so that if you throw a fastball off of his forearm, he's in the lineup the next day. But outside of that, like you and I just spent that entire break sharing war stories of all the crap that's happened. And I think we didn't even come close to getting through all of them. And it's time for us to do the show again.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I'm out. And if you want to call me a wuss, go ahead. I am not playing sports anymore when there's defense. My buddy who is driving in the car right now, I hope you're listening. Eric, thank you for taking Jude home from camp. I just saw him a week and a half ago. He's got a sling on. And I'm like, what happened? Oh, man, I was going up for a scoop shot. And this guy came over the top and blocked my shot and just slammed down on the ball so hard my elbow felt like it exploded. And I was just saying to you, I was thinking to myself, what had happened, Eric, if you had made the scoop shot?
Yeah.
What happens?
And won.
And
one, mother jumper.
You get 2 points toward what?
Right.
Toward what? I'm out. It's unbelievable, man.
I get it. And I reflect back on the disgrace at Chase, which was February 26th of 2021.
Well, I'd do something like that. That's a little different.
It's funny because I thought the same thing. I'd do something like that. I played one-on-one basketball at Chase Center against a former NFL player, one of the all-time greats, Lorenzo Neal. He's 5'11", probably goes about 255.
Oh,
and
side of beef.
I mean, I played a lot harder than I probably should have, and by the time it was over, I lost 11-5 in a one-on-one game. Took about 35 minutes. I had to. You want to talk about crawling to the car?
Oh, I know.
I had double calf strains to where I really couldn't walk.
But you got a story out of it that you can still tell years later.
It's a great story.
That's what I'm saying.
Other than the fact that I was 5 for 37 from the floor.
That I actually think is a great part of the story.
And Steiny was quick to point it out because I did a post-game interview on the radio, and it was Steiny and Goo at that point, their show, from 10 to 2. I can't even remember anymore. And he's like, Dibs, I had you for 5 for 37. How'd you feel like you shot the ball? Well, like that, Steiny. 5 for 37.
Like I was 5 for 38.
Like I was awful. It's awful.
888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Keaton Winn of the Giants now. One of the, I guess we got to say 4 young, exciting players who've come up from the minors. Joined us earlier. If you missed it, go to the Odyssey app, or you can go on YouTube and scroll back and check it all out. He was a whole lot of fun, despite not necessarily having a whole lot to say at times. That's a rare combo in radio, but we think we pulled it off. Let's go to Rolando in Napa as we're talking about the Giants. Rolando, thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Just finished my long day of work here in the beautiful Wine Country. I'm relaxing at home. I'm at home right now, safe, and I love listening to you guys. So you guys are awesome, and I'm like the #1 biggest fan. So you and Dibley are awesome, and you guys do great work. So
Rolando, thank you. Thank you, and I'm glad you're home safe where you will likely not tear your ACL.
No. I have a quick question for you guys. Two quick questions for you guys. One is, what would be the more impressive win in your eyes for a Bay Area sports team? The Warriors winning this year, the Niners winning the Super Bowl, or the Giants winning the World Series? And my second question, what do you guys think of what David Freese, I don't know if you guys have talked about that, about what he said, declining it, and, thinking about it a lot of people wouldn't do that, but that shows you what a stand-up guy he is, and I want to hear your thoughts because I don't think nobody in the Bay Area has been talking about this story, and it's really seems like a really nice guy, and for him to do that, that's that's worthy. I want to hear what you guys think about that.
That's a good two-part question. And we're going to address both.
We'll put the freeze thing aside for a second.
And I do want to get to that, though, because it's fascinating.
It is interesting. Rolando, thanks, man. Thanks for the kind words.
Yeah.
So the first question, though, was how did he phrase it? What would be most surprising or most
impressive?
More impressive. Giants win it all. Warriors win it all. 49ers win it all? Are those the questions?
From here, I guess going forward to the next season.
Or the next time they play. So the Giants either winning this year or the Warriors or 49ers winning in early to mid 2024. I'd pick the Giants. Here's why. The 49ers are supposed to be one of the teams that are there.
Agreed.
So
to me, it's down to the Giants and the Warriors.
Giants and Warriors. And the only reason I would lean Giants is that the Warriors starting line would be, we've got Steph Curry, pedigree, and even when it went totally south, we made the second round. Like, they're there. They're in the final 8 for sure. Yeah. The San Francisco Giants, based on what we were told by Vegas, right? Like, this is supposed to be a team that doesn't even win half their games this year.
And they have a grand total of, and I'm scanning the roster to make sure, but I believe it's 2 players who have ever won a World Series.
Oh.
Brandon Crawford and Jock Peterson.
That sounds correct.
Did Jock get one in 2020?
Jock got one like every year for a few years. Dodgers pandemic, then went to Braves.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
He got the Dodgers and Braves.
Yeah, so Jock's got, a ring and a half. Sorry, Jock.
He's got 2.
He's got one.
I know we can.
Yeah.
I'm more willing to give the half a ring to the Lakers than I am the Dodgers.
I agree with you. The Dodgers thing, just for 30 seconds, for God's sakes, you played 60 games. So, sure, I'm not saying it's not an accomplishment, but it's very odd to me when people go, it's the same. How could it be the same?
Right. It's not.
A third of the season?
But we've had shortened seasons before in baseball, and we haven't. That short, but we've had shortened seasons. We've also had them in the association, and there was a 50-game year. There was a 66-game year, and we don't often asteriskize those. The reason why I give the Lakers the asterisk ahead of the Dodgers is the fact that there was no road games. There was no travel. It was a glorified bubble tournament. That, to me, is why I give them the half a chip.
Alex Wood, I believe, pandemic championship team, Dodgers.
Okay.
I think.
So maybe 3 then.
So, I think we're up to 3. But,
to that question,
doesn't go any farther than that.
Before we get to the David Freeze, the fact that the Giants don't have that pedigree and they are seen as the 3rd best team in their division, maybe not anymore. Maybe they still are. They seem like they might be the 3rd best team in the National League at best. They might be the 7th best team in baseball by any measurement. And yet, if they were to continue doing this, make the playoffs, and then run the table and win it all, that to me would be more improbable than the Warriors.
I got Luke Jackson for you. Luke Jackson,
World Series champ.
World Series champ 2021 Atlanta Braves.
All right.
Luke Jackson.
They got more pedigree than I thought.
Mr. Jackson, if you're nasty.
Yeah. And he's been nasty.
Turns out all the Giants have won a World Series.
Everyone. Up and down the lineup.
But I'm in
Ross Stripling. Strip.
Good question. Strip.
Does Strip have one? And that means Strip.
Strip and Nene.
Totally.
I don't.
Strip 2020 Dodgers.
There you go. Okay. Yeah.
They got pedigree up and down the roster.
Yeah, but I'm in full agreement with you. That would be the most surprising thing. Now, his David Freeze question. Many of you may not even know what he was asking about there. David Freeze, and please jump in if I'm leaving any part of this story out. David Freeze was offered to be placed in the St. Louis Cardinals, essentially their Ring of Honor, become a Cardinals Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
And David, some of you probably never even heard of him, but he has some very, very key moments in Cardinals history and was very successful, even though he was never a huge name. And he turned it down. And it actually was a little bit of a chore to find out why. But essentially the story he's like, I don't think I really deserve it. I don't think I am up to par with the other names who have received this honor, so I'm going to back out. Now, I do not ever want to sound this cynical, But when people are like, wow, that shows what an impressive guy he is, I guess he ended up getting 8 times more attention for saying no than he would have for saying yes. So I don't have a problem with it by any stretch, but it didn't resonate with me as like some heroic act either. If it makes him uncomfortable, then great. Yeah, don't do it.
Right.
That's fine.
I like that take. I don't think it's a heroic act, but I'm looking at his quote here, and he says, "This is something I've given an extreme amount of thought to, humbly, even before the voting process began. I'm aware of the impact I had helping the team bring great memories to the city I grew up in, including the 11th championship, but this honor means more to me. I look at who I was during my tenure, blah, blah, blah. I'm forever grateful now and in the future. I'm especially sorry to the fans that took time to cast their votes. Cardinal Nation is the reason why I've unfortunately waited so long for this decision. I feel strongly, and I get it, and I'll wear it. Thank you for being there for me. I'm excited to be around the Cardinals as we move forward."
Great. Cool. But did it hit me and like, oh my gosh, David Freese, that's not really. Like, okay, if it makes you uncomfortable, sure.
Right. He's been open about his struggles with depression and anxiety during his career.
Some people don't like attention.
Yeah.
Right? And in an odd way, as I said, he's going to get more attention for saying no than he would have for saying yes. But what he won't get is like a ceremony in his honor.
Right.
He's not going to have to make a speech and have to, see that name in lights for the rest of his life and all that. If he doesn't like that, then by all means, man, just say no thanks. That's cool.
It's a little shocking, though, when a team and the fans voted for it and the fans vote for you to be in that Hall of Fame and then you say no.
I'm sure
it's a little bit of a slap in the face.
It's surprising. I don't know if it's a slap in the face.
Well, if you're a fan and you want to see him enshrined and you want to have him be as happy with his memories as you are, and then he basically says no thanks.
I guess that's asking him to be happy about the memories in the way that you want him to be happy, as opposed to the way that he is. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I sort of look at that in terms of like, you're at a funeral and you're looking at someone else and they're not crying, and you're like, why are you not crying? Well, it's like, I grieve the way I grieve. You grieve the way you grieve. David, I think he is proud of his accomplishments. I think he loves being next to the Cardinals. He doesn't want pomp and circumstance. He doesn't want to, go through all that. Zach Greinke has had a lot of discussions along those lines. Celebrated player who's like, he doesn't even want to do an interview ever. He does not want to talk to other human beings.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder what happens when he gets enshrined in Cooperstown. If he turns it down.
Maybe he'll send in a letter.
Because he's on he's in a Hall of Fame track.
I think he'll just be like, thanks.
If he was smart, one word says it all.
Thanks.
Gets it all done right there. Dibber style.
Here's my Hall of Fame speech. Thanks.
Zach Greinke, I think, will be a Hall of Famer.
He might be.
He's right in that sphere.
It gets a little weird when you start putting on a bunch of different uniforms. Somehow that takes away from people. For some reason, I don't think it should, but it does. I think
it depends on your career.
It resonates with people as if there's a lot of teams that didn't want you. Do you know? Like, and
he's played for 6 teams.
Yeah. Well, he's back with the Royals again, which I guess 6 different teams, but 7 different journeys, if you will, because he's been with the Royals twice.
Sure.
So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7 if you count being back with the Royals again. And Kansas City's probably the Royals organization right now, perfect spot for him. It's like they're not trying to win. They don't have anybody else you've heard of. It's in the middle of America. Just hide. Just hide. That's fine. All right, what about this? And I want to shout out Steven on YouTube, even though he's kind of given me a, hey, Mark, Larry was right about something that we were debating last week. And you and I actually touched on the subject as well. And I wholeheartedly disagree that Larry was right, because you can't be right about something like this. Hey, Mark, Larry was right about Cobb, and he's talking about trading Cobb at the deadline. He said you should trade the guy because he can't stay healthy, and he's bound to get hurt. And what do you know, says Steven, now he's got an oblique strain and he's out 4 to 6. Well, let me start with, no, he's not. He's not out 4 to 6.
Krug's to Damas.
Exactly. First of all, Cobb says he's missing 1 start. Now, he may be wrong. But Cobb has already promised he's going to be back for the Mets series. and he will miss one start. Now, I don't know that that's the way it's going to play out.
He's already missed one start, basically, because he would have started probably last night. Because he pitched last on the 13th of June.
Yeah.
So the 19th would have been 6 days yesterday. He would have started by now.
Yeah, right. And maybe he will be. When is the Mets series? When is the Mets series coming up here?
They got Arizona next, and then they go to the Mets.
Yeah.
So he'll probably miss 2 starts.
Boy, no. He's saying he's making his Mets start. That was his point. I don't know that he will.
They have Arizona, Blue Jays, and then
they
Mets.
go to Toronto, and then they go to the Mets. I don't know what the whole schedule was, but he stated, I will be ready to go for that Mets series, which is next weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend. It's only a week and a half away. Okay, so we'll see if that's actually true or not. But there's certainly no guarantee that he's going to be out 4 to 6. But the other side to that is, first of all, even if you were going to trade Cobb, you're not going to do it now. We're not even, we're barely halfway through June. It's kind of odd to me that we're even having trade deadline conversations right now. When do you have trade deadline conversations in June? It's the end of July. Yeah, we got all kinds of baseball that's got to happen before you figure out who are the buyers, who are the sellers, what are the right moves to make. But lastly, I'll just say this. This is the way I sort of watch sports, and you're free to do it a different way. But I don't watch sports with the idea that someone's about to get hurt just because they have before. I don't know why we tag, and I get that some people get hurt more than others. That's life, and that's being a human. But we too often tag the phrase injury prone on people. There are some who deserve it. I get that. But in professional sports, I feel like it's been proven over and over and over again that anybody can get hurt, and just about everybody will get hurt. And I don't know how you would then quantify it to where you start making decisions based on things that haven't even happened yet. Like if you're going to talk about signing a contract, let's go Steph Curry's ankles.
I thought we were going to go Carlos Rodon would be better.
That's fine. Now, if you're talking about signing a contract and you're like, I don't want to do 5 years because...
Carlos Correa is a good example.
XYZ, that feels like too big of a risk.
Yeah.
But we're talking about 9 weeks. Like you're going to spotlight it all the way down to where you would say, I'm going to lessen my rotation in a year where you have a winning baseball team and a shot at a title, and I'm going to lessen it because I'm going to predict right now that guys who have had some injuries are going to get hurt in this 9-week window. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay.
I don't understand that at all.
Well, I mean, I understand it, and I think it makes perfect sense when you look at the track record of a player and you look at a guy who's been hurt for the majority of the last 5 years, and he's 35 years old, and he hasn't really been able to make consistent turns. In Baltimore in 19, he made 3 starts. And
28 games last year.
Right, 28.
He just completed a full season with the Giants last year.
Not quite a full season. 28 of 34 that'd be a full slate.
That counts. 28
I guess
starts.
nowadays it counts as a full rack, and he's a guy who's hurt, and he's 35, and so you think about how you can, make trades at the deadline and upgrade your roster now and also in the future. And he's a candidate at 35 that you might look at and say, can we get another starter in here who's more durable? Yes, we might be able to.
I guess it's a head scratcher to me when you signed a guy, and no doubt admitting one of the reasons they were able to get him for as cheap as they did is because he was coming off of a season where he was partially injured, even though he pitched very well for the Angels. He had an 8-3 record and an ERA in the 3s. Okay, so he's coming off that. The Giants tab him as someone who they think is undervalued, and they bring him in, and he has been here for a year and a half, and this is his first real injury, and it might be a week and a half long. And so you're going to get rid of him when you're in second place and your record is 40-32? I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it at all.
I mean, might be the time to get rid of him as opposed to...
It always might be the time.
Right.
It might be an absolute disaster by lessening a rotation that seems like it already needs help.
Depends on how much you're lessening it with a guy who has been injured now this year, and he's 35, and He has been pretty effective this year. Last year he was okay. The year before he's been okay. He's been mostly a slightly above mediocre level pitcher in terms of his effectiveness over the course of his career.
He's been really good this year, and I would say last year, and I know this is hard to quantify when you look at the numbers. His ERA was under 4. It was fine.
He's fine,
but
he was all right.
The analytics stated he was probably the hardest luck pitcher in all of baseball. He pitched pretty well. The Giants had, as we know, just a hellacious defense last year.
Yeah, bad.
They were gross.
Better this year.
Disgusting to watch last year. So Alex Cobb, I'm not going to say he's been a star. He's been a lot more good than bad, I would say, since being a Giant, and he's been healthy. So sure, anybody could get hurt at any time. Yes, he's aging, but as I would keep pointing out, if you're a contending team, and Larry's entire point was, well, he's listed as one of the top 10 potential starting pitching targets for the second half of this season. I'm like, great, the Giants should get him. That's what they should do, because that's exactly when you want a 35-year-old who might get hurt. You want him for half of a season to come in and make 10 starts and see if he can help you in the playoffs. You don't want to sign him for 3 years.
Right.
You want him for 10 weeks. So that's when I would keep him, is all I'm saying.
I would look for another pitcher who's out there who might be better than Alex Cobb, who you could bring in for the final 10 weeks of the season. Somebody who would improve your rotation a little bit, because Alex Cobb, to me, if he's your number 3 or your number 4 in the playoffs, I'd like to have a better pitcher than that.
I would say, why not both? Why not both? I'm all for the Giants acquiring a pitcher at the deadline, or let's hope Kyle Harrison comes up and really, really pops and he's ready to contribute in the second half of the season. That'd be great too. But if this team makes the playoffs and you're telling me that Cobb could be your 3 or your 4, oh, I'm in. He's been very, very good this year.
Yeah, he's been good.
Yeah.
He's been good. I would rather have Kyle Harrison and maybe another veteran pitcher you can acquire at the deadline, somebody with more experience, somebody who's got a little bit better stuff. And if Alex Cobb is a part of that trade at 35 and you can get out from underneath his deal, then so be it.
Yeah. It's not an expensive deal. And again, I'm not even against what you're saying in terms of acquiring a starter. I think that it's an and, not an or.
Right.
Alex Cobb has by far and away, until a few weeks ago, he was their best starter. So far, since things have turned a little bit and Logan Webb has stabilized his deal, Cobb's been there too. If you want to worry about the Giants starting rotation right now, it would be more of a DeSclafani and a Wood thing.
Disco.
Right?
Yeah, no doubt.
And Strip and Nene.
Well, you can't pitch Strip anymore. And Manaea,
unless he comes back and he's more healthy, unless he turns it around. Yeah,
but
he's been
before
terrible.
he got hurt, he was awful.
Totally.
And Manaea hasn't been very good. And you mentioned
been better. He's been a lot better.
Of late, he hasn't been great. Yeah. He had a better May than he's had in June.
No, correct. Well, they're not starting those two guys for a reason.
Right.
Even when they are pitching them, they're using them as backups to the openers, which, I hate even to say this, but we may see that in the playoffs. Maybe you don't need 4 starters. Maybe you need 2 and a couple of openers and backup guys. I know it makes
I heard you last week, though, with Larry, and I agree with you in terms of, I'm not in favor of going with openers in high leverage spots.
I'd rather not.
Maybe because I'm an old school guy, but I'd rather have a guy you can throw out there for 6 innings and know you can bank on.
Or at least hope you would.
Exactly.
Yeah, because it's almost like you're signing up to know that your bullpen is going to get taxed, and you might have a playoff game again the next night. So if you're desperate, okay. But we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570 is the number. Continue to take your Giants calls, and we'll get to some of the Mike Dunleavy Jr. sound that we need to discuss. Let's put it that way for sure. This is Willard and Dibs.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one customer at a time. You see, while some
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well played, Grandy. Well played.
We got rumors. We got innuendo. We got the internet. You want to know what the internet says? Kyle Harrison. Kyle Harrison, the Giants.
Is that breaking?
The Giants don't have a starter listed for tomorrow.
They don't.
And Kyle Harrison is not starting for Sacramento tonight. He's been scratched. You want to know who Kyle Harrison is going to start for tomorrow? He's going to start for Sacramento.
Ah, boy.
He was not scratched because he was actually never listed as the starter tonight in the first place. But, Internet, do your thing.
I love it.
Do your thing, Internet.
Harrison tomorrow against the Padres. Am I wrong?
Yeah. Unless
Probably.
Are they playing someone named the Padres in Sacramento tomorrow?
They're playing somebody named Round Rock.
Yeah, I want to support the Giants in this because I'm following Kyle's starts very closely, like many of us are. Not yet. It would be what I would say, and that's doing it from afar. I'm not watching every pitch.
From
I'm not
Farhan.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Thank you. Not yet. We're close, but not yet. He just had his longest start of the year in his last outing, which was 5 days ago. But even that was only 5 innings, and I think just a touch over 80 pitches. And the strikeout numbers are great. And overall, it looked great. It's still a little wild. And I don't think you do it yet because you don't have to. You don't have to yet.
80 pitches. That's a lot, huh, Mark? Good God.
What's his name?
154.
What's his name for Stanford? What's his name? Quinn Matthews.
Yeah.
Quinn Matthews is like 80. What are we in the third inning?
Totally.
What the hell are you doing coming out of a game like that? Went to lunch with the kids yesterday at a place in Tahoe that had the College World Series on. And we walked in and I'm like, hey, that's that guy.
Friend of the program.
I know, that's Quinn Matthews. And Abe's like, I know, 156 pitches. I'm like, he came on the show. He goes, he did? I said, yeah. And then we watched him, and Stanford was up 4-0.
Looking good.
Taking Tennessee behind the woodshed. And so we ordered some food, and we gathered around the family table so we could watch it all blow up. Quinn Matthews did not make it out of the inning. Tennessee had the game tied by the end of the inning, and on to a 6-4 win they went. We did get to see this special moment, though. You and I talked to Quinn, and then he went to the World Series and had that outing. And when they pulled him out, the whole team came out of the dugout onto the field to congratulate Quinn as he came off the field because they knew that might be the end of his college career, and indeed it was.
Yep.
And so thanks again to Stanford and Quinn for coming on. That was a cool conversation.
Super cool.
And I hope his major league career is now about to get started.
4 2/3. He gave up 10 hits, 4 earnies, and they lost 6-4. Tennessee actually taking the field right now in an elimination game against LSU.
Yeah.
It's an elimination sensation, Mark.
It is.
Quinn only threw 89 pitches. His third shortest outing of the year.
Well, he couldn't get that damn third out in the
in
inning.
the
It was like the fifth inning.
Yep.
Gosh, it was 4-0, and there was 1 run, and then another, and it wasn't all hard hit balls. Like he was pitching fine, but it's just one of those where everything found a hole, and they finally had to take him out. So
yeah, he was the unluckiest pitcher in college baseball this year, Mark.
He really was. I mean, where's
an eye roll for
where's
you.
the BABIP? You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
Well, BABIP was out of control with this guy.
YouTube got a free eye roll from me to Willard.
You know,
Alex Cobb is the unlucky.
Hey, look me in the eye. You know what I was saying was true. You know it.
He's the new Matt Cain.
No, he didn't get caned.
Yeah.
No. The Giants would score 5 for him, but he'd give up 6.
Right.
Balls are bouncing off bases, off of infielders' heads, all kinds of weird stuff. He had some tough luck. He's a good pitcher.
It's tough luck. He's all right.
He's a good pitcher.
He's not a good pitcher. He's an okay pitcher.
No, he's a good pitcher.
Whatever. I'm not going to die on this hill.
Don't die. Then fine, stay alive, and we won't have to kill you on the radio.
3.72 last year. Oh, he was so unlucky.
3.09. He's 5-2. What's wrong?
He's fine.
I want him on the team.
He's out for 4 to 6.
Not out for 4 to 6.
Well, if he comes back in the Met series, he's going to miss 3 turns. So he's not going to miss 1 turn.
That's an inaccurate statement.
He's already missed 1 turn.
That's a buzzer. That's a buzzer.
It's a fact.
He's not already missed one turn.
Well, he would have pitched last night.
He would have pitched
tonight.
at some point in this Padres series, yes.
Well, he pitched on the 13th, which means there have been 5 games since then.
Right.
Assuming a 5-man rotation.
Well, they redo it every series. You know that. But yes, he would have pitched one of these games.
He would have either pitched yesterday or today.
Okay.
So missed number 1.
Yeah.
So let's say he would have pitched tonight. Then there's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
The Sunday. And then,
that's missed number 2.
Yeah, and then you pitch the Mets series.
Toronto, Mets and Mets.
Yeah.
Maybe he pitches July 1st, so he misses at least 2 turns.
2 turns.
More likely 3.
2 turns.
2 turns in a stretch. Anyway.
Exactly. So Kyle Harrison,
please.
We are told here at 95.7 The Game, with sources deep within the Giants community, that you can all stand down with the idea that Kyle Harrison is being called up by the Giants tomorrow.
It'd be a lot cooler if he was.
It would, but I support it. I would love to see another start or 2 from Kyle, get some consistency, keep hitting the zone, and then be ready if Cobb's not ready for that Mets series. I think that there's a chance that Kyle gets called up as soon as this upcoming road trip, depending on how certain injuries play out. I think that is a possibility, but I'll tell you one thing. You want to know one thing that's potentially getting in Kyle Harrison's way is the way Keaton Winn has started. And Keaton joined us earlier and was fantastic, but Keaton Winn has now thrown, 9 major league innings, and I think he's given up 2 runs.
Yep.
And that's an option. That's an option for them now to mix into the rotation, especially while Cobb is out. So.
Right, and he's yet to start a game, but it doesn't really matter because the Giants have gone with an opener at least once every 5 starts, and if not twice. And you look at the other guys who he might be competing with in terms of getting those innings, those long innings, and Sean Jelly, he's not the guy. Jacob Junis has been pretty solid in that spot, but Keaton Winn showing an ability to stretch out longer than Junis and certainly better than Sean Jelly. It feels like he would be the next guy to maybe get a shot to be a spot starter.
I think you're right. Yeah, and listen, there's no doubt that it's coming. That's the other side to this is you don't need to worry about it. He's coming. Kyle Harrison is going to start for the Giants in a month that starts with the letter J. That's what I'll say right now.
Would you say before the All-Star game or after? Because
how close are we?
We're pretty close right now. Well, the All-Star break starts on July 9th is the last game. So between now and then, you've got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. You got 18 games.
Okay.
Between now and then. 3 Padre, 3 Arizona, a roadie in Toronto and the Mets, and then Seattle and Colorado at home.
One more homestand after that. Yeah. Would I say that he pitches before or after the All-Star break? I'll say after.
Okay, after.
That'd be my guess. Before is on the
and
table.
You're in the know. I mean, you just tweeted out a sourced report. So, I mean, you know better than almost anybody
I sure
here.
Did.
Yeah.
I sure did. No, but it can change. It can change at the drop of a hat. So sure, it's on the table. It's on the table that he starts before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
He's ready to start when they need him. But
the fact that it'll either be before or shortly thereafter, and I agree with you in terms of when it will be, wouldn't you, though, want him to be in a soft landing spot? Because I'm looking at the schedule, Seattle and Colorado at home, as opposed to post-break at Pittsburgh, at Cincinnati, at Washington, at Detroit for a one-gamer. That's the makeup, right? You got the rare 11-game road trip coming up.
Right.
You have an 11-game road trip, Mark.
Jeez. I mean, the only good news about that is that's when the Giants were playing so awful when they were in Detroit. Remember that? That was
the non-rain out.
It was a part of a 5-game losing streak. They had lost 7 of 8. That was, they went to Detroit, lost back-to-back games in 11 innings. A couple of come-from-ahead losses, and blew those, and then got out of town, only to go to Miami and mostly get their butts kicked there, too.
Well, remember, they didn't get out of town because they had to sit through a non-rain delay.
Yes.
It was a dry rain out where it actually never rained.
Correct.
They were waiting.
MLB totally messed the thing up sideways.
Botched it.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah.
So I wondered, though, about Kyle Harrison. Might they want to have him debut at home before the break as opposed to during that 11-game road trip?
Yeah, I don't know if that's something that they would consider overthinking it. Like, I think you grab him when you need him. And when
True.
you need them, whoever you're playing, that's who you're playing. But gosh, you bring up that coming out of the All-Star break, the more I look at this, I know everybody loves their guys to make the All-Star team. I hope nobody makes it.
Right.
I want the Giants to go home and rest. I know that somebody has to make it. That's the rule. And Doval is going to be on the team. And my guess is that he's going to be the only one from the Giants. But all of them go home and rest because when they come out, it is immediately a road trip that goes to 4 cities with no days off.
11 games.
Right. And then you immediately then have to fly home from Detroit to play the A's the very next night. So they are without days off. They start on Friday, July 14th, won't have a day off until Thursday, July 27th. So basically 2 straight weeks of nothing but games that's going to take them to 5 different cities, including their own.
Brutal.
Ugh.
Absolutely brutal. A 13-game gauntlet, 5 cities, 5 opponents, including a 1-gamer in Detroit.
Jeez.
Which, I mean, I know that this interleague, everybody loves it. Oh, you get to see the best in baseball every other year. But this is an example where the schedule can really reach up and bite you because you got to find a way to squeeze that Detroit game in, and this is where they're going to squeeze it.
So it's 13 games in 13 days when you add in the 2 home games against the A's. And here's a fun game. How many people in the world, if I said, okay, Giants are going to play 13 games in 13 days, name one player from one of the opponents that they're playing?
Jeez. I mean...
Pirates, Reds, Nationals, Tigers, A's. Name a player.
There's that really big guy on Pittsburgh, that O'Neal Cruz, right?
Yeah, he's hurt.
Oh, bummer. Oh, no, those are a tune out then.
There's a certain Giants legend that's a Pittsburgh Pirate.
That's
true. Oh,
true.
yeah, Brian Reynolds.
No, not Brian
Well,
Reynolds.
I wasn't thinking of him, but I guess that counts.
Yeah. I think, are you thinking of Kutch? Yeah, he's thinking of Kutch.
Ah, gotcha.
Oh, no, I was thinking of Connor Joe.
Oh, Connor Joe.
It all works.
That's right.
It all works.
Well, and then that
Is Chris Szabo still on the Reds?
No,
Okay.
no, and it was Szabo. But anyway,
That's
that guy with
silent.
the goggles. Anyway, Cincinnati does have that De La Cruz kid. He looks crazy. Did you see him get an infield hit over the weekend on a grounder to first? Infield hit.
On a grounder to first.
On a line shot, 1 hopper to first. He is bananas. It looked like he took 3 steps and dove, and he was already at first base. I was like, wow. That was incredible. But anyway, all right. Glad you're with us. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. We'll have some fun with things that Keaton Winn told us earlier today, and also thoughts from Cap and Farhan, all within the last few days here on 95.7 The Game. I did want to break off a thought or two, and because I haven't gotten to hear yours either, with regard to what happened with Dunleavy Jr. and the Warriors yesterday with his opening press conference. What stood out to you?
What stood out to me is a couple of things. First and foremost, there will be no president of basketball operations.
Okay.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. will be the GM. Bob Myers got to be president based on success, and Joe Lacob is not big on titles. So there will be no president of basketball operations, which tells me it's going to be more of a consortium than ever before. And that means that Joe Lacob, Kirk Lacob, Kent Lacob are all going to have an ability to whisper in the ear of Mike Dunleavy Jr., who is going to be the GM. And Joe did say that the final decision will rest with Mike Dunleavy Jr., but at the same time, he also said every decision that's made, draft pick or trade, it's all about the collective. It's a we.
Always, yeah.
It's not a he. So it felt to me more than ever like it's going to be a collaborative with a various number of Lacobs and Mike Dunleavy Jr.
That's true always, though, isn't it? I think that not only do all teams say that, I think there's a measure of truth to it, right? John Lynch is not going rogue making draft picks by himself.
At all. But
Right.
I also think that this might be further evidence as to why Bob Myers maybe wasn't long for the job because of the nature of the influence from various Lacobs and the owner who, and he even joked in the press conference about, because I think Tim Kawakami from The Athletic asked him, have you called Mike yet? And Joe said, is that a real question? And then Tim said, how many times have you called him, or when did you first call him? And Joe's like, I've been calling him for years.
Right.
I always call him. And so just hearing all that play out yesterday made me think more about why Bob maybe wanted to step away.
I heard a story recently from someone who has some insider knowledge with the Warriors that Bob Myers, once upon a time, not too long ago, in a meeting with the Warriors, said something about his leadership style. And that his leadership style, when you're in those collaborative conversations, was to get everyone's opinion in the room before you say your own. I want to hear okay, let's talk about this kid. Let's talk about that kid. What about a contract extension? Do we want to do that? And you throw it out, get every opinion in the room before you state your own. Because if you state your own first, you're in a position of influence. And therefore, the people in the room are going to be like, yeah, I agree with Bob.
Oh, Bob, you got that right. You got that right, Bob.
Bob, I think that's the guy we should go with. Because,
hey, Bob, you nailed it, Bob.
Right? Because that's just the way we are. That's human nature.
Great pick, Bob. Great pick.
Thank you. You're like, I want my job. I want my job. Keep my job. I want to be your assistant. So Bob would do that where he's like, okay, let's let everybody else have their say. And so I think that speaks to someone who's never been afraid to maybe have other opinions in the room. And you need that. You can't do stuff like this with your own eyes. I mean, you need scouts. You can't go watch every one of these prospects on your own. You've got to have a cap person. It's got to be a team effort.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I get that what we're used to. Bob had juice. Bob had cachet. Bob was the man. Well, now it's someone new. So by definition, when someone comes in and takes a new gig, they've got to build that cachet. And he doesn't have it yet. So is he going to listen to more people early in his career than he will late? I'm sure yes. Just like Bob probably did.
Right. And, Bob is not going to be that sounding board anymore for Mike Dunleavy Jr. So if you're Joe Lacob and you had Bob there who had tremendous success and maybe you had a certain amount of access and influence on Bob, you probably have more now with Mike Dunleavy Jr., who's less experienced and he's only been with the organization for 5 years, as opposed to Bob, who was here, just about the same amount of time as Joe Lacob. So it just felt to me a little bit more like Joe Lacob was going to have a stronger voice, and Kent and Kirk and whatever. That's great. You're the owner of the team. I'm not begrudging you for that, but that was one of my takeaways. The other one was something that we talked about on the thread, and you said Draymond Green, his next team is the Golden State Warriors. And I think based on those comments, I think it's easy to draw that conclusion. I'm still not sold on that being the way that this goes, but it certainly felt like the Warriors were putting it out there to Draymond as if to say, Draymond, we still are going to do everything we can to keep you here.
I just think there are things that are being said that are likely clues. You can't confirm anything.
Right.
Anything could happen. Negotiations could go sideways. The Lakers could show up with a 5-year, $250 million.
Man.
You know what I mean? I don't know exactly how this is going to play. But if I'm the Golden State Warriors, what I say, and they've now said it repeatedly, when you hear different people within the organization start to say the same thing, you know what that tells me? That tells me that that's what's being said in private meetings. Okay? Because they do. You don't have a press conference till you've all sat down and been like, all right, what's our messaging? We're an organization. We've got a public fan base. What's our messaging? How do we want to frame this question? How do we want to frame that? So when Warrior personnel, starting with Steve Kerr, and then trumpeted by Bob Myers, followed by Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Joe Lacob as well, when everyone's trumpeting the same thing, we're not a title contender without Draymond. We're not a title contender without Draymond. Well, Joe just said last week at the Bob press conference, we win. That's what we do. That's what we plan to do every year, no matter what, CBA or anything otherwise. Okay, take those two statements and blend them together. If you're saying we demand winning every year, and in the next sentence, we can't win the whole thing without Draymond, why would you say that publicly if you thought you were going to lose him? Because now, what if you do? The first question at a press conference after Draymond leaves and becomes a Pistons, the first question is, hey, you said that you can't win a title without him. So are you telling us right now you are no longer in title contention this year? It's going to be the first question. Why would you set yourself up for that if you weren't confident he was still going to be on the team?
I get that part of it, but I also go back to what you've talked about a bunch, which is we're not doing $450 million. So if you're going to bring back Draymond Green and Draymond opts out of his final year, his player option for roughly $27 million or whatever the number is, and so now he wants a 3-year deal, I don't think that Draymond's taking a pay cut, and I also don't think that Draymond is coming back to make less than Jordan Poole. These are my beliefs. So
what constitutes a pay cut? Can I ask you that?
A pay cut would be making 3 years and 75 would be a pay cut.
You think that's a pay cut?
Well, it would be for this next year, unless he's getting 30 and 25 and then 20.
But as a human being, you're not looking at that as a pay cut. Right now, I would say as a human being, if I opt in, I'm guaranteed $27 million. If I opt out, I'd be guaranteed 70. 70 is way more than 27. I don't think it's about...
but I don't think that he looks at it that way. And again, I don't know Draymond Green.
Yeah, I wonder.
But if you're Draymond Green, then take a deal for 4 years and 60 somewhere, because 60 is more than 27.
Well, but that's not the best deal. They know what's being offered.
They do.
Clutch Sports knows what's on the table.
Exactly. And I saw a graphic right when we got on the air about career earnings for Steph, Clay, and Draymond, as Draymond is way, way in third place among the big three.
Sure.
Not that he should earn as much as Steph, but you look at what Clay's made. Clay missed 2 full seasons due to injury, and he still has made about 60 to 70 more million total than Draymond Green
got a max deal. Draymond's never been a max player.
Draymond wanted a max deal, and he didn't get it.
He didn't deserve it. That's not what the market calls for.
But he wanted a max deal, and he didn't get it.
Well, I do too.
And Draymond Green got into a situation with Jordan Poole in preseason, and ostensibly what happened between the two derailed the season. Draymond's words, not mine. He lost his voice until February, and they could never recover from that. So I don't see a scenario where Draymond agrees to come back to the Warriors to make less than Jordan Poole unless Jordan Poole is elsewhere.
Right. I think that's possible for sure. But I also think this. I think because of who Draymond is, and I totally understand this, but because of who Draymond is, because he is such a loud presence on the court and off, I think we attach ego to everything we think he's going to do. And I actually don't think that's who he is. I really don't. Just because he gets technical fouls and is very loud on a podcast does not mean that Draymond is solely driven by ego. So this idea that I'm not going to be on a team and make less than Jordan, or I'm not taking a $2 million pay cut in exchange for $50 more million. I don't know. Like, I echo you. I don't know Draymond either, so I could completely be wrong. But I feel like we've done this to him a few times where we attach this very egomaniacal response to things, and he's shown a number of times to not do that.
I think there's different things here.
Most recently being that idea after being suspended against Sacramento, when so many of us were like, that guy's not coming off the bench. And he literally showed up to the arena to be like, I think I should come off the bench.
He told the coach, I should come off the bench.
Yeah, like I don't think he's as driven by ego as we may think.
I think there's two different things here, and I was impressed by that, and I was one of the people who didn't think that Draymond Green would come off the bench. But when you think about Draymond Green, the basketball player, he is one of the most selfless players. He's out there taking charges and setting screens, distributing the ball. He's guarding the other team's best player.
He brings jumper cables.
He's the epitome. Well, on the floor, absolutely. He's a human jumper cable.
Yes.
He wants to win, and he understands that playing a certain way is the only way to win. I think the other Draymond Green, the off-the-court Draymond, the podcaster, and the guy who's making 27.6 on a player option and says no thank you, and you see Jordan Poole making more, and you see Jordan Poole chirping, whatever was going on between Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, that to me had to do with ego and a younger player who was maybe feeling himself more than he should. So the on-the-court Draymond who goes to Kerr and says, I'll come off the bench, it's the best thing for the team, that to me is different than the Draymond Green who I don't think is going to settle for making less than Jordan Poole. He's not coming into camp with Jordan Poole here making 28.7 and Draymond's making 25, and Jordan Poole's going to walk up with that bounce in his step.
He may not have a choice.
Well,
unless he's being offered 30 somewhere. Like, them's the cookies. That's the deal. And I think he would completely accept that. Like,
I wonder.
Maybe I looked at the player option differently than some people. To me, in this NBA, let's remember now the top players in the game are making like 50, closing in on $60 million. So if you're Draymond, even if you're declining, and I think some of this is the way we were like, oh my God, are you going to pay 30? $30 million is half of what Steph is about to make here shortly. Half. So if we're looking around the league, 30 may not be what you think it is. 30 is not top of the NBA. It's not. It's good. It's very, very good player, and Draymond is that. So I look at a player option for 27.6 and a guy like Draymond Green, and the only time I ever would have thought that he would opt in is under two scenarios. One, he's hurt, or two, he didn't play well last year, and neither of them are true. So why on earth would you opt into a one-year deal when you know you're a guy who is still viable, valued, wanted, playing at a high level, even if it's a little bit of a decline? Like, I guess that's why maybe yesterday, and again, I could be wrong, but it didn't resonate with me that much because I'm like, of course he's opting out. Why on earth would he opt in? What's in it for him to do that?
Well, you opt in, and then you get 2 years tacked on to the back end of it, 2 years and $50 million.
But maybe he already knows that. Maybe he already knows that that's happening.
Maybe.
And maybe he knows that if he gives $3 or $4 million back this year, that helps the team. It helps the team go do some other things that they want to do.
It actually doesn't help the team because you're over the cap, and so there's really nothing you can do if you remain over the cap. So if Draymond plays for 23, let's just say, instead of the 27.6.
Yeah, so that does help the team.
It saves Joe Lacob 4.6, and then it saves him 4.6 times 4.75, which is another 20, but it doesn't give you any room to add any additional player because you're still over the cap. You're still deep in the tax. So unless Draymond wants to play for the vet min, which we know he's not going to do.
No, of course not. But
any savings is just a real savings for Joe Lacob. It doesn't help him get any other player.
Unless it's paired with something else. There could be other cost-saving moves that go along with this that also could pair as things that help the team. If you did do a Jordan Poole trade and did it for 75 cents on the dollar, in other words. Look, I get it. And I'm not asking players to take less than they're worth because that's absurd. Why would they do that to save Joe Lacob money? I think that's a very fair point that you're making. At the same time, I think that players sometimes more than we give them credit for are aware of the realities of the business. Draymond Green, both publicly and I'm told privately, has firmly stated that he really, really, really wants to finish his career as a Warrior. So if that's his deep desire, and the Warriors keep screaming from the mountaintops, we want you. So if you got two people who are like, I want so badly to be together, I just don't think they're going to lose that over a couple $1 million. I can't imagine that. So I'm not in a space at all. And again, I'm willing to be super egg on my face. But I think the chances of Draymond being somewhere else next year are minuscule.
Yeah, and I wonder how you feel about the idea of Draymond and Jordan Poole both being here because I've been very steadfast and resolute in my belief that they both won't be here. And based on what we heard from Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Joe Lacob in yesterday's presser, I think you're right. The odds are better than 50-50 that Draymond Green and the Warriors find a way to make it work at whatever number for the next 3 years. I do think that he wants to be coterminous, which means his deal ends when Steph Curry's deal ends.
And so why would he care about that if it was going to be somewhere else?
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think he would. And Draymond, I read a quote from Draymond yesterday when I was in the big chair and, crafting the material. Draymond had said it a year ago that he didn't want to play more than 15 years, which would be 4 more seasons.
Okay.
He said 15 was always my number. 15's my sweet spot. I'm looking at 15, and he's coming up on year 12. So that'd be 4 more years. So maybe he has his deal end in 3 with Steph, and if things are going good, they all agree to run it back one more time. But that leads to Klay Thompson. If Draymond signs, whatever the deal is, and honestly, Mark, if he signs with the Warriors, I'd be thrilled. I don't care what the money is, because Chase Center is already expensive.
I don't.
It's not getting any cheaper, and it's Joe Lacob's money. So if you want to give Draymond $3.90, give him $3.90. I don't think that they will, and I would be really interested to see if Jordan Poole is around after Thursday. We're doing our show live from Chase Center.
Can't wait.
NBA draft show.
Yep.
And I am fascinated to see what happens between now, which is about when the Spurs will be on the clock.
48 hours, yeah.
48 hours between now and then. What happens with the Warriors?
Well, I only know one thing that's going to happen in 48 hours, and that is that Victor Wembanyama's name is going to be mentioned. Lucas just sent us a text. Did you look at this picture?
No, I've been so locked in on the content.
You're doing great.
Thanks. I was waiting for the buzzer. Thanks.
Lucas just said he sent it. Look
shoes.
at this. Look at this. I'll show it to you, and I'll put it up to the YouTube feed too, so you can all see this. That picture right there.
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to do. I don't know if it's going to help there on YouTube. You'd have to zoom in big time. That is a picture of Victor Wembanyama's hand with a baseball in it.
That's a marble.
It looks.
That's not a baseball.
It looks like you or me holding a golf ball.
First of all, his pedicure. He is so French. Those nails are gorgeous.
Where's the buzzer? Because that's totally a manicure. That's a manicure.
Oh, I said pedicure.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I'm looking at his
Come
shoes.
On, Grandy.
He's got shoes on.
Missed opportunity.
Thanks.
Won't happen again.
My bad.
Appreciate it.
Well, I assume that the toes also look good.
But after that, you're right. I don't know what's going to happen. I'll say this. This is one of my huge takeaways from listening to Dunleavy. Do you notice the difference in the way that they talk about the big three versus the way they talk about everyone else?
No, and we have the cut up on the soundboard.
Now, maybe
I played it yesterday.
Maybe that's obvious. Maybe that's dumb of me to point out. Well, of course they're going to talk about their three champions differently than everybody else.
No, our cousin Larry Kruger was hammering this yesterday over the notion of, well, we're looking to draft players who know how to play basketball and fit into our system. And it was not very veiled the way they were describing what they're looking for.
I got all that smoke when I made the comment and the station tweeted it out about it feels like the organization is sort of against Jordan Poole, meaning that what went wrong with this team, if you asked everybody in the room, hey, what's your opinion? It feels like, well, Jordan will have his opinion. Maybe a couple of the young guys would agree with him, and the rest of the organization would be on the other side of the fence. Like, dude, we didn't like the way that you played. We didn't like your attitude. That's what it feels like to me. So, flash forward to yesterday. Mike Dunleavy Jr.
I think first and foremost, like it's been said, to be able to get Draymond back would be huge. From there, we would love to make improvements to the point of, can we add some shooting? Can we add some more versatility? And can we add some connectivity? Whether that's, their ball handling, passing, veteran experience. I think we've talked to the coaching staff. We talked to our players. We have a good sense of kind of what we need to do. And fortunately, it's nothing drastic, but there's some things we can do around the margins and, make a move here or there, then we're going to be open to it.
You hear I use the word connectivity?
Yeah.
Followed by veteran presence? Okay. Connectivity and veteran presence. Now listen to this one.
We feel like our core group of guys, led by Steph Curry, is still at an incredibly high level. And for that reason, we feel like we have a chance to always be knocking on the door. And the rest of the roster going down the line, we feel like is a group that's probably needs to be better about playing together and connecting. And so that's something we'll look to solve for this offseason. And by the way, that's not only externally, that's internally, through, working together and doing all that stuff.
I don't know. I mean, what do you think he's talking about? We love our core.
Yeah.
Boy, we need Draymond back. And the rest of the roster needs to connect with us better, and we like veteran presence. Like, I don't know. I listen to all this thing, and I'm like, I got confirmation, and maybe I've got confirmation bias.
You do.
Maybe I do.
But I think a lot of people heard the same thing.
But that's what I'm hearing. I know he also said we want Poole and Kuminga back. But you hear how it's just so.
And when he talked about Poole, he talked about the contract.
Right. He's like, he'll be here because, like he's contractually here.
Yeah.
Wow, what a compliment.
And we like Jonathan Kuminga and, how much better he is getting. And, Kuminga's getting better, and well, we've committed to Poole 9 figures over 4 years, so of course he'll be there. And also you want to build these guys up just in case the phone rings over the course of the next 48 hours and there's a team out there with veteran presence, players who are going to be good at connectivity, who maybe would be available for Poole and or Kuminga, and also the number 19 pick, which could be on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if I hear a GM come out in his opener and just say, we need more connectivity, we need more connected, okay, so that means that your review of last year is that you were disconnected. None of you need to be a rocket science to know why they were disconnected.
Well, Kevon Looney's all over the place, Mark. I mean, right? When you look at who were the connected players last year, it was the core 6 outside of Jordan Poole.
Outside of one. Sure.
At times, Jordan Poole was connected, and that's where Steph said, this guy's the key. When Jordan Poole plays connected and still is able to do his thing and attack the basket and score, then you have the connectivity he's talking about.
Did you hear anything that made you think that a Jordan Poole trade is off the table?
No.
Did you hear anything that would suggest that a Jonathan Kuminga trade is off the table?
Not a thing.
Did you hear anything that would make you think that Draymond Green and his free agency are not a priority?
No, it seems like they want Draymond back. He was very clear about that.
Did you hear anything that would suggest that they might do something with Klay Thompson?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. But
that's kind of where I was too. I know he air quotes supported Kuminga and Poole.
He did.
I didn't hear anything that took movement surrounding those guys off the table.
One question I wanted to ask, which wasn't, and I'm a little disappointed in our collected media, is a question about the salary cap and the luxury tax, because he had mentioned on the Tim Kawakami, the TK show on The Athletic, that basically, to paraphrase, we're not doing $450 million.
Yeah.
But if you bring back Draymond and Dante DiVincenzo is going to opt out, we know that he's gone. If you don't trade Jordan Poole and you draft somebody at 19 who's immediately slotted at $2.7 million, I looked it up yesterday, well, you are doing $450 million.
Right.
So that to me was the question that I would have loved to have them ask Joe Lacob in terms of, Joe, how comfortable are you with the new CBA soon to kick in with this very heavy luxury tax?
Although Dunleavy told us a few weeks ago there's a financial component to the offseason, and then I've heard him twice say since he's gotten the job, I've got an owner who's willing to spend. And I went, oh, okay.
We know that.
Well, right, but to say it now would suggest that maybe he is willing to go further than we originally thought.
I guess, but I
don't know how he's not going to, You can't trade Jordan Poole for no one.
Right. You're going to get some salary back, even if it's 75 cents on the dollar, like you indicated.
Yeah.
Right now, according to Basketball Reference, they're on the hook for $211 million next year.
Okay.
That's including Draymond at 27.6. So if Draymond comes in at, I don't think he's making less than $25 million next year, and that also accounts for Dante at 4.7. So if you cut Draymond down and you take Dante off, you're still at about $205 million, and that's without the draft pick at number 19.
And without the tax, obviously.
And without any other vet mins that you're going to have to bring in.
That's wild. It's wild. All right, Willard and Dibbs, so glad you're with us here. 888-957-9570. Going to see Matos here in an hour and a half. Going to see Matos. This is a first in-person look. Only his second game at home as the San Francisco Giants, with their 8-game win streak, go firing into contention. Dave Fleming was on the roast this morning. A couple things we wanted to throw at you, and here is one of them, specific to that guy, Luis Matos.
I talked to Matos the other day about that, and he said it goes back to spring training for him. Like Tyro and Wilmer, especially those two, both from Venezuela like he is, took him under their wing and in spring training. And so when Luis got called up on his road trip, he had familiar faces, guys he had a relationship with. He could come in, look to them. Okay, where's my locker going to be? What's our routine here? All those, just the little stuff that can cause anxiety. And those guys helped him out. And Luis told me that it was going back to spring training, so that it didn't even have to happen here. It is a really important thing. It's a cool dynamic. You shouldn't take that for granted, but it's happening with this Giants team right now.
We even heard Keaton Winn, who joined us earlier. I asked him about his TJ surgery. His fastball prior to Tommy John surgery was topping out at about 93. Now it tops out at about 100. And I asked him why, and it wasn't because of some bionic arm that he now has. He credited the Giants' recovery team down in the minor leagues with where he's at now. There is suddenly, and I truly mean the word suddenly, Dibs, like there is suddenly a complete and total vibe change. The whole thing. You know, you go back to the offseason, and it's like the farm system is not kicking anybody out. Matos is hitting 211. Luciano's hurt. What the hell? Where is Hunter Bishop? What is going on? And you're going to go into free agency. And as you said, well, they got punked by Aaron Judge. They should plunk him.
They should have.
And
here's a fastball, AJ.
And the Correa thing was disingenuous.
They got clowned.
And everybody was angry.
You were angry.
I was angry about the Correa thing for sure.
You don't do anger very often.
Not much. Try not to. It's not fun. I don't like it.
Try to remember what phrase you used on that day, because I was off, and I tuned in to hear you.
What I called the Giants? Risk averse.
You called them, chicken bleep before that.
Did I?
Yeah, you did. You did.
I was
before you downshifted to risk averse. You classed it up, but you called them chicken
it was
salad.
A bunch of chicken bleep.
Yeah, it was chicken salad. You called them.
It appears. Go ahead. Yeah, it appears.
Finally had him on the ropes, Grandy.
It appears that I was wrong.
It appears we all were wrong.
Yeah, no, it appears.
And I would have apologized to Farhan if you would have booked him when I was here.
We'll get him again. When are you off again? Anyway,
June, July, and August. I got some days coming.
Good for you.
Trying to channel my inner Willard.
Get some rest. Exactly. Yeah. Come back all refreshed and happy.
That baby is worth something.
Yeah,
Scoreboard. Boy, got a couple more weeks of that.
Anyway, it appears I was completely off.
We all were
on that, and all of a sudden, somehow, now you've got a stream of young players coming up from the minors. They get here, and everybody upon arrival is like, "I just want to tell you that this organization is so great, and the teammates are great. You should see the magic that they're pulling down in these minor league cities. Oh my gosh, it's just sweet perfection." Brandon Crawford there's over there at shortstop, like, "Hey Casey, come here. I want to help you take my job. I'd like to put my arm around you. Let's go hand in hand to the dugout after every inning while we play over here, sometimes on the left side of the infield together, and sometimes you can even have my job for a Tuesday or a Thursday, and I'll still put my arm around you in the dugout." Everything suddenly seems kumbaya. 8-game win streaks will do that to you, so I'm not getting into the prisoner of the moment thing again, but I will point out that it's not just the 8-game win streak. It's 23-9 since they were 17-23.
Yep.
They've been the best team in baseball for the last 6 weeks. It feels sustainable. It does not feel quirky or fluky. It doesn't feel that way at all.
No.
And so when I look at the bigger picture, and everyone who called 2021 a fluke, I'm starting to feel like last year was the fluke.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm starting to feel.
And you were puffing out your chest this morning on the show thread about that very notion. And, you could be right. If this team comes out and wins north of 90, 95, and they win the division, you don't have to win 107 to make 2021 not considered a fluke. But if you win the division, if you go into the playoffs looking like the team that you've been for the past 6 weeks, you can look at last year and say, that was the blip on the radar. This team really is closer to the 2021 team than they are the 2022 team. The thing about 21 was you got career years from 3 of your veterans and like massive career years. I know Buster had better years, but Buster in a bounce back year after sitting out the pandemic. Brandon Crawford career year. Brandon Belt, my God, he might have hit 40 home runs if he would have stayed healthy. He had a career year. You had so much go right in one season, and you won 107. Last year, you probably were better than 81 and 81, and this year might be a team that falls in the middle. But the thing that makes this not feel fluky is you could look, and we could have a discussion for the next week about who the Giants' MVP is, and you could come up with 10 different candidates.
Yeah, well, yeah, that might be a little bit of a big number, but I get what you're saying.
I mean, you could go to Webb, you can go to Duvall, you could go to Late Night Lamont, you could go to Tyro Estrada. You could go to, any number of different players around the diamond. Yaz, for crying out loud.
Yes, sure.
But you could have a debate over a number of different players, which makes this feel to me more long-lasting.
By the way, speaking of late night Lamont, this just in, Lamont has been scratched from the lineup. So brand new lineup that is now in play for tonight's game against the Padres. David Villar moves in and plays first base and will hit last. He will hit ninth. So it's going to go Peterson, Estrada, Davis, Conforto, Yaz, Matos, Bailey, Crawford, Villar, and Disclafani.
Gotcha.
Is going to be on the mound. So that's not good.
No.
Don't
Never
want to hear
is.
that. That's not good.
No.
Get Doc back on the line. I don't even know what happened, but he's been scratched from the lineup. So
Okay.
that's a bummer. But your point is very well received, and that's why it feels so sustainable. It feels like they've got depth. It feels like it's coming from a bunch of different directions. Different people are winning it every night.
Friend of the program, Keaton Winn's a great example because we talked in March about the young guys. I want to see the young guys. I don't believe that you or Joe Shasky or Sam Lubman, guys who follow this stuff super, super, uber closely. I don't know if I heard a Keaton Winn out of any of you because he was a guy who was kind of a prospect.
Thank you, Lucas. I appreciate you were here.
Win.
I told you 2 weeks ago.
Whatever, 2 weeks. I'm talking March.
Actually,
I'm
it's
talking
probably
about
more like 3.
March.
When everyone was talking Harrison,
I'm talking
said,
March.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
right. He hadn't come up yet. You got to come up before you can come up again.
That was my point.
Yeah.
My point was about the prospects. And when we were talking about the young guys, and everybody wants to see the young prospects, nobody was talking about Keaton Winn.
That's true.
And yet here we are.
That's true.
And he's come up, and he's yet another guy in the Farhan farm who looks like he's a real major leaguer. This is not to disparage you, Sam and Joe. This is to highlight exactly how deep this farm system has been.
Organizational depth.
Because there was a lot of Schmidt, there was some Bailey, there was a ton of Matos, and Kyle Harrison out the ears from every last one of us. There wasn't a ton of Keaton Winn.
No.
There certainly wasn't any Blake Sable Rule 5
Well,
made.
he wasn't even there yet.
No,
yeah, exactly.
but you know what I mean?
I mean, organizational depth suddenly feels like a strength. I think 2 years ago it did as well, but a lot of the guys were really, really young. Now they're starting to come, and here we go, and it changes everything. So I joked earlier that they need to change their slogan from "nothing like it" to "it's working." Giants baseball, it's working, and I wonder if people agree with that. And it's not even a question about the phrase "it's working," but when you see all that, everything you just detailed, here come all these guys. And actually, Wade and Yaz, to a degree, Slater, guys who were going into years where you had to be like, are you good or are you bad? Are you the good one 2 years ago or are you the bad one from last year? All three of them are checking the box of, no, we're actually good players. And the team has us under control for a while and got all of us for nothing.
Yeah.
And now we're producing.
Giants baseball, better than you thought.
Well, passive aggressive.
Giants
but anyway,
baseball.
Not bad. What about this, though? And instead of a slogan, a question. You feel like they're doing a good job or not?
Yes.
Okay.
And by they, you mean Farhan,
The
Pete
Giants.
Patilla,
The Giants.
Gabe Kapler.
Yes, because that is at the core of everything we've been talking about
Kai Correa.
for 2 years. And there have been days where I've had to be a punching bag on this because I've always felt like they were doing a good job. It doesn't mean it works every time.
Well, if it doesn't work, then they're not doing a good job.
No, I disagree. Like Kyle Shanahan is a very, very good coach. Some years go sideways. Some years go sideways. And last year went sideways. But I've always felt
For the Giants, it went sideways.
Yes, they're doing a good job. So it doesn't mean they're perfect. It doesn't mean you can't criticize them. That's not what I'm saying. But they're doing a good job.
Well,
and here we are.
And this is where you and I differ because the job you're doing is only as good as the amount of wins that you can accumulate. So if Keaton Winn comes up and he gets lit up, if Matos comes up and he's overmatched, if Blake Sable is a Rule 5 washout and all the rest of it, well, then now, Farhan, you're not doing that great of a job because all these guys, Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, all these guys you handpicked, if they don't play very well, then they weren't good picks. And it may not be your fault because they sure looked like good players when I picked them, but if they don't come up and produce, that's a reflection on Farhan.
Right, but they are. I mean, here we
Which
are.
is why he's doing a good job.
Yeah, and as is true with every draft in every sport, we actually should wait 2 to 3 years before we lose our
2
minds.
to 3 minutes.
Yeah, right? So let's
Talk to me on Friday after the Warriors pick at 19.
Let's go back and find the Giants draft grade after they picked Bailey and Schmidt first and second a few years back. And what did everyone say?
I had him in a C+, Mark.
Okay.
That's always the answer.
How about now?
I'd probably B.
A B.
It's early.
Okay.
It's early.
Bailey alone, dude. I mean, right?
Defense wins championships.
Well, and he's giving you offense too.
Hitting 300.
I mean, it looks like this organization knows if you find someone who solidifies that spot, the importance to the organization can't even be measured.
Yeah.
If you get offense from that spot, great. But you also get someone who has leadership qualities and handles your pitching staff. Good Lord. I mean, it was the key to the whole damn thing in 10, 12, and 14. Was it not?
Good little catcher they had there.
So that alone makes it a great draft if this kid is what he very much appears to be.
Yeah, sure looks like that way. I mean,
So-
switch hitting catcher who can receive and throw and anchor a pitching staff. Keaton Winn was raving about him today.
That too. It wouldn't.
Like 7 words of praise.
He just went on and on.
I couldn't stop
and
him.
on. People from Iowa usually aren't like that. It was wild. All right, Willard and Dibbs. Go ahead, fire it up. 888-957-9570. Are they doing a good job or not? Has this experience the last 6 weeks changed your thought? Are the Giants doing a good job? We'll take your calls on that next. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The month of June is filled with excitement. With graduations, Father's Day, and summer trips, it's a great beginning to summer adventures. Stevens Creek Subaru wants to remind you of all the opportunities to...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Right side tightness for Lamont Wade.
Man,
So
hope
he's
it's
out.
not an oblique or a lat. As we learned from Dr. Brian Feely earlier, cleared to play courtesy UCSF. Those lats can be grade 2 lat, can linger, can be a problem.
Hopefully it is just a precaution. And Lamont will be back tomorrow night.
They did pinch hit for him in the 8th last night with Casey Schmidt, so maybe that's when it flared up.
Lefty, though. Tough lefty. Sidewinder lefty.
Sidewinder.
I mean, if the Giants aren't going to pinch hit against a sidewinder in the late innings, then, what are we doing? I wouldn't even
And were they out
recognize
of
them.
righty bats
Yes.
by the time we got to Jock?
They were out of just about everything, yes. I
Okay.
think they may have had Blake Sable at that point before he came in and did the bunt in the extra innings. But yes, a lot of people have asked that, like, why did Jock?
Bases juice, 2 outs.
Yeah,
Jock against an equally nasty lefty.
And he looked bad in striking out. He definitely did. But as we know, it all worked out, and it was lefty on lefty crime when Yaz went splashdown last night. So off we go into another effort at a 9-game win streak tonight for the Giants. And we go to Connor in San Leandro, who wants to talk about it on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Connor. What are you doing?
What's up, Willie and Divvy? I'm on my way back to San Leandro, driving back from work, and you guys asked the question of the hour, so I'm really happy to be able to call in and give my 2 cents.
Yeah, man, what is it?
Listen, I feel like maybe I'm the only one, but when I picture Farhan at a pitch meeting in the offseason, I picture him with a laser pointer and a multi-tab Microsoft Excel file open. and I really think we're not going to know until next offseason whether or not he learns how to pitch this team and the opportunity to play for us, because I still have skepticism. I'm looking at Haniger, who, he went on the injured list, and that improved the team because it made room for Matos. Bailey is the truth. These draft guys are fantastic, but can Farhan sell people to come here and sign that big contract? We're not going to know until next offseason whether or not it's a success. Thanks so much, guys.
Yeah,
Love your show.
Connor, thanks. It's an interesting question. It's a very interesting question. There's a number of ways to answer it. Can Farhan sell? Well, he sold Carlos Correa. He said yes.
Yeah.
It didn't happen, but, I mean, that's a guy that, and I know, that comment he made a year and a half ago about, like, we've targeted guys with local ties because, and he addressed that with us last week.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did. We brought it up, and he was like, that got taken a little bit in a way that I did not mean for it to be taken, like in some way. He's like, look, this is home, and I want to be a lifer. I love it here, and we got plenty of people who love it here, but baseball players are from all over, and sometimes East Coast guys want to stay on the East Coast. West Coast guys want to stay on the West Coast, and that's just a fact of the matter. So that was the way that he answered it. But can he land the big fish? I know there's a couple of ways to answer this, but I will walk forward with, I mean, he did land one. He got Carlos to say yes, and I'm glad that he now is not on the team, but he got him to say yes. Aaron Judge did not. Aaron Judge said no. I think he probably would have said no to anybody, not the New York Yankees, which was also the reality there. But it's a fair question. There's more still to be said with regard to big fish on the free agent market. But I don't know, man. If you're bringing up homegrown players and they're producing, like we've talked about the last few days, I don't know if you need to go spend $350 million on somebody.
Well, you kind of do, especially when it comes to maybe spending $500 million on a somebody, because that
good.
somebody might be out there if he gets traded at the deadline. Although with the Angels playing as well as they are, doesn't feel like Shohei Ohtani will get moved at the deadline here in about 40 days' time, 6 weeks roughly. It looks like Shohei and the Angels are going to play this one out, but in the offseason, it feels like he would be the biggest fish, maybe the biggest fish in the history of fish.
No doubt.
So if Farhan could land Shohei Ohtani, then all is forgiven in terms of him so far being unable to land the big fish.
I'm glad the Angels have a winning record because I think it would be the dumbest idea for anyone to give up top prospects for Shohei Ohtani in July. I think it's such a bad bet to be like, you can have our top prospect, and in exchange, yes, we'd get Ohtani for 10 weeks, and we'd get to show him how wonderful our program is.
Get the inside track on keeping him.
I just don't think you do. I think money gives you the inside track on keeping him. And so
and probably roster fit in the future roster fit, as you've mentioned. So if you trade Matos and Harrison, let's just say, for Shohei Ohtani, and then you get Ohtani for 7 weeks, and he goes, hey, how about that farm? Well, they're playing for the Angels right now.
Yeah.
I don't think that gives you as good a chance to keep it.
Great point. And how would you feel if you did give up somebody good? Luciano goes, and now you get Shohei for 10 weeks, and then he joins the Dodgers in free agency. How you doing? Luciano's an Angel. Shohei's a Dodger.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there going, oh, what the hell just happened here?
That escalated quickly.
Yeah, so I'm out. I'm out on that.
Giants going for their 9th straight tonight. The last time they won 9 in a row was September of 2021. Adis Clefane with a win against the San Diego Padres.
San Diego Padres. Well, that was back in the days of September, only played division teams. And so I get that. But, yeah, the Angels, by the way, quirky little deal here. The Angels almost have the exact same record as the Giants. So they are 41-33. They are in second place behind me. Right. So
I love that.
Yeah, I don't think Shohei's going anywhere, and that's probably a good thing. Ryan in San Jose next up here, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Ryan, what are you doing?
I'm home like everybody else is and just listening to my two favorite guys on the radio.
My man.
Hey, my thing is, for looking at the Giants, signing anyone, big free agents coming here, has always been tough. We have, our taxes are crazy. We've never really been paying a lot, and these guys can go somewhere else, get paid the same, but not have the same taxes. So, Farhan is going to have always, and I think the Giants in general have always had a hard time bringing in a big free agents. And I think, in my eyes, I think Barry Bonds is the last really big free agent we brought in that was worth anything. We've tried to go after other guys, we just can't pay for it. And I've been pleasantly surprised with what his plan has been with the farm and how these young guys have come up. Because I was, I called in the morning show, and ripped Farhan before because I was so pissed off that the fact they couldn't bring anybody in. But right now, I'm almost like saying, in Farhan, I trust. It's been a lot of fun to watch these young guys play, and it's really rejuvenated. I think the baseball, environment here back in the Bay Area, and that's about all I got to say, guys. Really appreciate you.
Yeah, Ryan, I think that's a great point Ryan. There at the end.
He forgot about Barry Zito, 7-year, $126 million.
Yeah, but the reason he forgot about him is because it was largely a bad signing.
Right.
Like
but that was the last real big free agent deal.
Big.
Yeah.
Almost as big. You look at the $90 million guys, which Barry got one of those. Pence got that. Samardzija a little less than that. Cueto got that.
Yeah.
And so those were some of the bigger deals. And, the Pence one, I think that worked. Barry was obviously Barry. The two pitchers, you'd probably like to have the $90 million back in exchange for what you paid there. And I think that's something we all have to acknowledge. There is a little bit of insanity amongst fans when it comes to a big free agent acquisition.
Especially a pitcher.
Well, we want it, and we love it, and it usually doesn't work. And then we want it again. Like, that's the process. And we're fans, so we get to do that. But that's the reality. These are usually bad.
Even if they're good for the first 5 or 6 years, it usually ends badly. The Albert Pujols one is pretty noteworthy in terms of how monster that deal was and for so long. And unfortunately now, the new paradigm in Major League Baseball is between 10 and 14 years. So if you want one of these young phenoms...
Seriously.
You're going to have to ink them for the rest of their career, knowing full well that the back nine, so to speak, is not going to be pretty.
No, cost of doing business is something that Farhan said last week for sure.
When you guys had him on?
When we had him on, yeah. He came on the show.
You got to make sure you point that out.
You were off that day, but yeah, he came on the show. And he did say, by the way,
thanks.
He said that. He said that at the end. But he did say, you're not allowed to say names, so we weren't even going to ask directly. But he said, yeah, the big cost stuff is something that we've been involved with, and we plan to be involved with it again this offseason. So I don't know who else he would be talking about.
But he can't say names because that'd be tampering.
Yeah, you're not allowed to be like, yeah, that Ohtani guy's a good ball player. That's not good. You don't do that. But yeah, of course they're going to be.
Let me tell you about a guy who I'm going to show that I'm going to be interested in.
We're going to show the money is what we're going to do. Yeah, look, the Giants will be at the table. They'll be at the table.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to be at the table.
Will they be at the kids' table?
They might.
Or at the big boy table.
They might. Did you see they I think it was MLB.com or whatever. They polled 100 unnamed players. Unnamed players.
Yeah.
And the Giants didn't even make the list as far as where Shohei's going to go. But it's all the obvious stuff.
That's
the
awkward.
Dodgers,
the Yankees,
and Mets.
Oh!
Yeah, exactly. Bidding war. Padres will be there. Padres will be there with $1 billion, and Shohei will be like, no. You want to do it again tomorrow?
I do, actually,
okay.
yeah.
I can't wait. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Here comes the best of the game. A full hour of the best content from today on 95.7 The Game, hosted by our own Mark Grandy. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston Living Suites on display at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, a Heston dealer for both indoor and outdoor. Each and every Heston grill is built from the ground up in California, and the pride and precision that goes into each grill truly puts the Heston product in a league of its own. And now receive a free Aspire under-counter refrigerator valued at over $1,500 with qualifying purchase at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't